Su Jiuge traverses into a fantastical realm, only to encounter a reincarnated Empress seeking to annul their engagement. However, he soon discovers that he possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive her imminent fortuities. In a swift motion, he seizes her opportunities, only to find that this act of appropriation triggers a critical strike. Thus, Su Jiuge embarks on a journey of opportunity plunder, continuously growing in strength. Su Jiuge, relinquish the marriage contract, and this bottle of body refining elixir shall serve as compensation for your past contributions to me, declares Bai Ruoxue, her demeanor as frigid as her name suggests, as she gazes upon her betrothed, a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, devoid of any emotional turbulence in her eyes. To her, the former Empress, having been reborn, she is destined to ascend to the highest realms. The individual before her is merely an inconsequential passerby in her life, and it is best to sever ties promptly. Junior brother Jiuge, Ruoxue's extraordinary talent has led her to become an inner disciple in just 6 months, remarks a young gentleman holding a folding fan, his expression one of haughty pride as he attempts to persuade Su Jiuge. With her aptitude, she is bound to achieve 5 resonances on the immortal platform in half a month, thereby becoming a core disciple of the sect. You have been in the sect for 10 years and remain an outer disciple. Surely, you comprehend the disparity between you. If you truly love her, why not surrender the marriage contract and grant her a brighter future? Su Jiuge stares at the incessantly chattering youth, bewilderment filling his gaze. Marriage contract? What marriage contract? Wasn't he merely here to explore this world as the celestial maiden urged him to open his eyes? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawns upon him, and he is struck with astonishment. He has indeed traversed realms, and moreover, he has been reborn. The recent shock has awakened his past memories. Regaining his composure, the recollections of his current life begin to unfold, swiftly clarifying his identity. Su Jiuge, the son of the Ye King of the Great Liang, entered the Yuntian sect at the tender age of 8 to pursue cultivation. Alas, his innate talent is mediocre, and after nearly a decade, he has still remained an outer disciple. According to sect rules, those who do not advance to inner disciples within 10 years are expelled. Su Jiuge is taken aback. How could a transmigrator like himself possess such lackluster talent? This is an affront to the very concept of reincarnation. Nonetheless, he finds solace in the thought that even if his cultivation falters, he can return home to inherit the throne. But who are these 2 individuals before him? As confusion flickers in his mind, memories begin to flow forth. The incessantly talking young man is named Song Qing, the son of the Grand Elder of the Yuntian sect and a core disciple, who is also a fervent admirer of Bai Ruoxue. As for Bai Ruoxue, she is the cold-faced woman beside him, his betrothed. Betrothed? He gazes at her icy visage. Bai Ruoxue, the daughter of Bai Rong, a second-rank official of the Great Liang, was born into affluence. However, her father's involvement in factional disputes led to the downfall of their family. To preserve his daughter's life, Bai Rong implored the Ye King, invoking past kindness, to arrange an engagement between Bai Ruoxue and Su Jiuge, thus providing her with a chance to escape her family's fate. The Ye King, out of gratitude, consented, knowing that safeguarding a young girl would pose little challenge, but that was where his involvement ended. Later, while Su Jiuge pursued cultivation in the sect, Bai Ruoxue remained at the Ye King's estate. Yet, last year, when Su Jiuge returned for a family visit, Bai Ruoxue suddenly expressed an interest in cultivation, pleading with him to take her to the sect. Unexpectedly, upon entry, she displayed remarkable talent, mastering any technique with ease and achieving perfection in a remarkably short time. Such prodigious skill, coupled with her ethereal beauty, quickly earned her acclaim within the sect. As her fiancé, Su Jiuge basked in her glory and lavished her with care. Any cultivation resources he possessed were readily given to her, ensuring her path was smooth. Within less than a year, she ascended from a mere mortal to the spirit induction realm, entering the inner sect. However, the subsequent developments darkened Su Jiuge's countenance. Upon her entry into the inner sect, he found himself devoid of any resources to continue aiding her cultivation. While he was the Ye King's son, his mundane background limited the resources available to him. Consequently, Bai Ruoxue ceased to regard him. Today, on his way back from training, she intercepted him with demands to reclaim the marriage contract. Was this not an outright annulment? At this thought, Su Jiuge's heart turned cold. Was this not the legendary first sword of the shore, severing ties with one's beloved? Should he not utter some grand proclamation about the tides of fortune? Su Jiuge, are you deaf? Your senior brother is speaking to you. Song Qing glared at Su Jiuge, who had been lost in thought, irritation brewing within him. Here he was, a core disciple, engaging in conversation, yet receiving no response. Was this a slight against his dignity? Hearing Song Qing's inquiry, Jiuge finally snapped back to reality, his heart brimming with resentment. In his previous life, as an ordinary person, he had faced disdain during blind dates, but never did he expect to be cast aside after his reincarnation. Yet what could he do? He was merely the son of a secular dynasty, with abysmal cultivation talent. Faced with this predicament, he could only endure. He turned his gaze upon Song Qing, only to find the young man's features appearing somewhat hazy, as if obscured by something murky. Jiuge rubbed his eyes. Upon refocusing, the obstruction became increasingly clear. Name, Song Qing Realm, Spirit Platform Realm, Middle Stage, Recent Fortuity, None. What is this? Jiuge pondered, but as a transmigrator, he quickly realized the significance. A golden finger. Excitement surged within him. Indeed, this was the proper way for a transmigrator to gain advantage. But how could this golden finger be utilized? He then attempted to shift his gaze to Bai Ruoxue, and similar lines of text materialized before him. Name, Bai Ruoxue Realm, Spirit Induction Realm, Early Stage, Recent Fortuity. With the enhancement of her abilities, fragments of the memories of the former Empress are beginning to resurface. She recalls that there is an imperial bone for sale at a stall in the outer market of the Yuntian sect. Imperial bone, a bone condensed from the essence of an emperor's life. Refining it can enhance one's cultivation aptitude and may grant a chance to inherit part of the emperor's legacy. Memories of the former Empress. As Jiuge read the information on the panel, he stood in a state of stupor. Bai Ruoxue is the reincarnated Empress. In that instant, he comprehended why she possessed such extraordinary cultivation talent. And glancing at the description of the imperial bone, if she were to acquire it, would she not soar to unimaginable heights? At this thought, despair sank into Jiuge's heart. He could not fathom why such a ruthless individual should be bestowed with such fortuity. Wait, according to the text, Bai Ruoxue still needed to enhance her strength before fully recovering this memory. Does that mean? Jiuge's eyes sparkled with realization. Since you wish to annul our engagement, do not blame me for seizing your fortuity. Chapter 2. A fortuitous critical hit? Reward, Supreme Bone. Jiuge, are you truly deaf? Song Qing's expression darkened to the utmost as he gazed at Jiuge, who remained entranced by Bai Ruoxue. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure before Bai Ruoxue, he would have long since taken it upon himself to discipline this impudent fellow. Apologies, senior brother, I merely became lost in thought. Jiuge wisely chose to apologize. Given his current status and strength, he was not yet equipped to challenge Song Qing. For Jiuge, who possessed memories from 2 lifetimes, this was not an act of submission, it was a strategic retreat from confrontation. With the acquisition of his newfound abilities, he was confident that one day he would reclaim the humiliation of today, compelling his adversary to kneel and plead for mercy. There was no necessity to provoke unnecessary trouble over a moment's ire. Bai Ruoxue cast a slightly astonished glance at him. Was this truly the pampered young master of his youth? He even knew how to apologize. Noticing Jiuge's unexpectedly sincere demeanor, Song Qing could not continue his fury and resolved to deal with him later. He impatiently inquired, when will you present the marriage contract for junior sister Ruoxue? I apologize, senior brother, but the marriage contract with Miss Ruoxue remains at home, and I have not brought it with me. Jiuge continued to express his regret. I shall have someone deliver it to you upon my return. Bai Ruoxue frowned slightly at this, but said nothing further. After tossing a bottle of body refinement pills to Jiuge, she departed alongside Song Qing. Jiuge did not refuse the bottle, having previously provided her with numerous resources. It seemed only fair that he receive something in return. However, when he turned his gaze to the jade vial containing the spirit-condensing pills, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Isn't this jade vial from my Yan Wangfu? Each resource sent from Yan Wangfu bears a distinct emblem at the base of the vial. Jiuge recognized it at once. Is she using what I gifted her to repay me? Jiuge was taken aback. Never mind. This is not the time for such thoughts. I must hurry to procure the imperial bone first. Yuntian sect, outer sect marketplace. This place was originally a stopping point for those seeking to apprentice at Yuntian sect before its expansion. However, as Yuntian sect flourished, the influx of aspiring disciples increased, prompting some cultivators to set up stalls. Other cultivators, and even disciples of Yuntian sect, soon followed suit. Gradually, the marketplace evolved into a bustling hub of commerce. The streets of the marketplace resonated with lively conversations and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Adorned in the outer sect attire of Yuntian sect, Jiuge walked through the bustling streets, clad in white as pure as snow, with striking features and eyes that sparkled like stars. He resembled a celestial being, capturing the attention of numerous young women who exchanged glances with him. With such looks, had he been in his previous life, a mere 2.5 years of practice would surely have made him a sensation. As he strolled, Su Jiuge surveyed the stalls lining the streets and the passers-by, hoping to encounter new opportunities, yet he found nothing of note. It seems that those destined for fortune must indeed possess extraordinary luck. Su Jiuge sighed softly within, his steps unconsciously quickening. Soon, he arrived at the stall that corresponded to the opportunity he had previously observed from Bai Ruoxue. There lay a collection of beast bones, hides, and blood. This is the place. Approaching as a regular customer, he inquired casually, "Junior brother, feel free to browse. If you see anything you fancy, just let me know." The beast hides, bones, and blood here are undoubtedly the most affordable. The vendor, also a disciple clad in the attire of the Yuntian sect, wore a distinctive emblem of a white cloud on his chest, signifying his status as an inner sect disciple. Core disciples displayed 2 clouds, while those with direct mentorship bore 3. After carefully selecting for a moment, Su Jiuge picked up a vial of beast blood. "May I ask the price of this vial?" "Ah, junior brother truly possesses keen insight," the vendor exclaimed upon glancing at the vial in Su Jiuge's hand. "This blood comes from a first-tier scarlet flame snake, exceptionally suitable for body refining practitioners. When we hunted this snake, it was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier, making its efficacy far superior to that of ordinary first-tier beast blood. Seeing your potential, I shall offer it to you for 3 spirit stones." Upon hearing the price, Su Jiuge promptly returned the vial to its original place. Typically, first-tier beast blood costs merely 1 spirit stone, even if the vendor's claims were accurate. It should not exceed 2 spirit stones. 3 spirit stones is simply exorbitant. He then picked up another vial. "And what of this one?" "1 spirit stone." The vendor's enthusiasm had noticeably waned. Clearly, he initially mistook Su Jiuge's exceptional demeanor for that of an easy mark. Nodding, Su Jiuge proceeded to select a few more items, which slightly revived the vendor's enthusiasm. "All right, that will be all. How many spirit stones do I owe you? Let me calculate for you." The vendor replied as he assessed Su Jiuge's chosen items. In total, there were 5 vials of beast blood and 1 beast bone, the latter being an old stock he had picked up long ago without selling. "All right, junior brother. That will be 6 spirit stones." Su Jiuge nodded. The price seemed fair. He promptly retrieved 6 colorful stones, each the size of a pigeon egg, and handed them over. "Excellent. If you find the beast blood effective, do come again." The vendor's eyes crinkled with delight upon receiving the spirit stones. In contrast to the vendor's joy, Su Jiuge was momentarily stunned. "Congratulations. You have acquired the imperial bone, successfully plundering Bai Ruoxue's opportunity, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. You have obtained the supreme bone." Supreme bone. The possessor is inherently supreme, endowed with the divine ability of the hand of heaven. Shall I proceed to fuse the supreme bone now? A 10,000-fold critical strike, and it can assist with fusion? With no time to explore the supreme bone's functional details, Su Jiuge was left in a daze. He had initially believed his unique ability merely allowed him to perceive others' future fortunes. Little did he expect that after successfully seizing an opportunity, it could yield such extraordinary results. This is simply astonishing. Seizing opportunities from others, achieving critical breakthroughs. Is this truly the correct approach to wielding a golden finger? For cultivators, the essence of their practice lies in seizing the natural fortunes of heaven and earth, defying the odds. In this moment, Su Jiuge attained enlightenment. It seems that henceforth, he must diligently seek out individuals of great fortune. "Junior brother, what seems to be the matter? Is there something amiss?" The stall owner, noticing Su Jiuge lost in thought before his stall, inquired with curiosity. Finally emerging from his astonishment, Su Jiuge turned to the stall owner, offering a gentle smile. "It's nothing. I merely had a sudden realization." With that, he took his leave from the market and returned to his residence. Half a day after Su Jiuge departed the market, a serene junior sister clad in the inner sect disciples' attire from Yuntian's sect appeared within the marketplace. Chapter 3, Merging the Supreme Bone, a surge in talent Yuntian sect. Outer sect marketplace. Bai Ruoxue walked along the street, her gaze continuously surveying the stalls on either side. As she pieced together her restored memories, she sought out stalls selling imperial bones. Just moments ago, having made slight progress in her cultivation within the sect, she recovered fragments of her past life as an emperor. From her recollections, she learned that an imperial bone was being sold as an ordinary beast bone in the outer sect marketplace. The imperial bone, a fragment of the essence cultivated by ancient emperors, held the potential to fortify her foundation in cultivation if she could obtain and refine it. This would pave the way for a smoother journey in her future endeavors, allowing her achievements to surpass those of her previous life. Thus, she was determined to acquire this imperial bone. After a thorough search, Bai Ruoxue finally located the stall corresponding to her memories. The stall owner was an inner sect disciple dressed in white. Approaching him, she remained silent and began to rummage through the items. "Junior sister, what would you like?" The stall owner, noticing his customer was a composed junior sister in intersect attire, promptly greeted her with enthusiasm. Feel free to say if you see anything. My beast skins, bones, and blood are undoubtedly the most affordable here. Bai Ruoxue did not respond. Her cool gaze swept over the beast bones on display, occasionally picking one up to inspect before placing it back down. The stall was not large, and in a matter of moments, she had examined every beast bone present. How could this be? As she set down the last beast bone, her brows furrowed deeply. This imperial bone was crucial to her future achievements and her ability to progress further on her path of cultivation. Yet, according to her memories, it was nowhere to be found. Could her recollections have been erroneous? What do you mean? There is nothing. The stall owner, hearing her exclamation, became displeased. My collection of beast bones is the most comprehensive and affordable in the entire marketplace. Bai Ruoxue, unwilling to engage further with the stall owner, chose to leave. Upon noticing her departure, the stall owner couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I thought we were about to make a sale. But it seems she is not as committed as that previous outer sect junior brother who bought so much at once. Bai Ruoxue had not ventured far and naturally overheard his remarks, prompting her to turn back. The stall holder, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, promptly fell silent. After all, the young woman before him was clearly not someone to be trifled with. You mentioned that a junior disciple from the outer sect purchased numerous items from you in one go. In Bai Ruoxue's recollection, this imperial bone was indeed acquired by an outer sect disciple in her previous life. That disciple, upon merging with the imperial bone, ascended the celestial platform, achieving 7 resonances, and swiftly became a direct disciple. He was a prominent figure within the Yuntian sect at that time. Thus, she became aware of the existence of imperial bones in the outer sect's marketplace. Hearing the stallholder's words brought clarity to her thoughts. It was highly probable that the imperial bone had already been bought by someone else. However, the discerning ability of an outer sect disciple was indeed limited. It was unlikely they could recognize the true value of that bone in a short span of time. She still had a chance. Her eyes, cold as ice, made the stallholder feel a chill run down his spine. Yes. Do you happen to know the name of that outer sect disciple? He asked. I'm afraid I do not. The stallholder shook his head, pondering for a moment before adding. However, that disciple was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, resembling a celestial being, quite distinguishable. Bai Ruoxue's icy gaze momentarily flickered as a silhouette unconsciously surfaced in her mind. At the foot of the mountain in the Yuntian sect, numerous humble wooden pavilions served as residences for the outer sect disciples. Jiuge, as an outer sect disciple, naturally possessed his own pavilion. Upon returning, he first stored the beast blood he had purchased before reopening the system to check his critical hit rewards. Supreme Bone. The owner is born supreme, accompanied by the divine power of the celestial hand. Do you wish to merge with the Supreme Bone now? Born supreme, and with divine power. A fervent glow ignited in Jiuge's eyes. He wondered how much his talents would elevate after merging with the Supreme Bone. Previously, through Bai Ruoxue's fortuitous hints, he had learned that merging with the Imperial Bone would elevate her potential to 9 resonances. The Supreme Bone, however, was a reward from the system's 10,000-fold critical hit. Even if his innate cultivation talent was slightly inferior to Bai Ruoxue's, he believed that merging with the Supreme Bone would elevate his own cultivation talent to 9 resonances. Perhaps even the legendary 10. As for anything beyond 10, that was the realm of unparalleled prodigies. With such thoughts racing through his mind, his excitement began to swell. Without further hesitation, he chose to merge. In an instant, Jiuge felt a searing sensation in his right forearm, as if something were growing within him, a bone. Subsequently, his blood began to boil, coursing wildly through his body, impacting every acupoint. Alongside this, the sensation of his muscles tearing and reconstituting surged through him. In mere moments, he was drenched in blood and sweat. Though the pain was intense, Jiuge could distinctly feel the foundation of his cultivation being continuously fortified. The previous sense of looseness was thickening within the span of a single breath. After a while, under the tumultuous surge of boiling blood, he discovered that a meridian within his body had been completely unblocked. In that moment, Jiuge felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He understood that this was a manifestation of his enhanced cultivation talent. In this realm, individuals possess 7 meridians and 8 vessels, and the techniques of cultivation are fundamentally based upon this structure. Some are born with obstructed meridians, condemned to a life as mere mortals. Others may have only 1 meridian open, barely able to tread the arduous path of cultivation. Yet, there are a rare few blessed with several open meridians, making their journey through cultivation as effortless as eating or drinking. Truly, they are the prodigies of the craft. However, such talents are exceedingly scarce. The pain Jiuge experienced persisted unabated, leading him to a startling realization. Could it be that the fusion of the supreme bone was intended to unblock all his 7 meridians and 8 vessels? The mere thought of this momentarily eclipsed the pain coursing through him. In his recollection, those who attained the 7 resonances of ascension typically managed to open only 3 or 4 meridians. If he were to achieve the complete unblocking of all, the thought alone sent waves of excitement through him. As expected, after enduring the pain for a while longer, another wave of relief washed over him. This time, he felt 1 meridian and 1 vessel simultaneously unblocked. At that moment, if judged by the standards of the Ascension platform, Jiuge had already reached the level of a 5-resonance genius. According to the sect's regulations, 3 resonances granted entry to the inner circle, 5 to the core, and 7 signified a direct disciple. In other words, he had now fulfilled the criteria to become a core disciple, yet the pain continued unabated. Before long, another meridian and vessel were unblocked simultaneously. 3 meridians and 4 vessels were now open. Then 4 meridians and 5 vessels. 5 meridians and 6 vessels. The intensity of the pain was indescribable, and just as Jiuge thought he could endure no longer, the agony began to subside. In that instant, all 7 meridians and 8 vessels were fully opened. As the pain receded, Jiuge felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. However, before he could assess his physical condition, an intense fatigue enveloped him, causing his eyelids to droop, blocking out the light, and plunging him into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Breaking Through Realms. Trouble approaches. Time passed unmeasured until Jiuge gradually awakened from his slumber. Rubbing his slightly aching head, his consciousness slowly returned. He lifted his gaze to find that the night sky was already adorned with twinkling stars. Was it night already? After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head to examine the changes in his body, only to discover that his once pristine white robe was now stained a dark crimson with blood. Yet, he did not rush to clean it. Rather, he focused on sensing the transformations within himself, momentarily frozen in place. All 7 meridians and 8 vessels were open. Such a talent was unheard of. At least in Jiuge's memory, no one in the entire history of the Yuntian sect had ever possessed such a gift. Even the sect's founding ancestor, the most powerful of all, had merely achieved the opening of 5 meridians and 5 vessels, a 10-resonance genius. Moments later, Jiuge snapped back to reality from his astonishment. He began to practice the body-forging techniques he had mastered, eager to witness the transformations brought about by his extraordinary talent. To his astonishment, a realm that had eluded him for an entire year was effortlessly transcended in a mere breath. The 7th level of body forging. This revelation left Jiuge utterly astounded. He never imagined that his current aptitude could defy the heavens to such an extent. Previously, a year of arduous training paled in comparison to this fleeting moment of enlightenment. At this instant, Jiuge truly comprehended the profound changes that arose from the strength of one's cultivation talent. Gazing at his own hands, he murmured, "Is this the cultivation talent possessed by ancient prodigies?" After taking a moment to relish the changes within his body, he suppressed his exhilaration. Following a cleansing ritual, he donned a fresh set of white robes and resumed his introspection. According to the description of the Supreme Bone, he was now aware that he possessed a divine ability known as the Hand of the Heavens. As the thought crossed his mind, information regarding the Hand of the Heavens materialized in his consciousness, enlightening him about its capabilities and methods of application. However, the immense energy required to wield this power was beyond his current strength. To manifest this ability, one needed to attain the spirit platform realm at the very least. A tinge of regret flickered within Jiuge's heart. It appeared that he must strive to enhance his strength further. With his mindset recalibrated, he settled back into a meditative posture and commenced his training once more. He retrieved several vials of beast blood he had purchased earlier, along with the spirit condensation pill that Bai Ruoxue had returned to him. With my current talent, I should be able to refine these beast bloods and elixirs to reach the 9th level of body forging, he whispered, aligning his focus with the resources before him. He embarked on his cultivation journey. 8th level of body forging, 9th level of body forging. Within just a few hours, he attained the coveted realm he had long desired. Initially, Jiuge believed that the 9th level of body forging marked the pinnacle of this stage, and that the next step would be to break into the spirit drawing realm. However, as the resources before him dwindled rapidly, he found his cultivation continuing to ascend. Ultimately, at the break of dawn, he achieved yet another breakthrough, the 10th level of body forging. Jiuge was left in a state of disbelief. For ordinary cultivators, the body forging realm typically culminated at the 9th level. To surpass this threshold, one would need to practice a spirit drawing technique and step into the spirit drawing realm. Only in ancient legends did those unparalleled prodigies dare to reach the 10th level of body forging. Anyone who attained the 10th level of body forging established a solid foundation in their cultivation. Even with the consumption of boundless heavenly treasures, further advancement would be impossible. Yet here stood Jiuge, now at the 10th level of body forging. In that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying magnitude of his talent. After a considerable time, he regained his composure from the shock. With his current cultivation foundation, combined with the strength of the 10th level of body forging, he was, without a doubt, invincible within this realm. As Jiuge felt the transformations within his body, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. All that remained was to visit the scripture hall to obtain a spirit drawing technique, after which he could step into the spirit drawing realm. With that thought, he rose and prepared to leave for the scripture hall to acquire a spirit drawing method. According to the sect's regulations, anyone who reached the 7th level of body forging one may proceed to the Hall of Techniques to acquire a method for cultivating spirit guidance. He has now reached the 10th level of the body refinement realm, thus fulfilling the requirements. However, before he could step outside, he heard someone clamoring at his door. Jiuge, open the door quickly. The voice from outside instantly conjured a name in Jiuge's mind, Liang Xiang. He harbored a rather unfavorable impression of this individual. As the son of the Yin King, Jiuge enjoyed a relatively prosperous background among the outer disciples. Each month, in addition to the elixirs provided by the sect, his family would send considerable resources for body refinement cultivation. Yet, his own strength was merely at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, rendering him not particularly strong. Some powerful disciples would often leverage their superiority to solicit cultivation resources from him. Among them, Liang Xiang was the most frequent visitor, almost coming every month. But had he not always arrived at the beginning of the month? A sense of suspicion crept into Jiuge's heart. Where there is an anomaly, there is often a hidden motive. Nevertheless, with my current strength, there is no need for concern. It would serve as an excellent opportunity to test my own capabilities. Retracting his thoughts, Jiuge raised his gaze once more towards the door, preparing to approach it. Yet, before he could even lift his foot, the door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Bang! The wooden door collided with the wall, producing a resounding noise. A burly young man, sleeves rolled up, clad in loose-fitting attire and dripping with sweat, strode in. Jiuge, are you deaf? He nonchalantly made his way to a chair within the room and sat down. Grabbing the teapot from the table, he poured himself a cup of tea and downed it with gusto before turning his attention back to Jiuge. Haven't you heard me calling out for so long? Accompanying him were 2 disciples dressed in white robes, both of whom were Liang Xiang's subordinates. They had previously trailed Liang Xiang when he came to seek resources from Jiuge. Brother Liang, I see he's itching for trouble again, remarked one of the disciples, who bore a pockmarked face, bending slightly towards Liang Xiang before casting a sidelong glance at Jiuge. He wants his brothers to give him a lesson. However, when his gaze fell upon Jiuge, he inexplicably sensed something unusual. In previous encounters, Jiuge had always appeared timid and apprehensive. Yet today he seemed at ease, calm and composed, even bearing a faint smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. May I inquire, esteemed brothers, what brings you here today? Jiuge asked politely, seeking to discern their intentions. Upon hearing his question, the last of the 3 instinctively responded, we are here specifically to teach you a lesson. However, he had only spoken halfway before being shot a fierce glare by Liang Xiang, quickly realizing his mistake and refraining from continuing. You fool, just answer whatever they ask, scolded the pockmarked-faced disciple. Then, turning his attention back to Jiuge, he added, indeed, we are not here to demand resources. Rather, someone has taken a disliking to you and offered us a vial of blood spirit pills as recompense to come and give you a beating. The blood spirit pill is a superior body refining elixir compared to the body tempering pill, capable of directly drawing in spiritual energy for body refinement, yielding results several times more effective than the latter. It is particularly suitable for practitioners in the body refinement realm and the spirit drawing realm. However, the price of the blood spirit pill is considerably higher, with a single pill being equivalent to 3 body tempering pills of the same quality. Such a precious elixir is rarely afforded by ordinary outer disciples, let alone offered as compensation for someone to deal with their own troubles. As Jiuge pondered, he began to speculate on the identity of the person behind the scenes seeking to teach him a lesson, though he was still uncertain. Dare I ask, senior brother, who exactly harbors ill will towards me? Jiuge maintained a polite demeanor, betraying not the slightest hint of concern, as if he were not the one about to face violence. You need not know that, Liang Xiang replied, waving a hand at the 2 lackeys beside him. Just break a leg. Be careful not to kill him. We are not inner disciples, and if he dies, we would face expulsion from the sect, which would be a loss. After speaking, he lifted the teacup he had previously poured and took a sip. At Liang Xiang's command, the 2 lackeys eagerly approached Jiuge. With a sigh, Jiuge realized that to uncover the truth, he would need to take matters into his own hands. Truly a bother. Chapter 5. A small test of skill. Slaying 3 Jiuge. We haven't even begun to move, and yet you are already spouting nonsense, exclaimed the lackey with a sallow face arrogantly. Rest assured, if you cooperate, this will be over quickly, just a leg will suffice. As Jiuge assessed the 2 disciples advancing towards him, he began to retreat until his back touched the long sword resting on the table. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he grasped the hilt, drawing the sword with swift precision. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the sallow-faced disciple. A flash of cold light, and the disciple collapsed on the spot. The sudden turn of events left Liang Xiang and the other disciple momentarily stunned. An outer disciple had the audacity to commit murder within the sect. How dare he? Did he not fear losing his cultivation and being expelled from the sect? Without a moment's hesitation after slaying one, Jiuge propelled himself again toward the other disciple. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him. However, this time, he did not use his sword to strike down his foe. Instead, he raised his knee and delivered a forceful knee strike to the disciple's abdomen. A surge of agony coursed through the disciple, causing him to double over and temporarily lose his ability to move. At this moment, Liang Xiang had regained his composure. Jiuge, you seek death, he bellowed, drawing his sword from his waist and charging at Jiuge. As an outer disciple at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, his strength was formidable. Moreover, having bullied Jiuge in the past, he felt no fear upon witnessing the earlier killing. Rather, he was consumed by rage. To Liang Xiang, this was merely a consequence of the element of surprise. Now he realizes, how could Jiuge possibly be his rival? However, just as he believed he could easily subdue her with a single strike, he witnessed Jiuge gracefully sidestep his lethal thrust and retaliate with a fierce blow of her sword against his waist. The sound of cracking bones echoed, piercingly clear in Liang Xiang's ears. Before the pain could register, his body met the ground with a brutal thud. Jiuge then delivered a swift kick to Liang Xiang's side, rendering him unable to move. Almost immediately, she stepped onto the back of his sword-wielding hand, preventing any chance of retaliation. As the realization of excruciating pain coursed through him, Liang Xiang had no time to ponder how Jiuge possessed such formidable strength. He could only emit a wretched scream. Release your grip and be silent, or you shall meet your end. Jiuge's voice was calm, yet chilling. Desperate to survive, Liang Xiang complied hastily. As he relinquished his hold on the longsword, Jiuge swiftly kicked it away, embedding it into the wall, before she ceased her assault. Her gaze remained tranquil as she surveyed the 2 writhing in pain on the ground. Speak, who sent you? This is information we cannot divulge. Or else, the incapacitated disciple began, but before he could finish, he found himself staring at his own back, a wave of lethargy washing over him, draining the color from his surroundings. At that moment, Liang Xiang stood in stunned silence. The brutality and decisiveness of her actions were astounding. Could this truly be the outer sect disciple they had once bullied at will? A profound sense of dread spread through him, enveloping his entire being. He could not fathom why Jiuge would continue her assault when both he and his companion had already lost their fighting capabilities. Yet, he understood that if he did not utter something soon, he would be the next to fall. Of course, I know. I will speak. I will reveal everything, he blurted out in a frantic rush. Jiuge's satisfaction with Liang Xiang's response was evident. Speak, as long as your answers please me. I may consider sparing your life. With a smile still gracing her lips, even after having dispatched 2 men, Liang Xiang's fear reached its zenith. He swallowed hard and hurriedly stated, it was senior brother Song Qing who sent us. Upon hearing this, Jiuge's expression shifted to one of knowing. And what else do you know? Additionally, Liang Xiang hesitated. Jiuge's gaze fell upon the sword in her hand. I know, he exclaimed urgently, terrified of sharing the same fate as his companions. Senior brother Song Qing wanted us to teach you a lesson due to your ongoing relationship with Bai Ruoxue, so that you would relinquish the marriage contract. Is there anything more? Jiuge inquired, her tone gentle yet firm. Nothing more, truly. That is all I know. Liang Xiang responded quickly. Jiuge nodded, confirming her suspicions. Within the sect, while many disciples were displeased with the connection between him and Bai Ruoxue, few would go so far as to expend a vial of blood spirit pill to discipline their fellow disciple. Song Qing is undoubtedly one of them. Previously, when Bai Ruoxue brought him to demand a marriage certificate, Jiuge sensed that the other party had already intended to teach him a lesson. Liang Xiang, gazing at this familiar yet strange fellow disciple, felt a mixture of fear and anger in his heart. If you possess such strength, why not reveal it sooner? How could we possibly undertake this task otherwise? He resolved that once he departed, he would inform the outer sect elder about Su Jiuge's murderous actions. Once Su Jiuge was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, he would have ample opportunities for revenge. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a warm liquid flowing from his neck. Liang Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Jiuge. You said you wouldn't kill me, he stammered, accusing Su Jiuge of being untrustworthy. However, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. What I meant was, I would consider sparing you only if your answers were satisfactory. Su Jiuge observed Liang Xiang's fallen form, his voice calm. Regrettably, I had already anticipated your responses. Hence I find them unsatisfactory. After assessing the fallen trio, Su Jiuge bent down and looted their cultivation resources. The haul was quite commendable. In addition to the bottle of blood spirit pills Liang Xiang had mentioned, he also acquired half a bottle of body refining pills and 13 low-grade spirit stones. These three were indeed miserly, possessing only such meager items. Su Jiuge cast a disdainful glance at the three fallen individuals before stowing away his loot. With the failure of the individuals sent by Song Qing, despite having killed them, the enmity was irrevocably established. As for the act of murder, he bore little psychological burden. Having inhabited this world for over a decade, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. He did not worry about being stripped of his cultivation or expelled from the sect. Now at the 10th level of body refinement, all he needed was to visit the martial arts hall to acquire a spirit summoning technique, allowing him to condense spiritual energy within himself and ascend to the inner sect. According to sect rules, if an outer sect disciple provokes an inner sect disciple without cause and is killed, no punishment would be meted out. Liang Xiang and his companions clearly aimed to cripple Su Jiuge, a blatant act of provocation. Once he became an inner sect disciple, he could participate in the disciple aptitude test in just over 10 days and ascend to the immortal platform. Given his current talent, he would surely become a direct disciple. Returning to his thoughts, Su Jiuge glanced at his blood-stained white robes and sighed. What a pity. He had barely changed into a fresh outfit, only to require another change. After donning a clean set of white garments, Su Jiuge prepared to venture to the martial arts hall to collect his technique. However, upon seeing the bodies lying in the room, he paused momentarily. It seemed that after retrieving the technique, he would need to head to the marketplace to purchase some corpse-dissolving liquid to clean up this mess. Otherwise, if someone were to stumble upon this scene, he would undoubtedly find himself in considerable trouble. Just as he pondered this, he heard a knock at the door. Su Jiuge, are you in there? Chapter 6. Bai Ruoxue's visit, a new opportunity. Bai Ruoxue? Upon hearing a once familiar voice, Su Jiuge immediately recognized the visitor. What could she possibly want from me at this hour? With a sense of bewilderment, he approached the door and opened it halfway. Standing outside was none other than his former fiancée, the brilliant Bai Shiji, who had once been a source of pride for him. Bai Ruoxue, what brings you here so early? Su Jiuge asked, adopting a visage of indifference tinged with sorrow, as if a love-stricken individual had suddenly lost their beloved. Upon seeing her former fiancé, Bai Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate what it was. A faint scent of blood wafted towards her. There were signs of death within the room. As a former empress, she was all too familiar with the aura of mortality. Her cold gaze sought to peer past Su Jiuge into the room, but the door, only ajar, was obstructed by his figure, preventing her from discerning the interior. Resolving to keep her focus on Su Jiuge, she inquired, "Where did you go after parting with me yesterday? You arrived here quite promptly." A weight settled in Su Jiuge's heart, yet his expression remained unchanged as he replied earnestly, "After we parted ways, I visited the market to procure some beast's blood, and then returned home." There was no need for concealment. Many had witnessed his trip to the market, and such matters were easily verified. However, the specifics of his purchases were known to few, save for the vendor. Bai Ruoxue scrutinized Su Jiuge's countenance, finding no signs of deception. She pressed further. "You only bought beast's blood? No beast bones?" Su Jiuge looked at her in silence, his expression growing increasingly melancholic. "Is this the sole purpose of your visit? Do you have nothing else to discuss?" Bai Ruoxue's brow furrowed slightly. She understood that he referred to their betrothal. "Su Jiuge, our engagement was merely a pragmatic arrangement from years past. Do not take it to heart. We are now both disciples of the sect, and you must realize that we no longer inhabit the same realm." After a brief pause, Bai Ruoxue continued, "I advise you to venture out more after leaving the sect, to truly open your eyes to the world." With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Su Jiuge felt a peculiar sensation. Why did her words resonate so deeply? Once Bai Ruoxue had vanished from sight, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed imperative to dispose of the corpse within swiftly. Not long after Su Jiuge stepped outside, a figure reappeared before his attic. It was none other than Bai Ruoxue, returning once more. She pushed the door open and entered the room, immediately spotting the lifeless forms of Liang Xiang and the others. Unbeknownst to her, as she entered, a single strand of her hair had already fallen to the ground. Bai Ruoxue bent down to examine the wounds of the three individuals closely. Based on the wound, Bai Ruoxue swiftly assessed the strength of the assailant. At the very least, it was at the 9th level of body refinement. To her astonishment, Su Jiuge had reached such formidable prowess. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Bai Ruoxue's expression turned icy in an instant. It was evident that he had indeed acquired the imperial bone and had already refined it. Judging from this outcome, it must be a piece belonging to a fully realized emperor. A glint of cold light flashed in Bai Ruoxue's eyes. This opportunity had originally belonged to her. Yet it was snatched away. No, it had only been a night since. He could not have completely refined it yet. If she could manage to refine him, the effect would be the same. A fierce glimmer flickered briefly in Bai Ruoxue's cool gaze. As a former empress, she was not one to show mercy. Cultivators inherently defy the heavens. If sacrificing a Su Jiuge could pave the way for her future cultivation, then what was the harm in that? However, considering Su Jiuge's ability to slay 3 opponents, his current combat power must be formidable. She had only been cultivating for a year and had recently entered the spirit-guiding realm. Many secret techniques from her past life remained unmastered, rendering it somewhat challenging to easily subdue Su Jiuge in his present state. As for reporting this matter to the elders, she had never entertained such thoughts. If she did so, she would lose the chance to seize the imperial bone. Bai Ruoxue's eyes were contemplative. Perhaps she could make use of Song Qing. Yuntian sect. The Hall of Techniques. Rather than a grand hall, it resembled a towering 9-story pagoda. The exterior of the pagoda was adorned with 8 evenly spaced crimson stone pillars, inscribed with numerous intricate array runes to reinforce and support the structure. As Su Jiuge made his way from his residence, he observed the disciples passing by, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he failed to spot any worthy inheritors. It seemed that in this world, opportunities truly favored those with great fortune. He stood before the hall's entrance, gazing upward at the 3 prominent characters inscribed above, Hall of Techniques. Any disciple of the Yuntian sect could enter using their identity token. Su Jiuge retrieved his token and presented it to the elder guarding the entrance for verification. Once confirmed, he stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a vast chamber lined with rows of bookshelves. The shelves were filled with various texts pertaining to body refinement, cultivation, and related knowledge. On the side of the room, there was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Su Jiuge did not linger on the 1st floor, but proceeded directly to the staircase leading upward, ascending without hesitation. However, as soon as one foot stepped onto the stairs, he felt a tremendous force emanating from below, seemingly attempting to thwart his progress. This was a restriction set by the sect to test whether disciples met the requirements for ascending to the 2nd floor. The criteria were simple. One must reach the 7th level of body refinement to pass through the staircase. Su Jiuge was currently at the 10th level of body refinement. Aside from feeling a slight heaviness in his steps, he experienced no discomfort. Many disciples on the 1st floor observed the scene with astonishment. Isn't that Su Jiuge? He can actually ascend to the 2nd floor? It takes 10 years of cultivation to reach the 2nd floor. What's so surprising about that? Indeed, even if he ascends, he would merely reach the 7th level of the body refinement realm, and during the next disciple assessment, he would have to depart from the sect. However, it seemed to the onlookers that he ascended with remarkable ease, quite unlike someone who had just broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. Su Jiuge had already arrived on the 2nd floor and was oblivious to the discussions below. Even if he had heard them, he would not have been concerned. As he stepped onto the 2nd floor for the first time, Su Jiuge took a moment to survey the layout of the rooms. Compared to the 1st floor, this one was merely smaller in area. Otherwise, there were no notable differences. Retracting his gaze, he was about to search for a suitable cultivation technique when he was jostled from behind. Hey, you're blocking my way. Su Jiuge turned to see a robust outer sect disciple standing before him. He recognized this individual, Ye Feng, a formidable figure among the outer disciples with the strength of the 9th level of body refinement. Ye Feng had a brother who ranked among the top 10 inner disciples, which made him particularly arrogant in the outer sect, often bullying his peers. As someone of lesser strength and resources, Su Jiuge had also been subjected to his tyranny in the past. However, at that moment, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback by Ye Feng. Name: Ye Feng. Realm: 9th level of body refinement. Recent opportunity. Came to the technique hall seeking a cultivation method and unexpectedly discovered a fragment of the star absorption technique in a book titled 5 Elements Spirit Guiding Arts. Su Jiuge. Upon noticing the dazed expression on Su Jiuge's face, Ye Feng was clearly taken aback. You managed to reach the 2nd floor as well. Regaining his composure, Su Jiuge turned to Ye Feng and smiled. Greetings, senior brother Ye. His demeanor was sincere, exuding an air of harmlessness. Ye Feng scrutinized him from head to toe and immediately inquired, "Have you suddenly broken through because your family sent you more resources?" Su Jiuge met his gaze earnestly and replied softly, "Senior brother, do come to my residence later. I have prepared a generous gift for you." In the past, whenever Ye Feng learned that Su Jiuge had received resources from home, he would come demanding his share. Sometimes, if he arrived too late and Su Jiuge's resources were taken by others, he would vent his frustrations on him. Over time, Su Jiuge had learned to set some aside for him, which made their interactions more bearable. Hearing that Su Jiuge had reserved resources for him this time, Ye Feng's displeasure dissipated. Just today, his brother had delivered a vial of blood spirit pills, and now he encountered such serendipity, filling him with delight. "Well, Su Junior brother is quite considerate. I shall visit your residence later." With that, Ye Feng departed, visibly satisfied. Su Jiuge smiled as he watched him leave, internally condemning him to a grim fate. It was one thing to be oppressed when he was weak. Now that he possessed strength, it was unthinkable to continue enduring such treatment without retaliation. Retracting his gaze, Su Jiuge promptly began searching among the shelves for the aforementioned technique. Guided by the hints of recent opportunities, soon enough, he discovered the book titled 5 Elements Spirit Guiding Arts nestled in a corner of the bookshelf. Su Jiuge held the martial arts manual in his hands, choosing not to peruse its contents, but instead to delicately explore its surface. Soon, he discovered a hidden layer within one of the pages. With great care, he tore open the paper, revealing a sheet that was remarkably thin, nearly translucent. Upon it were inscribed numerous fine characters. "Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of the star absorption technique. Successfully plundered the opportunity from Ye Feng, triggering a 1,000-fold crit. You have acquired the tasting spirit secret arts. Spirit tasting, an ancient beast's secret technique of the Tao Tai, capable of swallowing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for one's own use. Would you like to learn the secret technique now?" The tasting spirit secret arts. The prospect of learning the techniques of a fearsome beast filled Su Jiuge with awe once more. In a world of cultivation, beyond the human race, there existed various other races and beings of nature. The Tao Tai was indeed one of the ancient beings. Legends spoke of a fully grown Tao Tai being capable of devouring vast expanses of land and sky with a mere gulp, showcasing its formidable power. Their terrifying nature stemmed from the potency of the spirit tasting technique, a secret art that had never been disseminated. Even the most exalted beings, upon capturing a Tao Tai and attempting to extract its knowledge through soul-searching, could not glean a fragment of its essence. Yet now, through the system, Su Jiuge could learn it directly. Did this not imply that he might one day transform into a humanoid fiend? In that moment, a thrill surged through Su Jiuge. If the Supreme Bone previously laid the groundwork for his cultivation, then this Tao Tai secret art had provided him with a shortcut on his path to greatness. Suppressing his excitement, he returned the martial arts manual to its original place, ensuring no one noticed his actions. Subsequently, he selected another seemingly decent manual for attracting spirits to serve as a cover. Upon returning to the entrance of the first floor, Su Jiuge retrieved his identity token and presented the chosen manual to the elder on duty. The spirit absorption technique, an entry-level qi attracting method, could be borrowed for 3 days in exchange for a spirit stone. The elder glanced at it and spoke. Quickly, Su Jiuge produced a spirit stone from his pocket and completed the registration. "Be sure to return it on time," warned the elder. "Otherwise, there will be a hefty fine." Su Jiuge respectfully accepted his identity token along with the borrowed manual. "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, elder." Afterward, he ventured to the outer gate market. Once he successfully procured the corpse dissolution water, he returned to his residence. However, the moment he entered his room, he noticed that his door had been tampered with. Indeed, they had come. Su Jiuge sighed, casting his gaze upon the 3 corpses on the ground. He sprinkled the purchased corpse dissolution water over them, and a plume of white smoke rose. In an instant, the 3 corpses had vanished without a trace. After completing this task, Su Jiuge reopened the system. Spirit tasting, an ancient beast's secret technique of the Tao Tai, capable of swallowing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for one's own use. Would you like to learn the secret technique now? Gazing at the prompt on the screen, he hesitated not a moment and chose to learn it. In an instant, an arcane script began to materialize within his mind. Strangely, although he did not recognize the beastly script, he could distinctly comprehend the meanings conveyed by the characters. However, when it came to articulating these thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. It was a state of understanding that could only be felt, not expressed. A realization dawned upon Su Jiuge. No wonder such esoteric techniques could only be transmitted through memory, rather than acquired through study. As he pondered, the torrent of beastly script gradually subsided. To his astonishment, Su Jiuge discovered that he had unknowingly mastered the art of spirit devouring. He attempted a simple breath, and with a mere thought, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into his body. Su Jiuge was taken aback. I have, in the midst of breathing, stepped into the realm of spirit guiding. Experiencing the effects of the Taotai secret technique firsthand, Su Jiuge truly grasped its formidable power. Indeed, it was the inheritance of Taotai, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. With this technique, the speed at which I accumulate spiritual energy will be dozens of times that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with my current talent, this efficiency may well exceed 100-fold. Contemplating this, Su Jiuge felt increasingly confident about his future path of cultivation. Perhaps, it would not be long before he could use his strength to trample Song Qing beneath his feet. Suppressing his excitement, Su Jiuge resumed his training. With the existence of the spirit-devouring technique, combined with the opportunities seized from Liang Xiang and others, his cultivation soared like a rocket, escalating wildly. Early stage of spirit guiding, mid-stage of spirit guiding, late stage of spirit guiding. Su Jiuge's training continued from the morning into the late afternoon. At this moment, he had already reached the late stage of spirit guiding. In less than a day, he had broken through 3 minor realms. Such a speed of cultivation was simply unprecedented. Even after he realized it, Su Jiuge was left astounded. More importantly, despite the rapidity of his breakthroughs, the presence of the supreme bone ensured that his foundation showed no signs of instability. Had it not been for the depletion of his cultivation resources, he might have continued his training indefinitely. Nevertheless, with every breath, he continued to draw in significant amounts of spiritual energy. It seemed that the Taotai secret technique had become second nature to him. Even without deliberate cultivation, his strength would continue to grow. In an instant, Su Jiuge understood this, and joy blossomed in his heart once more. With my current strength, I am qualified to become an inner disciple. Tomorrow, I shall exchange my identity token for that of an inner disciple. However, upon seeing the empty vial still fragrant with the scent of pills, he could not help but sigh. Although the effects of the secret technique were extraordinary, the consumption was immense. The cultivation resources he had painstakingly acquired were entirely exhausted in just a day. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Su Shidi, are you in there? Hearing Ye Feng's voice from outside, a smile once again graced Su Jiuge's face. It appeared that he was soon to acquire more cultivation resources. Chapter 8. Slaying Ye Feng. Inner sect identity. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Jiuge approached the door and opened it. Ye Feng, who had grown somewhat impatient, wondered why the door opened so slowly. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance at Su Jiuge and proceeded to walk inside unceremoniously. He was quite familiar with the layout of this loft, having visited numerous times before. Effortlessly, he found a chair and seated himself without any sign of hesitation. Where is the grand gift you promised me? Show it to me at once, he said, looking at Su Jiuge, who wore a smile. If it fails to meet my expectations, you should be aware of the consequences. Su Jiuge, unfazed, was confident that his gift would surely please his senior brother. He then produced a jade vial exuding the fragrant essence of blood spirit elixir. The enticing aroma immediately captivated Ye Feng's attention. With his discerning eye, he could vaguely discern the contents of the vial merely by the scent. Behold, this is the grand gift I have prepared for you, Su Jiuge declared with a smile. I wonder if it meets your approval? Ye Feng's thoughts were already fixated on the jade vial, and he hastily urged, hand it over to me at once. Su Jiuge stepped forward with a grin and offered the vial. However, the moment Ye Feng grasped it, he sensed something amiss. Why is it so light? He pondered, only to feel a sharp object pierce his torso. Looking down, he was stunned to find a gleaming long sword embedded within him. Ye Feng froze in disbelief. As he followed the hand gripping the sword hilt, his gaze met Su Jiuge's seemingly innocent yet smiling face. There's no need to be alarmed, brother Ye, Su Jiuge said as he withdrew the sword and thrust it again. You'll get used to this sort of thing. Ye Feng gasped in shock, attempting to resist, but realizing it was too late. In his current state, he was utterly powerless to fight back. At that moment, genuine fear engulfed him. Su Shidi, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I shall never bully you again, he pleaded, his voice growing feeble. Su Jiuge remained silent, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Having chosen to strike, he would grant no opportunity for mercy. He remembered that Ye Feng had an elder brother, a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the Lingtai realm. How could he let Ye Feng go? In a brief moment, Su Jiuge surveyed his spoils, a vial of blood spirit elixir, 21 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 vials of body-tempering elixir. Quite impressive indeed, surpassing even the wealth of Liang Xiang and his companions. Pleased, Su Jiuge organized the resources before his gaze fell upon an empty jade vial nearby. This was the vial he had previously used to contain the corpse-dissolving liquid. It was quite effective, though not very durable. It seemed he would need to prepare more in the future. Having tidied everything up, Su Jiuge returned to his focused cultivation. As the night passed, dawn broke. He paused his training, reveling in the profound state of the perfected Lingling realm, a smile illuminating his face. Truly, the ancient Taotai's inherited secret arts were immensely powerful. With his current prowess, even among the inner disciples, he would be considered quite competent. Moreover, Su Jiuge's foundation is remarkably solid, rendering him virtually invincible within the same realm. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down, for this is a fantastical world teeming with formidable beings. Even a reincarnated emperor like Bai Ruoxue exists here. And there may be even more terrifying powers lurking in the shadows. Thus, he resolved to maintain a low profile, refraining from instigating any trouble. Retrieving his thoughts, he glanced at the 12 remaining spirit stones after a night of cultivation, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Resources that he had painstakingly acquired had nearly been exhausted in just one night. With a soft sigh, Su Jiuge stowed away the now empty jade bottle. After a brief wash, he stepped outside, preparing to undergo the assessment for inner disciples and to change his status accordingly. The Jinwu Hall is the place designated for the transitioning and evaluation of disciples within the Yuntian sect. Here, all matters related to registration, changes, and assessments concerning identity are handled. According to Su Jiuge's understanding, the Jinwu Hall is akin to the human resources department of a company, and indeed, the reality aligns with this perception. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jinwu Hall, Su Jiuge paused for a moment, observing the disciples bustling about. He noticed no signs of any fortuitous opportunities presenting themselves, which left a hint of disappointment on his face. It seemed that opportunities are not easily encountered. One must possess great fortune to seize them. With a sigh, he finally stepped into the hall. However, upon entering, he immediately encountered two unfriendly acquaintances. Su Jiuge, what brings you here? Are you also here to participate in the inner disciple examination? Inquired a rather presentable young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple. Yet, in his hand, he held a pristine white robe adorned with an embroidered white cloud, clearly indicating he had just become a new inner disciple. Su Jiuge recognized him instantly as Jiang Huai, a former suitor of Bai Ruoxue. The term former was appropriate, given he had been warned by Song Qing. Naturally, he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts in light of the core disciple's warning. However, this had led Jiang Huai to harbor resentment towards Su Jiuge, often seeking to cause him trouble. As Jiang Huai would put it, had it not been for Su Jiuge's existence, he and Bai Ruoxue would have already been together. Haha. Jiang Huai, what a jest. This fellow, after merely a decade of cultivation, still remains at the forging body stage. Dares to participate in the assessment? Spoke Jiang Huai's friend, who already wore a white robe with a white cloud embroidery, signifying his status as an inner disciple. They expected Su Jiuge to be enraged by their remarks. Yet to their surprise, he did not even cast a glance in their direction and simply walked away. Watching Su Jiuge's retreating figure, Jiang Huai's eyes turned cold. This Su Jiuge is indeed clever, having evaded their trap. According to the sect's regulations, if a lower-ranked disciple were to attack a higher-ranked disciple, the latter would be entitled to retaliate. However, if a higher-ranked disciple were to attack a lower-ranked disciple without cause, they would face severe penalties. This serves as a protection for disciples of lower cultivation levels. The sect permits casualties during competition, yet malicious oppression is unequivocally forbidden. What does it matter? After all, his days in the sect are numbered. When the time comes, you can undertake a mission outside the sect, and I shall accompany you to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. After parting ways with Jiang Huai, Su Jiuge directly sought out the elder responsible for the identity assessment. The same elderly he had met when accompanying Bai Ruoxue for the evaluation. To his surprise, despite having only visited once, the elder remembered him. It is indeed difficult for an extraordinary disciple, who has lingered in the outer sect for a decade, to go unnoticed. Su Jiuge, are you certain you wish to proceed with the assessment? Elderly kindly inquired. I must remind you that should you fail, the 10 spirit stones for the assessment fee will not be refunded. Although the identity assessment can be conducted at any time, it incurs a fee each time. The cost for an outer sect disciple to advance to the inner sect is 10 spirit stones. For an ordinary outer disciple, this amount represents at least 2 months' worth of cultivation resources, a substantial sum indeed. Su Jiuge replied with a smile, rest assured, elderly. I have indeed completed the spirit induction and met the criteria to become an inner sect disciple. Seeing his confidence, the assessment elder ceased his persuasion. He gestured towards a transparent orb before him, stating, place your hand on the spirit orb. As long as the spiritual energy within you can illuminate the orb, you shall pass. Understood, elder. Su Jiuge affably nodded, placing his hand upon the transparent sphere as instructed. Chapter 9. The servant sister is actually the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. As the orb emitted a brilliant radiance, Elder Li's eyes widened in astonishment. You have genuinely completed the spirit induction. Jiuge remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Realizing he had lost his composure, Elder Li cleared his throat. All right, you may remove your hand. Congratulations on passing the assessment to become an inner sect disciple. After changing Jiuge's identity token to that of an inner sect disciple, Elder Li presented him with the corresponding attire and resources, which included a vial of blood spirit pills. Once he handed these items to Jiuge, he produced a jade slip. As an inner sect disciple, you may select your own cave dwelling on the mountain, Elder Li explained. Lifting the jade slip and reciting a spell, causing an ethereal image of a mountain range to materialize before them. Scattered across the mountain silhouette were small dots of red and green. These represent the cave dwellings available for our inner sect disciples. The green dots indicate unclaimed dwellings that you may choose. The red dots signify dwellings that have already been claimed. However, should you desire a dwelling marked by a red dot, you can submit a challenge application to me. As long as you defeat the current occupant in the arena, you may take their place. Jiuge inquired, what if the other party refuses to accept the challenge? Elder Li chuckled, stroking his beard. If they refuse, it essentially amounts to a concession, and they must relinquish the dwelling. However, if they have already accepted 10 challenges this month, they may refuse any subsequent disciple's challenge. Jiuge pondered thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. Which caves here possess abundant spiritual energy? For cultivators, caves rich in spiritual energy are also vital resources for their practice. Now that Jiuge possesses the secret method of Tao Tai, if he could acquire a cave abundant in spiritual energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort, while also conserving a considerable amount of spirit stones. Elder Li was not surprised by Jiuge's inquiry. This question is commonly posed by disciples who arrive for the first time. He casually took out a booklet and handed it to Jiuge, stating, "This contains a ranking of caves with relatively rich spiritual energy. Take a look. However, I must remind you that the disciples residing in the top-ranked caves are no weaklings. Just peruse it." Jiuge accepted the booklet and opened the first page. Discovering that the finest cave was occupied by a disciple named Li Song, who must be the foremost in the inner sect. After flipping through the subsequent 2 pages, he closed the booklet and returned it to Elder Li, redirecting his gaze to the cluster of red and green dots. Jiuge casually selected a relatively rich and unoccupied cave, for his ambitions lay not in the inner sect, but rather in the core, or even as a direct disciple. However, to ascend to the position of core disciple or direct disciple, he would need to wait for the upcoming talent test for inner sect disciples. Only by standing upon the immortal platform could he prove his cultivation aptitude. Elder Li glanced at the cave Jiuge had chosen and chuckled. Your choice is commendable. This cave not only boasts a beautiful view, but also possesses sufficient spiritual energy. He retrieved a token from his storage ring and presented it to Jiuge. This is the array token for your cave. I have recorded your information within it. You may use this token to access your cave. The token also contains the coordinates of the cave. You can follow its guidance to reach your new abode. Jiuge accepted the cave token with both hands. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Elder Li. No need for excessive courtesy. It is my duty." Elder Li waved his hand, appreciating the politeness of such a young disciple. By the way, now that you are an inner sect disciple, you may request a servant disciple from the management of miscellaneous affairs to assist with your daily life. In Yuntian sect, aside from direct disciples, core disciples, inner sect, and outer sect disciples, there are also servant disciples. However, rather than referring to them as disciples, it would be more accurate to describe them as a group of cultivators scraping by within the sect. They are burdened with numerous menial tasks, leaving them with precious little time for genuine cultivation. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. After expressing his thanks, Jiuge turned to leave. Elder Li watched his departing figure, gently shaking his head. Though he was somewhat surprised by Jiuge's entry into the spirit guiding realm, he remained skeptical. After all, a cultivator who took a decade to reach the spirit guiding realm would likely remain stagnant for the rest of their life. After exiting the Zhenwu Hall, Jiuge arrived at the servant management house, guided by his memory. The overseer here was an inner sect disciple. In Yuntian sect, inner sect disciples can hold certain positions within the sect that are not deemed crucial, allowing them to earn resources. If one were a core disciple, they might even apply for external assignments, governing a city. Jiuge first revealed his identity, then politely stated his purpose. I see, junior brother. There is no need for formality. This is merely my duty. Please, follow me. The senior brother in charge, noticing his demeanor, maintained his politeness. Under the senior's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at a training plaza for the miscellaneous disciples. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by a commotion, as a group of individuals was gathered there, creating quite a ruckus. Seeing this, the senior brother stepped forward to admonish them, abandoning his earlier courtesy towards Su Jiuge. After a brief inquiry, he understood the situation. It appeared that one of the male miscellaneous disciples, taken by the beauty of a newly arrived junior sister, sought to make her his companion. When she rejected his advances, he became enraged and intended to teach her a lesson. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the sect. Yet, Su Jiuge stood frozen as he gazed at the male disciple. Name: Nyo'er. Realm: body refinement. Second layer: recent fortuity. Having witnessed Luo Yunyao's beauty and faced rejection, he forcefully took her primordial yin under the cover of night, attracting a surge of spiritual energy to refine his body, successfully breaking through to the third layer of body refinement. A miscellaneous disciple could possess such fortune? Wait, Luo Yunyao? Isn't she the junior sister that Nyo'er has been bullying? Su Jiuge then turned his attention to the junior sister named Luo Yunyao. Name: Luo Yunyao. Realm: body refinement. First layer: recent fortuity. In a moment of fear, she partially recovered memories of her past life as an immortal emperor, resulting in a significant surge in strength, leading her to crush Nyo'er with a single palm. An immortal emperor. Upon reading her recent fortuity, Su Jiuge was utterly astonished. He had initially thought that Bai Ruoxue, being a reincarnated emperor, was already a formidable figure. To his surprise, there was yet another immortal emperor reincarnated among the miscellaneous disciples. What kind of sect was Yuntian sect, harboring two emperors? One immortal empress and the other an emperor from the immortal realm. At this moment, Su Jiuge felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the other was a reincarnated immortal emperor, she had yet to recover her memories. He had not offended her, so there was no need for concern. Once he settled down, thoughts began to surge within Su Jiuge's mind. Generally speaking, individuals of such caliber are bound to possess great fortune throughout their lives. If he could keep her close, he would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Yet, he feared that one day she might regain her memories, as Bai Ruoxue had, and turn against him. Such a scenario would be disastrous. At this moment, Su Jiuge found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Chapter 10. An exclusive miscellaneous disciple, arriving only to unleash fortuity? After resolving the dispute among the miscellaneous disciples, the senior brother finally turned his attention back to Su Jiuge, only to find him lost in thought, his gaze fixed upon the aforementioned junior sister. Junior brother Jiuge. What is it? Are you taken with this junior sister? The senior brother suddenly leaned closer and whispered. Having been in charge for 2 years, he had witnessed such matters numerous times. Su Jiuge, coming back to his senses, gently nodded. Indeed, the junior brother has developed an affection for this junior sister. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately resolved to accept her as his disciple. Over the course of several days, he encountered numerous elders and disciples. However, those with potential were exceedingly rare. Now, after much difficulty, he had finally come across someone seemingly endowed with great fortune, and naturally, he did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Even if this decision entailed certain risks, one cannot attain fortune without embracing some peril. As long as he refrained from committing any egregious acts against her, even if she were to regain her memories one day, it was unlikely she would turn against him. During their time together, he could bestow kindness upon her, nurturing a sense of gratitude within her. Thus, even if there came a day when she truly remembered everything, she might still become a significant fortune for him. Brother Song regarded Su Jiuge with a knowing smile. In that case, allow me to assist you with the necessary procedures. With that, he called upon Luo Yunyao and briefly explained the situation. Initially taken aback, Luo Yunyao's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. However, upon seeing Su Jiuge's countenance, her expression transformed into one of delight, and she readily agreed. As an ordinary menial disciple, her daily tasks were numerous. Fetching water, chopping wood, and sweeping the floors could occupy her entire day. Yet, should she ascend to the status of an inner disciple, or even a core, personally assigned menial disciple, her workload would significantly diminish. Furthermore, she would have the privilege of residing in a cave abundant with spiritual energy alongside her senior brothers and sisters. If fortune smiled upon her, they might even offer guidance in her cultivation. Therefore, becoming a dedicated menial disciple for the inner sect was a tremendous opportunity for these ordinary workers. Once the paperwork was completed, Su Jiuge prepared to escort Luo Yunyao to his cave. However, as they passed by the cultivation square and spotted Nyo'er, he halted in his tracks. You come here, Su Jiuge commanded, pointing at him. Nyo'er, who had been on his way back to the menial quarters, stopped abruptly upon hearing the call from the inner disciple. Yet, upon noticing Luo Yunyao beside him, an unsettling premonition stirred within him, igniting an impulse to flee. Nevertheless, faced with the order of an inner disciple. He dared not disregard it, and could only obediently approach. As senior brother, what is your command? His voice trembled slightly. Slap yourself, Su Jiuge replied with an indifferent tone. Niuer hesitated to comply, gritting his teeth in apparent reluctance. What? Do you want me to do it for you? Su Jiuge's voice turned icy. Niuer's body trembled, and he immediately began to strike his own face. According to sect rules, ordinary menial disciples could be dealt with at will by even outer disciples, let alone that Su Jiuge was an inner disciple. Niuer had already erred by bullying a fellow disciple. Observing this scene, Luo Yunao understood that Su Jiuge was avenging her. Her admiration for this seemingly ethereal senior brother grew stronger. Su Jiuge noticed the expression on her face and felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, without the awakening of the memories of the celestial emperor, Luo Yunao is merely an ordinary woman. After Niuer had swollen his own face from slapping it, Su Jiuge finally took his leave with Luo Yunao, satisfied. Watching their departing figures, Niuer's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet, who could he blame? Was this not the consequence of his own oppression of his fellow sect members? After half a day's journey, Su Jiuge, guided by the token of the cave dwelling, finally arrived at his abode with Luo Yunao. However, upon entering, he discovered that Luo Yunao's status panel had undergone a new transformation. Name: Luo Yunao. Realm: Body Refinement Stage, Level 1. Recent fortuity: accompanying Su Jiuge to his cave dwelling. Unexpectedly discovering a spirit stone left behind by a former disciple. Gazing at the prompts on Luo Yunao's panel, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. But soon joy surged within him. Is this the reincarnation of the celestial emperor? Is this what it means to possess great fortune? In that instant, Su Jiuge felt that his previous choice had been extraordinarily wise. He looked at her, his eyes aflame with fervor. Luo Yunao also sensed the change in his gaze, causing a sudden flutter in her heart. What is wrong with my senior brother? Why is he looking at me like that? Could he be the hypocrite my mother spoke of? A flicker of fear crossed Luo Yunao's mind. However, recalling how Su Jiuge had stood up for her earlier, she felt that perhaps she was overthinking it. Senior brother, what is the matter? Luo Yunao inquired timidly. As her voice reached his ears, Su Jiuge snapped back to reality from his elation. Noticing the trace of fear on her face, he immediately realized he had lost his composure. Su Jiuge understood that the person before him was the reincarnation of the celestial emperor, and if she were to awaken her past memories in extreme fear, he certainly did not wish to be misunderstood. Clearing his throat, he gently replied, "It's nothing. I merely saw you and was reminded of my younger sister." As he spoke, a hint of longing flickered across his brow. Coupled with his ethereal demeanor, Luo Yunao instantly believed him, even envisioning a scene of deep sibling affection. How could a senior brother capable of such feelings possibly resemble someone as despicable as Niuer? Luo Yunao felt a pang of guilt for nearly misunderstanding her senior brother. Yet, it must be said that Su Jiuge did indeed have a sister at home, though she was not a biological sibling. Seeing that she had accepted his explanation, Su Jiuge finally breathed a sigh of relief, reminding himself to be more cautious in the future. He must not allow this esteemed individual to form a negative impression of him. Subsequently, he began to survey his cave dwelling. Compared to the lofts where outer disciples resided, this cave was undeniably far more luxurious. There were dozens of rooms, including lounges, training chambers, spirit beast rooms, and more, all fully equipped. Even a small plot of spiritual field was present. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was exponentially denser than that of the outer sect. Nevertheless, this was still considered an ordinary cave dwelling among inner disciples. Uncertain of what the abodes of those core disciples and their direct apprentices might be like, Luo Yunao surveyed the cave before her, her eyes brimming with excitement. She reveled in the abundant spiritual energy surrounding her, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort. A flicker of hope ignited within her, suggesting that if she could cultivate in such an environment for an extended period, she might one day ascend to the mid or even later stages of body refinement. As a mere outer disciple, had it not been for Su Jiuge, she would have never set foot in such a celestial paradise in her lifetime. This realization solidified her resolve to work diligently henceforth, ensuring that Su Shixiang would never be troubled by trivial matters. She aspired to remain here for her cultivation. Unbeknownst to Su Jiuge, her thoughts were racing. After instructing Luo Yunao to clean the cave, his attention shifted to a particular spirit stone. Following Luo Yunao's hints about fortune, he soon discovered the spirit stone nestled in a corner of the training room. Congratulations! You have obtained a low-grade spirit stone. Successful plunder of Luo Yunao's fortune triggered a 3,600-fold critical hit. You have gained 3,600 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stone can be used for transactions among cultivators or for cultivation. Chapter 11. Procurement of resources. breaking through the fifth realm, 3,600 spirit stones. Staring at the astonishing wealth before him, Jiuge was momentarily rendered speechless. Given his previous monthly expenditure of around 5 spirit stones, accumulating merely 60 over a year, and having consumed only 600 spirit stones in nearly a decade of cultivation, the sudden windfall of 3,600 spirit stones was nothing short of staggering. This amount was sixfold what he had consumed over the past 10 years, leaving him utterly astounded. In that moment, he felt as if he had experienced an overnight fortune, a sensation he had never encountered in his past life. He stifled the tumult of excitement within him. Initially concerned that his cultivation speed would dwindle due to a lack of resources, the arrival of these spirit stones meant that, for the foreseeable future, he would no longer fret over cultivation supplies. It appeared that a visit to the market was in order to procure some resources for his practice. Regaining his composure, Jiuge quickly devised a plan. After giving Luo Yuanyao a brief explanation, he exited the cave and headed straight for the outer sect market. Upon arriving, his ethereal appearance continued to draw the attention of numerous female disciples, causing him to frown slightly. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their wealth. Now, possessing such immense fortune without a storage bag, he naturally wished to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. A storage bag, a costly treasure capable of holding items, was beyond the means of an outer disciple like Jiuge. However, he swiftly conceived an alternative solution. It seemed imperative to first acquire an item that could alter his appearance. With determination, he set off along the market streets, and after some searching, he finally found the coveted treasure in a shop. It was a ghostly mask. According to the shopkeeper's description, donning this mask would allow one to completely disguise their identity, rendering even early-stage core cultivators incapable of discerning their true visage. However, it possesses only a fixed appearance, unable to transform. In other words, this mask bears but a single visage. Fortunately, it is reasonably priced at merely 5 spirit stones. Jiuge, now affluent, naturally does not mind this trifling expense, and promptly completes the purchase. Moments later, an unremarkable inner sect disciple emerges from the shop. Although this individual exudes an extraordinary aura, they do not attract excessive attention from others. With a new countenance, Jiuge finally feels a sense of relief, sensing that no one is observing. A smile involuntarily graces his lips. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit guidance realm, he senses that his strength could still be enhanced. Thus, he decides to procure some blood spirit pills. Blood spirit pills are a common elixir for cultivation but are quite costly, typically available only in select shops within the market. As an outer sect disciple who has resided in Yuntian sect for nearly a decade, Jiuge is well aware of where to find them. He adeptly makes his way to a shop named Tiandan Pavilion. This establishment specializes in selling elixirs and offers a reasonably good quality of products. Previously, Jiuge had saved spirit stones for 3 months to purchase pills. Regrettably, shortly after acquiring them, a senior brother of the 8th level of body refinement borrowed them. Jiuge glances at the sign of Tiandan Pavilion, retracts his gaze, and steps inside. As soon as he enters, a servant approaches him with warm hospitality. Having seen the senior brother, may I inquire what type of elixir you require? I can assist you. In the outer sect market of Yuntian sect, numerous disciples work here to earn cultivation resources. Jiuge surveys the shop's interior and then speaks. I wish to purchase some blood spirit pills. Are they still in stock? Yes, indeed. Please, senior brother, proceed to the 2nd floor. Under the servant's cordial guidance, Jiuge ascends to the 2nd floor. Please take a seat, senior brother, and enjoy a cup of tea while I fetch your elixirs. The servant departs in a swift manner. Before long, he returns, holding a pristine jade vial. Senior brother, please take a look. This is the elixir you requested. The servant opens the vial and presents a red pill with utmost respect. Receiving the pill, Jiuge inspects it closely. Its quality is superb, and he is quite satisfied. How many spirit stones for this vial? Senior brother, this vial costs 20 spirit stones and contains 10 pills. Had this been before, Jiuge would have likely set the pills down immediately upon hearing the price and turned to leave. However, now he maintains an air of composure, a testament to the confidence that comes with possessing spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, he inquires, if I purchase in greater quantity, can there be a discount? He possesses the gluttonous secret technique, which consumes resources at an astonishing rate, necessitating a larger supply. Moreover, he currently has a fairy sister residing in his cave abode. Having resolved to cultivate a good relationship with her, he intends to prepare a share for her as well. How many do you require, senior brother? The attendant hesitated before speaking. After a moment's contemplation, Jiuge extended his palm. 5 bottles. Upon hearing this figure, a flicker of joy passed across the attendant's face. After all, the more the guests purchased, the greater their commission. Following a round of haggling, Su Jiuge ultimately acquired the 5 bottles of blood spirit pills for 95 spirit stones and departed, satisfied. However, unbeknownst to him, 2 shadows trailed behind as he left. Seemingly oblivious, Su Jiuge continued to purchase additional cultivation resources before making his way towards the sect. Once inside, he deliberately meandered for a while, eventually changing back to his original appearance in an inconspicuous corner before leisurely returning to his cave dwelling. Was it during the purchase of the pills that he was targeted? Reflecting on the earlier events, Su Jiuge had formed a hypothesis. Fortunately, he had been prepared, having donned a different visage beforehand, which likely led the 2 pursuers to abandon their intentions. Returning to the present, Su Jiuge summoned the busy Luo Yunyao. "This is for you." As she accepted the jade vial from her senior brother, confusion crossed her features. "Senior brother, what is this?" "Blood spirit pills," Su Jiuge replied succinctly. Luo Yunyao was momentarily taken aback. Though merely a lowly disciple, she understood the rarity of blood spirit pills. She immediately returned the vial. "Senior brother, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Su Jiuge raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this Celestial Emperor's junior sister foolish? She was refusing the cultivation resources handed to her. If it had been Bai Ruoxue, she would have accepted it outright and then inquired if there were more. "This is a reward for your service to me. If you do not accept it, I shall have no choice but to send you back to the chores and seek another disciple." Su Jiuge did not take back the vial, merely speaking with a calm demeanor. "Moreover, while this pill may seem valuable to you, it is but an ordinary item to me. Accept it." Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyao displayed a conflicted expression. With her first-level body refinement strength, she would undoubtedly be bullied upon returning. She did not wish to go back. Moreover, she had promised her mother that she would cultivate diligently and return to vanquish the tiger demon troubling their village. Observing Luo Yunyao standing there in indecision, Su Jiuge added, "Enough, leave now. I wish to cultivate." He granted her no opportunity to further decline. "Okay," Luo Yunyao replied softly. She understood that her senior brother was bestowing resources upon her, and she silently noted his kindness. Once Luo Yunyao departed, Su Jiuge resumed his cultivation. A night passed. Su Jiuge had hoped that with the aid of various resources, he might achieve a breakthrough to the spiritual platform realm. Yet, after consuming 3 bottles of blood spirit pills, he found himself still at the peak of the spirit induction realm, with no signs of advancement whatsoever. What could be the reason? Su Jiuge pondered, initially suspecting a peculiarity within his body. However, upon a thorough examination of his physical state, he discerned no abnormalities. Since there appeared to be no issues with his body, he resolved to continue cultivating. He refused to believe that these resources were insufficient for his breakthrough. A day swiftly passed. Su Jiuge continued his cultivation, but the resources he had initially purchased were now entirely depleted. He had begun to utilize spirit stones for his practice. After an indeterminate period, Su Jiuge finally sensed a change within his body. It appeared as though he had achieved a breakthrough in his realm, yet it also felt as if he had not. Su Jiuge had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit drawing realm, and after a breakthrough, he should have ascended to the early stages of the spirit platform realm. The hallmark of a practitioner in the spirit platform realm is the ability to fly with a sword and manipulate objects from a distance. However, he found himself utterly incapable of such feats. Concurrently, he discovered that even with continued cultivation, he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy. What could be the reason for this? Furrowing his brow, Su Jiuge suddenly recalled an ancient text he had once perused. It chronicled the knowledge of ancient cultivators. According to legend, in antiquity, the cultivation realms of ordinary practitioners mirrored those of contemporary practitioners, encompassing one major realm divided into 4 minor realms. Yet, the cultivation of prodigious geniuses differed from that of common practitioners. Their cultivation realms, in addition to the usual early, middle, late, and perfected stages, included a 5th realm, the ultimate realm. Su Jiuge's current state resembled the description of the ultimate realm in the ancient text. Thus, have I transcended to the 5th realm of the spirit drawing realm, the ultimate realm? Chapter 12, Assassination in the Outer Sect, yet another encounter with Song Qing. Feeling the limits of his cultivation, Su Jiuge understood that his current strength had reached the true apex of the spirit drawing realm. To progress further, he must break through to the spirit platform realm. However, the swift advancement in his cultivation over the past few days left him uncertain about the prerequisites for this breakthrough. Transitioning from the body refinement realm to the spirit drawing realm required the drawing of spirit into the body. But what requirements must one fulfill to ascend from the spirit drawing realm to the spirit platform realm? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiuge chuckled softly. Why should I ponder so deeply while residing in the sect? A visit to the Hall of Techniques would provide the answers I seek. With that thought, he stood up, prepared to journey to the Hall of Techniques. After informing Luo Yunyao, He exited his cave dwelling and made his way toward the hall. However, just a few steps into his journey, another thought crossed his mind. I must retrieve the spirit absorption technique I borrowed from the outer sect's loft and return it. Previously, to avoid drawing attention after acquiring the Taotai secret technique, he had intentionally borrowed the spirit absorption technique as a ruse. The stipulation was to return it within 3 days, and today marked the 3rd day. Consequently, Su Jiuge turned back and headed toward the outer sect loft where he had been residing. After half an hour of travel, he finally arrived at the outer sect and returned to his former living quarters. Having lived in this place for nearly a decade, he was intimately familiar with everything here. Naturally, he encountered many familiar fellow disciples, exchanging greetings as he passed. After all, not every outer sect disciple was like Liang Xiang, who relished in bullying others. Soon, Su Jiuge returned to the loft where he once resided. However, just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he sensed that something was amiss. The previously laid strands of hair had vanished. A surge of vigilance coursed through Su Jiuge's heart, yet he refrained from displaying any peculiar behavior. He simply pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he casually closed the door behind him. He then paced back and forth within the room, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, he discovered the tome titled Spirit Absorption Technique that he had previously borrowed from the Hall of Techniques, nestled beneath the bedside. So it was here he finally found it. A smile of joy graced Su Jiuge's face, though a shadow of doubt lingered within him. Why was there no one around? Had they already departed? He had made quite a few enemies recently, and being watched was not surprising in the least. It appeared they had indeed left. Once assured of his solitude, Su Jiuge relaxed. He then proceeded to tidy up some of his earlier belongings and chanced upon the longsword he had used during his time as an outer disciple. He picked it up and scrutinized it. Now that I am an inner disciple, I fear this sword may no longer serve me. With a sigh, Su Jiuge suddenly swung the sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that shot toward the ceiling beam. With a thud, a figure fell from the rafters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was a young man, dressed in the garb of an inner disciple. Ignoring his injuries, the youth attempted to rise and flee, only to find a gleaming longsword pressed against his throat. He knew well that any movement on his part would result in his immediate demise. Following the blade, his gaze fell upon Su Jiuge's face, filled with disbelief. How could you, having just ascended to the inner sect, have discovered my presence? Su Jiuge regarded him with a silent smile. After a moment of contemplation, the youth tentatively inquired, "Will you spare me? Let this matter be forgotten. Speak, who sent you?" Su Jiuge offered no reply, only coldly stated his demand. The individual before him was a stranger, undoubtedly dispatched by someone else. In fact, he had already narrowed his suspicions down to 2 individuals, Song Qing and Ye Xiao, the elder brother of Ye Feng, whom Su Jiuge had slain. However, he was certain that no word of Ye Feng's demise had reached anyone. Thus, to Su Jiuge, the suspicion of Song Qing loomed larger. The youth met Su Jiuge's gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of evasion. "I know not what you speak of. I merely heard that disciples here had entered the inner sect and came to see if there were any resources to be salvaged." Su Jiuge did not allow him to finish, his grip on the sword tightening. A swift tremor of his hand left the youth with a fresh wound. "I have no interest in your prattle. If you do not speak, you shall perish." Su Jiuge had only recently entered the inner sect, and few were privy to this knowledge. Where could this youth have heard such things? It was evident he had fabricated a lie upon seeing the white cloud emblem on Su Jiuge's attire. Sensing the murderous intent in Su Jiuge's eyes, the young man could not help but swallow hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He believed that the other was not jesting. Yet, he remained silent. Su Jiuge let out a sigh. "Forget it. Since you choose silence, then perish." With that, he prepared to strike. The young man suddenly panicked. "Wait, you cannot kill me. Slaying a fellow disciple is a grave offense." Su Jiuge sneered. "But assassinating a fellow disciple is an even graver sin. According to the rules, I possess the right to execute you on the spot." At this moment, the long sword in his hand had already descended. "Stop, stop, stop. I shall speak." The young man hastily begged for mercy, unwilling to meet his demise. Su Jiuge halted his action. "Speak." The young man gritted his teeth. "If I tell you, will you spare me and refrain from turning me over to the sect? Do you truly believe you possess the standing to bargain with me?" Su Jiuge coldly regarded him before continuing. "However, I can assure you that should your answer satisfy me, I may consider sparing you and not reporting you to the sect." The young man's suspicion was aroused by Su Jiuge's resolute agreement, and he spoke in a low voice. "It was Song Qing who sent me. Indeed, it was he." Su Jiuge felt no surprise. "What else? This information alone does not satisfy me." The young man glanced at the sword poised at his throat, gritted his teeth, and continued. "Originally, I was accompanied by Bai Ruoxue, your betrothed from the inner sect. We waited here for you for a day and a night, and when you did not return, she departed first, leaving me to keep watch for your return. As for anything else, I know nothing." At this point, the young man looked at Su Jiuge, pleading. "I was also coerced by Song Qing. He threatened to expose my pilfering of our master's undergarment if I did not assist him with this matter." "Who is your master?" Su Jiuge appeared intrigued by this gossip. The young man felt a touch of embarrassment, yet faced with the blade less than half an inch from his throat. He spoke truthfully. "It is Elder Ruoxue." Upon hearing this name, Su Jiuge's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Is that the intersect elder who weighs over 300 pounds and has a round, jolly face?" The young man grimaced and nodded. Just as he began to speak again, only a series of gurgling sounds escaped him. It was only then that he realized his throat had been cut by the long sword. He looked at Su Jiuge in disbelief, raising his hand to point. But he could utter no words. Moments later, he collapsed in defiance. "I said I would consider it. I did not deceive you," Su Jiuge remarked as he observed the fallen young man. He then meticulously searched the loft, and upon confirming that no one else was present, he sheathed his sword. Yet, the instant the sword was lowered, it shattered like a fallen mirror. "My cultivation has now ascended. An ordinary cold iron sword can no longer withstand my power." Su Jiuge gazed at the shattered blade and sighed softly. "It seems it is time to procure a flying sword." With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. When a cultivator reaches the spirit platform realm, they can soar on swords and utilize storage bags. Su Jiuge had long since yearned for such capabilities. Retrieving his thoughts, he finally directed his gaze towards the now breathless youth, recalling the words spoken moments ago. Bai Ruoxue must have come for the imperial bone. Yet, since I have already refined the imperial bone, why would she seek me out? Could it be that I have usurped her opportunity, and she harbors resentment, longing for revenge? After pondering for a while, Su Jiuge remained perplexed. Nevertheless, he recognized that this incident had irrevocably forged a grudge between him and Bai Ruoxue. Previously, if she had wished to annul their engagement, it could have merely been deemed as ingratitude, something to be disregarded henceforth. However, now that Bai Ruoxue had proactively sought trouble, the circumstances had entirely shifted. Su Jiuge's expression darkened. It appeared that he must exercise caution in the future. After all, to be targeted by a reborn empress was perilous. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Once again gathering his thoughts, he refocused on the youth who lay in eternal slumber upon the ground. Su Jiuge adeptly searched the youth's belongings, discovering half a vial of blood spirit elixir, 54 spirit stones, and an enormous belly band. Disdainfully, Su Jiuge returned the belly band, but kept the spirit stones and blood spirit elixir. He then employed the corpse-dissolving liquid he had purchased earlier to erase all traces of the youth, before departing the loft with the spirit absorption technique in hand. Chapter 13. A Breakthrough Request, by Ruoxue's New Opportunity Yuntian Sect. Hall of Techniques. As before, Su Jiuge lingered at the entrance for a moment. Once again, he did not encounter any elder or disciple who could present him with an opportunity, prompting him to step inside. Upon entering the hall, he spotted the elder on duty from his last visit. The elder, upon recognizing him, exclaimed, "You, boy, come to return the technique?" Clad in white garments, Su Jiuge appeared ethereal, exuding an extraordinary aura, the kind that easily captivated attention in a crowd and was readily memorable. "So, have you succeeded in drawing in spirit energy?" the elder inquired with a smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the cloud pattern adorning Su Jiuge's white attire, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Well done, young lad. I did not expect you to successfully draw an energy within 3 days. Impressive. Drawing an energy is a prerequisite for becoming an inner disciple." Observing the inner disciple attire adorning Su Jiuge, the elder understood he had triumphed. "It seems the disciple was merely fortunate," mused the elder. Su Jiuge produced the spirit drawing technique along with his identity token, respectfully offering them to the elder. "Elder, here is the technique I borrowed last time. Although 3 days have not yet elapsed, I return it now." The elder casually accepted the technique and identity token. Both borrowing and returning techniques require an identity token for registration. After making a record, the elder returned the token to him. "Thank you, elder." After expressing his gratitude, Su Jiuge ascended the stairs, attracting the attention of several disciples in the process. Isn't that Su Jiuge? He has become an inner disciple. Su Jiuge? The one with the extraordinary aura who spent nearly a decade as an outer disciple? Indeed, that is him. To his astonishment, he managed to ascend to the inner sect before being expelled from the sect. Truly a stroke of fortune. What is there to envy? It took him a decade to achieve this advancement. I estimate that during the inner sect examination, his talent would barely register as a mere 1 or, at most, 2 chimes, hardly noteworthy. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Jiuge had already arrived at the second floor. However, he did not linger, instead proceeding directly to the third floor. The first floor of the Hall of Techniques was filled with outer disciples, while the second floor housed both outer and inner disciples. The third floor, however, was exclusively for inner disciples. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiuge instinctively surveyed the layout of the space. The arrangement here mirrored that of the lower floors, albeit with noticeably smaller rooms compared to the second floor. Additionally, the number of disciples present on this floor was significantly reduced. As Jiuge searched for the information he required, he also observed the disciples around him, hoping to encounter another fortunate individual as he had previously. Unfortunately, his hopes were not realized. Yet, after half a day's searching, he finally found the materials concerning the breakthrough to the spiritual platform realm. After perusing the texts, Jiuge learned the prerequisites for advancing from the spirit guiding realm to the spiritual platform realm. First, one must achieve complete mastery of the spirit guiding realm. Second, one must cultivate one's consciousness. Third, one must consume the platform establishment pill. Jiuge, now at the pinnacle of his realm, had already fulfilled the first requirement. As for the second, he had yet to meet it. Fortunately, the Hall of Techniques possessed methods for cultivating consciousness. Thus, he was merely lacking a platform establishment pill. Jiuge pondered. Though the platform establishment pill was precious, it could be purchased in the outer market with spirit stones. Conveniently, he found himself in a prosperous position, having acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones through Luo Yunyao. Even after considerable expenditure, he still possessed over 3,200 stones. A single platform establishment pill typically cost around 1,500 spirit stones. Even if he were to buy two, he would be more than able to afford it. After a moment, he descended to the first floor with a tome entitled Refining Spirit Technique in hand. Elder, I wish to borrow this technique, Jiuge stated. As he had previously, presenting the text he wished to borrow along with his identity token to the attending elder. The elder glanced at him, surprised. Did you not just achieve a breakthrough? You intend to start cultivating consciousness already? Indeed, I wish to prepare early for my future breakthroughs, Jiuge respectfully replied. However, upon hearing his response, the elder's previously amiable demeanor instantly turned cold. Though puzzled, Jiuge chose not to dwell on it. The borrowing fee is 5 spirit stones per day, with a minimum borrowing period of 3 days, the elder stated curtly. For how many days do you wish to borrow? 5 spirit stones per day? Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. How exorbitant. Previously, borrowing the spirit absorption technique cost merely 1 spirit stone for 3 days. This refining spirit technique demands 5 spirit stones per day, a staggering 15 times the previous rate. Fortunately, Jiuge had recently come into a windfall, otherwise, he would have been quite distressed. After paying the spirit stones, he hastily left with the secret technique in hand. He still needed to rush to the outer market to purchase a platform establishment pill, and time was of the essence. The elder in charge watched the departing figure, shaking his head in disbelief. Have the young disciples become so ambitious and unrealistic? After leaving the Hall of Techniques, Jiuge returned briefly to his cave abode. After securely placing the forging spirit technique and the half bottle of blood spirit pills, he donned the ghostly mask and took with him 2,000 spirit stones to the outer gate market. After all, one cannot purchase the foundation establishment pills without sufficient spirit stones. Upon exiting the sect, Jiuge found a discreet corner, put on the ghost mask, and altered his appearance. In an instant, a celestial being transformed into an ordinary mortal. He made his way to the outer gate market, his unremarkable visage drawing no attention from others, which brought him considerable relief. Upon arriving once more at the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he was surprised to find that the attendant from his last visit was the same one who greeted him. Brother, you've returned. The attendant exclaimed warmly. Were you satisfied with the pills from your last purchase? Jiuge nodded slightly and inquired. Do you have any foundation establishment pills for sale? You wish to buy foundation establishment pills? The attendant displayed a look of astonishment. Generally, each pill was valued at around 1,500 spirit stones, making it a substantial transaction. However, after his initial surprise, a flicker of regret crossed his face. What? Is it possible that you do not have any left? Jiuge's brow furrowed slightly. Brother, originally we had 2 in stock, but they were purchased by a pair of senior disciples just before your arrival, the attendant explained apologetically. All sold. Jiuge's expression revealed disappointment. Noticing his demeanor, the attendant suddenly recalled something and continued. However, in a couple of days, a new batch will arrive at the store. You can return then. Jiuge nodded. That will have to suffice. He then left the shop, preparing to return to the sect. Just as he turned away, he encountered a familiar face, a cool and composed woman dressed in the inner sect attire of Yuntian's sect. Bai Ruoxue. Jiuge gasped in surprise. He had just learned from the youth who had attempted to assassinate him that she was an accomplice. To meet her so soon was unexpected. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. With the ghost mask on, she likely did not recognize him. Indeed, Bai Ruoxue merely brushed past him without pausing. However, when Su Jiuge glanced back at her, he was taken aback. Name, Bai Ruoxue, realm, spirit guiding realm, mid-stage. Recent opportunity. After consuming the pills purchased from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to enhance her strength, she recalled a fragment of the memories of a past emperor, remembering that in a cave outside Yintian's sect, there remains a legacy of the divine fusion technique left by a condensing infant cultivator. Divine fusion technique, capable of devouring another's consciousness to enhance one's own. Chapter 14, Flying Sword and Wind. The Great Void Divine Technique. Watching Bai Ruoxue enter the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Su Jiuge withdrew his gaze and noted the location of the cave mentioned in her prompt. What fortune! I never expected my dear fiancé to bring me another opportunity. The renewed chance for fortune lifted Su Jiuge's spirits considerably, alleviating the disappointment he felt from failing to procure the Foundation establishment pills. Though he had encountered a new opportunity, he did not rush to seize it. After all, Bai Ruoxue still needed to return to her cultivation, enhancing her strength and recovering her memories before she could comprehend the whereabouts of this opportunity. Su Jiuge felt he had ample time and required preparation, considering that the cave was nearly 2 hours away from the outer market of Yintian's sect. Without weapons for protection, venturing too far from the sect might expose him to dangers such as rogue cultivators, which could prove disastrous. Thus, he decided to procure a flying sword for self-defense before setting out. After departing from Tiandan Pavilion, he made his way to a nearby shop named Linchi Pavilion, a store specializing in the sale of spiritual tools and magical artifacts. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Jiuge glanced at the shop sign before retracting his gaze and stepping inside. Once within, he instinctively surveyed the layout of the shop. Overall, it appeared considerably smaller than the previous Tiandan Pavilion, and he noticed the absence of attendants. As Su Jiuge approached the counter adorned with numerous spiritual tools and treasures, an elderly man tinkering with a magical artifact noticed his arrival. Young friend, what can I assist you with? Feel free to browse, the old man greeted, returning to his task. Senior, I seek a flying sword suitable for the Lingtai realm. Su Jiuge succinctly conveyed his request. A flying sword for the Lingtai realm? The old man paused, turning his gaze towards the youth before him. However, upon noticing the auspicious cloud on the young man's white robe, he averted his eyes. He placed the artifact down and turned to the back, returning shortly with several flying swords. These are all entry-level flying swords, yet they are entirely sufficient even for a fully realized practitioner of the Lingtai realm. The old man placed the swords on the table and inquired, "Which one catches your eye?" Su Jiuge's gaze landed on the assortment of swords before him, and he casually picked one up. The moment he grasped the sword, he felt the vibrant spiritual essence coursing through it. Drawing the blade from its sheath, he observed intricate patterns shimmering along its surface. Instantly, Su Jiuge was captivated by the sword in his hand. A fine sword indeed. The old man at the counter observed his reaction and smiled as he introduced it. This sword is named Ye Feng. When wielded, it glides gracefully through the air, allowing the user to traverse the wind at extraordinary speeds, priced at 2,000 spiritual stones. Su Jiuge nodded, feeling quite satisfied. However, he refrained from making an immediate purchase, opting instead to examine more options. After returning the Ye Feng sword to its sheath and placing it back on the counter, he picked up another flying sword. The old man quickly began to explain. This sword is called Lingyue. Its form resembles the moon, with a blade inscribed with frost formations that can inflict chilling damage upon enemies. Priced at 2,300 spiritual stones. Listening to the elder's introduction while inspecting the sword in his hand, Su Jiuge's eyes reflected a sense of contentment. Subsequently, he scrutinized the remaining flying swords, with the elder providing introductions for each one. However, Su Jiuge ultimately opted for the earlier chosen sword, the Wind Control. After a round of haggling, he managed to acquire it for 1,800 spirit stones, a reduction from the original price of 2,000. Saving 200 spirit stones certainly lifted his spirit somewhat. Yet, upon reflecting on the mere 1,400 spirit stones he possessed, both on his person and within his abode, his joy began to wane. After all, a single pill of Foundation establishment required 1,500 spirit stones. The ephemeral nature of these stones weighed heavily on him. With a sigh, Su Jiuge set forth towards the marketplace exit, now equipped with a flying sword for protection. He was eager to hasten to the cave indicated by the opportunity prompt, to seize Bai Ruoxue's fortune before her. Along the way, he couldn't help but ponder Bai Ruoxue's feelings upon recovering her memories and discovering that her opportunity had been taken by another. He remembered when he first encountered her. She was merely at the initial stage of spirit guiding. Had it only been a few days? Upon their next meeting, she had already progressed to the mid-stage of spirit guiding. Such a rapid ascent in cultivation was truly astonishing. No wonder she was the reincarnation of an empress. Even with her imperial bone taken from her, her advancement remained impressively swift. Su Jiugao couldn't help but express his admiration before refocusing on his journey. An hour and a half later, guided by the coordinates provided by the opportunity prompt, Su Jiugao arrived at the entrance of a long-abandoned cave. The area lacked any rich spiritual energy and was devoid of protective formations, merely overgrown with weeds. The entrance was obstructed by dense thorns. From an external perspective, it resembled more of a dilapidated cavern than a cave abode. After carefully inspecting the surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, he drew forth the flying sword he had recently purchased. The fierce sword aura, enhanced by the sword's intricate patterns, surged in power. With a single strike, the sword aura effortlessly severed all the thorns blocking the cave entrance. So this is the might of a flying sword. Its power is indeed remarkable. Pleased with the sword's formidable capabilities, Su Jiugao sheathed it and stepped into the cave. Upon entering, guided by the opportunity's hint, Su Jiugao swiftly located the jade slip containing the fusion of spirit technique. Success. The moment he grasped the slip, another prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have acquired the fusion of spirit technique, successfully plundering Bai Ruoxue's opportunity, triggering a 1200 times critical hit. You have obtained the Grand Void Divine Technique. Grand Void Divine Technique. A secret technique of consciousness created by the Grand Void Sage, capable of refining one's consciousness, enhancing its limits, and even strengthening the divine soul of living beings. Would you like to learn the Grand Void Divine Technique now? Another critical hit exceeding 1,000 times. Filled with elation, Su Jiugao immediately chose to learn it. At the moment of confirmation, he felt a surge of knowledge regarding the Grand Void Divine Technique flooding into his sea of consciousness. From the basics to applications, from cultivation to practical combat, all unfolded vividly in his mind. At this moment, Su Jiugao was wholly engrossed in the study of the Taishu Divine Technique. It was unclear how long this state of immersion persisted. When Su Jiugao finally regained his senses, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he had inadvertently mastered everything related to the divine art. This sensation was akin to having cultivated one's divine consciousness for many years, only to suddenly find it lost. Now he merely needed to follow a systematic approach to elevate his divine consciousness to an invincible status within the same realm. As he felt the influx of knowledge in his mind, Su Jiugao could not help but exhibit a smile of joy. It seemed that the forging spirit technique was now rendered unnecessary. Suppressing his elation, he lifted his gaze towards the dimming sky, realizing that considerable time had passed. It was imperative that he return swiftly. He had no desire to spend the night outside the sect, for encountering a formidable demon would be far from amusing. However, before departing, Su Jiugao took measures to obliterate any traces of his presence, causing some damage to the area. The following afternoon, on his second day back, Bai Ruoxue arrived in a flurry, her expression filled with astonishment as she surveyed the cave that had evidently collapsed not long ago. Just yesterday, she had procured the necessary elixirs from the Tiandan Pavilion for her cultivation. After a night of rigorous practice, she had successfully made a breakthrough and partially regained some memories from her previous life. Through this resurgence of memory, she learned of a cave belonging to a nascent soul cultivator, which contained a legacy technique known as the fusion of spirits. Were it a mundane cultivation technique, she might have dismissed it out of hand, for Bai Ruoxue, after all, was a reincarnated empress. Although her memories were not yet fully restored, she possessed a considerable repertoire of techniques. However, the fusion of spirits was not something she could afford to overlook, even as a former empress. The reason was simple. This divine art was a secret technique from the ancient and esteemed Soul sect, a truly illustrious sect of ancient emperors. Such an origin of divine arts could not be disregarded by Bai Ruoxue. Thus, upon recovering this fragment of memory, she immediately ceased her cultivation and hastily departed from the sect. To her surprise, upon arrival, she was confronted with the scene before her. After a long contemplation, Bai Ruoxue considered the possibility that the cave's collapse was merely an unfortunate accident. In her recalled memories, the fusion of spirits was said to have been unwittingly acquired by a fleeing rogue cultivator 3 months later, who then unleashed a wave of chaos within the cultivation world due to this technique. Consequently, she had learned of this event in her previous life. Bai Ruoxue was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to acquire the fusion of spirits so easily. She resolved to thoroughly investigate the area, as it was possible that it had been meant to be this way all along. After all, although she was aware of this place in her past life, she had never visited it. Half a day later, Bai Ruoxue surveyed the pile of rubble that had been excavated twice, yet still found herself empty-handed. Her cold visage, with brows furrowed in disarray, bore a countenance that was truly fearsome. Not long ago, she had unearthed the tidings of the imperial bone within the recesses of her recovering memory. Upon hastening to the marketplace, She discovered that it had been preemptively purchased by Su Jiuge, and alas, it remained beyond her grasp. Now, in this second opportunity, she found herself once more at a loss, unaware of who had claimed it before her. The consecutive failures had undeniably caused a tremor in Bai Ruoxue's resolve. Yet, she soon regained her composure. Perhaps it was the consequence of my reincarnation that had led to the alteration of certain events from my past life. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ruoxue arrived at a conjecture. Her cold gaze once again solidified with determination. If that were the case, then I must acquire Su Jiuge's imperial bone. For who knows if future opportunities would also be marred by unforeseen changes, akin to the present circumstance. However, this matter necessitated urgency. Otherwise, with the passage of time, should Su Jiuge completely refine the imperial bone, even employing secret methods to extract it may prove futile. With her thoughts collected, Bai Ruoxue averted her gaze from the heap of rubble before her and made her way back to the sect. She intended to instruct Song Qing to dispatch more individuals to locate Su Jiuge at the Yun Tian sect, within the dwelling of an inner disciple. Su Jiuge returned swiftly after acquiring the supreme void divine art the previous day. Merely after a night of cultivation, his spiritual awareness had seen a slight augmentation. Now, he could extend his spiritual perception to a distance of 3 meters from himself. Within this sphere, he could observe everything without obstruction. Even the minutest speck of dust was rendered clear. This method of observation filled Su Jiuge with intrigue. Simultaneously, he could also utilize his spiritual awareness to introspectively examine his own physical condition, from the fine hairs on his skin to the meridians within. Under Su Jiuge's keen perception, all was vividly displayed within his sea of consciousness. Of course, this was but one facet of his newfound abilities. More importantly, with his current level of spiritual awareness, he could now wield a secret technique from the supreme void divine art, the needle technique of spiritual attack. Although this technique demanded little from one's spiritual awareness, its potency was formidable, specifically targeting the soul. The effects of its assault resembled sharp steel needles, small yet piercing. In a contest of wits, even if an adversary was forewarned and cautious, they would find it challenging to detect the attack in its initial moment, rendering them defenseless. Nonetheless, this divine ability bore certain limitations. It could only be employed within the confines of one's own spiritual awareness. In other words, Su Jiuge could only utilize this needle technique within a radius of 3 meters. However, even so, such a tactic was a commendable card in his hand. Now that my spiritual awareness has been cultivated, I have successfully achieved the second prerequisite for transcending to the spirit platform realm, Su Jiuge pondered. All that remained was to procure a platform establishment pill to break through to the spirit platform. Yet, it seemed that I was somewhat lacking in spiritual stones necessary for purchasing said pill. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his collection of spiritual stones and meticulously counted them, a total of 1,472 pieces. This amount was only made possible after acquiring 54 spirit stones from the prior defeat of that inner sect disciple. A single foundation establishment pill requires 1,500 spirit stones, a rather scarce commodity, and it is unlikely that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would offer any discounts. Su Jiuge gazed contemplatively at the spirit stones before him. It appears I must visit the Fengming Pavilion to undertake a sect task and earn some spirit stones. With that thought, Su Jiuge rose to his feet, preparing to step outside his cave residence. However, just as he stood up, he heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock. The voice of Luo Yunao rang out from beyond the threshold. Senior brother, I have brought your meal, it's time to eat. Currently, Su Jiuge was merely at the spirit drawing realm and had yet to achieve complete fasting. He still needed 1 meal a day. To reach the stage of complete fasting, he merely needed to break through to the spirit platform realm. Come in, the door is not closed. Su Jiuge directed his gaze toward the entrance. The door creaked open as Luo Yunao pushed it gently, entering with a serious expression while carrying the meal. She then carefully placed the food on the table within the room. However, when Su Jiuge beheld her, he was momentarily taken aback. Name: Luo Yunao, realm, body refinement realm, 2nd layer. Recent fortuitous encounter. After receiving a plea for help from her mother, Luo Yunao returned to Luo village following her farewell to Su Jiuge. She aided the village in slaying a tiger demon, only to discover that the beast was at the late stage of the spirit drawing realm. At the brink of life and death, her past memories resurfaced, and her strength surged, allowing her to slay it with a single palm strike. Subsequently, she obtained a storage bag from the demon's lair, which contained a technique called sword control. Storage bag, a spatial treasure used by cultivators to store items. Sword control, a spell essential for flying with a sword. Another stroke of fortune. Su Jiuge was astonished. How long has it been since Sister Yunao arrived, and she has already encountered such serendipity? Moreover, She acquired 2 treasures in a single instance. Truly, she is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, blessed with great fortune. Jiuge felt that his earlier decision to take Luo Yunao under his wing as his personal assistant was indeed a most astute one. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his attention to her. Sister, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Observing the conflicted expression on Luo Yunao's face, he feigned curiosity. Senior brother. Luo Yunao hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. After all, she had only been here for a couple of days and was now asking for leave to return home, which felt rather inappropriate. Sister, if you have something to say, please do so. Jiuge encouraged with a warm smile. Seeing the kindness on Jiuge's face, Luo Yunao mustered her courage to speak. Senior brother, I just received a letter from home. The tiger demon in the village is causing trouble again. Now that I have broken through in strength, I wish to request leave to return and slay that beast. To slay the tiger demon? Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Your current strength is only at the early stage of the body refinement realm. Are you certain you can defeat a demon? Luo Yunao found herself at a loss for words. Truth be told, she was unsure if she possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat, however. If she did not return swiftly, it would not be long before Luo village was ravaged by the tiger demon, and even her mother might fall prey to its jaws. Seeing her bow her head in silence, Jiuge spoke again. How about this? I shall accompany you, what do you think? Upon hearing these words, Luo Yunao was momentarily taken aback, and then overwhelmed with joy. She had initially come to request leave, but to her astonishment, her senior brother was willing to offer his assistance voluntarily. It felt like a blessing from the heavens. In that instant, she was filled with gratitude towards Jiuge. Before she could voice her feelings, Jiuge urged, let us go swiftly. We shall return just as quickly. Chapter 16. The Crisis in Luo Village. Slaying the tiger demon in Luo Village. A pale-faced villager, a woman, looked toward an elderly man, her face etched with terror. Village chief, that tiger demon invaded the village again last night and took away the crippled family. You must think of a solution, otherwise, our Luo village is truly doomed. As her voice fell, the other villagers echoed in agreement. Indeed, village chief, waiting idly is not a solution. We might as well charge out and confront it. Confront it? You are not a cultivator. What do you intend to use to fight? The elder's expression darkened. Haven't we been sufficiently taught a lesson before? What then do you propose? We cannot escape, nor can we fight back. Are we to remain trapped in the village, waiting for that tiger demon to come and abduct us daily? Listening to the villagers' disputes, the village chief's countenance grew heavy. After a moment of contemplation, he still could not devise a solution. Helplessly, he turned his gaze to a beautiful woman among the villagers and inquired, Yunao's mother, do you think Yunao could truly receive your message for help in return? Upon hearing this, the villagers ceased their quarrels and turned their hopeful gazes toward the beautiful woman. They all knew that her daughter was now a disciple of the Yuntian sect. If she could return, the tiger demon would surely be dealt with, and the crisis in Luo village would be averted. The beautiful woman appeared troubled. She was uncertain whether the method of communication Yunao had left her previously would still be effective, or if her daughter would indeed receive the plea for assistance. I have already sent her a message using the method Yunao left last time, but I do not know when she will return. After her words, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Just then, a dark-skinned young man rushed in. Village chief, it's back. Sister Yunao has returned. His voice rang out loudly. The villagers turned to him in astonishment, followed by an eruption of joy. Dogwa, you mean Yunao has returned? The old village chief asked the young man excitedly. Indeed. Old chief, she has returned with another young man. Another young man? The village chief was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was lost in thought, someone stepped through the door. They turned to look, and there stood their long-awaited savior, Luo Yunao. Beside her was a handsome young man, clad in white, with striking features and an extraordinary aura, akin to an immortal. Yunao, you have truly returned? Yunao's mother could hardly believe her eyes upon seeing her daughter. Mother, I have returned, Luo Yunao said, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing her mother safe. Afterward, she met with the elders of Luojia village, and only then did she recall Jiuge. By the way, mother, this is my senior brother, Jiuge, Luo Yunao introduced to everyone. Senior brother has heard about the tiger demon in the village and has come specifically to assist in exterminating it. Upon hearing the introduction, everyone's gaze turned towards Jiuge. He greeted the villagers with a smile and began to inquire about the tiger demon's circumstances. Luo Yun's mother observed her daughter and then glanced at Jiuge, her mind seemingly occupied with unspoken thoughts. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon. The villagers dared not return to their homes, and all remained in the village chief's residence. Sir Su, that tiger demon comes into the village every night at this hour to capture people, the old village chief said. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Jiuge. Are you truly confident in defeating the tiger demon? Rest assured, Su Jiuge replied, confidence radiating from him. A mere tiger demon, if it dares to come, I shall surely slay it. He had previously learned from Luo Yunyao's hints that the tiger demon was merely at the late stage of the spirit summoning realm. After gathering information from the villagers, he was certain that the creature had no allies, filling him with assurance. With his current strength, combined with his divine needle technique, defeating it would be a trivial task. Indeed, senior brother is an inner disciple of the sect, far more formidable than I, Luo Yunyao said to the old village chief, offering a comforting smile. It will be effortless for him to slay the tiger demon. Hearing this, the old village chief and the villagers felt somewhat reassured, though a lingering worry remained. After all, they had witnessed the ferocity of the tiger demon, but had not seen Su Jiuge's prowess. At that moment, a tiger's roar echoed from outside Luojia village. The faces of the crowd turned pale. The tiger demon had arrived. Not only the ordinary villagers, but even Luo Yunyao displayed a hint of anxiety on her face. Observing this, Su Jiuge smiled calmly. Yunyao, you stay here and protect the old village chief and the others. I will return shortly. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped into the enveloping darkness. The villagers gazed into the pitch-black night, fear etched across their faces. Yunyao, do you really believe Sir Su can slay that tiger demon? Luo Yunyao's mother asked anxiously, searching her daughter's expression. The old village chief and others also turned their attention to Luo Yunyao. Do not worry, mother. Senior brother is incredibly capable. He will surely defeat that tiger demon. Luo Yunyao suppressed her own tension and reassured them. As the villagers conversed in hushed tones, another tiger roar rang out from outside, followed by an unsettling silence. The atmosphere grew taut with suspense, as they were left in the dark about the situation outside. Had the tiger demon been slain, or had Sir Su fallen? Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside once more, followed by a knock on the wooden door. Open up, it's me. Su Jiuge's voice called from outside. Luo Yunyao, filled with joy, rushed to open the door. Senior brother, what is the situation? What about the tiger demon? It has already been dispatched, Su Jiuge said, stepping aside and pointing to a short distance away. Its head lies right there. As Luo Yunyao followed the direction he pointed, she indeed beheld a colossal tiger's head. Momentarily taken aback, how little time had elapsed since that fierce tiger demon had been vanquished by Brother Su. Was this the extent of Brother Su's prowess? It was astonishingly formidable. Amidst her astonishment, the villagers of Luo family village mustered their courage and emerged from their homes. Their gazes fell upon the distant sight, and they were instantly struck dumb, recognizing the immense tiger head before them. They realized it was none other than the head of the demon that had besieged them for days. After a prolonged moment of stupor, the villagers finally regained their senses and immediately knelt before Su Jiuge in gratitude. Thank you, great Su, for ridding us of this demon. You are our village's savior. They exclaimed. Oh, at last, the tiger demon is dead. We have survived. Following their expressions of gratitude, the old village chief and others prepared to offer their remaining provisions to Su Jiuge as a token of appreciation. However, observing the village's humble circumstances, Su Jiuge graciously declined the old chief's goodwill. He then sought out Luo Yunyao, expressing his intention to inspect the vicinity for any lurking demons, promising to eliminate them as well. Though she wished to accompany him, he assigned her the task of guarding the tiger demon's corpse, as well as protecting the villagers. Thus, Su Jiuge ventured out of the village alone. Under the cover of night, guided by the hints of fortune, he discovered the tiger demon's lair. Inside the cavern, he stumbled upon a storage bag, devoid of any spiritual imprint. Clearly, its owner had met an untimely demise. Gazing at the storage bag, Su Jiuge smiled, remarking, I suppose this avenges you. Taking a trinket from you is hardly excessive. With that, he inscribed his own spiritual mark upon the bag and retrieved a jade slip containing a martial art technique. Congratulations. You have obtained a storage bag. You have successfully plundered Luo Yunyao's fortune, triggering a 200-fold critical hit. The capacity of the storage bag has increased 200 times. Storage bag possesses 2,000 cubic units of space. Congratulations. You have acquired sword control technique. You have successfully plundered Luo Yunyao's opportunity, triggering an 800-fold critical hit. You have obtained sword mastery. Sword mastery, a technique for the gold core stage. Upon mastery, allows one to fly on a sword and also to wield it against foes. Would you like to learn sword mastery now? Chapter 17, Sword Mastery. The elder takes disciples upon seeing the opportunity prompt before him. Su Jiuge's expression brightened. He first transferred all the items from his person into the storage bag. Then, he seated himself cross-legged and chose to learn the technique. In an instant, the principles of sword mastery began to materialize in his mind. The technique flowed like a graceful dragon, weaving through his thoughts and deeply embedding itself within his consciousness. Insights and skills related to sword mastery surged forth in his mind like a bubbling spring, as if the technique was being continuously deduced and practiced. This accelerated his mastery of sword mastery significantly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he gradually emerged from this state. At that moment, Su Jiuge's understanding of sword mastery had reached an exceptionally profound level. He raised his hand to retrieve the wind sword he had previously stowed in the storage bag. With a flick of his wrist, the wind sword, seemingly imbued with sentience, flew effortlessly from its sheath. As the incantations within Su Jiuge's repertoire evolved, the wind danced gracefully around him. He then directed the wind to gather before him, leaping lightly onto the sword's blade. With a shift of his hand, the wind carried him forth, soaring out of the tiger demon's cave. Gazing at the scenery rushing past him, Su Jiuge's heart surged with exhilaration. Is this the art of sword flight? Traditionally, a cultivator could only achieve flight on a sword upon reaching the spirit platform realm. Yet Su Jiuge, with his cultivation at the spirit guiding realm, was able to manifest the sword flight technique. This was primarily due to his solid foundation and formidable spiritual awareness. Additionally, his profound mastery of the sword technique enabled him to perform sword flight even at the spirit guiding level. After completing a circuit, he returned to the previous lair of the tiger demon. Now that he had mastered the art of sword flight, it was time to refine the soul of the tiger demon he had previously slain. With that thought, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and tore open its seal. Instantly, a spectral image of the tiger demon surged forth from the vial, attempting to flee outside. However, Su Jiuge was well prepared. There was no way he would allow it to escape right beneath his nose. Employing the technique of the void, he raised his hand and captured the fleeing soul of the tiger demon. Subsequently, he activated his spiritual arts, continually refining and devouring the demon's essence. Time slipped away, and dawn began to break. Just before the sun fully emerged, he successfully refined the soul of the tiger demon. Exhaling with relief, he felt a distinct enhancement in his spiritual awareness, and his eyes sparkled with joy. He wondered just how far his spiritual awareness had developed. With a mere thought, he expanded his consciousness. 1 yard, 3 yards, 5 yards. The range of his awareness kept extending. Finally, it reached 10 yards, at which point the expansion ceased. Initially taken aback, Su Jiuge soon rejoiced. He had not anticipated that the refinement of the soul through the void technique would yield such a profound enhancement to his spiritual awareness. According to the records of the void technique, a typical cultivator at the early stage of the spirit platform realm could extend their awareness to a maximum of 30 yards. Now, without even breaking through to the spirit platform, he had already reached 10 yards. Once he consumed the foundation establishment pill and ascended to the spirit platform, the range of his spiritual awareness would surely increase further. In that moment, he envisioned his spiritual prowess far surpassing that of his peers within the same realm. With these thoughts, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Su Jiuge's eyes. He also noticed that, with the enhancement of his awareness, his 5 senses had sharpened to a certain degree, although this improvement paled in comparison to that of his spiritual awareness. Returning his thoughts to the present, he glanced at the sky. The harvest from this outing had been fruitful, and with daybreak upon him, it was time to return. With that, Su Jiuge soared back to Luojia village on his sword. He first secured the corpse of the tiger demon he had slain the previous night in his storage pouch. For the body contained excellent materials for refining magical artifacts, and he would not let it go to waste. After bidding a brief farewell to the villagers of Luojia, he took Luo Yunxiao back to the sect. During their journey together, Su Jiuge noticed that Luo Yunxiao had grown markedly closer to him. This indeed brought a flicker of joy to Su Jiuge's heart. In this endeavor to vanquish demons, he not only garnered fortuitous opportunities but also earned the favor of this esteemed junior sister of the Celestial Emperor, which could be deemed a bountiful harvest. Upon returning to Yuntian's sect, Su Jiuge did not linger in his cave abode. Instead, he took with him the tome on spirit forging that he had previously borrowed from the Dharma Hall and proceeded to the same hall. Having already cultivated his spiritual consciousness, he found himself no longer in need of the techniques contained within that volume. As Su Jiuge made his way, he continued to observe the passing disciples, hoping to uncover new hints of opportunity. Alas, he found nothing of note, though he had grown accustomed to such disappointments. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted the elder who had been on duty previously. Approaching the elder, he presented the borrowed tome along with his identification token. "Elder, I have returned the technique I borrowed," he stated. The elder raised his gaze and quickly recognized Su Jiuge, the exceptionally gifted inner sect disciple. He accepted the spirit forging tome and the identification token, inquiring, "Why have you returned it so soon?" In response, "Elder, I have already achieved the ability to project my spiritual consciousness, Thus, I no longer require this secret technique, Su Jiuge replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the elder abruptly ceased his tasks, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he regarded Su Jiuge. You claim you can project your spiritual consciousness? He asked, employing a probing technique to assess Su Jiuge. After a brief examination, he returned to his previous composure, averting his gaze and resuming his documentation with a frosty demeanor. Then why do you still remain at the spirit attraction level? Projecting spiritual consciousness is a hallmark of the spirit platform stage. Having employed his probing technique, the elder discerned that Su Jiuge still occupied the spirit attraction realm, suggesting that the disciple was perhaps reluctant to admit his true level of cultivation. In response, Elder, I have yet to consume the foundation pill, thus my cultivation has not yet advanced, Su Jiuge explained respectfully. However, the elder evidently doubted his words, casually retorting, then release your spiritual consciousness so that I may perceive it. Yes, Elder, Su Jiuge acquiesced, with a subtle shift of intent. He effortlessly expanded his spiritual consciousness within a Tianzhong radius. The elder, sensing this unmasked wave of spiritual energy, abruptly halted his documentation, rendered momentarily speechless. Although the range of this spiritual consciousness was modest, merely Tianzhong, it was remarkable considering Su Jiuge's cultivation still lay within the spirit attraction realm and had not yet ascended to the spirit platform. To achieve such a feat at this level marked Su Jiuge as an extraordinary prodigy in the art of spiritual cultivation. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Jiuge, incredulously asking, You truly can project your spiritual consciousness? Indeed, Su Jiuge replied, his tone respectful yet composed. At that moment, the elder could no longer maintain his equanimity. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You truly are impressive. I sensed your exceptional talent from the very first glance. He scrutinized Su Jiuge anew, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. How shall I address you? Would you consider taking me as your master and becoming my direct disciple? Chapter 18. Declining the offer of apprenticeship, encountering fortuitous opportunities to accept a disciple? Su Jiuge's face revealed astonishment. He had merely come to return a martial art manual. And yet the proposition of apprenticeship arose. The disciples nearby, overhearing the elder's intention to take this inner sect disciple under his wing, were consumed with envy. Goodness! This senior brother has struck gold. Elder Long intends to accept him as a disciple. Should he be fortunate enough to join his ranks, he would instantly ascend to the status of a core disciple. Are you envious? If you can cultivate your spiritual awareness to the point of external projection in the spirit induction realm, then you too may have such an opportunity. What? This junior disciple has actually managed to project his spiritual awareness in the spirit induction realm? Who is he? I have never heard of such a remarkable talent emerging from the inner sect. I know him. His name appears to be Su Jiuge. Su Jiuge? Are you referring to the one who lingered in the outer sect for nearly a decade, only for his fiancée to enter the sect and ascend to the inner sect within a year? Precisely, that is him. Many have mistakenly deemed him a cultivation failure. Yet his aptitude for spiritual cultivation is astonishing. As the voices of admiration echoed around him, Su Jiuge remained exceptionally composed. He did not immediately acquiesce to Elder Long's offer of apprenticeship. After all, he had made a fair number of enemies. Even if he were to consider taking on a master, he must first assess whether the individual could serve as a reliable ally. In contemplating this, Su Jiuge's thoughts inadvertently drifted to Song Qing. He had never provoked the individual, yet twice he had dispatched others to trouble him. The first time, he sent Liang Xiang to attempt to cripple Su Jiuge, only to be slain in retaliation. The second time, he dispatched an inner sect disciple to confront him. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunities that enhanced his cultivation, Su Jiuge might have already fallen victim to Song Qing's machinations. Now, a deep-seated enmity had formed between them. Were it not for Song Qing's status and his father's position as a grand elder, Su Jiuge would have likely already taken drastic measures against him. Therefore, even if he were to accept a master, it had to be one capable of contending with the grand elder. Although Elder Long held a respectable position as the elder of the martial arts hall, he was clearly at a considerable disadvantage compared to the grand elder of Yuntian's sect. Moreover, with Su Jiuge having integrated the supreme bone and opened the 8 extraordinary meridians, his innate talent was unparalleled. Such prowess would suffice even to apprentice under the sect's ancestors. Furthermore, should he succeed in doing so, his status would immediately elevate. With such a position, confronting Song Qing and others would become remarkably convenient, and he would gain access to more stable resources for cultivation. Ultimately, there was one paramount reason for his hesitation. He sensed a lack of integrity in the elder before him. This was evident from the elder's sudden change of demeanor during his prior borrowing of the spirit forging technique and the return of the manual. Thus, after careful consideration, Su Jiuge concluded that he had no compelling reason to accept Elder Long as his master. However, Outright rejecting an elder might lead to animosity, which could complicate future endeavors in borrowing techniques from the martial arts hall. Fortunately, he only needed to wait for the upcoming talent test in a little over 10 days. Once he ascended to the immortal platform, he would undoubtedly achieve a score exceeding 10. At that point, he would surely attract the attention of the elder, allowing him to smoothly take on an apprenticeship. Consequently, the elder before him would no longer dare to impose difficulties upon him. Indeed, upon seeing him, the elder might even feel compelled to show him a degree of deference. Contemplating this, Su Jiuge offered an apologetic smile. "Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. May I take some time to consider before providing you with a response?" Upon hearing these words, the elder Long's expression stiffened, as he had already prepared to accept him as a disciple. The surrounding disciples gasped in disbelief. How could he still need to consider? The fact that he hesitated to accept the elder's offer was beyond their wildest imaginations. They could hardly believe that Su Jiuge would contemplate such a coveted opportunity. Noticing the reactions of the surrounding disciples, Elder Long's countenance darkened. However, given that Su Jiuge had articulated his position, pressing further would only undermine his own stature. Moreover, the decision to take on an apprenticeship was indeed a significant matter, warranting careful consideration. Elder Long regarded Su Jiuge, his earlier enthusiasm now diminished. "Very well. Take your time to ponder this. Should you come to a decision, feel free to visit me at the Hall of Techniques." With that, he returned Su Jiuge's identification token. "Indeed, thank you for your generous consideration, Elder. I shall deliberate on this matter thoroughly." Su Jiuge maintained a respectful demeanor, leaving no room for criticism. After securing the returned identification token, he turned and departed, making his way to the Fengming Pavilion to undertake some sect tasks and earn a few spirit stones. Only then could he afford to purchase the Foundation Establishment Pill and break through to the spiritual platform realm. However, just as he exited the Hall of Techniques, he caught sight of a fellow disciple in the distance, momentarily stunned. Name: Su Liang. Realm: Spirit Guiding Realm, Mid-Stage. Recent opportunity: while traversing the path to the outer sect's marketplace, he encountered an inner sect disciple of the Yuntian sect who had just escaped from a fierce battle. The disciple, gravely injured, fainted upon seeing him. Su Liang acquired 28 spirit stones from this encounter. Opportunity. Upon noticing the opportunity displayed on Su Liang's panel, Su Jiuge's expression brightened. He had intended to seek sect tasks to earn spirit stones, yet here was an opportunity presenting itself directly to him. Snapping back to reality, he redirected his attention and promptly turned around, heading toward the path leading to the outer sect's marketplace. Following the prompt, he donned a ghostly mask and arrived at a designated spot along the path, patiently awaiting the arrival of his target. Before long, he spotted a flustered female disciple rushing towards him. She was clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple of the Yuntian sect, but her once pristine white garments were now stained crimson with blood. Su Jiuge realized that she was the very person he had been waiting for. What calamity had befallen this sister to render her in such a state of panic? He approached her, scrutinizing the bloodied fabric of her garments, and inquired, "What has happened to you? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure amidst her flight, Ye Feng was clearly taken aback. However, upon discerning that her companion was adorned in the garb of an inner sect disciple of the Cloud Sky sect, she suddenly felt a surge of hope. Akin to a drowning person clutching a lifeline, Ye Feng hurriedly dashed forward. "Junior brother, save me." Yet, burdened by severe injuries and excessive blood loss, her steps faltered. After merely a few strides, she stumbled and fell toward the ground. Su Jiuge, quick of reflex, leapt forward and caught her, preventing her from collapsing. "Sister, be careful." As she was lifted by his broad arms, Ye Feng felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She intended to express her gratitude, but darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she fainted. Clearly, her grave injuries and significant blood loss had taken their toll. Su Jiuge stared at the unconscious form of his senior sister, momentarily taken aback. However, he did not forget his purpose for being there. Hastily, he began to search her person and ultimately uncovered 28 spirit stones from her robes. "Congratulations. You have acquired 28 spirit stones. You have successfully plundered a significant opportunity, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. You have received 28,000 spirit stones. Would you like to claim them now?" Chapter 19. Rescuing and Grand Procurement 28,000 spirit stones. Su Jiuge was momentarily stunned, then elated. Throughout his years of cultivation, he had never possessed such an abundance of spirit stones. The most he had ever garnered in a single instance was when he brought Luo Yunxiao back to the cave dwelling, which yielded a critical hit of 3,600 spirit stones. Yet this time, he had acquired a staggering 28,000 spirit stones. It was akin to an unexpected windfall. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Jiuge promptly transferred all the spirit stones into his storage bag. As he probed within with his consciousness, he beheld a large pile of spirit stones nestled quietly in one corner. Suppressing his elation, he withdrew his awareness. Now that he had spirit stones, it was time to procure the Foundation establishment pills. However, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Ye Linglong in his arms. Should I not first escort you back to the sect? The sect possesses an alchemy pavilion, where the alchemical elders and disciples could save her life. Yet, it was evident that the market was much closer. Never mind, I shall take you to the pill pavilion. After all, I need to purchase medicine there as well. Ultimately, he had relied on her to acquire such a fortune in spirit stones, so saving her life would be but a trivial effort. Before heading to the market, he retrieved 28 spirit stones from his storage bag and returned them to her. Then, he drew forth his flying sword and soared into the air, carrying her to the market. In the outer market for cultivators, even outside the Cloud Sky sect, it was not uncommon for injured practitioners to require medical attention. Thus, transporting her to the market did not attract undue attention. Su Jiuge, effortlessly bearing the unfamiliar sister, navigated his way to the pill pavilion and entered with purpose, only to encounter the same junior disciple attendant from earlier. Senior brother, what brings you here? Su Jiuge briefly recounted the situation. This senior sister encountered a robbery, sustaining severe injuries, and I happened upon her, bringing her here. I kindly ask you, junior brother, to assist in locating a renowned alchemist from your esteemed pavilion to examine her condition. As a familiar attendant, the junior brother naturally did not decline the request. Very well. Senior brother, please carry this senior sister and follow me. With that, he hurriedly led the way, bringing Su Jiuge to a private room on the second floor, instructing the sister to rest. Please wait a moment, I shall return shortly. A brief while later, the door to the room was pushed open once more. The attendant who had just departed returned, accompanied by an elegantly dressed and captivating woman. Senior brother, this is our pavilion's chief alchemist, Master Rian. The junior brother promptly introduced the visitor. Master Rian, a fifth-grade alchemist, would surely ensure the sister's safety. Upon hearing the esteemed title, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not studied alchemy, he understood that the rank of an alchemist corresponded with a cultivator's realm. A fifth-grade alchemist equated to a cultivator at the embryonic realm. Such practitioners would be regarded as direct disciples or elders even within the Yuntian sect. However, the training of alchemists was considerably more challenging than that of cultivators. Thus, among cultivators, an alchemist of the same grade often held a higher status than those of equivalent cultivation. To his astonishment, the Tiandan Pavilion housed such a distinguished alchemist. Su Jiuge regarded the enchanting woman with respect, clasping his hands in greeting. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, master. The woman assessed Su Jiuge's attire as an inner sect disciple, then glanced at the unconscious girl beside him. Is this senior sister your Dao companion? Su Jiuge shook his head. No. Master Rian continued. Requesting my assistance comes at a considerable cost. Are you certain she can afford it? To save a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Su Jiuge replied earnestly. I implore you, master, to lend your aid. I shall cover the expenses. Master Rian appeared taken aback for a moment, then scrutinized him closely. Very well, but you must pay up front. How much? Su Jiuge inquired. I need to assess her injuries first, Master Rian responded, shifting her gaze to the unconscious Ye Linglong, her consciousness probing swiftly. After a brief pause, she retracted her awareness. 1,200 spirit stones, Master Rian stated directly. Su Jiuge's heart raced at the figure. Had it not been for the recent fortunate windfall of spirit stones, he might have fled at once. However, having saved her, he was committed to seeing it through. Agreed. With that, Su Jiuge gently tapped his storage pouch, producing 1,200 spirit stones, which he placed upon the nearby table. Master Rian was momentarily stunned, not expecting such promptness from the young inner disciple of the Yuntian sect. Retrieving her gaze, she commanded, Chu Tian, collect the spirit stones. This shall count toward your achievements. Master Rian waved her hand. All right, you may leave now. I shall handle the rest. Chu Tian joyfully gathered the spirit stones. Knowing this was indeed his credit, he then escorted Su Jiuge out of the room, closing the door behind them. Su Jiuge cast a glance at the closed door, then turned his attention to the young attendant, inquiring about the primary purpose of his visit. Junior brother Chu, do you have any Zhu Tai Dan available today? Yes, indeed. Chu Tian responded enthusiastically. Please follow me. He led Su Jiuge to a private room and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Please enjoy this tea while I fetch the elixir for you. With that, he exited the room. Before long, the door swung open again, revealing Chu Tian, who had not been gone long. He entered, holding a jade vial, and presented it to Su Jiuge. Here, esteemed brother, this is the Zhu Tai Dan. Su Jiuge accepted the vial and carefully examined the contents. Upon confirming its authenticity, he intended to discuss the price with Chu Tian. To his surprise, the young attendant produced a golden token from his robes and said, "Brother, this is a VIP card bestowed upon you by Elder Ru Yan. Henceforth, whenever you purchase elixirs from the Tiandan Pavilion, you will receive a 20% discount with this token." Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. Such a fortunate turn of events. He understood that the Tiandan Pavilion was a chain business with multiple locations, which meant he could save a substantial amount on future purchases. Overjoyed, he tucked the token away and proceeded to acquire a considerable amount of elixirs required for cultivation in the Lingtai realm. After all, he was now poised to break through, having met all the necessary conditions. He also purchased several supportive elixirs for Luo Yunyao, not forgetting this esteemed individual. After a lengthy shopping spree, combined with the earlier payment for his senior sister's medical fees, he had expended a staggering 10,000 spirit stones, and that was after the discount. Pleased with the bounty in his storage bag, Su Jiugao realized that, now that he had procured the elixirs, he also needed to acquire some defensive magical artifacts suitable for the Lingtai realm. Previously, he had been impoverished and lacked the means. Now that he had wealth, it was only fitting to equip himself appropriately. Moreover, he still had the corpse of a tiger demon in his storage bag and planned to investigate whether it could be fashioned into armor. Regaining his focus, he departed from the Tiandan Pavilion, bidding farewell to Chu Tian without glancing back at his senior sister. After leaving, he headed toward the nearby Lingqi Pavilion. Chapter 20, Xuanwu Shield, Golden Silk Armor. The Lingqi Pavilion was as desolate as it had been during his last visit. Su Jiugao surveyed the interior and approached the same counter as before. There, he encountered the elderly man from his previous visit, who was once again engrossed in crafting a magical artifact. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, the old man immediately recognized him and welcomed him warmly. "Ah, young friend. I did not anticipate your return. What brings you here this time?" Su Jiugao succinctly articulated his needs, mentioning the corpse of a late-stage Ling realm tiger demon. The elder paused for a moment, scrutinizing Su Jiugao closely before responding. "Could you kindly present the corpse of that tiger demon for my inspection? If its quality is satisfactory, I shall confidently assist you in crafting a splendid armor," the elder remarked. Su Jiuge's face brightened with joy as he hastily retrieved the tiger demon's carcass from his storage pouch. The elder approached, scrutinizing it closely, and a smile of delight graced his features. Indeed, a swift strike to the throat. Large patches of its fur remain unscathed. "What do you think?" Su Jiuge eagerly inquired. "Can this material be fashioned into a defensive artifact?" "Certainly," the elder replied with a grin. "This tiger demon possesses a cultivation level in the late stage of the spirit summoning realm. When combined with a proper array, the armor forged from it would be sufficient to withstand the attacks of a perfected spirit summoning cultivator." Upon hearing this, the joy on Su Jiuge's face faltered. He had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit summoning realm and had fulfilled the requirements to break through to the spirit platform realm. What use would he have for armor meant for the spirit summoning realm? Yet, he pondered, how could the materials from a late-stage spirit summoning beast possibly yield armor capable of withstanding the strikes of a spirit platform cultivator? Feeling somewhat disheartened, he turned his gaze back to the elder. "Pray tell, esteemed shopkeeper, would you be interested in acquiring this tiger demon's corpse?" "Naturally," the elder responded, perplexed. "What is this? Do you no longer wish to forge armor from the tiger demon?" Su Jiuge nodded, and then negotiated the price with the elder, ultimately concluding the transaction for 600 spiritual stones. He was pleasantly surprised by this price, as he had not anticipated the corpse of a late-stage spirit summoning demon to be so valuable. "By the way, esteemed shopkeeper, do you have any defensive artifacts suitable for cultivators of the spirit platform realm?" "Indeed, we do. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you," the elder replied, turning to enter the room behind him. After a brief interval, he returned, bearing several artifacts. "Here, dear friend, these are all defensive artifacts appropriate for the spirit platform realm." Su Jiuge first picked up a shield artifact, examining it closely. It bore intricate inscriptions, much like the flying sword he had seen earlier. Yet, as soon as he grasped it, he could feel its substantial weight, instilling an immense sense of reassurance. This artifact is named the Xuanwu Shield, crafted from the shell of a perfected spirit platform realm black turtle, renowned for its formidable defense. The elder enthusiastically explained. Even without activating the array with spiritual energy, it can withstand the full force of an attack from a mid-stage spirit platform cultivator, priced at 7,000 spiritual stones. 7,000 spiritual stones. Su Jiuge exclaimed inwardly. Astonished, this price was significantly higher than what he had paid for the flying sword. However, after a moment's contemplation, he understood. Defensive artifacts were, after all, life-preserving items, and their scarcity in the market compared to flying swords justified the higher price. Setting down the Xuanwu shield, he then lifted a piece of gold-threaded jade armor. Scrutinizing it thoroughly, This gold-threaded jade armor is crafted from purple gold bamboo and stone iron jade. Without infusing it with spiritual energy, it can withstand the full force of an attack from a cultivator in the early stage of the spirit platform realm, the elder quickly added, noticing Su Jiuge's interest. Though this magical artifact's defense may be somewhat inferior to that of the Xuanwu shield, it possesses the convenience of being worn like ordinary clothing, making it quite desirable and consequently priced at 9,000 spirit stones. Su Yun inwardly nodded, feeling quite satisfied with this wearable artifact. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision. After placing it down, he proceeded to examine the remaining artifacts one by one, with the elder cheerfully providing introductions. Upon reviewing all the artifacts, Su Jiuge ultimately chose the Xuanwu shield and the exquisite golden silk jade armor that had caught his eye from the beginning. After some negotiation, he successfully acquired both artifacts for 14,000 spirit stones, down from the original price of 16,000. Once the price was settled, he recalled Luo Yun Yao and added, "By the way, I also require a set of weapons and armor suitable for a female cultivator at the body refinement stage." The elder seemed momentarily taken aback by Su Jiuge's request, but then flashed an understanding smile, replying, "Armor and weapons for body refinement cultivators are quite manageable." Following the elder's guidance, Su Jiuge finally procured the necessary armor and weapons at a total cost of 15,000 spirit stones. After completing the payment, he departed the market with his purchases in hand. However, as soon as he exited the market, he sensed that someone was trailing him. Could it be those two individuals from before? Utilizing his mental acuity, Su Jiuge quickly recognized them as the same two who had previously targeted him. He discerned their cultivation levels, one at the initial stage of spirit attraction and the other at the mid-stage. A cold smile crept across Su Jiuge's face. "Last time, I lacked the strength to confront both simultaneously, but now that you dare to return, don't blame me for what happens next." Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit attraction stage and mastered both sword control and divine needle techniques, dealing with two cultivators of lesser strength would be a mere formality. Therefore, instead of returning to the sect as he typically would, he swiftly departed in the opposite direction. He ambled along the way, frequently surveying his surroundings, until he finally arrived at a secluded mountain area where he settled down to rest. That was a close call for the Foundation establishment pill. I nearly attracted unwanted attention. Su Jiuge mused, glancing at the pill he had just purchased in the market, feeling a wave of relief. It was fortunate that he and T returned to the sect, for otherwise, he surely would have been accosted. As he spoke, he removed his ghostly mask. At that moment, an unsettling voice rang out nearby. "Su Jiuge, it is indeed you." "Who?" Startled by the sudden voice, Su Jiuge turned toward its source, his expression tense. "Who is there?" As his words echoed, two figures swiftly approached him from the distance. Jiang Huai. Recognizing the newcomers, Su Jiuge exclaimed and took off running. Seeing this, Jiang Huai exerted himself to give chase, shouting, "Su Jiuge, stop right there. Otherwise, should I catch you later, I shall surely strip your skin away." Initially, he merely intended to utter a few harsh words, harboring no genuine expectation that the other would truly halt. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Jiuge remarkably ceased fleeing. In fact, she turned around and charged directly towards the two of them. Such an audacious maneuver left Jiang Huai and his companion momentarily bewildered. However, in the midst of their astonishment, they suddenly felt a sharp pain pierce their minds. This discomfort, however, proved fleeting, as darkness soon enveloped their vision, and they collapsed entirely. Chapter 21. Within the Inner Sect. Breaking through the spiritual platform, Su Jiuge gazed at the fallen Jiang Huai and his companion. Drawing forth his flying sword, he unleashed two powerful sword energies to deliver the final blow. Once he confirmed that both had breathed their last, he sheathed his sword and redirected his attention back to the lifeless forms. The technique of the divine needle, capable of ambushing those who have yet to cultivate their spiritual consciousness, truly proved effective. Just moments ago, upon sensing someone trailing him after leaving the market, he had prepared for this very scenario. Yet, he never anticipated that the ambush would yield such remarkable results, dispatching both foes in an instant. He wondered if, after breaking through to the spiritual platform realm, he could similarly eliminate Bai Ruoxue with the divine needle technique. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Bai Ruoxue, being the reincarnation of the Empress, must have endured numerous life and death crises in her past life, granting her ample combat experience. Even if her memories were not fully restored, it was unlikely she would fall prey so easily. Indeed, she might have already mastered countermeasures sufficient to withstand spiritual attacks. Clearly, if he wished to extinguish Bai Ruoxue, he would need to seek other opportunities. Returning to his thoughts, Su Jiuge refocused on the bodies of Jiang Huai and his companion. He first employed the Void God technique to refine and absorb their souls. Fortunately, a cultivator's soul lingers for a time after death, Otherwise, such refinement would have been impossible. Nourished by the souls of Jiang Huai and his companion, his spiritual consciousness was further enhanced, though the effect paled in comparison to that of the tiger demon. This disparity was likely due to their differences in cultivation levels. Nonetheless, his current radius of spiritual awareness had now expanded to an impressive 15 zhang. It is well known that as one progresses in spiritual cultivation, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Thus, this enhancement was indeed commendable. Next, he rummaged through the fallen Jiang Huai and his companion, discovering a considerable cache of resources, 2.5 bottles of blood spirit elixir, 227 spirit stones, and an unknown jade slip. Aside from these 3 items, there were a few other trinkets, though they held little value. Su Jiugong cast a disdainful glance at the two, thinking to himself how meager their haul was. Is this all they possess? How impoverished. Yet, recalling the strength they had displayed moments prior, he felt a sense of understanding. For 2 early-stage disciples of the spirit-guiding realm, having amassed such resources was indeed commendable. With a wave of his hand, he stowed these treasures into his storage bag. Thereafter, he retrieved the corpse-dissolving water to cleanse the scene of any trace of their encounter. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, he directly returned to the sect. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling, Su Jiugao did not immediately choose to break through to a higher realm. Instead, he sought out Luo Yunxiao, presenting her with the armor, weapons, and various cultivation resources he had purchased for her at the market. These are for you. Please accept them. What? Staring at the pile of cultivation resources before her, Luo Yunxiao was left utterly speechless. Although she was unaware of the exact prices of the elixirs and armor, she surmised that they must be worth at least several hundred spirit stones. Such a wealth of resources was nothing short of extraordinary for a mere servant disciple like her. Regaining her composure from her astonishment, Luo Yunxiao hastily declined. Senior brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She had already received many favors from senior brother Su, and she felt she had not yet repaid him. If she were to accept this, she feared she would be indebted to him for a lifetime of servitude. This is the spirit stone obtained from selling the tiger demon's corpse, and you are entitled to your share, Su Jiugao explained. But wasn't he that tiger demon slain by you, senior brother? I hardly contributed, Luo Yunxiao countered. Yet it was you who discovered the tiger demon, thus you deserve your portion. Su Jiugao provided a reasonable justification. But Luo Yunxiao wished to continue her objections. But Su Jiugao would not grant her the opportunity to refuse. Enough. Put these items away and focus on your cultivation. I will be entering seclusion for the next few days, so you need not prepare meals for me. With that, he turned and strode toward his meditation chamber. Watching the back of senior brother Su, her gaze fell upon the heap of cultivation resources before her. Luo Yunxiao pondered the words her mother had spoken upon her return. Could it be that senior brother truly has feelings for me? Upon entering the meditation chamber, Su Jiugao settled into a cross-legged position and retrieved a jade vial containing foundation establishment pills, placing it before him. After adjusting his mental state, he poured the pills from the vial and consumed them directly. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a wave of sweetness surged down his throat and into his body, enveloping him in a sense of euphoria. However, this bliss was short-lived, as the spiritual energy within him began to erupt violently, relentlessly battering his meridians. The spiritual energy activated so swiftly. Su Jiugao recalled the information he had reviewed in the scripture hall. Now, I must guide this energy into my dantian through my consciousness and refine it. With this thought, Su Jiugao wasted no time and immediately began to channel the spiritual energy within him into his dantian using his consciousness. Under his deliberate guidance, the energy surged through the already open meridians, continuously flowing into his dantian, where it formed a considerable vortex of spiritual energy. The subsequent influx of energy began to draw itself into the vortex autonomously, no longer requiring Su Jiugao's conscious manipulation. In that moment, he understood why cultivators assess talent based on the number of meridians. It was akin to the difference between a single-cylinder engine and a 12-cylinder engine in the past life. Thus, it continued for an indeterminate duration. After the vortex had consumed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, a single drop of spiritual liquid finally fell from its center. Yet, as soon as this drop descended, it was instantaneously absorbed by the dantian. With the absorption of the spiritual liquid, Su Jiugao was astounded to discover that both his physical body and even his soul had experienced a remarkable enhancement in an instant. Simultaneously, the previously tumultuous spiritual energy within him began to gradually temper. However, the energy vortex in the dantian showed no signs of ceasing. It continued to operate as if it would never stop. Su Jiugao realized that he had indeed broken through. Finally, he wondered just how formidable his current strength truly was. He decided to first examine the changes in his consciousness. With a mere thought, The initial stage of his spiritual awareness unfolded instantaneously. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang. The radius of his spiritual awareness had already reached the limit for an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Lingtai realm. Yet, Su Jiuge's awareness continued to expand. 40 zhang, 50 zhang. It continued to spread outward. Ultimately, his consciousness ceased to extend only after reaching a distance of 55 zhang from him. Su Jiuge was left in a state of shock. 55 zhang. He had initially thought that after breaking through to the Lingtai realm, his consciousness, even at its peak, would only extend to a maximum of 45 zhang. To his astonishment, it reached 55 zhang. With such an expansive range of awareness, combined with the unexpected techniques of the divine needle art, Su Jiuge would possess a tremendous advantage in battles against those of the same realm. Of course, the changes brought about by this breakthrough were not limited to this aspect. He had not forgotten the divine ability, the Hand of the Heavens, that he had acquired upon merging with the Supreme Bone. Chapter 22. The Hand of the Heavens. A new child of fortune after merging with the Supreme Bone, aside from the enhancement of his innate talent. Su Jiuge had also gained the divine ability, known as the Hand of the Heavens. However, the minimum requirement to wield this ability was to be at the Lingtai realm. Therefore, prior to his breakthrough, Su Jiuge had never been able to utilize this divine ability. Now that he had reached the Lingtai realm, he naturally wished to test the power and effects of this ability. Su Jiuge first recalled the method of employing the Hand of the Heavens. Then, with a thought, he sensed a subtle connection forming between the bones in his right hand and the surrounding spiritual energy. Through this connection, Su Jiuge could actually gather this spiritual energy into a colossal hand. This immense hand could be manipulated at his will, as if it were a third hand extending from his own body. He attempted to determine the range of motion for this gigantic hand, discovering that it could extend an impressive 55 zhang. This seemed to correspond with the extent of his spiritual awareness. Su Jiuge pondered for a moment. After a brief experimentation, he confirmed his suspicions. No wonder this divine ability required one to reach the Lingtai realm to be utilized. He then prepared to test the true might of the Hand of the Heavens. Su Jiuge stepped outside his cave dwelling and gazed at a massive boulder nearby, its diameter exceeding 2 meters. As a thought flickered, a colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized once more. Under Su Jiuge's mental command, the fingers of the hand converged into a fist, which then struck down upon the massive rock. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the stone shattered into fragments beneath the force of that singular blow. Su Jiuge momentarily stood in astonishment, but soon elation surged within him. Having exerted merely 10% of his strength, he had unleashed a power comparable to that of his full prowess during the spirit-drawing realm. Truly, the Hand of the Heavens was remarkable. He gazed thoughtfully at the shattered stones, pondering whether, should he unleash his full potential, he could obliterate a cultivator of the same realm with a single strike. After testing the capabilities of the heavenly hand, his thoughts turned to the techniques of the spirit platform realm. The cultivators in the body refinement and spirit-drawing realms primarily focused on strengthening their physical forms. However, upon reaching the spirit platform, one could harness consciousness and commence the study of various marvelous spells. During his time in the outer sect, Su Jiuge had witnessed several intersect seniors engage in magical duels. While they had yet to summon winds and rains or reshape mountains and seas, they could indeed spit fire and water and retrieve objects from afar, which filled him with envy. Now that he had entered the spirit platform realm, it was only natural for him to seek an appropriate spell in the Techniques Hall. It seemed that a visit to the Techniques Hall was imperative. Yet, the mere thought of going there filled Su Jiuge with a slight headache. The last time Elder Long had encountered him, upon recognizing his extraordinary talent for spiritual awareness, he had wished to take him as a disciple. However, that Elder Long's character was lacking and his abilities unimpressive, which did not meet Su Jiuge's criteria for a mentor. Thus, he had feigned the need for contemplation and opted for delay, planning to ascend the immortal platform during the intersect disciples' talent assessment and directly seek the guidance of the sect's ancestors. Now, if he were to return, he would likely have to provide a definitive answer to Elder Long. To refuse him again would undoubtedly lead to a complete falling out. Given his current status, the days ahead could become quite arduous. Yet, as Su Jiuge lifted his gaze to the sky, observing the elders and disciples traversing on their swords, his resolve solidified once more. With only a few days remaining until the talent assessment, what did it matter if he offended Elder Long today? As long as he ascended the immortal platform and achieved a score of 10 or more during the assessment, he would surely attract the attention of the sect's ancestors and successfully become their disciple. At that point, he would have no reason to fear the insignificant Elder Long. Having made up his mind, Su Jiuge resolved to head to the Techniques Hall immediately, seeking a spell that would be suited for his cultivation. At the Techniques Hall, Su Jiuge paused before the entrance, lingering for a while. It was not that he was having second thoughts or hesitating. Rather, he was observing the disciples passing by, hoping to uncover hints of new opportunities. This had become a habitual practice for him. Regrettably, this time yielded no discoveries. Nonetheless, he did not allow himself to feel disheartened, for such opportunities were seldom encountered. After a moment of observation, he finally withdrew his gaze. However, just as he was about to step into the techniques hall, a commotion from nearby caught his attention once more. It was Senior Xiao, and he was astonished to see him. Senior Xiao? Who is he? And why is he so popular? How could you be unaware of Brother Xiao? He is the pride of us, ordinary disciples, with the constitution of a waste. He defied the heavens and ultimately ascended to become the foremost disciple of our inner sect. What? You mean this brother is the same one who, despite 3 years as a mere servant, made no progress in his cultivation? Indeed, he is Brother Xiao. However, he is now on the verge of being accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder and has long ceased to be a cultivation failure. As the murmurs of the crowd reached Su Jiuge's ears, they evoked memories of less favorable times. In his early days, Brother Xiao entered the sect as a lowly first-tier servant disciple. Yet, his dedication to cultivation was unparalleled. Alas, his innate talent was woefully inadequate. After 3 years of arduous practice, he found himself stagnating, subjected to the bullying of his fellow servant disciples. On one occasion, Su Jiuge fortuitously encountered Brother Xiao being harassed by the other servants. He intervened to help Brother Xiao, learning about his plight in the process. Perhaps out of a shared sense of sympathy, Su Jiuge extended considerable kindness to Brother Xiao thereafter, and their relationship blossomed. However, for reasons unknown, Brother Xiao suddenly surged against the tide, experiencing a meteoric rise in power and swiftly ascending to the outer sect. During this time, he borrowed numerous cultivation resources from Su Jiuge, yet he never returned them. Eventually, Brother Xiao entered the inner sect and, astonishingly, within less than 3 years, reached the top 10 of the inner sect. Upon hearing this news, Su Jiuge was taken aback, yet he felt a swell of joy for his former friend. He wished to extend his congratulations and reminisce about old times. However, after considerable effort in discovering Brother Xiao's dwelling, he was met with indifference. Brother Xiao would not even grant him an audience, instead sending a servant to convey that Su Jiuge, a mere outer sect disciple, was unworthy of brotherly camaraderie. Since that moment, Su Jiuge had ceased all contact with him. Little did he expect to encounter him again now, as the top disciple of the inner sect, soon to be the Grand Elder's personal disciple. Su Jiuge felt a pang of reflection. He could only hope that when he sought to dispose of Song Qing, Brother Xiao would not meddle in his affairs. Shaking off his thoughts, he prepared to head to the Hall of Techniques in search of spells. Yet, in the very instant he turned, he noticed a long-awaited opportunity notification on Brother Xiao's panel. Name: Xiao Shi. Cultivation level: Spirit Platform Realm, Perfection. Recent opportunity: while en route to the Tiandan Pavilion to purchase elixirs, he fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient jade slip at a stall. The remnant soul within the ring detected that it recorded a fire-type spell named the Red Flame Technique suitable for the Spirit Platform Realm. Chapter 23. 10,000-fold Critical Strike. 10,000 Fires Merging Divine Technique. The remnant soul within the ring left Su Jiuge utterly astounded upon seeing Brother Xiao's opportunity notification. Memories of Brother Xiao flooded through his mind in an instant. 3 years as a waste, a sudden breakthrough, a formidable rise. Surely, this fellow must have taken on the protagonist template. Observing the feigned benevolence on Brother Xiao's face from a distance, Su Jiuge felt a wave of shock wash over him. He then recalled the reborn Empress Bai Ruoxue and the reincarnated immortal Emperor Luo Yinxiao. Perhaps the emergence of these two individuals is indeed a consequence of Xiao Shi's existence. It is no wonder that such a modest sect as the Yuntian sect could give rise to two empresses simultaneously. Su Jiuge suppressed the shock within. However, at this moment, these revelations were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had found yet another candidate to exploit. Most importantly, although this fellow was the child of fortune, his character left much to be desired, thus alleviating any moral qualms Su Jiuge might have had about taking advantage of him. Yet, if he were to exploit Xiao Shi, would that not place him in opposition to the individual? With thoughts of the fortuitous destiny associated with this child of fortune and the misdeeds he had previously committed, Su Jiuge resolved to drain him dry. In doing so, he would also be avenging the ingratitude he had once suffered at the hands of this individual. With his determination solidified, Su Jiuge promptly turned and made his way towards the outer market of the sect. Upon departing from the Hall of Techniques, Su Jiuge did not linger for even a moment, hastening directly to the market. He still wore his ghostly mask, having altered his appearance, and thus drew no attention from others along the way. However, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere in the market today felt distinctly off. Outside the market, He observed numerous disciples from the Yuntian sect's law enforcement hall, diligently inspecting the cultivators entering and exiting the market. Fortunately, clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, he was subjected to only a brief inquiry before being allowed to pass. He thought little of it, after all. He was on a quest for opportunity and wished to avoid any unnecessary delays. As he strolled through the market, he attentively surveyed the stalls. Guided by the earlier hints regarding his fortune, at long last, he discovered the jade slip at a seemingly inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was a gaunt old man, and to avoid arousing suspicion, Jiuge refrained from immediately seizing the jade slip. Instead, he pretended to examine other wares, occasionally inquiring about their prices. After some deliberation, he finally inquired about the jade slip. To his surprise, the stall owner quoted a firm price of 10 spirit stones, with no room for negotiation. Ultimately, Jiuge purchased the jade slip at the original price of 10 spirit stones. He was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the transaction went. In a buoyant mood, Jiuge handed over the spirit stones and acquired the jade slip. At the instant it came into his possession, a notification of a fortuitous strike materialized once more. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ling Tai Realm technique, the Scarlet Flame Art. You have successfully plundered Xiaoxi's fortune, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. You have acquired the Divine Art of Converging Flames. Divine Art of Converging Flames, a spell with boundless potential for fire manipulation, capable of infinitely enhancing its power through the fusion of flames. Would you like to learn the Divine Art of Converging Flames now? A 10,000-fold critical hit. A fire manipulation spell of infinite potential. Upon encountering this stroke of fortune, Jiuge was momentarily rendered speechless. After years of cultivation, this was the first time he had heard of a spell capable of growth. Truly, the Child of Fortune was extraordinary, bringing forth such unique opportunities. Once he regained his composure, Jiuge felt a surge of elation. However, he refrained from learning it immediately. Based on his previous experiences, mastering techniques and spells would likely require a significant amount of time. He would need to return to his cave dwelling first. Retrieving his thoughts and suppressing the surge of excitement within, he departed from the market and returned to his secluded abode. However, shortly after Jiuge's departure, an inner sect disciple appeared at the stall he had previously perused. The newcomer was none other than Xiaoxi, who was about to head to the Tiandan Pavilion to procure elixirs. Yet, as he passed by the stall, he inexplicably paused for a moment. Observing the assorted items on display, he felt an unsettling emptiness within, as if something essential was amiss. Shaking his head, he resumed his journey towards the Tiandan Pavilion. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a servant disciple, but the atmosphere inside the shop felt even more tense than outside in the market. After a round of inquiries, he learned that the sect leader's daughter had encountered a bandit near the market and had been brought here by an inner sect disciple to recuperate on the second floor. Upon hearing this, the Yuntian sect leader had already dispatched personnel to patrol and investigate the matter. Xiaoxi was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to dwell on it. He simply purchased the elixirs he required and took his leave. Yuntian sect, an inner sect disciple's cave abode. After leaving the market, Jiuge returned directly to his dwelling. Following a brief exchange with Luo Yunyao, he opted to enter seclusion. He reopened the prompt panel. Would you like to learn the 10,000 fire convergence technique now? This time, Jiuge did not hesitate and chose to learn it immediately. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the 10,000 fire convergence technique surged into his consciousness. From the cultivation techniques of fire-based spells to various applications of such spells, all unfolded vividly in his mind. Concurrently, information about the spiritual fires of the world began to flood his thoughts. From the alchemical fires of cultivators to the beast fires of ferocious creatures. From ordinary earthly spiritual fires to the legendary three-flavor true fire, every flame known to the world was inscribed in his mind. How long this state persisted was unclear. When Jiuge finally regained his senses, he realized he had completely mastered all aspects of the 10,000 fire convergence technique. At that moment, he comprehended the marvels of this spell. However, as he had yet to merge with the earthly spiritual fires, the spell's power remained akin to that of ordinary fire spells. Yet, once he fused with the spiritual fires, he could gradually enhance its potency. Though it was merely an ordinary spell for now, it was essential to deepen his understanding of its capabilities. With that thought, he exited the training room and stepped outside his dwelling. Utilizing the 10,000 fire convergence technique, he unleashed a simple fireball spell. His gaze fell upon a massive stone 5 meters away, and he hurled the fireball toward it. Boom! The stone exploded instantaneously. The sheer force was astonishing. Jiuge was taken aback by such might. Were a typical spirit awakening realm cultivator struck by that fireball, they would likely meet their demise. It should be noted that the fireball he had just cast was merely a casual release. If he were to infuse it with more spiritual energy, The fireball's power would surely escalate to terrifying levels. Perhaps even mid-stage spirit platform cultivators could suffer significant injury if he were to merge it with other flames. What magnitude of power would that yield? At this moment, Su Jiuge harbored heightened expectations regarding the future of the Wan Huo Rong Shinju. Returning to his cave dwelling, he resumed his cultivation. Having ascended to the Ling Tai realm and acquired a multitude of elixirs from the Tiandan Pavilion, it was only natural for him to diligently enhance his prowess. Thus, 3 days elapsed. Through an abundance of resources and his formidable talent for cultivation, Su Jiuge, while still at the initial stage of the Ling Tai realm, had reached its pinnacle, merely needing a day or two of further practice to break through to the mid-stage. However, just as he prepared to continue his cultivation, a knock resonated at the door of the training chamber. Expanding his spiritual sense, he discerned that it was Luo Yuanyao standing outside. Su Jiuge furrowed his brow. A cultivator's practice is most sacred, and interruptions are to be avoided at all costs. Even if the visitor were a potential powerhouse, he could not suppress a flicker of annoyance. Yet, upon observing the urgency on her face, he quelled his displeasure. With a gentle wave of his hand, he opened the door to the training room. "Senior brother Su, something terrible has happened." Luo Yuanyao rushed in, speaking hastily. A senior brother named Song Qing is outside the cave, claiming he has set his sights on this dwelling and wishes to challenge you. Song Qing? Su Jiuge's expression turned to one of puzzlement. How did he come to know my cave's location? In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Song Qing was the son of the Grand Elder, wielding considerable influence within the sect. Despite the numerous disciples of Yuntian's sect, uncovering the details of a specific disciple was hardly a challenge. As for his claim of desiring the cave and seeking a challenge, it was merely an excuse for him to confront Su Jiuge openly. After all, Song Qing had long held a grudge against him due to the marriage contract involving Bai Ruoxue. Previously, while Su Jiuge was still an outer disciple, Song Qing had sent individuals twice to cause him trouble. Now that Su Jiuge had ascended to the inner sect, it was not surprising that Song Qing would take matters into his own hands. However, according to sect rules, core disciples may challenge inner disciples, who possess the right to refuse. But would Su Jiuge refuse? Clearly not, given that Song Qing had sought him out twice before. Had it not been for his identity, Su Jiuge would have long since dealt with him decisively. Now, with a legitimate opportunity to teach him a lesson, he would not let it slip away. While he could not eliminate him entirely, it would suffice to collect a bit of interest in advance. If memory served correctly, Song Qing was merely at the mid-stage of the Ling Tai realm. Without his father's connections, he would be an ordinary inner disciple. Recalling the details from their previous encounter, Su Jiuge realized that his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Ling Tai realm, just a step away from the mid-stage. Moreover, his spiritual sense was far superior to others at the same level, and he had mastered formidable abilities such as the Hands of the Celestial. Teaching Song Qing a lesson would not pose a challenge. After a thorough assessment of his capabilities, Su Jiuge withdrew his thoughts. He turned to Luo Yuanyao. His gaze calm. There is no need for alarm. He is merely a sycophant. Sycophant. Luo Yuanyao was filled with questions. As she regained her composure, she noticed that Su Jiuge was already striding towards the entrance of the cave, prompting her to hurriedly follow suit. Outside the cave, Su Ergu, are you certain this will work? Song Qing displayed a hint of skepticism as he regarded his sycophant. If I defeat Su Jiuge, will Ruoxue truly favor me? Rest assured. My esteemed leader, a slender, sharp-featured youth, spoke flatteringly. As the adage goes, beautiful women are drawn to heroes, and charming maidens to talented scholars. My senior brother is already strikingly handsome and possesses an air of elegance. If I can assist Miss Ruoxue in teaching Su Jiuge a lesson and reclaiming the marriage certificate, she will undoubtedly be won over. Upon hearing the sycophant's confident assertion, Song Qing nodded gently, feeling considerably more at ease. But what if this fellow refuses the challenge? That's simple. If Su Jiuge declines the challenge, we will resort to threatening his family. Su Ergu hurriedly replied. In that case, he would have no choice but to comply. Song Qing's eyes lit up at this notion. Excellent. We shall proceed with this plan. An elder accompanying them to oversee the challenge frowned upon overhearing their conversation. He found Song Qing's actions of coercing inner disciples for the sake of a woman's affection, even threatening their families, to be quite disgraceful. Were it not for the consideration of the other party's background, he would have certainly intervened to teach the two a lesson. Just as he pondered this, the formation at the disciples' cave opened. Regaining his focus, he looked up to see an exceptionally refined disciple emerge. Clad in garments as white as snow, with striking features and sword-like brows, he resembled a celestial being. One could not help but develop an immediate fondness upon seeing him. However, Song Qing, standing nearby, abruptly broke this moment of admiration. Su Jiuge, it has been a few days. Have you truly ascended to the inner sect? He gazed at the other with a hint of surprise. Although he had already received news of the latter's promotion, witnessing it firsthand was still hard to believe, especially considering the individual had been deemed a cultivation waste for a decade in the outer sect. Song, my esteemed senior, I trust you are well. Jiuge turned to Song Qing, smiling without a trace of anger. I have heard that you have taken an interest in my cave and wish to challenge me? Indeed. Song Qing regained his earlier pride. I have enlisted Elder Song from the Jinwu Hall to supervise this battle. I wonder if my junior brother dares to accept this challenge? Certainly. Jiuge's calm voice resonated. With the elder supervising, I have no objections. Upon hearing this agreement, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, rendering his prepared threats unspeakable. You readily consented? If my esteemed senior wishes to challenge, I naturally shall not refuse. Jiuge maintained his nonchalant demeanor. The elder from afar was equally surprised that this inner disciple would agree to Song Qing's challenge. After all, according to the intelligence contained in the jade slip he held, this disciple named Jiuge had only recently ascended to the inner sect, and his recorded cultivation level was merely at the spirit-attracting realm. In stark contrast, Song Qing was a core disciple of the sect. Even though he ranked at the bottom among the core disciples, possessing only mid-stage Ling Tai cultivation, he was certainly not a rival to a disciple of the spirit-guiding realm. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up to offer a caution. This disciple, allow me to remind you that your opponent, senior brother Song Qing, is indeed a mid-stage Ling Tai cultivator. According to the sect's regulations, you have the right to decline his challenge. Are you certain you wish to accept? Upon hearing the elder's warning, Jiuge had yet to respond, but beside him, Luo Yunyao was taken aback. She was astonished to learn that this senior brother was indeed a mid-stage Ling Tai cultivator. Although she was aware of Jiuge's formidable strength, she found it hard to believe he could surpass a senior of that caliber. A glimmer of concern unconsciously surfaced in her eyes as she gazed at him. Jiuge was momentarily stunned by the elder's intervention. He had initially assumed the elder was summoned by Song Qing, but it was now evident that this was not the case. Given his previous display of strength, merely indicative of the spirit-guiding realm, it was clear that Song Qing had not prepared for such a challenge. Thank you for the reminder, elder. I am indeed certain of my acceptance of the challenge, Jiuge said respectfully, turning his gaze toward the elder. Elder Song merely furrowed his brow slightly, saying nothing further. Very well, since you have agreed, I shall outline the rules. The challenge will be conducted using a recording stone to document the proceedings, ensuring the contest's fairness. Should one party concede, the other must refrain from further attacks. Should one fall, the other must also cease their assault. Once the rules were explained, the elder announced the commencement of the duel. Song Qing displayed a proud demeanor, holding a folding fan, one hand resting behind his back. Junior brother Su, I shall grant you 3 moves. You may strike first. It would be unseemly for others to claim I bullied you otherwise. He regarded Jiuge, a practitioner of the spirit-guiding realm, with disdain, believing it prudent to appear magnanimous for a more gratifying battle later. Jiuge raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Senior brother? Absolutely. Song Qing maintained his arrogance. Jiuge then turned to the elder. Is this considered a violation of the rules? You are both engaged in a duel, and since there is an agreement, it is certainly not a violation, the elder replied candidly. In that case, senior brother Song should exercise caution. Jiuge nodded. My strength has grown significantly of late. Should I inadvertently injure you, do not blame me for breaching the regulations. Song Qing displayed a look of contempt. A mere practitioner of the spirit-guiding realm, capable of injuring me? Hurry and strike. If you manage to wound me, I shall not hold it against you. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Jiuge declared, and with a swift incantation, he summoned the wind, drawing his sword, and unleashed a strike. In a flash, the protective artifact adorning Song Qing shattered, and he suffered considerable damage in the process. This scene left the onlookers stunned, momentarily unable to react. Jiuge did not relent, continuing to manipulate his flying sword as it descended upon Song Qing. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Qing scrambled to defend himself, having lost the initiative. Jiuge, you have resorted to trickery. You are not of the spirit-guiding realm, Song Qing shouted, but Jiuge remained unfazed, persistently commanding his sword to attack, while occasionally hurling fireballs at him. In but a fleeting moment, the once suave Song Qing was rendered utterly disheveled, his body marred by numerous sword wounds. Had it not been for Jiuge's desire to further teach him a lesson, the battle would have concluded long ago. Yet, despite this, Song Qing could not endure for long, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 25. The Shock of the Two Elders. An ancestor takes a disciple? Defeated? The head elder gazed incredulously at the outcome before him. This cannot be. It was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. At that moment, Luo Yunyao looked at Jiuge, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had initially worried that her senior brother would be bested, but to her astonishment, in their confrontation, Jiuge had decisively vanquished the mid-stage Ling Tai realm Song brother with overwhelming prowess. Truly, her senior brother was exceptional. At that instant, she had become an ardent admirer of Jiuge. Ergo stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixed on the gravely injured Song Qing. He could hardly fathom that the formidable Song would suffer such a complete defeat. Jiuge, observing the fallen Song Qing, could not help but sigh in disappointment. He had intended to teach him a lesson for a while longer, but to his surprise, Song Qing had proven so lacking in resilience that he collapsed after just a few exchanges. According to the rules of challenge, once one party fell, the other was not permitted to continue the assault. Naturally, Jiuge would adhere to the regulations, especially with an elder watching closely. Noticing that the head elder had yet to announce the result, Jiuge could not refrain from speaking up. "Elder Song, may I take this as a victory?" Upon hearing the voice of the disciple beside him, the head elder finally regained his composure. "Yes, you have won." After declaring the outcome, he could not help but scrutinize Jiuge with admiration. However, at that moment, Ergo's voice unexpectedly interrupted. "Elder Song, he has cheated." He pointed at Jiuge, declaring, "This Jiuge is clearly a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm, yet pretends to be of the Ling Ling realm and launched a sneak attack. This challenge is invalid." Before Ergo could finish his accusation, Elder Song struck out with an open palm, sending him flying. "This elder's affairs do not require your meddling." Elder Song shot him a cold glare, a flicker of irritation rising within him. While Song Qing had connections that made him untouchable, what was Ergo that he dared to speak so freely? By the rules of the sect, this very action could warrant his expulsion. After being struck, Ergo finally regained his senses, filled with trepidation and cold sweat. He hurriedly apologized. "Forgive me, Elder, I was in error." Elder Song snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further. "Take Song Qing away. I will report this matter to the sect." "Yes." Ergo hoisted the unconscious Song Qing and departed swiftly. Once he observed Ergo's obedient retreat, Elder Song turned his attention back to Jiuge. "What is your current cultivation level?" Returning to the elder, "I am now at the initial stage of the Ling Tai realm." Jiuge replied earnestly. "The initial stage of the Ling Tai realm, you say?" Elder Song appraised him once more, a look of satisfaction dawning in his eyes. "Very well, commendable indeed, to triumph over a mid-stage adversary at the initial stage. To master a sword technique and a fire-based spell with such proficiency is indeed commendable. As an elder of the sect, he naturally possesses considerable insight. To refer to a disciple capable of challenging those beyond their level as a genius is hardly an exaggeration. Thus, he could not help but impart a word of advice. Your current strength within the inner sect is quite respectable, yet do not let pride overwhelm you. One must acknowledge that there are countless talented disciples within the sect, and diligent practice is essential moving forward." Jiuge humbly accepted the elder's guidance. "Yes, I understand." His respectful demeanor further pleased Elder Song. Consequently, he felt compelled to share a few more words before preparing to depart. However, just before leaving, he added, "Although you have emerged victorious in this battle, you have also offended Song Qing, so exercise caution in the future." Saying this, he retrieved a jade slip from his robes. "This is my communication jade slip. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to reach out to me." "Thank you, Elder Song." Jiuge expressed his gratitude as he accepted the jade slip, watching as the elder departed on his sword. Once the elder had completely vanished from sight, he returned to his cave dwelling with Luo Yunxiao, resuming his seclusion to prepare for the upcoming intersect competition. At the Jinwu Hall, the place for identity changes and assessments of disciples of the Yuntian sect, elderly Howren had been diligently attending to matters all day. As he finished his tasks, he prepared to sit down for a brief respite. However, before he could settle comfortably, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock." Before he could respond, the door swung open. He intended to reprimand the intruder, but was surprised to find it was none other than Elder Song Changfeng. "Elder Song?" He gazed at the visitor with astonishment. "Weren't you summoned by Song Qing to oversee the cave-dwelling challenge? Have you returned so soon?" "Yes, it concluded rather quickly," Elder Song Changfeng replied, producing a recording stone. "This is the recording stone of the competition. The events have been documented. Jiuge emerged victorious, so please make a note of it." Upon hearing the name of the victor, Elder Li was momentarily taken aback. He had a vague recollection of Jiuge, as he was responsible for the disciples' intersect assessment and identity change. At that time, he thought, a disciple who had cultivated for 10 years only to reach the spirit-drawing realm would likely remain mediocre. However, could it be that these two Jiuges are not the same person? He pondered silently, activating the recording stone to confirm the results and proceed with the registration. To his astonishment, as he glanced at the stone, he was utterly stunned. The figure in the recording, engaged in combat with Song Qing, was indeed the Jiuge he had been contemplating. Seeing him lost in thought while gazing at the recording stone, Elder Song Qingfeng could not help but chuckle. So, what do you think, oldly? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This inner sect disciple, at the early stages of the spirit platform, can hold his own against Song Qing. I suspect that the upcoming inner sect competition will unveil yet another dark horse for our sect. Hearing Elder Song Qingfeng's voice snapped Elderly back to reality, though his eyes remained filled with astonishment. Noticing this, Elder Song Qingfeng scoffed lightly. I say, oldly, you needn't be so dramatic over merely discovering a talented disciple. Elderly took a moment to calm himself before turning to his companion. Old Song, do you know who this individual is? Song Qingfeng's expression betrayed his confusion. What? Does Jiuge possess a remarkable background? Not particularly, Elderly replied. He merely spent 10 years in the outer sect and only recently advanced to the inner sect. Song Qingfeng was initially taken aback. Elderly added at that time, he was merely at the spirit induction stage. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng quickly grasped the implication of Elderly's words. Are you suggesting that this inner sect disciple has ascended from the spirit induction stage to the spirit platform in just a few days? He asked, astonished. And he has mastered the sword control technique and the fireball technique to such an extent? Elderly did not respond verbally, but merely nodded gently. At that moment, Song Qingfeng, much like Elderly before him, was left in a state of shock. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, such a pace of cultivation is truly extraordinary, akin to an ancient prodigy. Elderly concurred, adding, indeed, I believe Jiuge embodies the legendary talent of late bloomers. After a decade of honing his skills in the outer sect, upon entering the inner sect, he has soared like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. After their mutual admiration, Song Qingfeng suddenly came to a realization. This cannot stand. Such a prodigy. If he participates in the talent assessment of the inner sect competition in 7 days, will undoubtedly be sought after as a disciple. I must report his situation to Elder Qingxian. I am certain he will immediately take him under his wing and nurture him. Perhaps Jiuge could be the next Ye Feng. Chapter 26. The commencement of the inner sect competition and Bai Ruoxue's fortuity Qingyun Peak. One of the 3 principal peaks of the Yuntian sect is characterized by its rich spiritual energy and pleasant environment. At its summit lies a grove of purple bamboo, the residence of Elder Qingxian. At this moment, Song Qingfeng, an elder of the true martial hall, stood respectfully before a venerable old man with white hair, succinctly recounting the matters concerning Jiuge. You say this disciple, Jiuge, has ascended from the spirit induction stage to the spirit platform in just a few days? The elder inquired. Indeed, it is so. Song Qingfeng replied with utmost respect. I have confirmed this with Elderly Qingfeng. Elder Qingxian pondered for a moment before asking. Are you certain he spent 10 years in the outer sect before advancing to the inner sect? Yes. Song Qingfeng affirmed with a nod. Elder Qingxian stroked his pristine beard, deep in thought, before concluding, this young man must have already reached the peak of the spirit induction stage at the time of his advancement. He merely broke through in the days that followed. It does not warrant the title of prodigy. Song Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the wisdom in the elder's words. Nonetheless, the fact that he could defeat Song Qing while at the early stage of spirit platform certainly marks him as a talent. Please extend your guidance to him in the future. Very well, you may take your leave, Elder Qingxian instructed. Song Qingfeng bowed respectfully and departed. Within the inner sect disciples' cave dwelling, after vanquishing Song Qing, Jiuge returned directly to his meditation chamber, entering a prolonged period of seclusion. He had now broken through to the spirit platform realm and achieved the state of valley pacifying. Before entering seclusion, he had instructed Luo Yunyao that there was no need to prepare meals for him. Thus, during this period, he had completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Utilizing the numerous resources he had previously acquired, on the very first day of his retreat, Jiuge ascended to the mid-stage of the spirit platform realm. This substantial advancement significantly amplified his spiritual awareness, which now extended to a remarkable radius of 100 zhang. Such a formidable level of spiritual perception could rival that of an ordinary late-stage spirit platform cultivator. After several more days of dedicated practice, he eventually depleted all the resources he had purchased from the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. This, of course, also led to another enhancement of his strength, allowing him to finally reach the late stage of the spirit platform realm. Overjoyed by his newfound prowess, Jiuge found himself contemplating the extent of his spiritual awareness. With a mere thought, his powerful perception rapidly expanded. 10 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. As his awareness reached 100 zhang, the momentum of its expansion showed no signs of abating. 110 zhang, 130 zhang, 150 zhang. Only after his spiritual radius extended to an impressive 150 zhang did it gradually come to a halt. 150 zhang. Stunned by the extent of his spiritual coverage, Jiuge was taken aback. According to his knowledge, the average radius of a fully realized spirit platform cultivator's spiritual awareness barely reached 120 zhang. Even among those who had cultivated techniques to enhance their spiritual perception, few could achieve a radius of 150 zhang. Yet here he was, merely at the late stage of the spirit platform, with spiritual awareness comparable to that of a perfected cultivator. The great void divine technique is indeed formidable. Jiuge marveled as he regained his composure. Further sensing the abundant spiritual energy within him, he felt increasingly satisfied. As a cultivator with all 7 meridians opened, the depth of his cultivation foundation far surpassed that of his peers. Based on his estimations, the spiritual energy within him could very well rival that of a fully realized spirit platform cultivator. He pondered, I wonder how powerful the hand of the heavens will be with my current strength. Resolute in his thoughts, he exited the meditation chamber and ventured outside the cave, where he spotted a massive boulder measuring 5 meters in height. Previously, he had tested his strength against a 2-meter diameter stone, shattering it with a single punch. Now that his power had increased, it was only fitting to find a larger stone for his test. Scanning the distant boulder, he summoned the hand of the heavens with a fleeting thought. The colossal hand clenched into a fist, and with merely a fraction of his strength, he unleashed a punch toward the boulder. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as dust and debris scattered. The boulder had vanished without a trace, replaced by a massive pit with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Gazing at the immense crater before him, Jiuge was momentarily speechless. Is this truly the extent of my current strength? He felt a sense of relief that he hadn't exerted his full power, for the resulting noise could have been catastrophic. It seems that I should be able to secure a place among the top 10 in tomorrow's intersect competition. In addition to the talent test, ascending to the celestial platform and achieving the 10 sounds will undoubtedly attract the attention of the venerable ancestors seeking disciples. At this moment, Jiuge began to contemplate which esteemed elder would be the most suitable mentor. Just then, Luo Yunxiao rushed out of the cave in a flurry. However, upon seeing Jiuge, she composed herself considerably. Gazing at the enormous pit before the cave, she inquired, Su Shixiao, what has happened here? With a smile, Jiuge replied, It's nothing. I merely tested my newly attained strength. Have you made another breakthrough, Shixiao? Luo Yunxiao exclaimed, astonished as she glanced at the massive pit nearby. Did you create this just now? Indeed. Jiuge felt quite pleased and prepared to guide her in her cultivation. He then asked, by the way, how has your training been these past few days? Have you encountered any difficulties? Luo Yunxiao paused momentarily, then realized that Shixiao intended to offer her guidance in her practice. Initially thrilled, she soon felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she had only arrived a few days ago, and Su Shixiao had already provided her with numerous cultivation resources and even vanquished a tiger demon for her village. The prospect of him now mentoring her made her wonder if, as her mother had suggested, Su Shixiao truly harbored feelings for her. She couldn't help but ponder whether he would make any unreasonable demands later. With this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she felt no inclination to resist. Noticing her reaction, Jiuge, puzzled, inquired, Yunxiao, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Snapped back to reality by Su Shixiao's genuine concern and clear gaze, Luo Yunxiao quickly dismissed her overthinking. After all, she was merely a lowly disciple with average looks and mediocre talent. How could she ever be worthy of Su Shixiao? This realization left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Determined, she resolved to become stronger so she could stand by his side. In an instant, her resolve solidified. Yet, Jiuge remained perplexed by her reaction. Though he chose not to dwell on it, reassured that she was fine, Luo Yunxiao gathered her thoughts and finally voiced her recent uncertainties regarding her cultivation. Having been an outer disciple for nearly a decade, Jiuge possessed profound insights into the path of body refinement. He provided thorough answers to her inquiries, causing her eyes to brighten and granting her a newfound clarity about her future cultivation. Moreover, this exchange only deepened her admiration for Jiuge. Thank you, Shixiao, for your guidance. I shall return to my training now. No need for thanks, Jiuge replied with a smile. If you encounter any doubts in your practice, feel free to ask me. The prospect of being able to consult him in the future excited Luo Yunxiao, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. All right, then I shall be a bother to you from now on. Jiuge nodded with a smile as he watched her depart. Subsequently, he returned to his training room to continue his cultivation. Although he lacked the aid of medicinal pills, his pace of advancement remained unmatched by ordinary practitioners, and he was determined not to squander any time. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Jiuge emerged from his cultivation, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Today marks the day of the intersect competition. The opportunity to become a disciple of the esteemed ancestor lies before him. After adjusting his mood, he greeted Luo Yunxiao and intended to head directly to the intersect square. To his surprise, Luo Yunxiao expressed her desire to accompany him. According to the sect's regulations, even the most junior disciples are permitted to watch the intersect competition if they are free. Naturally, Su Jiuge could not reject her request. However, before departing, he donned a ghostly mask. Luo Yunxiao appeared puzzled, but Su Jiuge offered no explanation. He summoned the wind and took her along to the intersect square. Upon their arrival, he spotted a once familiar figure. Name, Bai Ruoxue, realm, spirit platform realm, early stage. Recent opportunity, achieved 8 resonances during the talent test segment of the intersect competition, ascending the celestial platform and becoming the most gifted newly admitted disciple. Rewarded with a portion of the Scarlet Flame Beast Fire from the sect. Scarlet Flame Beast Fire, a type of beast fire usable for alchemy, artifact refinement, and combat. Chapter 27. The Opportunity of Shaoxi. The talent test commences. Her cultivation has astonishingly reached the early stage of the spirit platform realm. Upon witnessing Bai Ruoxue's current prowess, Su Jiuge was momentarily stunned. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. As an ordinary cultivator, he had managed to ascend from an outer sect disciple at the 6th layer of body refinement to an intersect disciple at the late stage of the spirit platform realm within merely half a month. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the reincarnated Empress could advance from the early stage of the spirit gathering realm to the spirit platform realm in the same time frame. It seemed that her recent elevation in strength had been coupled with the recovery of some memories, leading to numerous opportunities. No wonder she had not troubled him during this period. She had been focused on enhancing her abilities. Next, he directed his gaze to her opportunity notification, achieving 8 resonances. The most gifted newly admitted disciple was rewarded with a portion of the Scarlet Flame Beast Fire. Su Jiuge paused for a moment, astonished that the reward was a flame. According to the previous patterns of opportunity breakthroughs, items related to opportunities and critical rewards were typically of the same category. If the opportunity for spirit stones resulted in more spirit stones, and the opportunity for techniques yielded stronger techniques, then the Beast Fire Rewards opportunity breakthrough might very well lead to an even greater flame. With this thought, Su Jiuge's heart raced with excitement. The Wanhua Rongshan Ju he was currently cultivating could amplify the power of his spells by merging with flames. If he could obtain this Scarlet Flame Beast Fire and trigger a critical reward to acquire an even more formidable flame when he wielded the Wanhua Rongshan Ju thereafter, his power would undoubtedly multiply. However, as he gazed at the notification, a sense of confusion washed over him. With his talent, he was certain he could achieve 10 resonances. Surely, he should be the one recognized as the most gifted newly admitted disciple. As a cultivator with all 7 meridians open, possessing the supreme bone within, such talent could only be deemed extraordinary. Achieving beyond 10 resonances seemed inevitable. Of course, this had always been his belief. But now, wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Jiuge realized that perhaps this hint was provided according to the original event path. Could it mean that I am the most talented disciple of this generation? The thought of rewards filled his eyes with increasing brilliance. It seemed that Bai Ruoxue's fortune was destined to be seized by me. Suppressing the excitement within, he withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the other disciples in the square, discovering that many of them had received fortune hints as well. Name, Song Qing, realm, spirit guiding realm, early stage. Recent fortune, achieved 6 sounds on the immortal platform during the intersect grand competition's talent assessment. Receiving a bottle of blood spirit pill as a sect reward. Name, Ye Feng, realm, spirit platform realm, perfection. Recent fortune, secured 9th place in the intersect grand competition's arena match, earning a reward of 5,000 spirit stones from the sect. It was rare to witness such fortunes, yet today, so many had emerged simultaneously. Su Jiuge gazed at the fortune hints of the crowd, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Soon after, he noticed the name of one intersect disciple. Ye Feng? Isn't he the elder brother of Ye Feng? Su Jiuge was not surprised by his 9th place finish. He had heard of Ye Zhao's prowess during his time in the outer sect. Furthermore, he had once slain Ye Zhao's brother, although the latter might still be unaware of this fact. Next, his attention shifted to others, and from the crowd, he spotted the figure of Shaoxi. Name, Shaoxi, realm, spirit platform realm, perfection. Recent fortune, achieved 1st place in the intersect grand competition's arena match, receiving a sword embryo as a sect reward. Sword embryo, a celestial spiritual item, from which a cultivator can nurture a sword body. A sword body. Su Jiuge was momentarily stunned. He had encountered descriptions of the sword body in an ancient tome concerning cultivator physiques. It was said that those who possessed a sword body were endowed with the potential of a sword immortal. Utilizing any sword technique would inherently grant them an increase of at least 30% in power compared to ordinary cultivators. And this was merely the standard sword path physique. If it were one of the supreme sword bodies listed among the top 10, then the power increase could reach several times that. Contemplating this, Su Jiuge felt a surge of excitement. What if he could obtain this sword embryo and trigger a fortuitous enhancement? However, a glance at Xiao Shi's realm quickly sobered him. Although his strength far surpassed others of the same realm, comparable to that of a perfected spirit platform realm practitioner, Xiao Shi was a child of destiny, certainly not someone to be underestimated. He might also possess the ability to challenge opponents beyond his level. If only he could have more time to elevate his strength, perhaps this reward could indeed be his. With a sigh of regret, Su Jiuge reflected. Nevertheless, even if he could not claim the first position, with his current strength, it would not be difficult to secure a ranking and earn a reward. At that time, triggering a fortuitous enhancement might yield results not inferior to that of the sword embryo. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Luo Yunyao, who was currently observing everything around her with great enthusiasm. Yunyao, I shall go over there to register. Please wait here for me and do not wander off, Su Jiuge said with a smile. To participate in the inner sect competition, one must first register. A fact he had known since his days as an outer sect disciple. His reason for specifically advising her was his concern that some fool might provoke Luo Yunyao, resulting in her memory awakening and inadvertently leading to a fatal confrontation, which would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, he noticed that there were no such warnings on her panel, which eased his mind considerably. All right, senior brother, Luo Yunyao replied. Su Jiuge approached the registration desk, where only a few fellow disciples stood in line. To participate in the inner sect competition, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the spirit platform realm. Moreover, as the registration period was nearing its end, there were not many inner sect disciples still signing up. As for the spirit guiding realm disciples, they were only eligible for the talent test. Standing at the end of the queue, Su Jiuge listened to the conversation between two fellow disciples ahead of him. Have you heard? Our current inner sect has produced a remarkably talented junior sister. Are you referring to that cool and elegant junior sister named Bai Ruoxue? Indeed, that is her. I estimate that when she ascends the celestial platform later, she will possess a talent rating of 6. Fortunately, she is merely a newly inducted inner sect disciple, and her cultivation level is not very high. She cannot participate in the competition. Otherwise, we might have another formidable rival for the top 10. The top 10? Do you also wish to enter the Yuanling secret realm? Certainly. I have heard that those who emerge from the Yuanling secret realm often break through to the golden core stage not long after, advancing to core disciples or even direct disciples. Do you not aspire to go? I do not. Although the Yuanling secret realm is filled with opportunities, it is fraught with dangers as well. I am not keen on meeting my demise. Opportunities. Listening to their idle chatter, Su Jiuge's eyes brightened. Perhaps I too should strive for the top 10 and participate in the Yuanling secret realm. With his opportunity crit system, attending the Yuanling secret realm would surely present him with numerous opportunity prompts. As Su Jiuge pondered, the line gradually moved forward, and soon it was his turn. Upon seeing him, the elder in charge of registration furrowed his brow. In the inner sect competition, one must not wear a mask that conceals one's true appearance. Reluctantly, Su Jiuge removed his ghostly mask. Upon seeing his visage, the elder was momentarily taken aback. This disciple was even more handsome than he had been in his youth. Why would he hide his face behind a mask? However, he quickly found his answer. Wow, senior sister, look at how handsome that senior brother is. My goodness. When did our inner sect gain such a charismatic figure? Instantly, the surrounding female disciples turned their gaze towards him, and some bold ones even approached to request his communication jade slip. Among them was a young female elder who chose to engage him directly, creating a closer bond and leaving her communication jade slip as a parting gift. The elder in charge of registration stiffened. He felt he had meddled unnecessarily. Su Jiuge was suddenly overwhelmed with a headache. He hastily completed his registration, eager to leave, only to find that escape was impossible. In the distance, Luo Yunyao noticed the commotion and wore a proud expression. Yet, she herself was unaware of the reasons behind her pride. Time slipped by unnoticed until the long-awaited inner sect disciples' grand competition finally commenced. Su Jiuge had at last found a reason to extricate himself and proceeded to the ascension platform to await the talent assessment. According to the procedures of the inner sect competition, the initial evaluation would focus on the disciples' innate talents. Chapter 28, Bai Ruoxue, favored by the elders' inner sect plaza. Ascension platform. Surrounded by a throng of senior and junior sisters, Su Jiuge arrived at the waiting area for the talent assessment. His presence instantly captivated the attention of numerous female disciples and elder women, illuminating their gazes. Many male disciples looked towards Su Jiuge with palpable envy and jealousy. Who is this fellow, to possess such charm that the senior sisters adore him? I recognize him. His name is Su Jiuge, an inner sect disciple who spent 10 years in the outer sect before his recent promotion. However, his fiancée is a rare prodigy in cultivation. She ascended to the inner sect within just a year of joining the sect. Ascended to the inner sect in a year? Who is she, so formidable? The serene junior sister Bai Ruoxue, of course. Indeed, I have heard many senior brothers proclaim her as the most gifted among this year's newly promoted inner sect disciples. To think she is engaged to him. Please, your information is outdated. She has long since proposed an annulment of their engagement. Are you unaware of this? Annulment? What is so surprising about that? She is a genius with at least 6 rings of talent, destined for greatness. How could she possibly be wed to an ordinary disciple who took 10 years to ascend to the inner sect? True enough. Look, the serene junior sister Bai Ruoxue approaches. As the disciples engaged in their discussions, a strikingly composed female disciple entered the waiting area for the inner sect talent assessment, accompanied by a young man wielding a folding fan. Junior sister Ruoxue, I have already spoken with my father. If you achieve 5 rings in the talent assessment, he will arrange for you to take on the status of a core disciple. The fan-bearing youth flattered. Bai Ruoxue remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Then, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure amidst the throng of senior and junior sisters. Yet, upon sighting him, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Had it not been for him seizing her imperial bone, she would undoubtedly possess far greater talent. Fortunately, during this time, her strength had increased. And with the restoration of many memories, she had recalled various methods to enhance her innate abilities. Retracting her gaze, she chose to disregard him. At that moment, the esteemed inner sect elders responsible for the assessments had arrived, including the true Martial Hall elder, Song Qing, whom Su Jiuge had encountered previously. Additionally, 3 of the sect's top 10 elders were also present. They were currently situated in the elders' viewing area, scrutinizing the many inner sect disciples in the waiting zone. According to tradition, each generation of inner sect disciples had the privilege of being selected by these elders during the talent assessments. Among the 3 elders, a silver-haired elder observed the crowd, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he fixated on the composed female disciple. The silver-haired elder, holding a whisk, turned towards the 2 individuals beside her and, with a warm smile, remarked, "Dear brothers, I have taken a liking to the inner disciple named Bai Ruoxue. When it comes time to accept a disciple, I trust you will not vie with me for her." The 2 individuals she referred to were a kindly middle-aged man with a fair complexion, who perpetually bore a gentle smile and exuded an air of scholarly grace, and another, a robust man with a curled beard, his arms crossed over his chest. "Oh, is our junior sister so fond of this disciple? It seems she possesses some extraordinary qualities," the scholarly elder said with a smile. "However, since our junior sister has expressed her interest, I shall not contend with you." The silver-haired elder expressed her gratitude with a smile. She then turned to address the robust elder. "What say you, Brother Chow? We shall see in due time. If she truly is a prodigy, I cannot let her slip away," the bearded elder replied, his face inscrutable. "Yet, from what I observe, she does not seem suited to my path of cultivation." The silver-haired elder nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I thank you both in advance. Might you have any inner disciples that pique your interest?" The scholarly elder surveyed the waiting area filled with inner disciples, casually pointing to one and remarking, "I find that disciple quite commendable." The silver-haired elder and the bearded man followed his gaze, spotting a striking young man surrounded by numerous female disciples, radiating an extraordinary aura. "Brother, you have chosen him?" the silver-haired elder exclaimed in surprise. "However, I suspect he may disappoint Brother Feng." The scholarly elder's curiosity was piqued, and the bearded man also turned his attention to the young man. "In my prior investigations of Ruoxue, I discovered that this individual is her fiancé, and so I have gathered information about him," the silver-haired elder reflected. "His name is Su Jiuge, and he has spent nearly a decade in the outer sect before finally ascending. Such qualifications warrant little attention, at most a second rank." "I see. A decade to ascend to the inner sect indeed does not merit our excessive focus," the bearded elder conceded, affirming the silver-haired elder's earlier statement. However, the scholarly elder voiced a differing opinion. "I believe this individual possesses an exceptional countenance. He is destined for great achievements." "When did you become adept at reading faces, Brother Feng?" the bearded elder inquired, puzzled. "Do you not believe me?" the middle-aged scholar responded with a smile. "Shall we place a wager?" Intrigued by this suggestion, the bearded elder asked, "What are the terms of the wager?" The silver-haired elder also turned her gaze toward them. "Since you regard his talents as inferior, let us use a 5th rank as the benchmark," the middle-aged scholar proposed cheerfully. "If his talent exceeds 5th rank, I win. If it is 5th rank or lower, you win. What say you, Brother Chow? Is it truly so that you hold such high regard for that disciple? The bearded elder asked in astonishment. Yet he accepted the wager. And what shall be the stakes, my junior brother? The middle-aged scholar smiled as he retrieved an item from his storage ring, presenting it in his hand. I wonder if this item is to your liking, brother? Upon witnessing the treasure presented by the other party, the burly man with a twisted beard and the silver-haired elder both gasped in astonishment. It was, astonishingly, a 1,000-year-old purple yang flower. Well, since junior brother is so enthusiastic, I shall not dampen his spirits, declared the burly man. He then retrieved an item from his storage ring. This 1,000-year fire crystal was an accidental acquisition of mine. I believe it holds equal value to your purple yang flower. The middle-aged scholar nodded with a smile, acknowledging the worth of the item presented. At this moment, the silver-haired elder also expressed interest. She had conducted special investigations into Jiuge, a disciple who had barely advanced to the inner sect after a decade in the outer sect. Any aptitude above 2 sounds was considered remarkable, and he was certainly incapable of achieving 5 sounds or more. Brother Feng was essentially offering a boon, and she could not let this opportunity slip away. Brother, may I also place a bet? She inquired. The middle-aged scholar was momentarily taken aback, but did not refuse. After all, someone was offering resources that he desired. Very well. What treasure does junior sister intend to present as her stake? Upon receiving her brother's consent, the silver-haired elder immediately produced a jade vial from her storage ring. Within this vial rests a harmony pill. I propose this as my stake. What say you, brother? The middle-aged scholar and the burly man were both taken aback. The harmony pill is a rare elixir that assists cultivators in the law manifestation stage to enhance their success rate when attempting to achieve harmony. Thus, it is considered a treasure for those in the law manifestation realm. The middle-aged scholar, a fully realized practitioner on the cusp of breaking into harmony, could hardly contain his astonishment. Is junior sister truly willing to part with such a pill as her stake? He asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. The silver-haired elder nodded affirmatively. Very well, since that is the case, I am not one to be miserly, replied the middle-aged scholar, retrieving a fruit from his storage ring. Since junior sister has offered the harmony pill, I shall present this 9 lifetimes fruit as my stake. The 9 lifetimes fruit is a rare item that allows a cultivator to experience the cycles of 9 lifetimes through dreams, significantly aiding in the elevation of one's mental state. The silver-haired elder was elated upon witnessing this. Excellent. Let it be as brother has proposed. As the three engaged in their casual discourse, the aptitude testing had already commenced. Numerous inner-sect disciples had ascended the celestial platform, completing their aptitude assessments. Among them, the most gifted was a newly admitted inner-sect disciple named Song Qing, boasting an impressive aptitude of 6 sounds. The others, however, were mostly limited to 3 or 4 sounds. Time passed, and soon a composed junior sister ascended the celestial platform, once again capturing the attention of the crowd. Chapter 29. The 8-Sound Genius. Jiuge ascends the celestial platform. Before the celestial platform, Bai Ruoxue stood under the gaze of thousands, exhibiting not a trace of nervousness. Her gaze was resolute, and her steps were steady as she approached a high platform suspended in the void. Upon this platform rested a solitary, unremarkable, and somewhat dilapidated bell. Beneath the platform lay 10 steps of white jade. With each step upon the white jade stairs, the bell would toll once. Within 3 sounds, one is merely an ordinary cultivator. Within 5 sounds, one possesses considerable talent. Only upon achieving 7 chimes can one be deemed a genius, thus earning the extraordinary rewards of the immortal platform. Should an individual reach the pinnacle of the immortal platform, they would attain the status of a prodigy, accompanied by celestial phenomena. Yet, the immortal platform of the Cloud Heaven sect has existed for a millennium, with only the founding master, the celestial being of Cloud Heaven, having successfully ascended. It is evident how arduous the journey to the summit truly is. Although she is a reborn empress, she understands that. With her current aptitude across 4 channels, she can at most reach the 8th tier, achieving 8 chimes. Nevertheless, she is aware that she will undoubtedly be the most gifted among this cohort of disciples. In her previous life, the inner sect's foremost disciple, Shaoxi, who possessed a talent equal to hers, will surely be left behind in this life. In fact, it will not be long before she surpasses him in strength as well. At this moment, she stands before the white jade steps of the immortal platform. Without a hint of hesitation, she lifts her foot and steps upon it. The instant her foot touches the step, she feels a wave of pressure emanating from all directions, yet it does not significantly affect her. Dong! A bell tolls from the immortal platform. Next, she lightly ascends to the 2nd step. Dong! Another bell resounds. The seamless succession of 2 chimes instantly captivates the surrounding disciples. The seemingly unyielding ascent of the white jade steps without pause suggests that this junior sister possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, Bai Ruoxue, the cool and composed junior sister, exhibits a certain endowment. Her speed of ascent may well lead her to the 7th tier. The 7th tier? Does that not indicate a talent on par with Brother Xiao? It appears our inner sect will soon witness the rise of yet another genius. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Bai Ruoxue ascends 3 more tiers in rapid succession. Dong, dong, dong. The chimes continue, uninterrupted. She is now poised to step onto the 6th tier. Dong. 6 chimes of talent. This already represents the finest achievement of the day's aptitude test. On the Elder's platform, the silver-haired Elder Ji beams with delight. The junior sister's discernment is indeed commendable. This disciple possesses notable talent. A burly man with a curling beard expresses his admiration. However, the silver-haired Elder Ji's expression sharpens with caution. Brother Xiao, you wouldn't be considering a change of heart and attempting to claim this disciple for yourself, would you? That is certainly not the case. The burly man shakes his head, then adds, unless she can ascend to the 8th tier and achieve 8 chimes. The silver-haired Elder G's countenance stiffens, yet he refrains from further comment. A middle-aged scholar beside them remains silent, merely observing the figure of the cool and composed girl on the immortal platform. At this moment, her expression bears a hint of gravity as she hesitates to step onto the 7th tier. Clearly, she is now under immense pressure. Yet, this is indeed the reality. Ascending to the 7th tier signifies a genius's qualification, a pressure unlike that of the previous 6 tiers. Fortunately, after a brief pause, she finally takes that step. Dong. The 7th chime echoes. The entire venue falls silent. The crowd holds its breath, completely engrossed, witnessing the emergence of a genius. Among the throng, Xiaoxi's face reveals astonishment. He never anticipated that this cohort of inner sect disciples would harbor another talent as formidable as his own. He gazed at Bai Ruoxue, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In that moment, he had become utterly captivated by his junior sister upon the celestial platform. Young man, I advise you to refrain from harboring any thoughts about her. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his consciousness. Master, have you discerned something? Xiaoxi inquired, perplexed. This girl bears immense karmic ties, which are beyond your reach. The voice resonated once more within his mind. At least, not with your current capabilities. Unless I can fully restore myself, this is not mere boasting. As long as I recover. The remnants of his master's words trailed off, and Xiaoxi chose not to pursue further, yet he had regained his composure. His accomplishments thus far were entirely attributed to this loquacious master. Therefore, he held a profound trust in his talkative mentor. Regaining his calm, he redirected his gaze to the celestial platform. To his astonishment, his junior sister had yet to descend and appeared poised to continue her ascent. In her previous life, she had reached the 7th step, elevating her aptitude to unprecedented heights, laying the groundwork for her subsequent rise to the Empress. Bai Ruoxue, with unwavering determination, gazed at the 8th step, which was now within her grasp. Should she ascend the 8th step of the celestial platform, she would undoubtedly reap even greater rewards. Amidst her thoughts, she summoned the secret techniques from her past life, feeling an alleviation of pressure. With renewed vigor, she successfully stepped onto the 8th step. Boom. The 8th bell tolled. A hush fell over the crowd before they erupted in astonishment. Heavens! This serene junior sister has achieved 8 tolls, a talent truly rare. It appeared that the top 10 disciples of the sect would soon undergo a change. I had thought her limit was 7 tolls. I never anticipated she would reach 8. That Su Jiuge had truly missed a grand opportunity. Such a talented fiancé had slipped away. If I were him, I would surely be overwhelmed with despair. There was speculation as to whether she could ascend the 9th step and achieve 9 tolls. On the celestial platform, Bai Ruoxue had reached the 8th step and set her sights on the next. However, no matter how she employed her secret arts, her feet remained firmly planted. She realized this was her limit. Yet, unwilling to concede, she lingered on the 8th step until she could endure no longer. Ultimately, she had to descend the platform. Yet, in that very moment of descent, the immense pressure that had beset her receded like a tide, leaving her with a sense of lightness. Simultaneously, her cultivation aptitude experienced a tremendous enhancement. The 4 meridians that had once opened were now expanded to 6 meridians and 7 veins. With her newfound talents, should she attempt the celestial platform again, reaching the summit would be effortless. Alas, any cultivator may ascend to the peak only once in their lifetime. Further attempts would yield no benefit. Nevertheless, Bai Ruoxue firmly believed that in this life, her achievements would surpass those of her past. As her thoughts wandered, 2 of the 3 elders present to recruit disciples had already approached her. Young lady, do you wish to take me as your master? One burly elder with a flowing beard inquired directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another elder with silver hair retorted angrily. Xiao Xixiao, we had previously agreed that you cannot take my disciple. The burly man with a twisted beard frowned and said, "Sister, if you allow me to have this disciple, I shall not compete with you, even if 10 more talented disciples emerge afterward. How does that sound? Haha, I desire only this disciple. As long as you do not contest with me, I will not vie for any future disciples, even if 10 more arise," replied the silver-haired elder Ji, turning her gaze towards Bai Ruoxue with a gentle expression. "Ruoxue, do you wish to take me as your master? If you agree, I shall gift you a condensed embryo mount. I can also offer a condensed embryo mount." The burly man interjected directly. "If you take me as your master, I will not only bestow upon you a condensed embryo mount, but also procure heavenly treasures for you, personally forging your life's magical artifact." "Chao Shixiao, you have gone too far," Elder Ji exclaimed in anger, ready to engage in a fierce battle. The surrounding disciples looked on in shock. Goodness, the two elders are actually about to fight over a single disciple? How enviable for this cool and aloof sister to inspire such rivalry between two esteemed elders, with so many treasures offered. Upon hearing the murmurs of the disciples, the middle-aged scholar on the elder platform shook his head and placed a hand on his forehead. He hurriedly stepped forward to prevent the impending clash between the two. "Shixiang, Shiji, if you wish to compete for a disciple, do so elsewhere. Do not disrupt the testing of the disciples." Upon hearing Fan Yuan's counsel, both of them snorted coldly and directly took Bai Ruoxue down from the celestial platform, commencing another round of competition for disciples. With Bai Ruoxue's record of 8 sounds, even if another disciple with 6 sounds emerged later, it did not stir much commotion. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Su Jiuge's turn to ascend the celestial platform, drawing considerable attention. What a handsome junior brother. I wonder what his talent is. Isn't that Su Jiuge? He has also advanced to the inner sect to participate in the talent evaluation. Su Jiuge? Who is he? Is he famous? Not particularly. But his fiancée is quite renowned. Who is his fiancée? That cool and aloof sister who just ascended and achieved 8 sounds. Hiss. How enviable he is to have such a promising fiancée. Enviable? He has been dumped. Why would you envy him? What? He was actually dumped? Why? How would I know? But I heard he spent 10 years in the outer sect before advancing to the inner sect, so I suspect his talent must have been lacking, leading to the broken engagement. So, does that mean his talent is at most 1 or 2 sounds? As the crowd continued their discussions, Su Jiuge had already arrived at the front of the celestial platform. Chapter 30, 10 Sounds of Talent, shocking everyone before the celestial platform. Su Jiuge paid no heed to the murmurs of the surrounding disciples. He merely glanced at the white jade steps before him and stepped forward. Boom. A bell tolled. Without pausing, he took another step up the staircase. Boom. 2 bell sounds resonated in succession. The previously chatting onlookers were momentarily stunned. Wow. This handsome junior brother can ascend 2 steps without a pause. His talent seems impressive. Was it not said that this individual lingered outside the gates for a decade before ascending to the inner sanctum? How could he so swiftly traverse 2 levels? The speed at which he crossed these 2 thresholds surpassed even that of the previously mentioned aloof junior sister. How could this be possible? It seems the rumors were erroneous. This senior brother must possess extraordinary talent, though it remains uncertain whether he can achieve the 7th resonance. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Jiuge paid them no heed. He simply gazed at the Tao bell upon the celestial platform, displaying a relaxed demeanor, devoid of any pressure, before stepping forward once more. Boom. The 3rd bell tolled. At this moment, the number of those observing him had significantly increased. In the stance, Xiao Shi recognized the young man above as Su Jiuge, a former acquaintance from his time in the outer sect. Witnessing the latter ascend the 3rd step with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. How could he possess such talent? As a former friend, he was well aware of Su Jiuge's capabilities. Yet now, the latter effortlessly crossed 3 steps, a feat utterly beyond Xiao Shi's expectations. While he was still in shock, Su Jiuge had already set foot on the 4th step. Boom. Another bell resonated from the celestial platform. At this juncture, those who had previously dismissed Su Jiuge's cultivation talent had fallen silent. A 4 resonance aptitude, while not particularly formidable, was nonetheless on par with the majority of inner sect disciples. However, judging by Su Jiuge's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear that 4 resonances were not his limit. On the elders' platform, the silver-haired elder Ji and the burly man with a braided beard, who had been vying for disciples, were now captivated by the youth upon the celestial platform. After all, both had made wagers with the middle-aged scholar and were acutely interested in the young man's talents. This lad has already reached the 4th level with such ease. Could his aptitude truly exceed 5 resonances? The burly man exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. I investigated him earlier. 10 years in the outer sect barely granted him entry into the inner sect. How could he possibly possess an aptitude exceeding 5 resonances? The silver-haired elder Ji fixed his gaze intently on the youth atop the platform, refuting the notion. What, then, is the situation at hand? The burly man cast a glance at the junior sister. The silver-haired elder Ji was rendered momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged scholar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had only heard from the venerable Qing Xian that this individual had defeated Song Qing while at the initial stage of the spirit platform realm. Estimating Su Jiugong's talent to be around 5 resonances, the current circumstances seemed to confirm his suspicions. Brothers and sisters, let us not forget our agreement, the middle-aged scholar said with a smile. The two elders wore serious expressions, offering no reply as they fixated on the inner sect youth who had taken 4 steps, remaining composed and unruffled. Beside them, Bai Ruoxue also turned her gaze toward the young man. Never did she anticipate that the imperial bone would possess such power. If it were to be claimed by her, she would surely ascend to the 9th level. Contemplating this, her icy eyes darkened ominously. That detestable Su Jiugong has seized my opportunity. This grudge shall be repaid in due time. In the midst of her thoughts, 2 more bell tolls echoed from the celestial platform. Boom, boom. Now, the Dao bell had sounded for the 6th time. Should Su Jiugong take one more step, he would achieve the 7th resonance and be hailed as a genius. The middle-aged scholar, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with delight. He turned to the burly man with a twisted beard beside him and inquired, "Brother, do you now believe in my insights regarding physiognomy?" The bearded man, regaining his composure after a brief contemplation, retrieved the prearranged item from his storage ring and tossed it to the scholar, holding the ancient fire crystal in his hand. Fang Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Thank you, brother." He then shifted his gaze towards the silver-haired elder sister. The elder sister glanced at the young man on the ascension platform, who was about to take his 7th step, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. Nevertheless, she produced the previously agreed-upon elixir, her expression pained as she threw it to Fang Yuan. "Thank you, sister." Having secured his rewards, the middle-aged scholar turned his attention back to the ascension platform, his gaze resting on the inner disciple, a look of contentment in his eyes. Bong. At that moment, the 7th bell tolled. The disciples gathered below the ascension platform were utterly astounded. This junior not only possessed striking looks, but also demonstrated such remarkable talent. Su Jiugao was a 7-bell prodigy. Could it be that he was an inner disciple who had spent 10 years in the outer sect before making this advancement? Wait. Look at Su Jiugao's ease. Could he possibly ascend to the 8th step? Before the ascension platform, among the elders responsible for supervising the assessment, Elder Song Qing gazed at Su Jiugao's relaxed demeanor on the platform, astonished. He has already reached the 7th step and still appears so at ease. Considering the lack of pressure on the young man, he recalled the earlier judgment of the esteemed Qing Xian ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor's assessment had been erroneous? Had he truly broken through from the spirit guide realm to the spirit platform in just a few days? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, bong. The 8th bell rang out from the ascension platform. The sound reached the ears of Xiao Shi, who stared in disbelief at the figure on the platform. He actually ascended to the 8th step? His talent surpasses mine. How can this be? Xiao Shi's pupils widened in shock, unable to fathom that the individual on stage was none other than the once inept senior from the outer sect. However, before he could fully process this revelation, the bells on the ascension platform chimed once more. Bong. Tianyun Peak, one of the 3 main peaks of the Yuntian sect, with its summit housing the sect's great hall. At this moment, the sect master Ye Feng was engaged in a leisurely conversation with an elder who bore the visage of youthful innocence despite his age. I never expected that this cohort of inner disciples would produce a prodigy of 8 bells. I wonder which elder among Fang Yuan's lot has taken him under their wing. Ye Feng remarked, stroking his goatee with a smile. Previously, he had been troubled by an incident involving his daughter being schemed against in the outer sect market. Little did he anticipate that today's inner sect talent assessment would yield an 8-bell prodigy, which significantly lifted his spirits. Haha, I suspect it to be Elder Chao, as he alone among the 10 elders has no disciples. The elder seated across from Ye Feng inquired with a smile, "By the way, sect master, have the candidates for the core disciples of the Yuanling's secret realm been finalized?" "Yes, the candidates for core disciples have been determined. They are indeed the ones previously mentioned." Ye Feng raised the spiritual tea from the stone table to his lips, savoring a sip before continuing. "Now we only await the conclusion of the inner sect competition to finalize the number of inner disciples. Indeed, I have received news that the venerable elder Mingyue is expected to return from his travels in the coming days." However, before he could complete his statement, the sound of 9 chimes resonated continuously from the direction of the immortal platform. Ye Feng's voice abruptly ceased, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He turned to gaze towards the immortal platform, pondering whether that was truly the 9th chime. Uncertain, he inquired of the elders seated opposite him. "Yes, it seems so," came the elder's tentative response. Their eyes met briefly before both directed their attention back to the immortal platform, where the sound had vanished into the ether. As the ninth chime echoed, silence enveloped the gathering once more. This disciple, Su, possesses the extraordinary talent of 9 chimes. Does this not signify that he is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber? I had believed that junior sister Ruoxue's 8 chimes marked her as the strongest among the current inner disciples, yet it appears that this junior brother Su surpasses her. Previously, I thought that his broken engagement with junior sister Ruoxue was a loss for him, but it now seems that the true loss lies with her. Were I Bai Ruoxue, I would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Among the crowd, Luo Yuanyao gazed at the striking young man upon the immortal platform, her countenance frozen in astonishment. Su, my brother, is indeed a prodigious talent with 9 chimes. Although merely a servant disciple, she understood the significance of such a gift. Initially, she had aspired to cultivate diligently to keep pace with her brother, hoping to remain by his side. However, it now seemed that no matter how desperately she endeavored, she would never catch up to Su's strides. Before the immortal platform, Song Qing, responsible for supervising the assessments, recalled the judgment made by the venerable Qingxian regarding Su Jiuge's talent. It appears that the elder has genuinely misjudged this time. I shall notify the elder immediately, hoping he can arrive before the venerable Hongqian does, to accept him as his disciple. On the elder's platform, the silver-haired elder Ji observed Su Jiuge on the immortal platform, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Junior sister, you just stated that as long as brother does not compete with you for Bai Ruoxue, you would not contest with me even if a 10-chime disciple were to emerge, correct? Upon noticing his sister's reaction, the robust bearded elder hastily added, brother has consented. You cannot contest me for Su Jiuge. Elder Ji was enraged. You cannot flip-flop, brother. Bai Ruoxue is now your disciple. You cannot change your stance and contend with me for Su Jiuge. Bai Ruoxue, one of the parties involved, stood frozen, her face stiffening as she absorbed the elder's conversation. Yet at that moment, a resounding thud echoed. The 10th chime rang out from the immortal platform. Chapter 31, Rise in Strength, Arrival of the Ancestor, 10 chimes. The immortal platform resounded with 10 chimes. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. In this instant, whether disciples or elders, including 3 of the 10 esteemed elders, all fixated on the figure upon the immortal platform, rendered speechless. Since the establishment of the sect, no one apart from the founding ancestor of Yuntian sect has achieved 10 chimes. Yet now, on this very day, at this precise moment, a disciple has once again stirred the chimes with talent, producing the 10th sound. Such extraordinary talent has manifested, instantly invoking celestial phenomena. A celestial aura emerges from the east. Stretching for 30,000 miles, ethereal dragons and phoenixes soar through the 9 heavens. It seems as though the resonant melodies of dragons and phoenixes emanate continuously from the celestial platform above. In this moment, Su Jiuge feels as though he has entered a profound state of enlightenment. Within this extraordinary state, he perceives a remarkable transformation occurring within both his corporeal form and spirit. In the span of a mere breath, his physical body and soul have undergone a significant enhancement. This metamorphosis brings him an unparalleled sense of comfort. Time becomes elusive, and eventually, he realizes that this transformative experience has reached its pinnacle. Gradually, he returns to his senses, only to discover that what felt like an eternity was but a fleeting moment. Although it was merely a brief instant, his being has undergone a tremendous transformation. The first notable change is a breakthrough in his realm. In that brief moment, he has ascended from the late stage of the spirit platform realm to its pinnacle. The spiritual energy within him now far surpasses that of his peers, exuding a formidable and profound power. Next, regarding his consciousness, although he has not actively expanded it, he can sense that the range of his spiritual awareness has doubled. Su Jiuge estimates that the radius of his current spiritual awareness extends an astonishing 500 zhang. It is crucial to note that an ordinary cultivator at the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm, even with techniques to enhance their consciousness, typically possesses a range of no more than 150 zhang. Yet, his current level of spiritual awareness is over 3 times that of these ordinary practitioners. With such strength, he rivals those in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Should he reach the ultimate state of the spirit platform realm, his consciousness may experience yet another explosive growth. At that time, his spiritual awareness would likely place him among the elite within the early Golden Core cultivators. Of course, the changes do not end here. There is also a remarkable enhancement in his innate talent. Su Jiuge discovers that the rotational speed of the spiritual energy vortex within his dantian has more than doubled. If previously, the opening of the 7 meridians and 8 vessels had accelerated his absorption of spiritual energy, now the increased rotation speed of the vortex enhances the rate at which he refines this energy, transforming it into his own spiritual power. Now, merely standing still for a brief moment equates to a day's worth of arduous cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. He can scarcely imagine the spectacle that would unfold should he combine this with elixirs and devote himself to rigorous training. As he revels in his newfound changes, the joy within Su Jiuge manifests upon his countenance. Meanwhile, those present gradually emerge from their astonishment at the celestial phenomena, expressing their admiration in gasps of awe. 10 resonances. This junior brother possesses the extraordinary talent of 10 resonances. I have witnessed the rise of a true master. I once believed that Bai Ruoxue, with her 8 resonances, was the strongest genius of this inner sect, yet here stands Brother Su, an anomaly of 10 resonances. Such talent, even in ancient times, would likely suppress an entire generation of prodigies. Who claims this junior brother spent 10 years in the outer sect due to inferior talent? I believe he has been honing his state of mind. Indeed, 10 years of tempering yields a single day. Such a mindset is truly beyond the reach of us ordinary disciples. Initially, I believed that Bai Ruoxue's broken engagement with him was a missed opportunity on his part. However, it now appears that Ruoxue, my junior sister, might truly be on the verge of despair. Such extraordinary talent holds boundless potential for the future. And to think that senior brother Su is also remarkably handsome, one wonders if he might harbor feelings for someone like me. As the astonished exclamations of the disciples echoed around, Xiaoxi found himself rendered speechless amidst the crowd. He could scarcely believe that the figure above was none other than senior brother Su, the very person he had deceived back in the outer sect. The strands of fate surrounding this individual were shrouded in mystery. Yet his talents suggested he hailed from an illustrious background. The remnant soul within his ring gasped in awe. Disciple, should you befriend this person, the benefits will be manifold. Even if friendship proves elusive, do not antagonize him. Remember this. Xiaoxi, taken aback by his master's solemn tone, reflected on his previous misdeeds towards senior brother Su and anxiously inquired, Master, what if I have already incurred his wrath? What? The remnant soul exclaimed in shock. You are at odds with him? Xiaoxi briefly recounted the grievances between them. After listening, his loquacious master fell silent. Before the ascension platform, Song Qing stared blankly at the silhouette of the young man, revisiting the judgment of ancestor Qingxian regarding Su Jiuge. He could only conclude that ancestor Qingxian had erred in his assessment, mistaking such a prodigy for an ordinary talent. On the elder's platform, the burly man with a bushy beard and the silver-haired elder Ji were still in disbelief. The middle-aged scholar had already vacated his seat, approaching Su Jiuge with the intention of taking him as his disciple. Brother Feng, stand down, the burly man bellowed, propelling himself forward and sending the unsuspecting scholar flying with a powerful kick. Reaching Su Jiuge, he declared, Beloved disciple, if you choose me as your master, all that I possess will be yours. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming force yanked him backward, causing him to tumble away. Brother Chao, you are being untrustworthy. He is clearly my disciple. Elder Ji shouted furiously as he approached Su Jiuge. Dear disciple, should you accept me as your master, I can provide you with anything you desire. Brothers, you both have gone too far. The middle-aged scholar's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. I yielded to you both when you vied for Bai Ruoxue. Now you dare to snatch my disciple away. This is intolerable. I advise you both to retreat quickly, lest I show no mercy. In that moment, the 3 elders were on the verge of a fierce confrontation over a single disciple, a scene unheard of until now. On the elder's platform, Bai Ruoxue gazed at her former fiancé, whom she had once looked down upon, her cold eyes now wide with astonishment. 10 rings. How could he possibly possess such talent? This is beyond what mere imperial bones could achieve. After a lengthy contemplation, she found herself at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, a hint of regret flickered within the heart of this reincarnated empress. Had I truly misjudged him? However, such fleeting regret soon dissipated, and her gaze regained its resoluteness. Simultaneously, a secret technique flickered in her mind. The method of seizing foundations? This was a skill she had acquired in her previous life after vanquishing the Grandmaster of Harmonious Affection, extracted from the storage ring of her foe. Through the path of harmonious affection, it was an audacious technique to usurp another's foundation. With this thought, she cast her eyes once more upon Su Jiuge, a cold smile emerging within her gaze. Just as the 3 esteemed elders were on the verge of a fierce altercation over the disciple, the head of Yuntian's sect made his entrance. Ye Feng regarded the 3 middle-aged scholars with a disdainful snort. What decorum is this? For such esteemed elders to resort to open conflict over a single disciple. Faced with the sect leader's reprimand, the trio felt a wave of shame wash over them. Halting their actions, Ye Feng shot them another glare before turning his attention to the youth on the celestial platform, his expression softening. You must be Su Jiuge, indeed impressive. a paragon of talent. His tone was gentle, resembling that of a caring elder, in stark contrast to his previous admonition of the three elders. What say you? Would you consider taking me as your master? Upon hearing this, the three middle-aged scholars immediately reacted. You shameless old man, attempting to snatch away my disciple. Indeed, Ye Feng, even as the sect leader, cannot claim our disciples for himself. Do not waste your breath on this old rogue. Brothers, let us take action and subdue him first. The silver-haired elder Ji bellowed, charging directly at Ye Feng. The middle-aged scholar and the burly man with a curled beard followed suit, surrounding their junior sister. Lilan, how can you speak to your senior brother in such a manner? Unfazed by their onslaught, Ye Feng maintained his composure, replying nonchalantly. Jiuge possesses extraordinary talent and is the future pillar of our Yuntian sect. I merely wish to find him a suitable master. What is wrong with that? However, as his words fell, a voice resonated from the void around them. Haha, Tunger speaks truthfully. If that is the case, then why not allow Jiuge to enter my humble abode as my disciple? Upon hearing this ancient voice, Ye Feng and the others froze in astonishment. It was the Grandmaster Qing Xian. Chapter 32, the Grandmaster Contest for a Promising Disciple. All are astounded. Before the celestial platform, Ye Feng and the others ceased their hostilities, turning their gazes toward a venerable elder clad in azure robes, exuding an aura of serenity and ethereal grace. The middle-aged scholar quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. Junior Yuan Fong pays respects to Grandmaster Qing Xian. As his voice echoed, the burly man with the curled beard and the others also came to their senses. Junior Chao Feihua pays respects to Grandmaster Qing Xian. Junior Song Chongfeng pays respects to Grandmaster Qing Xian. At this moment, all the elders and disciples bowed in reverence. Su Jiuge was no exception. Grandmaster Qing Xian surveyed the assembly with a smile and nodded approvingly. His gaze then settled upon Su Jiuge, appraising him with evident satisfaction. However, just as he was about to speak, a flash of red light streaked across the horizon, landing before the celestial platform and capturing his attention. Before them stood a youth clad in crimson. The young man's skin was fair, his features exquisite, and his lips thin, resembling those of a maiden. He held a folding fan in hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Jiuge, nodding in approval. As Ye Feng and the others beheld the newcomer, they once again bowed in reverence. I am Ye Feng, and I have the honor of meeting the esteemed ancestor of red dust. I am Lilan, and I, too, have the privilege of meeting the venerable ancestor of red dust. Upon hearing the voices of the sect leader and the elders, Su Jiuge finally grasped the situation. The individual before him, possessing an androgynous appearance, was none other than one of the three great ancestors of the sect, the ancestor of red dust. He hastily returned the gesture of respect. The ancestor of red dust smiled and nodded, no need for excessive formalities. He then turned his attention to the ancestor of Qing Xian beside him. My dear junior brother, I trust you have been well. The ancestor of Qing Xian paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized the newcomer. Brother Red Dust, have you not been in seclusion for many years? What prompts your sudden emergence today? The ancestor of red dust unfolded his fan with a nonchalant smile. Have you perhaps forgotten? Master Mingyue is returning in a couple of days, and naturally, I must emerge to welcome her. And what brings you here now? The ancestor of Qing Xian remained on guard. Let me be clear, Su Jiuge is a disciple I have long set my sights on. You cannot poach him. At this declaration, the ancestor of red dust displayed a look of surprise. Then why has he yet to pay you homage as a master? If it were him, encountering someone of such remarkable talent, he would have immediately taken them as an apprentice and guided them diligently. The ancestor of Qing Xian found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that he had previously overlooked the young talent. Observing his junior brother's reaction, the ancestor of red dust formulated a conjecture. It was likely that the ancestor of Qing Xian had heard of Su Jiuge's name before, but had not regarded it with much importance. Now that the young man had ascended the immortal platform and achieved 10 resonances, he had rushed over, eager to claim him as a disciple. With this realization, the ancestor of red dust closed his fan and said with a smile, since Jiuge has not yet taken a master, I, as his senior, am entitled to take him under my wing. Without waiting for the ancestor of Qing Xian to respond, he directly transported himself before Su Jiuge. I am red dust. Do you wish to become my disciple? The ancestor of Qing Xian also instantaneously moved forward, his face contorted with anger. Brother, you have gone too far. Among the aspirations of top-tier cultivators, aside from elevating their realm and attaining eternal life, lies the desire to take on an exceptional disciple. After all, as a cultivator's prowess increases, their essence of life undergoes continual transformation, making it exceedingly difficult to bear offspring. Those offspring born in youth, often lacking exceptional talent, have long since turned to dust. Thus, for cultivators, acquiring a remarkable disciple equates to gaining a new progeny, rendering the matter of apprenticeship exceedingly significant. Now, having finally discovered a worthy disciple, the ancestor of Qing Xian was understandably reluctant to let his senior brother snatch him away. The ancestor of red dust regarded his junior brother with an unyielding expression. What? Do you wish to engage with me like Ye Feng and the others? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Qing Xian's countenance stiffened. Clearly, he understood the disparity in strength between them. However, as his gaze fell upon Su Jiuge, a resolute gleam emerged in his eyes. Turning back to the ancestor of red dust, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If my elder brother wishes to engage in combat, then I shall gladly oblige." The ancestor of red dust was taken aback. In their youth, they had trained under the same master, and he had often bested his junior brother in their encounters. He had long subdued his opponent, and after years of abstaining from conflict, it was unexpected that today, for the sake of a disciple, they would engage in a duel once more. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Such an exceptional disciple, if missed, would surely lead to lifelong regret. Very well, since my junior brother has expressed such interest, let us ascend to the heavens for this contest. Thus, he turned to Su Jiuge and said, "Please wait here, I shall return shortly." With that, he transformed into a streak of red light and soared into the heavens. The elder Qing Xian also cast a glance at Su Jiuge before fixing his gaze upon the vast sky, unwilling to be outdone, and followed suit. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, amidst the clouds, flashes of green and red light danced in alternation, accompanied by the relentless sounds of their mystical arts clashing. It was evident that the two elders were engaged in fierce combat high above. Su Jiuge stood before the ascension platform, utterly astonished. He had anticipated that his talent might attract an elder and allow him to become a disciple. But he never imagined that his gifts would incite a clash between two venerable figures. Ye Feng and the others gazed up at the sky, then glanced at the white-clad youth nearby. They understood that with the elders now in conflict, their hopes of accepting a disciple had been dashed, and their eyes were filled with regret. The onlookers among the disciples exclaimed in awe and envy. Goodness, the two elders are actually fighting over Su Jiuge. If he were to become a disciple of the elders, wouldn't his status surpass even that of the sect master? Is this what it means to possess a talent of such extraordinary caliber? I am utterly envious. Who could argue otherwise? I suspect Sister Ruoxue is truly weeping in the restroom right now. At the elders' platform, Bai Ruoxue looked at the distant Su Jiuge, her face etched with regret. Could it be that her previous decision to withdraw from the engagement was indeed a mistake? Now, with the two elders fiercely battling for her betrothed, it was clear how much they valued him. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, from this day forth, he would receive the full support of the sect. With his talent, he would undoubtedly rise rapidly, surpassing even his former self, and perhaps even ascend to immortality. No, all of this should belong to me. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxue's gaze grew resolute. As long as I can seize his foundation, everything he possesses will become mine. Amidst the crowd, Song Qing, holding a folding fan, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In his previous attempts to win Bai Ruoxue's favor, he had sent people to trouble Su Jiuge on several occasions. Although he had not yet become a disciple of the elders, given the current circumstances, it was clear that success was inevitable. When that time comes, Su Jiuge, as a disciple of the elders, would surely seek retribution. Even with his father being the grand elder, he feared there would be little recourse. At that moment, he truly felt what it meant to be afraid. Of course, he was not alone in feeling this way. Xiaoxi, watching the youth on the platform, also felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. The thought of having deceived Brother Su during their time in the outer sect filled him with unease. Moreover, later on, when he had become one of the top 10 inner disciples, and Su Jiuge had come to congratulate him, he had not only ignored him, but had even sent someone to humiliate him. In retrospect, he could only wish to slap himself twice for his folly. Certainly, alongside feelings of concern and fear, there also exists a sense of joy for Su Jiuge. Luo Yunyao stood amidst the crowd, her gaze fixed upon the much-admired Brother Su, her eyes brimming with admiration. She genuinely felt happy for Su Jiuge, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered within her heart. After all, with Brother Su's promising future, it seemed likely that she would no longer be needed as his personal attendant. However, just as sadness enveloped her, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. Lifting her eyes, she beheld two streaks of light, crimson and azure, plummeting rapidly. Boom! The two lights struck the ground with a tremendous sound, creating a vast crater. Ye Feng and the others displayed expressions of shock, quickly looking up towards the sky. They were eager to discern who had the power to bring down two ancestors simultaneously. High above, a woman clad in white appeared, seemingly divine, gazing down upon the crowd. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that her focus was solely on Su Jiuge. At that moment, the two ancestors, Qin Xian and Xiao Hongchun, emerged from the depths of the crater, looking up towards the sky in astonishment. Aunt Mingyue, you have broken through. Chapter 33. The sect's little ancestor, Zixiao Divine Fire. As the voices of the two ancestors resonated, the disciples finally realized that the white-clad figure above was none other than the mightiest among the three current ancestors of the sect, Ancestor Mingyue. Yi Zhongzhu and the others quickly regained their composure and hurriedly paid their respects. The woman in white offered a slight nod, stepping through the void as she gracefully approached the ascension platform. With each step she took, her figure shimmered momentarily. In just a few strides, she arrived at the platform. Standing atop it, Ancestor Mingyue scrutinized the gifted disciple before her. After a brief pause, she slowly spoke. Very well, come with me. As her words fell, Su Jiugao felt a sudden lightness, as if he were lifting off the ground. At that moment, Xiao Hongqin and Qin Xian reacted swiftly, stepping forward to block her path. What is this? Are you two disciples attempting to obstruct me? Ancestor Mingyue's voice was soft, yet it sent a shiver through both Hongqin and Qin Xian. However, after glancing at Su Jiugao, Qin Xian, emboldened, gritted his teeth and declared, Aunt Mingyue, this disciple was first chosen by me. You cannot take him. Ancestor Mingyue cast a glance in his direction. Your strength is too weak. You are unworthy to teach him. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's face flushed crimson and then pale. Yet he dared not retort. After all, he had just experienced his aunt's formidable prowess in the heavens. The imperial realm, a realm beyond the tribulation. With his early-stage tribulation strength, he truly felt inadequate in her presence. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, unwilling to yield, revealing his dissatisfaction. Xiao Hongqin's expression was equally grim. He had merely needed to defeat his junior brother to gain an excellent disciple, yet before they could determine the outcome, his aunt had intercepted them. If Su Jiugao truly became his aunt's disciple, wouldn't he end up with another junior brother? Observing the reluctance on both their faces, Ancestor Mingyue pondered for a moment before speaking again. Come along, both of you. With that, he vanished alongside Su Jiugao. Xia Hongqin and Qin Xian Laozu exchanged glances before hastily following suit. At Tianyun Peak, at the back mountain, before a modest thatched cottage, Su Jiugao gazed at the unassuming structure, perplexed. He could not fathom why the esteemed Mingyue Laozu had brought him to such a place. As he pondered, two streaks of light, one crimson and one azure, approached and landed beside him. The newcomers were indeed Hongqin Laozu and Qin Xian Laozu. They observed the figure of their master, Mingyue, standing before the cottage, choosing to remain silent, though a flicker of speculation ignited within their minds. After a moment, Mingyue Laozu lifted his foot and entered the cottage. Come in. His voice echoed from within. Su Jiugao and the others promptly followed him inside. What greeted their eyes was a modest room furnished with only a few simple tables and chairs. Scattered throughout were various jars and bottles, alongside a grand bronze alchemical furnace. It was clear that the proprietor of this space had once been an alchemist. Without uttering a word, Mingyue Laozu retrieved a scroll from his storage ring, unfurling it and hanging it upon the wall. Su Jiugao soon discerned that the scroll depicted nothing more than an ordinary painting. It portrayed a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. Despite its simplicity, the man's extraordinary aura was unmistakable, setting him apart from the mundane. Kneel, commanded Mingyue Laozu, his voice resonating once more. Su Jiugao understood this directive was meant for him. Though his heart swirled with confusion, he complied without hesitation. Perform the rite of apprenticeship. The words left Mingyue Laozu's lips, causing Su Jiugao to freeze. To apprentice oneself was a significant matter for cultivators, and he hardly knew the identity of this individual, yet he was being asked to pledge himself as a disciple. Xia Hongqin and Qin Xian Laozu shared his astonishment, but after a moment of realization, they merely sighed, refraining from the objections they had previously voiced. Summoning his courage, Su Jiugao dared to inquire, May I ask who the esteemed figure in the painting is? He is my father, Mingyue Laozu replied, his tone steady. Su Jiugao appeared momentarily taken aback. Yuntian Shangren, added Mingyue Laozu for clarification. Upon hearing that name, Su Jiugao's expression turned to one of shock. As a disciple of Yuntian's sect, he was well aware of who Yuntian Shangren was, the founding master of the sect, a prodigious talent. Yet, he had never laid eyes upon the man's true visage until now. To think that this ethereal figure in the painting was indeed Yuntian Shangren. If he were to take him as his master, would that not elevate him to the status of an ancestral figure within the sect? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Jiugao was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Do you still harbor doubts? Mingyue Laozu inquired. Shaking his head, Su Jiugao replied, No, none at all. Then, kneel and pledge your apprenticeship. Mingyue Laozu insisted once more. This time, Su Jiugao complied without hesitation, performing the ritual of apprenticeship. Excellent. Mingyue Laozu responded, clearly pleased. He then turned to the other two. Do either of you have any questions? Xia Hongqin and Qingxian Laozu exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles as they shook their heads. Having already taken their vows before their revered master, they dared not voice any further inquiries. However, the once humble disciple has now become their senior uncle, which is quite a bewildering revelation. In light of this, you may withdraw, Elder Mingyue added. Take your junior uncle with you and return after the internal competition concludes. Yes, senior uncle, Xia Hongqin and the others replied respectfully, then turned to Su Jiuge, somewhat awkwardly saying, Su junior uncle please. Su Jiuge, too, sensed the uncomfortable atmosphere. Initially, he had ascended the celestial platform with the intention of seeking mentorship from Elder Hongqin or Elder Qingxian. But now, both had unexpectedly become his disciples. After departing from the thatched cottage, the trio traveled in silence directly to the grand hall of the sect. At this moment, Ye Feng and others had returned from the celestial platform, including Bai Ruoxue. After all, she was an 8th-grade genius. Although she could not compare to Su Jiuge, her talent warranted the sect's devoted cultivation. Upon the arrival of Xia Hongqin and the others, everyone promptly bowed in greeting. Junior Ye Feng pays respects to Elder Hongqin and Elder Qingxian. Junior Feng Yuan pays respects to Elder Hongqin and Elder Qingxian. After the salutations, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Yun, eager to discover whom he had chosen as his mentor. However, Qingxian Elder's subsequent words left everyone puzzled. Su Jiuge has now taken the Grandmaster as his mentor. You should come forth to pay your respects. Grandmaster? Which Grandmaster? Noticing the confusion among the crowd, Xia Hongqin clarified. Junior Uncle Su has now taken Grandmaster Yuntian as his mentor. You ought to pay your respects without delay. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng and the others were left utterly astonished. Who could possibly be esteemed enough by Elder Hongqin to be referred to as Grandmaster Yuntian? Surely, it was none other than the founder of Yuntian's sect, Yuntian Shangren. The fact that Su Jiuge had become a disciple of the founding ancestor elevated his status to one comparable to Elder Mingyue. Realizing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of incredulity and hurriedly bowed. Junior Chao Feihua pays respects to Junior Uncle Ancestor. Junior Li Lan pays respects to Junior Uncle Ancestor. Even Bai Ruoxue felt compelled to bow respectfully to Su Jiuge. Though she was a reincarnated empress, she remained merely an inner disciple of Yuntian's sect. In light of Su Jiuge's current standing, she had no choice but to show respect. Simultaneously, her earlier intentions to usurp his foundation began to waver. In the recesses of her restored memories, she recalled some of the terrifying aspects concerning Elder Mingyue. In her past life, upon breaking through to emperor status in the central continent, she had been ambushed by an emperor of the Illusion Sound Demon sect, only to fortuitously encounter Elder Mingyue, who was traveling through the area. Upon learning of her affiliation with Yuntian's sect, he single-handedly vanquished 3 powerful emperors from the Illusion Sound Demon sect with but a sword. Although he had yet to reach the same level of cultivation as in her previous life, he was undeniably formidable. Now, with Su Jiuge as the sect's junior uncle ancestor, this implied that he had become a junior disciple of Elder Mingyue. Given Elder Mingyue's protective nature, should she act against Su Jiuge, the repercussions would be dire if discovered. At this moment, she genuinely regretted her earlier decision to withdraw from their engagement. Had she not proposed the annulment, and instead maintained a harmonious relationship with Su Jiuge as before, things might have been different. Thus, the feelings that Su Jiuge harbors for her will undoubtedly serve as a significant impetus in her cultivation journey. However, as Su Jiuge gazes upon the assembled crowd, he naturally notices the presence of Bai Ruoxue, though he merely glances past her. Despite his current status as a revered small master uncle within the sect, extinguishing Bai Ruoxue still necessitates the identification of an opportune moment. After all, she is a talent of the 8 sounds, garnering the attention of the sect. Following the introduction of Su Jiuge's current standing, both Xiao Hongqin and the esteemed Qingxian ancestor left him with a jade slip for communication before hastily departing. Clearly, the sudden transition of Su Jiuge from being their disciple to becoming their elder requires some time for both to acclimatize. As the 2 elders departed, Feng Yuan and others cast a glance at Su Jiuge, momentarily enveloped in awkwardness. Indeed, it was not solely Qingxian and Hongqin who desired to take him as their disciple. They too were part of that intention. Observing the situation, Ye Feng promptly stepped forward, presenting a jade box and breaking the awkward silence. Little Master Uncle, this is your reward for achieving first place in this talent assessment. Su Jiuge accepted the jade box, opening it to reveal a sealed beast fire within. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have acquired the red flame beast fire, successfully seizing the opportunity from Bai Ruoxue, triggering a 3 for 100-fold critical hit. You have obtained the purple sky divine fire. Purple sky divine fire. a spiritual fire born from thunder, possessing tremendous lethality against all malevolent entities. Would you like to refine the purple sky divine fire now? Chapter 34. Changing Caves, Unveiling Opportunities, Yuntian Sect, Tianyun Peak. Before a cave adorned with abundant spiritual energy and blossoming flowers, Su Jiugao, accompanied by Luo Yunyao and guided by Ye Feng, descended slowly. Little Master Uncle, this is the new cave we have arranged for you, Ye Feng cheerfully introduced. This place is known as the 100 Flowers Garden, a paradise where spring reigns eternal. And the environment is exceptionally pleasant. It is one of the most spiritually rich caves in our Yuntian sect, equipped with all necessities such as spiritual fields, alchemy rooms, and training chambers. Moreover, the cave is protected by multiple layered formations, capable of shielding against spiritual probing and concentrating spiritual energy, among various other functions. Without the cave's token, even we, as harmonized Dao practitioners, cannot forcibly intrude. As he spoke, Ye Feng handed a token to Su Jiugao. This is the cave token for this location. Little Master Uncle only needs to imprint your spiritual consciousness into it to become the new master of the 100 Flowers Garden. Su Jiugao received the token and adeptly imprinted his spiritual consciousness, immediately establishing a connection with the cave. At that moment, everything within the cave manifested in his sea of consciousness. Remarkably, even without extending his spiritual awareness, he experienced the effects akin to having done so. Furthermore, this perception surpassed that of ordinary spiritual awareness, exhibiting a wondrous intensity. Through the connection established with the token, Su Jiugao discovered that the spiritual energy here was over 100 times richer than that of his previous intersect cave. In such a celestial abode, even merely residing here allowed him to keenly sense his cultivation steadily advancing. Surveying the cave before him, Su Jiugao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Thank you, Sect Master. He habitually expressed his gratitude, causing Ye Feng to be taken aback. Now, Su Jiugao was indeed a junior brother to the esteemed Mingyue old ancestor. He hardly felt deserving of such a title. Thus, he hastily replied, "There is no need for such formalities, senior uncle. You may simply call me by my name or Xiao Yi in the future." Su Jiugao paused for a moment, then realized just how astonishing his current status was. Although this hierarchy might seem inconsequential outside, within the Yuntian sect, it held significant weight. Su Jiugao nodded gently. After another round of introductions, Ye Feng eventually took his leave. Originally, he intended to arrange some disciples for Su Jiugao and attend to various matters, but Su Jiugao had declined. Once Ye Feng departed, Luo Yunyao beside him finally relaxed somewhat, though she still appeared somewhat reserved. After all, Su Jiuge's identity now was markedly different from before. Observing her demeanor, Su Jiugao shook his head and chuckled. "Sister, there is no need for such formality. Let us continue as we always have." However, just as his words fell, he noticed another opportunity prompt emerging on her interface. Name: Luo Yunyao. Realm: Body Refinement Stage, 3rd Layer. Recent opportunity: accompanying Su Jiugao to his new cave dwelling. She unexpectedly discovered a jade slip within, containing the lifelong teachings and insights of a 6th-tier alchemist. The lifelong teachings and insights of a 6th-tier alchemist? Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. Was this not a legacy from a 6th-tier alchemist? It is well known that the cultivation of any practitioner is inextricably linked to the use of elixirs, which are crafted by alchemists. Therefore, the position of an alchemist is particularly esteemed within the realm of cultivation. Yet, becoming an alchemist is exceedingly arduous for practitioners. Setting aside the innate talent required for alchemy, the cost of producing numerous failed elixirs is not something an ordinary sect can sustain. Even within a prestigious sect like Yuntian, the number of trained alchemists is limited. Now, however, Su Jiugao had come across such an opportunity prompt. If he could obtain this jade slip and perhaps trigger a system critical hit, he could potentially inherit the legacy of at least a 7th-tier alchemist. Contemplating this, Su Jiugao could not contain his excitement. If this were the case, he would no longer need to purchase elixirs and could even refine them himself to earn spirit stones. Although, given his current status, resources were easily accessible. He could not help but feel elated. Brother, what is the matter?" Amidst his thoughts, Luo Yunyao's voice broke through. Su Jiugao snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought, overwhelmed by the rich spiritual energy here." Indeed, the spiritual energy here is remarkably dense, Luo Yunyao remarked, smiling as she sensed the surrounding aura. "I feel that if I stay here every day, even without cultivating, I could reach the later stages of body refinement within a year. That simply won't do," Su Jiugao said with a serious tone. Luo Yunyao was momentarily taken aback, thinking he intended to dismiss her. However, his next words brought her joy once more. "You must continue to diligently cultivate. Do not squander such a precious environment for training," Su Jiugao remarked with a light chuckle. Upon realizing this, Luo Yunxiao understood that her senior brother was merely teasing her. She stamped her foot, feigning indignation. Observing her reaction, Su Jiugao quickly added, "By the way, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I will venture deeper inside." With that, he followed the guidance of the opportunity and made his way towards the location of the jade slip. Before long, he discovered an ancient jade slip nestled within an inconspicuous crevice. The moment he grasped the slip, a new notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have acquired the inheritance of a 6th grade alchemist's jade slip. You have successfully seized Luo Yunxiao's opportunity, triggering a 300-fold critical hit. You have now attained the inheritance of a 9th grade alchemist's jade slip. The 9th grade alchemist's jade slip contains the lifelong teachings and insights of a 9th grade alchemist. Would you like to learn the contents of the jade slip now?" The inheritance of a 9th grade alchemist. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had hoped that this opportunity would grant him a 7th or 8th grade alchemist's inheritance. He never anticipated receiving a 9th grade alchemist's legacy. Does this mean I can also become a 9th grade alchemist? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he was soon engulfed in ecstasy. It is worth noting that a 9th grade alchemist holds a status comparable to that of an emperor-level powerhouse. Even emperor-level beings must show deference when faced with a 9th grade alchemist. After all, in the realm of cultivation, confrontations and injuries are inevitable, leading many to seek the expertise of alchemists. Consequently, numerous cultivators find themselves indebted to alchemists. Even without a debt, they would not mind the alchemist owing them a favor. Thus, if an emperor-level cultivator were to offend a fellow cultivator of the same realm, they might only face pursuit from a family or faction. However, should they dare to offend a 9th grade alchemist, they would undoubtedly be hunted down by a coalition of families and factions. One can only imagine the extraordinary value and influence wielded by a 9th grade alchemist among cultivators. Regaining his composure and suppressing his excitement, Su Jiugao located Luo Yunxiao and briefly explained his plans before entering the cultivation chamber. He reopened the previous notification panel. "Would you like to refine the purple sky divine fire now? Would you like to learn the contents of the jade slip now?" Gazing at the 2 prompts on the panel, Su Jiugao first opted for the refinement of the divine fire. The instant he confirmed the refinement, he felt a surge of purple flames materializing within his sea of consciousness. Almost immediately, the flames began to spread throughout his mindscape. In just a moment, his sea of consciousness was engulfed in purple flames, which continued to expand until his entire being was ablaze with the violet fire. Simultaneously, he experienced excruciating pain in his soul. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiugao's expression changed dramatically. "This is not good. The flames are consuming my soul. It is crucial to understand that the soul is the essence of a cultivator. If it is extinguished, it signifies death." Just as he was about to employ the technique of the void to counter the purple sky divine fire, he discovered that his very soul was undergoing a process of purification. This revelation left Su Jiuge momentarily stunned. As a cultivator living in this world, he naturally absorbed a considerable amount of worldly impurities, which contaminated his soul. Yet now, this flame was assisting him in expelling those impurities. Realizing this, Su Jiuge's heart surged with joy once more. Although the pain persisted, he found delight in the experience. Time became an irrelevant concept as the refining process finally reached its conclusion. The purple flames gradually extinguished upon his body, leaving behind only a small flicker of fire within his consciousness. Su Jiuge extended his palm, and with a mere thought, a surge of purple fire ignited spontaneously in his hand. Chapter 35, 9th Rank Alchemist, Bone Cleansing Pill. Retrieving the flame from his hand, Su Jiuge once again accessed the panel for notifications. "Would you like to study the contents of the jade slip now?" This was the 9th rank alchemist inheritance he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter with Luo Yunxiao. Confirming his decision to learn, an overwhelming influx of alchemical knowledge flooded into Su Jiuge's consciousness. This encompassed not only an extensive array of information regarding various spiritual herbs and medicines, but also diverse alchemical techniques, experiences, and even numerous recipes. Such a treasure trove of inheritance is undoubtedly a monumental wealth for any cultivator. After an unknown duration, Su Jiuge finally emerged from this state of learning. In that moment, he had transformed into a master of the alchemical arts. With a newfound wealth of knowledge in his mind, he was eager to put it into practice. The 100 Flowers Garden, being one of the finest abodes of the Yun Tian sect, naturally boasted an alchemical chamber. Navigating with ease, Su Jiuge arrived at the chamber. All the requisite equipment for alchemy, including the alchemical furnace and ground fire, was readily available, along with an ample supply of spiritual herbs and medicines. With a mere glance, he recognized the various herbs and medicines before him. Flower leaf fruit, yellow ling grass, 7-star vine. I can identify them all. A moment of astonishment washed over Jiuge as he appreciated the vast reservoir of knowledge this fortuitous encounter had bestowed upon him. Given my current cultivation level, comparable to that of a nascent golden core stage, I should be capable of refining a 5th-rank pill. He began to scrutinize the spiritual medicines and herbs on the shelf. Blood condensation grass and 8-vein flower were among the essential materials for crafting the bone-cleansing pill. As he muttered to himself, the recipe and effects of the bone-cleansing pill materialized in his mind. The bone-cleansing pill is a 5th-rank elixir used by cultivators to cleanse their meridians and enhance their innate qualities. However, a cultivator may consume a maximum of 3 such pills in their lifetime, beyond which they become ineffective. The enhancement of innate qualities varies from person to person. Some may find that a single bone-cleansing pill opens a meridian, while others may consume 3 and only experience a slight increase in vitality. Despite this, the price remains exorbitant, with each pill costing at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. I have decided that my first pill will be you. Jiuge skillfully extracted the spiritual herbs and grasses required for refining the essence cleansing pill. He then commenced a series of purification and processing tasks. His movements fluid and unhurried, as though honed through countless trials. Upon completing the preliminary steps of alchemy, he finally brought all the materials before the alchemical furnace, initiating the formal process of pill refinement. With the vast knowledge of alchemy stored in his mind and his adept techniques, it did not take long for him to complete the first batch of pills. Upon opening the furnace, he was astonished to find 7 pills of exceptional quality. A smile spread across Jiuge's face. Such a 5th-grade pill, if sold at the Tiandan Pavilion, could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones each. Previously, he had purchased a 3rd-grade pill for over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the 4th-grade pills, he had inquired and found their prices typically exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. Thus, he deduced that these 5th-grade pills would surely be valued at no less than tens of thousands of spirit stones. With 7 pills in this batch, their worth amounted to several 100,000 spirit stones. Even after deducting the cost of materials, he anticipated a profit of 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. The thought of this stirred a wave of excitement within Jiuge. After all, even the spirit stones he had previously acquired through fortuitous encounters did not amount to such a sum. Indeed, this was a lucrative profession. No wonder alchemists were often exceedingly wealthy. He couldn't help but express his thoughts. However, a realization struck him soon after. Ordinary alchemists lacked the extensive experience of a 9th-grade alchemist. Their success rates were generally low, and the quality of their pills varied greatly. His current situation was akin to a 9th-grade alchemist crafting 5th-grade pills, resulting in an exceedingly high success rate and superior quality. Regaining his focus, Jiuge swiftly stored away the 7 pills and prepared to refine again. Yet, as he rose, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He then recognized that the once abundant spiritual energy within him had dwindled to barely half, and his mental acuity was significantly taxed. He promptly seated himself, taking a moment to recuperate before regaining his composure. A brief reflection led him to understand the reason behind his fatigue, prompting a soft sigh. It appeared that alchemy was not merely a technical endeavor, it was also physically demanding. Consequently, he refrained from continuing the refinement process. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuge revisited the steps of his earlier alchemical work, gaining further insights. Subsequently, he exited the alchemical chamber, intending to test the potency of the 10,000 fires fusion technique after refining the Zixiao divine fire. However, he encountered Luo Yunyao, who stood at the entrance of the cave, seemingly lost in thought. Yunyao, why are you idling here instead of diligently cultivating? Jiuge inquired with curiosity. Senior brother, I was planning to descend the mountain to procure some food, but I cannot open the formation at the moment, Luo Yunyao replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Upon hearing this, Jiuge recalled that she was still merely a body-refining cultivator and required sustenance. Furthermore, having moved to a new cave, he had yet to provide her with a new cave token. Apologies, my considerations were lacking, Jiuge expressed with a hint of regret. Let us descend the mountain. I shall first take you to procure some sustenance, and thereafter seek Ye Feng to acquire a cave-dwelling token for you. Subsequently, Jiuge activated the cave array, soaring down the Tianyun Peak on his sword, arriving at the inner sect dining hall, where he procured some food for her. He partook of a modest meal himself, for although spiritual platform cultivators could fast, the occasional indulgence in food was a delightful experience. Following this, he employed a sound transmission jade slip to contact Ye Feng and secured a new cave-dwelling token. This new token required Jiuge's sole imprint for activation before it could be utilized, serving as a preventive measure against the unauthorized use of spare tokens to access his cave dwelling, akin to a security protocol. Upon receiving the token, His thoughts drifted to the previously concocted cleansing tendons and marrow elixir. Ah, I have something of great value to bestow upon you. He then retrieved 3 cleansing tendons and marrow elixirs from his storage ring and handed them to Luo Yunyao. Senior brother, what is this? Luo Yunyao inquired with curiosity. Cleansing tendons and marrow elixirs. They are pills that enhance one's aptitude upon consumption, Su Jiuge elucidated. Luo Yunyao paused momentarily. Though she was unaware of the elixir's grade, she understood that any spiritual item or pill capable of augmenting one's aptitude was exceedingly precious. She hastily returned the elixirs to him. Senior brother, these are far too precious. I cannot accept them. With my aptitude, these pills would be of no use to me. Su Jiuge did not take back the elixirs, explaining, moreover, these elixirs were crafted by me. I can produce as many as I desire. These elixirs were all refined by you. Luo Yunyao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as realization dawned upon her. Senior brother, you are an alchemist. Su Jiuge smiled and nodded. Indeed, should you ever desire elixirs, you may always come to me. With a mixture of doubt and belief, Luo Yunyao finally accepted the elixirs into her possession. Now, let us proceed to the training grounds. I wish to test my skills. With that, he summoned his flying sword and took Luo Yunyao to the Yuntian sect's training arena. Chapter 36, Strength Assessment, Overcoming the Golden Core Puppet. The training arena, a venue for disciples of the Yuntian sect to engage in sparring, spell testing, and strength verification, awaited them. Su Jiuge arrived with Luo Yunyao, descending gracefully before the entrance of the arena. Given the recent inter-sect competition, many disciples had gathered elsewhere for the spectacle, leaving the training arena relatively vacant. After casting his gaze upon the signboard of the arena, he entered without hesitation. Before them lay a series of platforms safeguarded by arrays. Not far from the entrance, several overseers were present, tasked with monitoring and registration. However, with the sparse attendance of disciples seeking to test their strength, the overseers were engaged in idle conversation. Have you heard? This intersect talent assessment has produced a prodigy who achieved 10 consecutive strikes, prompting 2 elders to vie for their mentorship, resulting in quite the fracas. Such significant news had certainly reached us, yet it is said that Elder Mingwei returned and directly took the individual away. We remain unaware of which master that disciple ultimately chose. Regardless of which esteemed elder the disciple ultimately chooses as their mentor, our sect is destined to produce a prodigious young ancestor. Regrettably, during this period, it is our turn to stand guard, and we have thus missed witnessing this significant event firsthand. While the crowd engaged in conversation, an extraordinary young man from the intersect approached. Although Su Jiuge has now ascended to the status of a junior ancestor within the sect, he has yet to visit the Jinwu Hall to exchange his identity token. His attire still reflects that of an intersect disciple. According to Ye Feng, his new garments must be custom-made and will take some time to arrive. Upon noticing a disciple's arrival, one of the stewards greeted him with a smile, inquiring whether the disciple sought to rent a combat platform or utilize a testing automaton. Within the martial arena, disciples can practice against one another or rent testing automatons for training. However, to employ an automaton, a fee in spirit stones is required to cover its wear and tear. Previously, when Su Jiuge was impoverished and wished to assess his strength, he merely sought a stone for a rough evaluation. Now that he has become a junior ancestor of the sect and a potion master, he will no longer lack spirit stones. Naturally, when it comes to testing spells, he will prioritize renting a testing automaton. Su Jiuge presented his identity token and expressed his intent. The steward took the token, glanced at him, and remarked, "Intersect disciple, Su Jiuge?" The steward hesitated, sensing that the name was somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. He proceeded to explain, testing an automaton at the spirit guidance realm begins at 10 spirit stones, while the spirit platform realm starts at 100 spirit stones. Which one would you like to use? Since most intersect disciples are at the spirit guidance or spirit platform realm, the steward only mentioned these 2 options. How many spirit stones are required to test an automaton at the initial or mid-stage of the Golden Core realm? Su Jiuge inquired. Although he currently possesses a perfected cultivation at the spirit platform realm, his strength is undoubtedly comparable to that of the initial Golden Core stage. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Zixiao Divine Fire, he believes that to test the myriad fire integration technique, it is preferable to use a mid-stage Golden Core automaton. Golden Core automatons? The steward was momentarily taken aback. That would require a starting fee of 1,000 spirit stones. Are you certain you wish to use a Golden Core automaton? Is it truly that expensive? Su Jiuge was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such a high cost for a mere test. The steward offered an explanation. Do you realize that the materials alone for constructing an initial Golden Core automaton cost over 100,000 spirit stones? When considering the spirit stone consumption and maintenance for each use, 1,000 spirit stones is quite reasonable. Upon hearing this clarification, Jiuge accepted the pricing. Seeing that he had not departed, the steward smiled and asked, "So, do you still wish to use the Golden Core automaton?" "Yes. I require an automaton at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm for practice," Jiuge confirmed, nodding and promptly handing over 2,000 spirit stones. The steward accepted the stones and recorded the transaction. Subsequently, he led Jiuge to a testing area. Within the arena stood a figure, or rather, a humanoid automaton. The steward approached, placed a token, and the automaton sprang to life. The testing duration lasted for a single hour, and once the time elapsed, the puppet would automatically cease its movements. He turned to Jiuge and remarked, "Well then, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me." Just as he was about to depart, Jiuge suddenly inquired, "If this puppet were to be damaged, would I be liable for compensation?" The steward paused momentarily, then scrutinized Jiuge from head to toe. "No, this puppet is equipped with a protective formation. If you manage to damage it, I would commend your prowess." The notion of an inner sect disciple attempting to damage a mid-stage Golden Core puppet was indeed laughable. With that, the steward took his leave. Jiuge directed his gaze towards the Golden Core puppet and casually unleashed a fireball, which was unexpectedly intercepted by the puppet. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Subsequently, he commenced a series of tests. As he engaged in continuous practice, his mastery of his abilities grew increasingly proficient. The myriad of fire fusion techniques, sword control, and divine needle techniques were all put to the test. Outside the testing formation, Luo Yunyao observed Su Shixiang's combat style with envy. Is this truly the extent of Shixiang's strength? It is utterly formidable. I wonder when I shall attain such prowess. Contemplating this, her gaze returned to Jiuge within the testing arena. With my current capabilities, I am comparable to an ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivator. After a thorough round of testing, Jiuge had gained a general understanding of his strength. He pondered the potential lethality of integrating the Zixiao Divine Fire with the myriad fire fusion techniques. Although he had refined the Zixiao Divine Fire, significantly enhancing the potency of the myriad fire fusion technique, he had yet to attempt wielding it to attack. Retrieving his thoughts, he focused on the mid-stage Golden Core puppet before him. Jiuge resolved to exert his full strength to gauge the offensive power of the Zixiao Divine Fire under the manipulation of the myriad fire fusion technique. In an instant, a swirling mass of purple flames materialized before him, coalescing into a colossal fireball accompanied by crackling purple lightning. Upon the emergence of this purple thunderfire sphere, a substantial portion of the spiritual energy within him was abruptly expended. The consumption was staggering. Momentarily taken aback, Jiuge swiftly turned his attention to the puppet not far away and released the fireball. The sound of an explosion echoed, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave that surged forth. Jiuge's expression turned to one of astonishment as he hastily summoned the Xuanwu shield he had purchased from the artifact refining pavilion, infusing it with spiritual energy just in time to barely withstand the residual force of the explosion. As the dust settled and he surveyed the testing ground once more, he found that the puppet had vanished, leaving only a scattered array of shattered remnants. A mid-stage Golden Core puppet had been utterly dismantled by a single, unrestrained strike. Such a result left Jiuge profoundly shocked. The power was simply overwhelming. Outside the formation, Luo Yunyao was equally stunned. She had been present during the conversation between the steward and Jiuge, fully aware of the puppet's strength, which was comparable to that of a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Yet now, it had been obliterated by her Shixiang in an instant. The realization of Su Shixiang's formidable strength, capable of annihilating a mid-stage Golden Core puppet with a single blow, left her in awe. Jiuge was momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure. He gazed at the shattered marionette before him, reflecting in silence. With my current prowess, should I unleash the purple cloud's divine fire and employ the 10,000 fires convergence technique, I could indeed vanquish an ordinary mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. A radiant smile spread across Jiuge's face. It appears that securing the first place in this intersect competition is all but assured. The mere thought of claiming the top position and seizing the opportunity of Shaoxi's sword embryo filled him with excitement. If fortune smiles upon him again, he too could attain a sword body and emerge as a prodigy of the sword path. As he contemplated this, his spirits soared with anticipation. However, he swiftly subdued his exhilaration, recalling the considerable expenditure incurred from previously casting fireballs. Such a technique demanded an immense amount of energy. With his current capabilities, he could not afford to employ it more than 3 times a day, lest he risk exhaustion. In a battle of wits, exhaustion could spell doom, unless he was certain of his victory. After conducting his tests, Jiuge drew several conclusions. He then departed the testing grounds. taking Luo Yunyao with him to the administrative office to register his departure. Upon seeing him emerge, the steward greeted him with a smile. "Why are you back so soon? Have you completed the tests?" "Yes, more or less," Su Jiugao nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "However, I accidentally damaged the testing marionette." The steward was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. "What? You broke the mid-stage golden core testing marionette?" Su Jiugao nodded apologetically. "By the way, we agreed beforehand that if the marionette was damaged, no compensation would be required." Although he had now become an alchemist and would not lack for spirit stones in the future, producing 1 or 200,000 spirit stones for compensation was still beyond his means at present. Realizing Su Jiugao was not jesting, the steward dashed to the testing area to assess the situation. Upon entering the venue, he was stunned to find marionette fragments strewn across the ground. It was astonishing that a marionette of such caliber had been obliterated by an inner sect disciple. Suddenly, the steward recalled Su Jiugao's name. "I believe that genius, known for his 10 thunderous strikes, shares this name." Lost in thought, he paused. Could it be that although he had not personally seen Su Jiugao at the Ascension platform, the young man in white at the entrance was undoubtedly the future little uncle of their sect? With this realization, he hurried back, noting that Su Jiugao had not yet departed, and approached him with a smile. "So, there's no need for compensation, right?" Su Jiugao, somewhat apprehensive, inquired. "Is that true?" Absolutely. I'll take care of the rental cancellation for you right away," the steward replied, waving his hands as he promptly processed the cancellation. He then respectfully returned Su Jiugao's identity token. "Your registration has been completed. You may leave at your convenience." Su Jiugao accepted the token, expressed his gratitude, and departed with Luo Yunyao. As the manager observed the departure of the other party, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon regaining his composure, he noticed several colleagues staring at him in a daze. "What are you all staring at me for?" he inquired with a hint of confusion. One of the colleagues, equally perplexed, asked, "Who was that inner sect disciple just now? Why did you suddenly become so polite?" The manager replied, "His name is Su Jiuge." "Su Jiuge?" As the colleagues failed to grasp the significance, the manager added, "He is my little uncle master." Instantly, the group of colleagues was struck into silence. After leaving the martial arts arena and considering the current dining predicament of Luo Yunyao, Su Jiuge donned a ghostly mask and, wielding his sword, flew with her to the outer sect market, intending to purchase some fasting pills at the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. He also planned to sell a few refining pills he had previously concocted in exchange for some spiritual stones. As they entered the market, they overheard conversations about a remarkable genius emerging from the Yuntian sect, along with discussions surrounding the upcoming inter-sect competition. Numerous merchants had even set up betting stalls based on the competition's outcomes, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Senior brother, what are they doing?" Luo Yunyao inquired with curiosity. "They are placing bets," Su Jiuge explained. "Do you see the names on those boards? They are the favored disciples expected to win the inter-sect competition. If you believe someone will emerge victorious, you can place a bet on them. Should they secure the first place, you can exchange your betting slip here for spiritual stones according to the specified ratio." Upon hearing this explanation, Luo Yunyao appeared contemplative and began to scrutinize the names listed by the merchants. Su Jiuge, with a smile, asked, "So, do you have a senior brother in mind?" Luo Yunyao replied, "I am searching for senior brother Su's name, but it seems to be absent. If it were there, I would certainly place a bet on him to earn some spiritual stones." Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this possibility. With his current strength, claiming the title of first in the intersect would pose no challenge. If he could place a bet on himself, it would be an effortless way to amass spiritual stones. Regrettably, his name was not listed. Afterward, Su Jiuge continued to accompany Luo Yunyao, wandering toward the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Along the way, she observed the surrounding shops and vendors with great curiosity, posing numerous questions to which Su Jiuge responded with patient amusement. Although Luo Yunyao had been at the Yuntian sect for some time, her status as a mere servant disciple afforded her little opportunity to explore. This outing proved to be a delightful diversion for her. Eventually, they arrived at the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Su Jiuge glanced up at the sign before leading Luo Yunyao inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a charming young woman of 17 or 18. "Esteemed senior, what can I assist you with today?" Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Why is it not Chu Tian this time? He scanned the interior, failing to spot the young man, and inquired, "Is junior brother Chu Tian not here?" He had come not only to purchase pills, but also to sell some of his own creations. The sale of elixirs also entails commissions for the attending servants. Naturally, he would prefer to bestow this commission upon acquaintances rather than strangers. "Are you here to seek Chu Tian?" The attending maid paused for a moment, then elucidated. "He recently secured a substantial order and has met his performance metrics. He has now been transferred to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce in Liangzhou." Transferred? Su Jiuge was taken aback. So, he has departed from the Yuntian sect? Previously, when he visited the Tiandan Pavilion, he observed Chu Tian always clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the Yuntian sect. Now that he has opted for this transfer, it signifies his complete integration into the Tiandan Pavilion, necessitating his departure from the Yuntian sect. Within the Yuntian sect, as long as one has not ascended to the inner sect, they may apply for withdrawal from the sect at any time. Once the application is approved, they regain their freedom. Indeed, the attending maid affirmed, noticing the young man in front of her lost in thought. She then inquired, "Is there anything else I may assist you with?" Regaining his composure, Su Jiuge turned to her and said, "I wish to purchase some Bai Dan. There should be some available in the store, correct?" Upon hearing his request, the attending maid momentarily hesitated. The Bai Dan is an elixir that can substitute for food. Consuming one allows an individual to abstain from eating for an entire day. Although its efficacy is comparable to that of ordinary food, its price far exceeds that of standard fare. Consequently, most disciples refrain from purchasing such elixirs unless embarking on prolonged journeys or entering seclusion. "Yes, please follow me, senior brother." The maid responded, leading Su Jiuge and Luo Yun Yao to a counter. From the counter, she retrieved a jade vial and presented it to Su Jiuge. "Senior brother, this vial contains the Bai Dan. Please take a look." Su Jiuge accepted the jade vial and poured out a single elixir. With just a glance, he recognized it as the Bai Dan he intended to acquire. "The quality is commendable. How many spirit stones for this vial?" Su Jiuge inquired, examining the elixir in his hand. "Senior brother, this vial is priced at 3 spirit stones, containing 10 elixirs," the attending maid replied with a smile. Su Jiuge nodded, refraining from bargaining. "I shall take 20 vials." 20 vials? The maid was momentarily stunned. Although the price of the Bai Dan was not exorbitant, purchasing 20 vials at once would amount to 60 spirit stones, representing a considerable transaction. For a servant who had only recently arrived, such performance was notably impressive. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Su Jiuge furrowed his brow at her moment of shock. No, please wait a moment, senior brother." The maid, snapping back to reality, hurriedly replied. She then dashed to another counter, nearly colliding with a fellow servant, offering numerous apologies before hastily continuing on her way. A short while later, she returned to the counter, balancing a tray laden with several jade vials. "Senior brother, these are all the Bai Dan you requested. Please take a look." She beamed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Su Jiuge scanned the contents with his spiritual awareness to confirm the elixirs were as stated before, nodding in approval. "Please calculate the total cost in spirit stones." "Senior brother, each vial of Bai Dan is priced at 3 spirit stones." The attendant smiled and said, "There are a total of 20 bottles, requiring 60 spirit stones." Su Jiuge nodded, and then produced a golden token from his pocket, inquiring, "Surely this qualifies for a discount, does it not?" The attendant glanced at the token, her expression shifting to one of confusion, but soon transformed into astonishment. Although she had only recently begun her duties, she had undergone training and was familiar with the identity tokens issued by the Tiandan Pavilion. She distinctly remembered that the golden token presented by this senior brother was indeed the prestigious golden VIP card of the Tiandan Pavilion, which could only be issued to significant figures at least at the level of branch lords. Realizing the implications of this, she looked at Su Jiuge with renewed respect. "Certainly, senior brother, using the golden VIP card in our establishment grants you a 20% discount." Su Jiuge nodded, promptly retrieving 48 spirit stones to complete the transaction. He then inquired, "I recall that your shop also accepts elixirs, correct?" "Indeed, senior brother," the attendant responded respectfully. "Are you looking to sell elixirs?" Su Jiuge nodded and took out the previously refined muscle cleansing elixir. The attendant's brow furrowed in confusion. "I apologize, senior brother, but I do not recognize the origin of this elixir." She expressed regret, but, considering Su Jiuge's esteemed status, added, "However, our manager should be able to identify it. If you wish, I can summon them for you." After receiving Su Jiuge's consent, she hurriedly departed. Moments later, the attendant returned, accompanied by a slightly portly middle-aged man. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Qianda, the manager here." The middle-aged man wore a broad smile as he addressed Su Jiuge. "I have heard that you have elixirs for sale. May I see the elixirs you wish to sell?" Su Jiuge did not decline and promptly presented the elixir to manager Qian. Upon receiving the elixir, Qianda recognized its origin instantly and was rendered speechless. "This is indeed a 5th-grade muscle cleansing elixir," Qianda exclaimed, astonished. The attendant beside him was equally taken aback. A 5th-grade elixir. She had never anticipated that this young, distinguished guest would present such a high-tier elixir. According to the Tiandan Pavilion's pricing for 5th-grade elixirs, should this transaction proceed, It would amount to at least 200,000 spirit stones. This was undeniably a substantial deal. As she marveled at the situation, Manager Qian quickly regained his composure and ushered Su Jiugao upstairs. Esteemed guest, shall we discuss this further on the second floor? Su Jiugao agreed with a nod. The attendant, realizing the unfolding events, could only watch helplessly as the order slipped away. Under Manager Qian's guidance, Su Jiugao and Luo Yunyao were led to a private room on the second floor. After some deliberation, they ultimately agreed on a price of 280,000 spirit stones for 4 muscle cleansing elixirs. Although this price is somewhat lower than the market rate, Tiandan Pavilion, which deals in elixirs, naturally aims to generate profit. Therefore, Su Jiuge is fairly content with this acquisition price. Beside him, Luo Yunyao was rendered speechless upon learning the price. Earlier, Su Jiuge had bestowed upon her 3 wash muscle elixirs. At that moment, she recognized the elixir's worth but never anticipated their value could soar to such heights. Based on the recent transaction price, a single wash muscle elixir is valued at 70,000 spirit stones. This implies that the 3 elixirs gifted to her by senior brother Su are collectively worth 210,000 spirit stones. The thought of this unsettled her heart. After concluding the transaction, Qianda's enthusiasm towards Su Jiuge intensified. He then retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and presented it to Su Jiuge. Young Master Su, this is my communication jade slip. In the future, should there be any dealings regarding elixirs, you may contact me directly. Certainly. Su Jiuge replied with a smile as he accepted it. He then departed Tiandan Pavilion with Luo Yunyao. Qianda watched them leave before approaching the attendant who had assisted earlier. You performed admirably in the previous transaction. I shall ensure this is recorded in your achievements. The attendant beamed with joy, expressing gratitude before continuing with her duties. With the elixirs in hand, Qianda ascended to the 3rd floor. Arriving at the door of an elegant chamber, he gently knocked and announced, I am Qianda, here to report. A woman's voice responded from within, enter. Upon entering, he beheld a splendidly dressed, captivating woman, seemingly in her mid-20s. However, he dared not gaze too long and quickly lowered his head, recounting the earlier events and presenting the recently acquired wash muscle elixirs. They are of good quality and recently crafted, likely by a master from the Yuntian sect. He noted. The beautiful woman scrutinized the elixirs in her hand and casually inquired, does the young man who sold these possess the token I provided? Yes, miss. Qianda affirmed. I specifically checked his token. It bears your unique emblem of the smoke pipe. Ah, so it is him, the woman mused, recognizing the visitor. Very well. I am now informed. You may leave. Miss, I have one more matter to report. Qianda persisted, remaining in place. Speak, she replied nonchalantly. Miss, we have received another letter from the master. If you are unable to become a 6th grade alchemist or accumulate 100 million spirit stones before this year's conference, you must return and wed the 2nd son of the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce. Before he could finish, the woman interrupted him. I understand, you may go now. With a sigh, Qianda exited the room. After leaving Tiandan Pavilion, Su Jiuge and Luo Yunyao prepared to return directly to their sect. As he passed by the previous intersect competition betting shops, he was astonished to find that his name had indeed appeared on the betting board. And the odds were remarkably high. An impressive 50 to 1. In other words, if one were to wager a single spirit stone on Su Jiuge, they could potentially receive 50 spirit stones as a reward should he secure 1st place in the competition. Staring at such an enticing return, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. With a staggering 26,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, if he were to wager them all, he could amass a fortune of 13 million spirit stones. The prospect thrilled him, yet he was perplexed. Everyone was aware of his extraordinary talent for cultivation. So why were the odds still so generous? More intriguingly, very few had bet on his victory. Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached the counter to inquire further and soon learned the reason behind it. The shopkeepers, having recognized Su Jiuge's popularity, conducted a little investigation and discovered that this prodigy with exceptional innate talent had only recently ascended to the status of an intersect disciple. Through various speculations, the merchants concluded that even if Su Jiuge participated in the competition, his cultivation level would likely be no higher than the early stages of the spirit platform realm, while he might manage to engage in battles beyond his level, defeating some mid or even late-stage disciples. It was deemed impossible for him to overcome the likes of Shaoxi and other fully realized geniuses to claim the title of the intersect competition champion. Consequently, they decided to list his name with exceedingly high odds on the betting board to attract attention. Upon grasping the situation, both Su Jiuge and Luo Yunyao were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each seeing the mountains of spirit stones beckoning to them from the other's eyes. However, a flicker of concern crossed Su Jiuge's mind. What if he wagered all 26,000 spirit stones on himself, and the shop could not afford to pay if he won. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the counter and placed a bet of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Shaoxi to secure the intersect first place, prompting gasps from the onlookers. My goodness, is he really betting such a large sum? Does he not fear the shop might abscond? Brother, are you not aware of who backs this establishment? The owner behind this shop is none other than the Grand Elder of Yuntian sect, Song Qing. Do you really think a formidable cultivator of his caliber would risk his reputation for a mere sum of spirit stones? Realizing the significance of the establishment, Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. This shop belonged to Song Qing's father? With his apprehensions eased, he strode forward and wagered the entirety of the 26,000 spirit stones earned from selling medicinal pills on his own victory. Are you certain you wish to bet on Jiuge securing first place in the intersect competition? The clerk at the counter inquired, unable to suppress his astonishment. After all, they had merely displayed Jiuge's name to draw attention, never expecting someone to actually place such a substantial bet. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to place this bet? Or are you worried that I might win and the shop won't be able to pay? Jiuge chuckled, his confidence unwavering. The clerk, taken aback, ceased to dissuade him. Since someone was willing to bestow spirit stones, he welcomed the opportunity. The manager accepted the 260,000 spirit stones before promptly issuing a receipt. Here is your ticket, please keep it safe. Jiuge smiled as he received the receipt, confirmed its accuracy, stored it in his spatial pouch, and expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Luo Yunxiao gazed at him with longing. Senior brother Su, I wish to sell the few elixirs you previously gave me. Jiuge paused momentarily, swiftly grasping her intent. Do you have such faith in me? Luo Yunxiao nodded vigorously. She had witnessed Jiuge's prowess in the martial arts arena, where he effortlessly defeated a mid-stage golden core puppet, securing the title of the intersect's champion with ease. Without hesitation, Jiuge led her back to the Tiandan pavilion and used a communication jade slip to contact Qianda. Upon learning that Jiuge had 3 more elixirs to sell, Qianda was slightly taken aback but did not refuse, agreeing to the previous price of 70,000 per elixir. During their brief conversation, Qianda also learned the intended use of the spirit stones from the elixirs. Once Jiuge exchanged the elixirs for spirit stones, he and Luo Yunxiao returned to the shop, where he placed a bet of 210,000 spirit stones on his own victory, with the receipt naturally belonging to Luo Yunxiao. Subsequently, the two made their way back to the sect, now awaiting the commencement of the grand competition to seize the first place and claim their spirit stones. Chapter 39. Betting, Exposure of Strength? At the Tiandan Pavilion. After completing the transaction, Qianda delivered the elixirs to the 3rd floor and reported the matter to the familiar enchanting woman. When he mentioned Jiuge's name, the woman suddenly interjected, Wait, what did you say that young man's name was? He is called Jiuge. Why do you not know him? Qianda's words were cut short as he became stunned. He recalled the recent buzz in the market about a prodigious youth named Jiuge from Yuntian's sect. Once the woman confirmed she had not misheard, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of shocked silence, both regained their composure. Could he truly be the prodigy of Yuntian's sect? Qianda asked uncertainly. Most likely. The woman nodded slowly, then turned to Qianda and inquired. You mentioned he sold elixirs to place a bet? Indeed. Qianda recollected, saying, he came to sell the elixirs accompanied by a young lady, who mentioned that she intended to place all her bets shortly. Quickly investigate which shops had orders exceeding 200,000 spirit stones placed recently, the woman instructed thoughtfully. Particularly pay attention to the orders betting on Jiuge. Understood. Qianda responded before promptly departing. Before long, he hurried back, breathless with excitement. Miss, I've learned that there were indeed numerous orders exceeding 200,000 spirit stones placed in the market, but there are only 2 bets on Jiuge winning the championship. Qianda gasped, his face alight with enthusiasm. One order was for 280,000 spirit stones, and the other for 210,000 spirit stones, both placed at the Song family's trading house. The quantity of spiritual stones wagered in these 2 bets perfectly coincides with the number of spiritual stones that Jiuge acquired from selling elixirs in this very pavilion. Upon receiving the report, the elegant woman confirmed her suspicions. It seems he is indeed the prodigious talent of the Yuntian sect. At this moment, her emotions were evidently stirred. After a brief contemplation, she turned her gaze towards Qianda. Qianda, how many spiritual stones can we currently mobilize within our pavilion? Qianda, deep in thought, responded, Miss, just a few days ago we settled accounts with the suppliers of spiritual herbs and plants. The remaining spiritual stones within the pavilion are rather scarce, totaling just over 9 million. Only just over 9 million? The woman murmured softly, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. She then directed her attention back to Qianda. Hasten to wager all those 9 million spiritual stones on Jiuge to secure the first place in the intersect. Qianda was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his mistress's intentions. Miss, while Su Jiugong is indeed a prodigy, he has only recently advanced to the inner sect. It may be rather improbable for him to seize first place in this competition. The woman pondered for a moment before replying. Since he dares to wager hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones on himself, he must possess complete confidence in his abilities. Moreover, the time until my agreement with my father expires is not extensive. Upon hearing about the 3-year agreement, Qianda fell silent, and then he took his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, the woman added, "Oh, remember to place the bets separately at Qingfeng Pavilion and Beihai Tower. Both establishments have solid backing, making it difficult for them to renege on their commitments." Understood, Mississippi. As she watched Qianda's departing figure, the woman displayed a contemplative expression. "I hope you do not disappoint me." In the Yuntian sect's Grand Hall, Ye Feng was engaged in discussions regarding sect affairs with several elders. "Master, why has the resource allocation for our Dan Hall decreased by 10% this month?" One elder with a ruddy complexion questioned Ye Feng, displaying dissatisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder with a robust physique chimed in, "And my weapon refining hall has also seen a reduction in resource allocation this month." Faced with the simultaneous inquiries of the two elders, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon a plump middle-aged elder in the hall. "Elder Qian, what is the reason for this?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Elder Qian, was Qian Yud, one of the 10 elders of the sect and the overseer of the Golden Hall, primarily responsible for managing resource allocations. "Master, I reported this matter to you previously." Qian Yud promptly replied. The spiritual stone vein in Yunling was depleted last month, resulting in a 20% reduction in the Golden Hall's income, and naturally, the resources allocated to each hall have diminished accordingly. It will take some time to locate new spiritual vein resources. Ye Feng paused, recalling this indeed had been the case. Thus, it could not be blamed on Elder Qian. However, with such a significant resource gap, how could it be filled? Contemplating this, Ye Feng found himself at a loss. At that moment, a burly figure rushed into the Grand Hall, capturing the attention of all present. Elder Tian, upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. The inter-sect competition was merely 3 days away. Why was he not occupied with its arrangements? "Sect Master, I have a matter to report," the stout man stated, promptly relaying the information he had just received from the deacon at the martial arts arena. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Isn't our junior uncle merely at the spirit platform realm? How could he possibly defeat a puppet comparable to a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator? Are you certain there is no mistake? Elder Tianzhu, did you personally verify this information? The expressions of Ye Feng and the others turned serious as they focused their gazes on the burly man. It was crucial to treat matters concerning Su Jiuge, who held an extraordinary status within the Yuntian sect, with utmost gravity. "Sect Master, I have already confirmed the news," the stout man hastily replied. According to the descriptions from the deacons on duty, it was indeed our junior uncle who shattered the puppet. Upon receiving this affirmation, Ye Feng and the others expressed their awe. Our junior uncle truly lives up to the title of a prodigy, managing to engage in combat across realms. One can only wonder how far he will go in the future. Haha, it seems that it will not be long before our Yuntian sect, under the leadership of our junior uncle, regains its former glory. Clearly, the first place in this inter-sect competition belongs to him. Suddenly, Sect Master Ye Feng spoke up. "Wait, does this not imply that our junior uncle will also participate in the Yuanling secret realm?" The elder with a long beard and a few others looked puzzled, struggling to grasp the situation. Core disciples from the condensation embryo realm will also participate in the Yuanling secret realm. At the sect master's reminder, everyone immediately understood. "Are you concerned that the disciples from the Qingfeng Temple and other major sects might pose a threat to our junior uncle within the secret realm?" inquired the bearded elder from the artifact hall. Ye Feng nodded. As a prodigy, should Su Jiuge enter the secret realm, he will undoubtedly become a target. After all, which sect would stand idly by while an unparalleled genius from another sect rises to prominence? "There is no need for you to worry about this, Sect Master." The bearded elder retrieved a silver mask from his storage ring, smiling as he presented it. "Please take a look, Sect Master. This is the ghost mask I recently crafted using materials from the Thousand Illusions Demon Spider. When worn, it allows one to alter their appearance at will. Even our divine senses cannot discern the true visage. As long as our junior uncle wears this treasure while entering the Yuanling secret realm, he will undoubtedly remain undetected." He then donned the mask and demonstrated its effect. In an instant, the original bearded figure transformed into Elder Feng Yuan, a scholarly appearance. Following that, he changed again, this time into a beautiful woman. The crowd probed with their divine senses, and to their astonishment, they found no trace of anomaly, prompting a chorus of admiration. "Excellent. With this ghost mask, our junior uncle will be much safer when he enters the Yuanling secret realm." Yi Teng's face gleamed with joy as he turned to the bearded elder. At that time, I hope Elder Chow can also prepare a few protective treasures for our junior uncle. The bearded elder displayed a look of difficulty. Master, my resources in the sect are dwindling. Yi Teng's expression stiffened, not anticipating that the conversation would revert to the issue of resources once more. However, at that moment, Elder Qian Yude's eyes sparkled with insight. Master, I have devised a solution to our sect's resource scarcity, he declared. The crowd turned their gazes toward him expectantly. Elder Qian, I knew you would not disappoint me. Yi Teng exclaimed with joy, urging him to share his plan. What is your method? Please, enlighten us. Instead of revealing his strategy immediately, Qian Yude posed a question. Master, are you aware that several major sects, including Qingfengguan, have established shops in the outer market of our sect? Of course, I am aware, Yi Teng replied, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in curiosity. What of it? Is your method related to them? With a smile, Qian Yude nodded. He proceeded to discuss the various shops in the market that had opened for betting on the Yuntian sect's grand competition, particularly highlighting the odds placed on Su Jiugao's victory. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily stunned. The individuals running those shops believed that the young master had at most the strength of an initial stage spirit platform cultivator, thus setting the odds at a high rate. They were unaware that Su Jiugao possessed the prowess to rival mid-stage golden core cultivators. Yi Teng turned to Qian Yude, inquiring, Elder Qian, are you certain the odds are that favorable? Qian Yude affirmed confidently, indeed, among all the shops in the outer market, the odds for our young master hover around 40 to 50. Excellent, Yi Teng declared, waving his hand decisively. Elder Qian, hasten to the outer market and find the shops operated by Qingfengguan and the other major sections. Place a bet on our young master to secure first place in the inter-sect competition. This time, I intend to make Qingfengguan and Beihai Tower pay dearly. Understood, Qian Yude replied, setting off promptly. Turning his attention to the burly man, Yi Teng addressed Elder Tian. Elder Tian, have you extended invitations to the major sects such as Qingfengguan for the upcoming intersect competition? Traditionally, the Yuntian sect would invite other sects to witness the grand competition to showcase the talents within their ranks. The other sects would reciprocate, and every 50 years, the major sects would jointly host a grand competition. Yes, as in previous years, all invitations have been sent, and the responses should arrive within the next couple of days. Tianzhu responded. Yi Teng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. As long as they send representatives to witness the competition, we shall not fear any post-event disputes regarding the bets. 3 days later, in the 100 Flowers Garden, within the cultivation chamber, Su Jiugao concluded 3 consecutive days of intense training. Through his spiritual sense, he observed the abundant spiritual liquid accumulated in his dantian. At my current state, breaking through to golden core would be a trivial matter, Su Jiugao mused. His brows furrowed in contemplation. However, I have yet to reach the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm. I must cultivate for a while longer. And once I attain that peak, I can make my breakthrough. At that time, with my solid foundation, I can ascend to the golden core stage, rivaling even late-stage golden core cultivators or even achieving perfection. As his thoughts flowed, Su Jiugao keenly sensed the current pace at which he absorbed and refined spiritual energy. It seems that within 7 days at most, I shall elevate my realm to the pinnacle of the spirit platform. He then contemplated the impending intersect competition, wondering about Shaoxi's current prowess. Regarding this suspected child of destiny among his peers, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, with his strength comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he was undoubtedly a formidable presence among the inner disciples. With his thoughts collected, Su Jiugao exited the training room, preparing to proceed to the intersect square for the arena competition. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Luo Yunyao, who had been waiting at the door. It then dawned on him that he had promised her 3 days prior to take her to witness the intersect competition. Without hesitation, he donned his ghostly mask, summoned his sword, and took off with Luo Yunyao directly to the intersect square. Upon landing, he was met with a cacophony of discussions among the surrounding disciples. Have you heard? Many are betting in the outer sect market that Su Jiugao will claim first place. Who doesn't he know? I've even heard from the training ground that Su Jiugao's strength is now comparable to that of a golden core cultivator, making victory seem effortless. Comparable to mid-stage golden core? Is that true? Didn't he just advance to the intersect? Absolutely true. Otherwise, would the elders at the Golden Hall be mad enough to wager millions of spirit stones on his victory? Millions of spirit stones? Wouldn't those shops in the outer sect market be ruined? Wait, can they even afford that? Seeing his junior brother was relatively new to the sect, his senior brother remarked, let me tell you, shops in the outer sect market are backed by powerful forces. For example, Qingfeng Pavilion is a property of Qingfeng Temple, while Lingqi Pavilion belongs to the Qi sect. Listening to the incessant chatter around him, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Millions of spirit stones. Were they truly that audacious? He had thought that his wager of several tens of thousands of spirit stones was considerable, but in the presence of true magnates. His modest sum was but a mere droplet in the ocean. He soon regained his composure and dismissed further thoughts. Just then, he received a transmission from Ye Feng. Little Master Uncle, would you like to wait for the competition at the Elder's platform? Su Jiuge instinctively looked up towards the Elder's platform and spotted the sect leader Ye Feng, along with several elders of the Yuntian sect, who had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Additionally, the guest platform was populated with numerous powerful figures and their disciples from other sects, come to witness the event. No need. I shall remain here, Su Jiuge replied through the transmission. He then turned to Luo Yunyao and asked, Yunyao, would you prefer to stay with the sect leader? I fear it may become chaotic here, and your strength is too weak, you might get hurt. Initially, Luo Yunyao was reluctant to go, as the sect leader and elders appeared rather stern, instilling a sense of apprehension in her. However, considering her own strength and not wanting to cause trouble for Su Jiuge, she agreed. Subsequently, Su Jiuge relayed this to Ye Feng, who, without hesitation, sent someone to escort Luo Yunyao to the elder's platform. Thanks to Su Jiuge's connections, Ye Feng and the other elders treated her with great kindness. This allowed her previously taut emotions to instantly relax. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiuge felt a sense of relief as well. Subsequently, he began to scrutinize the crowd around him, hoping to uncover an opportunity that might present itself. Unfortunately, the opportunities available at the scene were all related to the intersect competition. With his sights set solely on claiming the top position within the intersect, he could not afford to divert his attention to seizing opportunities for other rankings. Next, Su Jiuge turned his gaze towards the distant VIP platform, focusing on the esteemed guests gathered to witness the event. First, he looked at the guests from King Fengwen and was immediately greeted by a series of opportunity prompts. Name, Qinjianzi, Realm, Condensing Infant Realm, Late Stage. Recent opportunity, participated in the Origin Spirit Secret Realm, where in a valley of the Outer Mountains, he obtained an egg from the 5th-tier demon beast, the Devouring Python. Name, Song Qing, Realm, Condensing Infant Realm, Mid Stage. Recent opportunity, participated in the Origin Spirit Secret Realm, where in an inner mountain spiritual field, he acquired a plant of the 10,000-year water cloud herb. Observing the emergence of these opportunity prompts, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Opportunities from the Origin Spirit Secret Realm? He recalled that the top 10 in this intersect competition would be granted the qualification to enter the Origin Spirit Secret Realm. Then he shifted his gaze to the guests from Beihai Tower. Name, Lu Xiong, Realm, Condensing Infant Realm, Late Stage. Recent opportunity, participated in the Origin Spirit Secret Realm, where in an inner mountain cave, he discovered half a pot of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. Name, Wan Gonyuan, Realm, Dharma Aspect Realm, Late Stage. Recent opportunity. While escorting disciples to the Origin Spirit Secret Realm, he passed through Shangyuan City and attended an auction held by the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce. Spending 760,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he acquired a replica of the Jiuge alchemy furnace, only to discover upon refining it that it was, in fact, genuine. Once again, the prompts concerning the Origin Spirit Secret Realm emerged. He proceeded to examine the panels of guests from other sects, only to find that the majority of opportunity prompts were related to the same realm. Su Jiuge was instantly exhilarated. In this sect competition, due to ranking limitations, he could only secure 2 opportunities. Yet, the opportunities within the Origin Spirit Secret Realm were available on a first-come, first-served basis. If he possessed the capability, he could seize as many as he desired. Moreover, he could trigger a critical opportunity at that time. With this thought in mind, Su Jiuge had firmly resolved that he must venture into the Origin Spirit Secret Realm. As for the requirements to gain entry, he had heard from other disciples that securing a place within the top 10 of the intersect would grant him the coveted qualification. Therefore, he was resolute in claiming this opportunity to enter the Origin Spirit Secret Realm. However, Su Jiuge noticed that while examining the panels of the guests from Beihai Tower, he encountered an opportunity prompt that did not originate from the Origin Spirit Secret Realm. Wan Gongyuan's participation in the auction at Shangyuan City for the Jiuge alchemy furnace piqued his interest. As a practitioner who had inherited the legacy of a 9th-grade alchemist, Su Jiuge naturally possessed knowledge regarding the Jiuge alchemy furnace. This furnace was crafted by a legendary ancient alchemist known as Jiuge, who was also a master of formations. The alchemical furnace crafted by Master Jiuge is accompanied by meticulously designed formations to enhance its functionality. This ensures that the furnaces he creates are extraordinarily effective, boasting a high success rate in producing elixirs. Subsequently, numerous artisans attempted to replicate his design, resulting in a plethora of imitations. However, none achieved the remarkable efficacy of Master Jiuge's creations, although they were still superior to many standard alchemical furnaces. Consequently, the price of the Jiuge alchemical furnace has consistently remained high, and given the passage of time, its value has surged exponentially. Reflecting on this, Jiuge felt a surge of excitement. As a burgeoning alchemist, it is imperative for him to possess a quality furnace. It appears that a trip to Shangyuan City is in order. However, now is not the time for such considerations. The paramount concern is to secure first place in the intersect competition and obtain the reward of the sword embryo. Regaining his focus, Jiuge adjusted his mindset and prepared to engage actively in the upcoming tournament. After an indefinite wait, the first round of the elimination tournament finally commenced. According to the rules, participants from the intersect would be randomly assigned opponents in this initial round. Victory would permit advancement to the next stage, while defeat would result in immediate elimination. Upon understanding the rules, Jiuge felt little trepidation. With his strength, he believed he could prevail even against Xiaoxi. However, to his astonishment, his opponent in the first round turned out to be Bai Ruoxue. Chapter 41. The various sects place their bets. Jiuge takes the stage at the Elder's platform. Ye Feng, as the sect leader, occupied his designated position. Sipping tea from a jade cup, he appeared composed and unperturbed. Suddenly, a transmission resonated within his consciousness. Sect leader Ye, what remarkable confidence you have shown by wagering 200 million mid-quality spirit stones on your sect's junior master uncle. Do you truly believe in his potential? Upon hearing the transmission, Ye Feng paused momentarily, instantly recognizing the speaker. He glanced towards the distinguished area of Qingfeng Pavilion and observed an elder in Taoist robes smiling in his direction. It was none other than Taoist Qingyun. Naturally, we hold our junior master uncle in high regard, being a prodigy of 10 rings, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Are you concerned that our sect's wager is too substantial for Qingfeng Pavilion to bear? Previously, Qianyut had placed a bet, subsequently reporting the quantities wagered across various shops. Qingfeng Pavilion bet 200 million mid-quality spirit stones. Beihai Tower wagered 300 million mid-quality spirit stones. Lingqi Pavilion staked 230 million mid-quality spirit stones. Although the increasing wagers led to a reduction in the odds, the overall odds still stood at 1 to 20. Should Jiuge indeed claim first place in the intersect, Qingfeng Pavilion would owe the Yuntian sect approximately 4 billion mid-quality spirit stones. This quantity, even for a prestigious sect like Qingfeng Pavilion, constitutes a significant resource. Our pavilion would not accept your sect's wager unless we were capable of covering it. The Taoist elder transmitted in response. I merely wonder if my esteemed friend dares to engage in another round with me. Do you wish to raise the stakes? Ye Feng was taken aback. It was already well known that the young master possessed strength comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. Why would Qing Yunzi still want to increase the wager? However, recalling the earlier confirmation he witnessed at the martial arts arena, he felt an unwavering confidence in Jiuge's capabilities. Even though there were several remarkable talents within the intersect, none could rival the strength of the young master. Even the one he had previously favored, Xiaoxi, would certainly falter. Of course, the elder in the Dao robe smiled and communicated telepathically. What? Are you afraid, my friend? Why would I be afraid? Ye Feng responded. I simply wish to know what manner of game you propose. Naturally, we shall wager on whether your esteemed sect's young master can seize the title of first in the intersect. The elder in the Dao robe chuckled. I shall offer the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman as the stake. If your esteemed sect's young master secures the first position, I shall bestow this talisman upon you. What? You would stake the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman? Upon hearing the elder's wager, Ye Feng was genuinely astonished. It must be noted that the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman is one of the top 10 talismans on the talisman ranking list. A single talisman can summon the thunder tribulation of the 9 heavens, capable of slaying even the mightiest of tribulation transcendents. Even an emperor-level cultivator would suffer grievous injuries under its assault. If the adversary were of a sinister nature, the resultant damage would be exponentially amplified. One can only imagine the formidable power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. However, crafting such a talisman is exceedingly challenging. Even a master of talisman crafting would require considerable time to produce just one. The Qingfeng sect is renowned for its talisman techniques, and many formidable talisman masters have emerged from within, leaving behind numerous powerful talismans, including the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Yet, even within the Qingfeng sect, such talismans are a rarity, a testament to its profound heritage. The fact that the elder could present it as a wager left Ye Feng utterly astounded. What does my esteemed friend desire? Ye Feng inquired, his tone serious. The elder in the Dao robe gazed at him from afar, a smile gracing his face. I have heard that your esteemed sect possesses a treasure known as the cloud sky measure, left behind by the celestial beings of your. Before the elder could complete his thought, Ye Feng interrupted forcefully. Impossible. That item was bequeathed by our sect's founding ancestor. Agree to his terms. Suddenly, another voice echoed within Ye Feng's consciousness. Old ancestor Mingyue. He was taken aback. She could directly hear his thoughts. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. It is known that for one cultivator to overhear another's telepathic communication, they must possess several times the strength of the speaking cultivator. Yet here he was, the esteemed leader of the Yuntian sect, a peak harmonization realm powerhouse, had his thoughts perceived by old ancestor Mingyue. Just how formidable must her strength be? Fortunately, old ancestor Mingyue bore no ill intent. Regaining his composure, he quickly acquiesced. Very well. He then communicated to the elder in the Dao robe, I accept your wager. He subsequently inquired, however, are you certain that your sect's leader will agree to this wager? The elder in the Dao robe paused momentarily, surprised that his opponent would indeed accept the terms. However, now that the course has been set, there is no room for regret. Rest assured, Master Yi. The observer is already aware of this matter. You merely need to sign the contract with me. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, then rose from his seat and shortly returned with a jade slip in hand. Before long, he received successive transmissions from the prominent figures of major sects, such as the Beehive Pavilion and the Qi sect. The content of these transmissions invariably pertained to the stakes of the betting agreement. Yet, under the directive of ancestor Mingyue, Ye Feng accepted each of these wagers. As he gazed upon the numerous bets he had taken on, a sense of anxiety began to well up within him. If his junior uncle were unable to secure the first position in the inter-sect competition, the Yuntian sect would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Ancestor, why do they hold such conviction that my junior uncle cannot attain the first place in the inter-sect? Ye Feng could not restrain himself from sending a query. However, he received no response. At the guest platform of the inter-sect competition, an elder clad in Daoist robes from the Qingfeng sect was engaged in mutual transmissions with representatives from the Beehive Pavilion and other major sections. Have you accepted the wagers proposed by us? Indeed, all have been accepted. Why has the Sacred Demon sect suddenly targeted the Yuntian sect this time? How should I know? Regardless, the Sacred Demon sect has stated that if we lose the wager, they will cover our losses. What is there to fear? True. It seems the Sacred Demon sect would not wish to offend so many sects at once. While the Daoist-robed elder and others conversed, the arena matches of the inter-sect competition of the Yuntian sect were underway. Jiuge, donning a mask of a ghostly visage, sat among the disciples, drawing little attention. Listening to the discussions around him, he felt quite at ease. Time passed unknowingly until a cold, female disciple took the stage, once again igniting the crowd's cheers. Look, the cold sister Bai Ruoxue has taken the stage. It is said that she has only been cultivating for a little over a year, yet is already able to participate in the inter-sect competition. What? Are you saying Bai Ruoxue has reached the spirit platform realm after just a year of cultivation? Is this the 8th prodigy of the Yuntian sect? Such a pace of cultivation is indeed astonishing. I wonder how strong she truly is. I have heard that this girl once defeated a spirit platform cultivator at the martial arts arena of the Yuntian sect, while still at the spirit induction realm. If that is the case, even if she is merely at the early stage of the spirit platform realm now, she could stand toe-to-toe with those at the late stage. It is said that Bai Ruoxue is also the fiancé of the prodigy Jiuge. I wonder if the two will encounter each other in the competition. I also wonder who is stronger, Sister Ruoxue or my junior uncle. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Jiuge realized it was his turn to take the stage. After all, his opponent in the first round of the arena match was none other than Bai Ruoxue. With a gentle leap, he soared from the crowd to the arena. The elder officiating as the judge paused upon seeing him, then cautiously remarked, Junior uncle, one cannot wear a mask while participating in the competition. What do you say? As a judge of some standing, it was not difficult for him to see through Jiuge's ghostly mask. Understanding the elder's intent, Jiuge immediately expressed his apologies and removed the mask. The once ordinary youth vanished in an instant, revealing a striking young man with an extraordinary aura, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. As the mask was removed, the surrounding disciples immediately recognized his identity. It was Jiuge. Look, it's the little master uncle. Jiuge. He is the prodigious genius of Yuntian sect. To think that this individual possesses not only unparalleled talent, but also appears as a remarkably handsome youth. Master, I wish to leave the sect and join Yuntian sect. I want to bear children for Brother Su. Disciple, calm yourself. This is your first encounter with him. It is said that Jiuge is the fiancé of Bai Ruoxue, though the reason for their broken engagement remains unclear. What? They are no longer engaged? Jiuge is truly a heartless man. I no longer hold any affection for him. Sister disciple, you are mistaken. It was Bai Ruoxue who called off the engagement with Su Jiuge. Who would have thought that these two would meet in the first round of the grand competition? Now, this promises to be an exciting spectacle. Both of them are terrifyingly gifted, yet it remains uncertain who is stronger at present. Chapter 42, Bai Ruoxue's new opportunity, overpowering the Empress. In the intersect competition. On the arena, Bai Ruoxue gazed at the distant Su Jiuge, her expression serene. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of regret in her icy eyes. Half a month prior, she approached Su Jiuge to propose the annulment of their engagement. At that time, she believed that Su Jiuge's journey would end at the outer sect, fading into obscurity. Little did she expect that only a short while had passed. He not only ascended to the inner sect but also, during the talent assessment, reached the celestial platform, achieving 10 resonances, and became a disciple of Yuntian Shangren, acquiring a prestigious status as a little master uncle. Even she, upon encountering him, would have to offer her respects. This earth-shattering transformation was something she could not have imagined just half a month ago. Yet, she never anticipated that her first opponent would be him. Though Su Jiuge's talent was extraordinary, rumors had it that his strength was already comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core. However, Bai Ruoxue had previously observed Song Qing's injuries and had already assessed Su Jiuge's capabilities to be at most at the peak of the late stage of the spirit platform. With her current strength at the early stage of the spirit platform, combined with the secret techniques from her past life and her extensive combat experience, she was confident that she would not lose this battle. Therefore, she harbored little concern regarding this contest. As she fixated on Su Jiuge, he too was observing her, though his focus lay primarily on her status panel. Name, Bai Ruoxue, realm, spirit platform, early stage. Recent opportunity. After being eliminated by Su Jiuge in the intersect competition, she devoted herself to her cultivation, her strength subsequently enhancing, and she regained some fragments of her past life memories. In the memories recovered, she learned that the Yin Wangfu was about to be purged by the Emperor of Dalian, with the intent to seize a family heirloom jade pendant belonging to the Su family. This jade pendant is, in fact, a protective talisman. The ancestral jade pendant is a protective talisman? Staring at the message in the opportunity prompt, Su Jiuge found himself momentarily bewildered. He had heard his grandfather mention in his youth that their Su family descended from a lineage of cultivators, with many powerful beings emerging from their clan. However, after the demise of the Su family's ancestors, former enemies besieged them. The direct descendants of the Su family were sent away early, later becoming separated from their kin, eventually finding refuge in Dalian, where they established themselves as local nobility. Su Jiuge initially believed that his grandfather was deceiving him, but now it appears that everything is indeed true. It seems that after the conclusion of the sect competition, he must return to address this matter. At this moment, on the Elder's platform, Ye Feng was anxiously gazing at Su Jiuge on the arena, eagerly awaiting his performance in the first round. As a powerful figure of the harmonious path, he could roughly gauge the outcome of the wager simply by observing Su Jiuge's actions. Of course, besides Ye Feng, the esteemed guests from various influential sects, such as Qingfeng Temple, were also keenly focused on the upcoming arena match. Although they had the Sacred Demons sect backing their wager with Yuntian sect, the spirit stones they had staked in their marketplace were not included in that arrangement. Should Su Jiuge indeed secure the first place in the intersect, they would incur considerable financial losses. On the arena, the presiding elder referee, seeing that both combatants had arrived, briefly reminded them of the competition rules. This match would utilize a recording stone to document the battle, ensuring the integrity of the duel. Once one side concedes, the other must cease their attacks. If one falls, the other must also refrain from striking. After this reminder, he declared the match to commence. Bai Ruoxue's gaze was icy as she began to weave a spell with her hands, preparing to unleash a secret technique. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness, interrupting her incantation. A mental assault. As a reincarnated Empress, Bai Ruoxue possessed ample combat experience. She swiftly recognized the situation, decisively abandoning her spellcasting to employ a mental defense technique, successfully mitigating most of the damage from the attack. Although this was accomplished in an instant, it consumed valuable time. Yet, during this brief moment, Su Jiuge had already summoned a gust of wind, charging towards her with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Bai Ruoxue had anticipated this, deploying a previously prepared artifact to successfully deflect Su Jiuge's incoming strike, promptly creating distance between them. While she managed to block most of the sword's force, she still suffered minor injuries to her arm from the residual sword energy. Following these two exchanges, Bai Ruoxue discerned Su Jiuge's current cultivation level, which left her profoundly astonished. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the spiritual platform. How could this be possible? Just half a month prior, when she proposed the annulment of their engagement, She distinctly remembered his cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Now, merely half a month later, he had ascended to the consummate stage of the spiritual platform, a leap of 2 major realms. Even with Su Jiuge's remarkable talent, Bai Ruoxue found it hard to believe he could achieve such rapid progress. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Of course, she was not the only one taken aback. Su Jiuge also bore a solemn expression. He had assumed that with his current cultivation, victory would be easily within reach. However, he was taken aback by the formidable resilience of this reincarnated Empress. In both of his attempts, she had reacted promptly. No, on the second occasion, she had preemptively prepared for his move. Such combat experience was far beyond what he could match at this moment. Through this brief engagement, Su Jiuge had already recognized his own shortcomings. What Su Jiuge was unaware of was that his confrontation with Bai Ruoxue had astonished the elders, including Ye Feng, who were seated on the platform. Soul attacks, soul defenses, Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly possible to wield soul attacks with such proficiency at the spirit platform realm? Typically, practitioners only begin to grasp spiritual awareness at this stage. To learn the secret arts of the soul, one must at least reach the golden core realm, where the soul can be solidified. Otherwise, the risks are far too great. Yet now, both Su Jiuge and Bai Ruoxue were not only capable of employing these techniques, but did so with remarkable finesse. I am not surprised that our little granduncle, a prodigy of the 10 sounds, can execute soul secret arts at the spirit platform realm, remarked an elder with a robust figure and a twisted beard. However, Bai Ruoxue, possessing merely an 8 sounds talent, is able to perform soul secret arts in the early stages of the spirit platform realm. She must possess an extraordinary soul, he lamented. What a pity that she has been taken by junior sister Lilan. Had she joined our sect, she would surely become a master of formations in the future. Scholar Feng Yuan sighed in regret. As the elders marveled, Su Jiuge and Bai Ruoxue had already exchanged blows for several hundred rounds on the arena. As time passed, Bai Ruoxue gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Su Jiuge, relying on his profound cultivation and remarkable recovery, consistently pressured Bai Ruoxue, dominating the match from the outset. This is the advantage of a higher realm. No matter how rich one's combat experience may be, it can be effortlessly overcome. Had he not wished to engage further to enhance his practical experience, Bai Ruoxue would have likely been defeated long ago. Bai Ruoxue began to realize his intentions, her expression turning increasingly grim. To think that she, a revered reincarnated empress and an 8 sounds prodigy, was now being treated as a mere experience bag. What was more, this individual was none other than Su Jiuge, the very person she had once looked down upon and had actively rejected. Contemplating this, she considered conceding outright. Yet pride held her back. Ultimately, after nearly 100 more exchanges, she gritted her teeth and admitted defeat. Observing this, Su Jiuge could only cease his assault, silently lamenting the loss of opportunity. Instantaneously, the crowd erupted in cheers. Is this the prowess of our little granduncle? It is astonishing. I feel many core disciples cannot compare. I had high hopes for junior sister Ruoxue, yet I did not expect her to be thoroughly bested by our little granduncle. Do you think our little granduncle truly possesses strength comparable to the mid-golden core stage? It seems quite likely. I must head to the outer sect's market to wager on our little granduncle securing the first place in the inner sect. Wait for me, I wish to go too. After witnessing Su Jiuge's strength, numerous disciples hurriedly departed from the inner sect square, racing towards the outer sect market, their intentions clear. Chapter 43. The concerns of various sects and the breakthrough of the spirit platform's ultimate realm. In the inner sect square, on the guest platform, the Taoist elder from the Qingfeng sect wore a grave expression after witnessing Su Jiuge's prowess. This child's talent for cultivation is indeed formidable, merely at the spirit platform's perfection. He has managed to master soul attacks and sword techniques to such an extent. With these 2 abilities alone, few disciples of our sect at the same realm could rival him. Moreover, his spiritual awareness seems to surpass that of ordinary practitioners, even exceeding that of those in the longevity realm. Retracting his thoughts, the elder in Taoist robes gazed into the distance at a middle-aged man with a goatee from the Beihai Tower, transmitting a message. Friend Gong Yuan, what is your perspective? If the sacred demon sect possesses no extraordinary means, our sect may indeed have to compensate the Yuntian sect with a substantial sum of spirit stones. The goateed man, equally grave in expression, replied through sound transmission. However, that is not my greatest concern. The elder in Taoist robes turned his gaze towards him. While 180 billion mid-grade spirit stones is no trifling sum, Beihai Tower can still afford it. The goateed man continued. What truly worries me is that once this young man matures, our major sects may find themselves overshadowed by the Yuntian sect. The elder in Taoist robes wholeheartedly agreed. He recalled the prodigious talent Yi Changxing within his sect, who, at the peak of the spirit platform realm, could not possibly match the current prowess of Su Jiuge. At best, he might surpass that 8-sound genius, Bai Ruoxue, by a slight margin. Yet, it is worth noting that Bai Ruoxue, still in the early stages of the spirit platform realm, already possesses remarkable combat experience, almost qualifying as a prodigy in battle. Were her cultivation level to align with Chongqing's, he would undoubtedly be no match for her. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel envious of the Yuntian sect. Indeed, their fortune is remarkable, as they have simultaneously produced a genius of exceptional talent and a prodigy in combat. The prospect of two such talents rising in the Yuntian sect instilled a flicker of concern for the future of the Qingfeng temple within the elder. Observing Su Jiuge and Bai Ruoxue below, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Among the crowd, Xiao Shi regarded Su Jiuge, who had just descended from the arena, with trepidation. Initially, he had been confident of his victory in the inter-sect competition. However, witnessing Su Jiuge's strength had shaken his resolve. Master, do you think I can still defeat him? He queried through sound transmission to the remnant soul of his master contained within his ring. Yet, for reasons unknown, his master did not respond. On the elder's platform, Luo Yunyao beheld Su Jiuge, who had dominated his opponents throughout the match, her eyes brimming with excitement and admiration. Senior brother Su is truly formidable. If only I could possess half of his strength, I would be content. Beside her, Ye Feng, having witnessed Su Jiuge's prowess, appeared in high spirits. He lifted a teacup from the table and took a sip, kindly remarking, "Little Uncle Master is a 10-sound genius. He is not someone ordinary can compare with. Indeed, Little Uncle Master is destined to be renowned throughout the 9 provinces," chuckled the burly elder with the mustache. "If you can remain by his side, your future accomplishments will surely be significant." Luo Yunyao was taken aback by the unexpected praise. She could hardly fathom that one day the sect's leaders would speak to her with such courtesy. Yet, she understood that all of this stemmed from senior brother Su. But why is senior brother so kind to me? Could it truly be, as my mother suggested, that senior brother has feelings for me? As Luo Yunyao pondered, Su Jiuge had already approached the elder's platform, standing beside her. Initially, he had no intention of coming over. However, now that his identity was unveiled, remaining below would inevitably draw the attention of many enamored young women. Thus, it was preferable to ascend to the elder's platform, where it was comparatively quieter. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Feng and the others hastily paid their respects. "I, Ye Feng, have the honor of meeting my esteemed junior uncle. I, Chao Feihua, have the honor of meeting my esteemed junior uncle." Su Jiuge observed these formidable individuals, whose ages could easily surpass his own ancestors, humbly presenting themselves as juniors before him. And he could only smile and nod. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to ascend. At that moment, Luo Yunyao also came to her senses, glancing at Su Jiuge, recalling her previous conjecture, and could not help but blush. Su Jiuge remained oblivious to the underlying implications. The onlookers, including Ye Feng and others, exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing an understanding that only insiders could grasp. On the arena, the matches continued unabated. However, after witnessing the duel between Su Jiuge and Bai Ruoxue, the audience's interest in the subsequent battles had significantly waned. It wasn't until Xiao Shi took the stage that a flicker of anticipation returned to the crowd. Unfortunately, his opponent was merely an inconspicuous inter-sect disciple who faltered without even lasting a single round, leading to a swift defeat. This left Su Jiuge, who had hoped to witness Xiao Shi's prowess, sorely disappointed. Thus, the first day's contest finally came to a close. Subsequently, Ye Feng arranged for a banquet, hosting guests from prominent sects such as the Beihai Tower. As the junior uncle of the sect, Su Jiuge naturally participated. During the event, he also made the acquaintance of individuals from other sects, effectively familiarizing himself within the circles. However, when the guests praised his strength, their smiles appeared somewhat strained. Once the banquet concluded, Su Jiuge returned to his cave abode, resuming his customary routine of cultivation. Over the next few days, apart from participating in the grand competition, he spent the remainder of his time in seclusion, immersed in his practice. During this period, Elder Qian Yud even dispatched someone to deliver 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to him, stating that this was his allocation of cultivation resources for the year as an inter-sect junior uncle. Should his cultivation level rise in the future, the allocation would increase as well. Staring at the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones before him, Su Jiuge was momentarily taken aback. Converting the spirit stones according to their proportions, one high-grade spirit stone equated to 10 mid-grade spirit stones, or 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, these 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. However, aside from their normal trading value, high-grade spirit stones contained exceptionally pure spiritual energy. making them particularly suitable for cultivation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the number of low-grade spirit stones that could be exchanged for a single high-grade spirit stone would exceed 100. In other words, the actual number of low-grade spirit stones that could be exchanged for these 100,000 high-grade spirit stones would far surpass 10 million. Regaining his composure, Jiuge gazed at the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones with a look of exhilaration, reflecting on his 10 years in the outer sect. Where he had received only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, he felt a stark contrast. Now, in just a year, he had secured a resource allocation of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. More importantly, with the improvement of his strength, this resource allocation could only increase. Jiuge now thoroughly appreciated the advantages that his status as junior uncle had conferred upon him. This revelation reignited within him a renewed motivation to enhance his cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Jiuge once again dedicated himself to his training. With the assistance of the exquisite spirit stone, his cultivation speed has markedly accelerated. Originally, he estimated that he would require another week to break through to the extreme realm. Unexpectedly, he achieved this breakthrough 3 days ahead of schedule. Upon transcending into the extreme realm, he immediately sensed the changes that accompanied this advancement. In addition to the spirit energy within him becoming significantly more robust, his spiritual consciousness experienced a tremendous enhancement. Previously, when he attained perfection in the spirit platform realm, the radius of his spiritual consciousness extended to 500 zhang. Now, after breaking through to the extreme realm, this radius has impressively increased by 300 zhang, reaching a staggering 800 zhang. It is worth noting that the typical cultivator at the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm possesses a spiritual consciousness radius of merely 120 zhang. Thus, his range of spiritual awareness is nearly 6 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Even those prodigious cultivators who have practiced techniques to augment their spiritual consciousness cannot be compared to him. After all, enhancing one's spiritual consciousness is an arduous endeavor, and breaking through to the extreme realm is even more challenging. Upon realizing the changes brought about by his breakthrough, Jiuge displayed a look of delight. With the current strength of his spiritual awareness, he undoubtedly surpasses the average early golden core cultivator. He speculated that once he breaks through to the golden core stage, his spiritual consciousness would surely rival that of mid to late golden core cultivators. Suppressing his elation from the breakthrough, Jiuge appeared contemplative. With my current strength, securing the first place in this inter-sect competition is all but guaranteed. It seems the time has come to prepare for my breakthrough to the golden core. Chapter 44. The grueling battle of Shaoxi and the dark horse, Ye Xiao. In the inter-sect square, after several days of elimination rounds, only 10 disciples remain from the multitude that initially participated in the grand competition. These 10 represent the top contenders in this year's inter-sect competition, all of whom will earn the right to enter the Yuan Ling's secret realm. Given Jiuge's current prowess, it is no surprise that he stands among these 10. Alongside him are Shaoxi, Ye Xiao, and others who have also successfully secured their places in the top 10. However, it is astonishing that Ye Xiao, who was originally ranked 9th, has exhibited particularly outstanding performances during this series of elimination rounds. Every opponent he faced fell to him in a single move, including a previous top 10 inter-sect disciple. Such accomplishments have positioned him as the most likely contender for first place in the competition, aside from Jiuge and Shaoxi. Now, the time has come for the battles among the top 10 disciples. However, the rules for these duels differ slightly from those of the preceding elimination matches. In the top 10 duels, a disciple is permitted 1 defeat, preventing any unfortunate encounters with extraordinarily powerful disciples like Shaoxi. However, should one face a formidable opponent and suffer defeat twice consecutively, they must accept their fate. The first duel among the top 10 is between Shaoxi and Ye Xiao, as 2 of the leading candidates for the championship. The audience today is significantly larger than before. To accommodate this, protective formations have been established around the arena to shield the onlookers from any potential fallout. On the Elders platform, Jiuge sits amidst Luo Yun Yao and others, surrounded by his peers. His gaze settled upon the arena, eagerly anticipating the duel between Shaoxi and Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao has truly exceeded my expectations, ascending to the top 10 without a single defeat. Came the unabashed praise from the burly man with a thick beard. It appears our Yuntian sect is on the verge of producing yet another prodigious cultivator. The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy. After all, these disciples are the future pillars of Yuntian's sect, and the stronger they are, the better. I have previously examined Ye Xiao's records, and he seemed to rank towards the lower end of the inner sect's top 10. As Yi Tung observed Ye Xiao stepping onto the stage, he furrowed his brow. His current performance is indeed unexpected, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Something amiss? The burly man and others exchanged puzzled glances. Does the sect master share this sentiment? The scholar Feng Yuan turned to Ye Feng. I have witnessed several of his previous matches, Ye Feng remarked, directing his attention to Ye Xiao in the arena. Though his strikes are decisive and he employs the techniques of our Yuntian sect, there is an unsettling quality to his methods. The burly man appeared deep in thought, as if recalling something. Upon hearing the sect master's words, I too felt a similar sensation while watching him compete. At this, the other elders shared knowing looks, indicating their agreement. Ye Feng's expression darkened. It seems this young man indeed harbors issues. Just as the conversation unfolded, the duel between Xiao Shi and Ye Xiao commenced on the stage. Xiao Shi, surrender, or be forced to concede by my hand. Choose one. Ye Xiao remarked with a wicked grin directed at Xiao Shi. As the top of the inner sect, Xiao Shi felt a surge of anger at such provocation. Arrogant. With that, he summoned his flying sword and launched the first attack, aiming for Ye Xiao's chest. Ye Xiao merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the incoming strike. Your speed is rather lackluster. Xiao Shi remained silent, continuing to manipulate his sword, intermingling various spells in his relentless assault. Ye Xiao, with an elusive grace, dodged and counterattacked. After a flurry of exchanges, Xiao Shi bore numerous wounds, while Ye Xiao emerged unscathed, wearing an expression of utter delight. Your strength is commendable. Indeed a standout among those of the spirit platform realm, but alas, it pales in comparison before me. Xiao Shi felt immense pressure, his countenance grave. How can you possess such strength? Ye Xiao responded with a sinister chuckle. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Xiao Shi fell silent, focusing intently on the battle. As several hundred exchanges passed, though Ye Xiao remained composed, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Typically, as a battle progresses, cultivators grow weaker. However, Xiao Shi's current condition appeared even more robust than before. Now, he exhibited combat prowess comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. This is decidedly abnormal. Suddenly, Ye Xiao inquired about the medicinal fragrance in the air, as if a realization struck him, gazing at Xiao Shi with astonishment. You are a spiritual medicine battle body. Xiao Shi scoffed. What? Only now do you realize? Upon the utterance of those words, numerous disciples gathered around the arena gasped in astonishment. What? Xiao Shi actually possesses a spiritual medicine battle body. A spiritual medicine battle body? What exactly does that entail? It is a unique constitution that allows one to absorb the essence of medicinal herbs through ingestion, accumulating their potency. When engaged in combat, this potency can be unleashed, continuously transforming into spiritual power. More crucially, as the battle prolongs, the amount of spiritual power derived from the medicinal essence increases, rendering the might of the spiritual medicine battle body increasingly formidable. This explains why Xiao Shi, despite fighting for such an extended period, only grows stronger. Is he truly that powerful? Does that not imply that if this continues, Xiao Shi is destined for victory? Yet, it cannot be stated so definitively. Although the spiritual medicine battle body is indeed robust, its consumption is significant. Given Xiao Shi's accumulation of medicinal essence at the spirit platform realm, he cannot sustain this for long. Thus, once the medicinal essence within him is exhausted, the spiritual medicine battle body will automatically dissipate, allowing Ye Xiao to secure an effortless victory. But when did Ye Xiao become so formidable? After enduring Xiao Shi's prolonged use of the spiritual medicine battle body, he seems to handle it with ease. Could it be that he has already transcended to the golden core stage? On the arena, Ye Xiao momentarily froze, but soon regained his composure, restoring his earlier poise. You are indeed a rare talent to have cultivated such an ancient constitution, he remarked, directing his gaze at Xiao Shi. However, having fought for so long, I imagine your medicinal essence must be nearing depletion, correct? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi's expression darkened. While the spiritual medicine battle body can grow stronger with each battle, it relies on the continual ingestion of medicinal herbs to accumulate essence. Once that essence is spent, the spiritual medicine battle body will become ineffective. At that point, defeat is inevitable. It seems a swift resolution is imperative. Xiao Shi fixed his gaze on Ye Xiao, his demeanor sharpening. In an instant, he distanced himself. Terrifying spiritual power surged from within him, channeling through his right hand and continuously infusing into the flying sword. Simultaneously, his figure began to blur, as if he were about to merge with the sword in his grasp. The gathered disciples, even those outside the formation, could sense the terrifying might of this maneuver, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Sword intent. On the elders' platform, Ye Feng and others exclaimed in unison. Xiao Shi has actually comprehended sword intent. Beside them, Luo Yun Yao appeared perplexed. Master, what is sword intent? Sword intent is the profound understanding a swordsman attains in relation to a particular sword technique, reaching an exceptionally high level of expression, Ye Feng explained. However, It is incredibly challenging for cultivators to grasp sword intent. Even those gifted in swordsmanship may require centuries of practice to achieve such comprehension. Luo Yunyao regarded him, her expression filled with doubt. But that senior brother on stage does not seem particularly old. As she spoke, realization dawned upon her, and her small face was overtaken by shock. Conversely, Su Jiuge maintained a calm demeanor. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a knowing expression in his eyes. Truly deserving of the title Child of Fortune, he undoubtedly possesses numerous hidden strengths. Su Jiuge silently praised, then turned his attention back to the match. On the arena, Ye Xiao was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that, at such a tender age, his opponent had already grasped sword intent. As he momentarily lost his focus, Xiaoxi took action. Whoosh! A beam of sword light, imbued with boundless intent, sliced through the void, hurtling directly towards him. Ye Xiao regained his composure and flashed a wicked smile once more. Sword intent. Activate. In an instant, a brand new sword intent erupted forth from the arena. Chapter 45. Ye Xiao concedes. The battle with Su Jiuge resumes in the VIP area. An elderly figure clad in a Daoist robe stood up in shock at the sudden emergence of a second wave of sword intent on the arena. What? Another genius of the sword path, he exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of extraordinary luck has the Yuntian sect encountered? As if having produced two prodigies was not enough. Now two more sword path geniuses have emerged who comprehend sword intent. Naturally, he was not alone in his astonishment. Members from prominent sects such as Beihai Tower and Qizong also displayed expressions of disbelief. At that moment, the two waves of sword intent collided violently. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated from the arena. Were it not for the protective formation, the numerous disciples spectating would likely have suffered significant harm. As the dust settled within the arena, two figures emerged. Xiaoxi was panting heavily, his form appearing particularly disheveled. In stark contrast, Ye Xiao remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, with not even a thread of his garments marred. The comparison between the two was glaringly evident, prompting another round of gasps from the crowd. Brother Ye Xiao has also mastered sword intent. It seems he is even more formidable than Brother Xiao, given his calm demeanor. It appears he has not exerted himself to the fullest. Could it be that Ye Xiao is indeed the number one among the inner disciples of this realm? I had wagered 200 spirit stones on Su Jiuge for the top spot. If Ye Xiao emerges victorious, I shall surely suffer great losses. On the Elder's platform, Luo Yunyang gazed at Ye Xiao on the arena, her expression laden with concern. She turned to Su Jiuge and inquired, Brother Su, do you believe you can defeat him? Su Jiuge paused for a moment, then turned to Luo Yunyang's worried visage and replied with a smile, Ye Xiao is quite strong. We shall only know once we engage. With Su Jiuge's current peak strength in the spirit platform realm, he was already invincible among his peers. Even against a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he could hold his own. If he were to unleash the purple sky divine fire, dispatching his opponent would be well within his capabilities. However, it was evident that Ye Xiao had not fought with his full strength against Xiaoxi. Thus, Su Jiuge found it challenging to assess the relative strengths of himself and Ye Xiao. Upon hearing Su Jiuge's words, Luo Yunyang's worry deepened. Beside them, Ye Feng wore a grave expression. Through careful observation, he had concluded that Ye Xiao was a disciple of the Holy Demon Sect. Only members of the Holy Demon Sect would exhibit such an aura while performing their techniques. He exchanged glances with the elders Chao Feihua and Feng Yuan, and they reached the same conclusion. Master, since we have confirmed that Ye Xiao is indeed a member of the Holy Demon Sect in disguise, we should eliminate him immediately. Ye Feng was about to agree and issue the command when the voice of the Moonlight Ancestor resonated within his consciousness once more. This matter does not require further intervention. Ye Feng hesitated. But Ancestor, it is evident that Ye Xiao is a member of the Holy Demon Sect. Allowing him to continue causing chaos is inadvisable, is it not? The Venerable Mingwei did not address his inquiry directly, but merely remarked that they would speak of it after his duel with junior brother Su. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately grasped Mingwei's intent. She wished to assess Su Jiuge's true prowess through Ye Xiao. He promptly conveyed this understanding to the assembly of elders. Upon learning that Mingwei was attentive to the matter, Chao Feihua and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. On the arena, Xiaoxi's expression had soured considerably. He had believed that by unleashing his sword intent, he could easily vanquish his opponent. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the individual before him was also a swordsmanship prodigy, possessing the same sword intent. Was this truly Ye Xiao, the person he once knew, or was it simply a reflection of his own inadequacy? In that moment, self-doubt crept into Xiaoxi's mind. Ye Xiao, I can see that you are formidable, he declared gravely, fixing his gaze upon his adversary. Next, I shall unleash my most potent strike, should you withstand it. I shall accept defeat. Ye Xiao remained silent, scrutinizing his opponent with keen interest, his thoughts racing. This individual was indeed a formidable challenge. Given the limitations of his current physique, it was impossible to engage him unless he was willing to sacrifice this body. Yet, doing so would eliminate his chance to eliminate Su Jiuge, the source of a significant threat to their sect. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the battle-ready Xiaoxi and proclaimed, "I concede." Xiaoxi was clearly taken aback by this declaration. Given the current circumstances, where he held a distinct advantage, why would Ye Xiao surrender? The presiding elder, equally astonished, thought he must have misheard. However, before he could voice his confusion, Ye Xiao had already descended from the arena. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the match had concluded in such an unexpected manner. On the elder platform, Su Jiuge wore an expression of intrigue. If Xiaoxi could secure victory in an unwinnable scenario, could this be the essence of a child of fortune? As Xiaoxi and Ye Xiao exited the stage, a new bout commenced. Although the fights continued, they lacked the excitement of the previous encounters. During this time, Su Jiuge also participated in several matches, and with his prowess, he easily triumphed unless faced with Xiaoxi, the child of fortune, or the dark horse Ye Xiao. Eventually, after a series of contests, the competition for the top 10 in the inner sect reached the semifinals. Only 4 disciples remained uneliminated: Su Jiuge, Xiaoxi, Ye Xiao, and a rather unremarkable female disciple. Upon reaching the semifinals, the dynamics of their confrontations shifted. Each contender was required to face every opponent to determine the final rankings. The first bout featured Xiaoxi against the female disciple, which he won effortlessly. The second match was a direct clash between Su Jiuge and Ye Xiao. Upon hearing that these two would face off, the disciples erupted with excitement. Finally, Su Jiuge was set to duel Ye Xiao, and there was much speculation as to who would emerge victorious. Surely it would be Su Jiuge, for he was the 10-strike prodigy. I beg to differ. Possessing talent merely signifies a swift cultivation pace and a high potential for the future, but it does not imply invincibility among peers. In fact, I hold a more favorable view of Ye Xiao. Indeed, I too believe Ye Xiao exhibits superior strength. After all, during his previous confrontation with Xiaoxi, the sword intent he displayed was remarkably formidable. Most importantly, his demeanor suggested he was not exerting his full strength. Does this not imply that Ye Xiao is quite likely to emerge as the champion of this intersect competition? Alas, if what you say holds true, then Su Jiuge stands little chance of claiming the title of intersect champion. My precious spirit stones. Thankfully, I refrained from betting on Su Jiuge. At the elder's platform, upon learning that his opponent was Ye Xiao, Su Jiuge appeared genuinely intrigued. After witnessing Ye Xiao's prowess, he had long anticipated a chance to face him in the arena for a worthy contest. After all, opportunities to spar with such a formidable opponent in a safe environment are rare. Su Jiuge exchanged greetings with Luo Yunyao and others before making his way to the arena. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Teng felt a twinge of concern. Moments ago, he had learned from the esteemed ancestor Mingwei that the divine soul within Ye Xiao was that of a powerful figure from the sacred demon sect. Even though this entity currently occupied Ye Xiao's body and faced certain limitations, it was undoubtedly not comparable to a perfectly cultivated spirit platform realm practitioner. Even a typical golden core cultivator would likely fall short against it. Yet, recalling how Su Jiuge had previously obliterated a mid-golden core puppet in the martial arts arena, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. Moreover, with ancestor Mingwei closely observing the proceedings, there was little reason for excessive concern. In the arena, as Su Jiuge and Ye Xiao ascended the platform amidst the cheers of their fellow disciples, the semifinals had commenced. The judge for this bout had also been replaced by a robust figure. Su Jiuge recognized this elder as Tianzhu, an esteemed elder of the martial arts arena and a fully realized figure in the Dharma aspect realm. He was tasked with overseeing the intersect tournament. Tianzhu nodded in acknowledgement towards Su Jiuge, a silent greeting, before succinctly outlining the rules of the contest and declaring the match to commence. Having witnessed Ye Xiao's combat style, Su Jiuge anticipated that against a formidable opponent, Ye Xiao would employ a ghostly agility, constantly maneuvering to seize an opportunity. Conversely, against weaker adversaries, he would overpower them with sheer strength and secure swift victories. However, as Tianzhu announced the beginning of the match, Ye Xiao unsheathed his flying sword, launching an assault upon Su Jiuge with a thunderous force. A terrifying wave of sword intent surged forth in an overwhelming manner. More astonishingly, the aura he emanated was not that of a perfected spirit platform realm, but that of an early golden core. Chapter 46, Unity of Intent. The spatial boundary flag outside the arena, the gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. Ye Xiao was indeed at the golden core level, and even more surprisingly, at the early stage of the golden core. How could this be possible? With such strength, should he not have already ascended to the ranks of core disciples? Why then was he still in the outer sect? It seemed that Su Jiuge was destined to lose this battle. Wait, why does he exude an aura so sinister? Reminiscent of one from the demonic path? Upon your remark, I find myself sensing it as well. At the guest platform, the elderly man in Taoist robes, upon detecting the malevolent energy emanating from the arena, instantly associated it with the holy demon sect. Could this be their design? He turned to the middle-aged man with a goat beard at the distant Bai High Tower and conveyed his thoughts. It is likely so. Wang Gonyuan responded telepathically. Only those from the holy demon sect, practitioners of the dark arts, would radiate such wickedness during a duel. Moreover, judging by Ye Xiao's demeanor, he must have been possessed by a powerful figure from the holy demon sect. It remains uncertain what level of mastery this possessor possesses. Since they can seize a body, their cultivation must be at least at the nascent soul stage, the elderly Taoist man transmitted solemnly. Although Su Jiuge is a prodigy with a tenfold talent, he is merely a spirit platform cultivator. I doubt he stands a chance against him. Wang Gonyuan nodded in agreement, affirming the elderly man's thoughts. If this is indeed the case, then should the holy demon sect succeed, they would unwittingly assist us greatly. The Taoist elder comprehended his implication. After all, if Su Jiuge were to fall, then the wager between various sects and the Yuntian sect would undoubtedly result in their victory, yielding considerable gains. More importantly, their sect would be relieved of a formidable potential adversary in the future. Contemplating this, the Taoist elder's gaze grew increasingly bright. Yet, a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. Although Ye Xiao had yet to reveal his identity, they could discern his origins. Could it be that the Yuntian sect is oblivious? Yet, if they are aware, why have they refrained from interfering in the duel? Amidst his musings on the arena, Ye Xiao, enveloped in a terrifying sword intent, surged towards Su Jiuge. At the moment of their clash, a thunderous boom resonated from the arena, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Ye Xiao, astonished, exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being a tenfold prodigy. You have withstood a blow capable of slaying golden core cultivators." It was revealed that just prior, upon perceiving the other's intent, Su Jiuge had swiftly summoned his pre-prepared Xuanwu shield, successfully deflecting Ye Xiao's formidable strike. However, the Xuanwu shield was shattered in the process. One can only imagine. Had that sword landed directly upon him, he would have sustained significant injuries, if not death. Fortunately, he had learned much from his earlier battle with Bai Ruoxue. Otherwise, he would have truly faced defeat. Su Jiuge gazed at the fragments of the Xuanwu shield on the ground, feeling a sense of relief. What a pity that this Xuanwu shield was ruined after just a single use. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Ye Xiao in the distance, his eyes icy. "Do you wish to kill me?" Through their earlier encounter, he had sensed the intense killing intent emanating from the other. This person is a spy for the holy demon sect. Eliminating him would serve as a trial for your apprenticeship. Just then, a voice echoed in Su Jiuge's consciousness. "Remember, in this battle, no one shall intervene. Is it the honorable ancestor Mingyue?" Understanding dawned upon Su Jiuge in an instant. No wonder Ye Xiao exhibited such overt hostility towards himself earlier. Even Elder Tianzhu displayed no reaction. "What are you saying, junior brother Su?" "Naturally, one must exert their utmost in a competition on the arena," Ye Xiao remarked with a smile before unleashing another sword strike. An overwhelming aura of sword intent surging forth once more. Upon discovering the true identity of his opponent, Su Jiuge ceased to hold back. As a swordsman who had deeply comprehended the art of sword control, he too wielded sword intent. "Do you think you are the only one who has grasped sword intent?" Su Jiuge scoffed, a terrifying sword intent erupting forth, aimed directly at Ye Xiao. The sudden onslaught of formidable sword intent completely exceeded Ye Xiao's expectations, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. "What? You have also mastered sword intent, and even attained the realm of unity of intent and sword." He could hardly believe that Su Jiuge, at such a young age, could reach such a level of mastery with sword intent. Below the arena, the gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. Su Jiuge has also grasped sword intent. Has it become so commonplace now? To think he has achieved the unity of intent and sword. How is that possible? Truly, he is a prodigy of the 10 sounds. This battle promises to be captivating. On the elders' platform, Yi Teng and the others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that such a young junior uncle could achieve the unity of intent and sword. A burly man with a beard exclaimed in awe. Beside him, Luo Yunyao appeared puzzled. "Elder Chao, what is the unity of intent?" "The unity of intent is an exceedingly high realm in the comprehension of sword intent," Chao Feihua elucidated. "In the understanding of sword intent, there are 4 distinct realms: the initial realm, the entry realm, the realm of great accomplishment, and ultimately, the unity of intent." As he spoke, his gaze returned to the arena. Did you see Yi Zhao's sword intent? That is the sword intent of the great accomplishment realm. Whereas our junior uncle has achieved the unity of intent. Luo Yunyao shifted her gaze to the arena, observing intently. She noted that while Yi Zhao's released sword intent was indeed terrifying, it appeared chaotic and uncontrollable. In contrast, Su Jiugong's sword intent not only boasted greater power, but also displayed a fluidity and adaptability, as if it possessed sentience. On the arena, Yi Zhao's expression darkened. He found it intolerable that as a formidable practitioner, he would be outdone in the comprehension of sword intent by a junior. Nevertheless, this only fortified his resolve to eliminate Su Jiugong. With such prowess at such a tender age, what might he become in the future? Contemplating this, he lightly tapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a black flag materialized in his hand. The flag appeared ordinary, yet upon extraction, it emanated a subtle spatial fluctuation. Spatial boundary flag? On the Elder's platform, Feng Yuan, a master of formations, instinctively articulated the name of the black flagpole. The spatial boundary flag is a type of formation flag. When deployed, it can create a spatial barrier to obstruct or ensnare an opponent. More crucially, this barrier, composed of numerous spatial rifts, possesses formidable power, making direct contact perilous. Thus, even a tribulation-level practitioner trapped within would find it exceedingly difficult to escape for an extended period. If Su Jiugao were to be trapped within, even the venerable Mingyue would find it impossible to provide immediate assistance. Yi Teng and the others were fully aware of this, and their expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. We must stop him. However, it was too late. Yi Xiao swiftly brandished the boundary flag, embedding it into the arena beneath him. As he chanted the incantation, a semicircular black barrier materialized instantaneously, enveloping both him and Su Jiugao within its grasp, while Elder Tianzhu, who was meant to officiate, was left outside. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Su Jiugao's heart surged with alarm. He gazed at the surrounding translucent black barrier, weaving his fingers in a complex gesture, as a torrent of sword intent surged forth, aiming toward the barrier. Yet, the formidable sword intent merely dissipated upon contact, absorbed entirely by the barrier without a ripple. Even his flying sword was ruthlessly shattered upon touching the barrier. Witnessing this, Su Jiugao was rendered speechless. This barrier is not to be trifled with. Chapter 47. Zixiao Divine Fire, Slaying the Law Manifestation Demon Cultivator. On the Elder's platform, as Feng Yuan uttered the name of the boundary flag, the crowd reacted instantly, surging toward the arena in a frantic attempt to halt Yi Xiao and dismantle the spatial barrier he had erected. Unfortunately, the arena's own array thwarted their efforts, and they were a step too late. Yi Teng and the others wore grim expressions. They had not anticipated that the very formation designed to protect the disciples would afford Yi Xiao the time to establish his barrier. Yi Teng scanned the surrounding disciples. Disperse at once, he commanded. The disciples, understanding the urgency, quickly scattered, creating a vast open space. With this, Yi Teng's gaze returned to Yi Xiao within the barrier. You scoundrel of the holy demon sect, open the barrier at once, and I may spare your life, he spoke coldly. Otherwise, when the barrier dissipates, I shall ensure your demise. Yi Xiao looked toward Yi Teng, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Since the sect master has recognized my origins, he should know that those of the holy sect fear not death. With that, his attention shifted back to Su Jiugao. However, before you bring about my demise, I must first deal with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Teng and the others were consumed with anxiety, puzzled as to why the venerable Mingyue had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that the ancestor believed Su Jiugao could truly contend against such a cultivator? Within the barrier, after Yi Zhao's words fell, he retrieved a black sail from his waist, suspending it before him. Su Jiugao focused intently, observing as twisted human faces began to emerge upon the surface of the black sail. They writhed and twisted in a desperate struggle to escape, yet were bound by an invisible shackle, unable to break free. Their expressions were filled with agony, their eyes reflecting despair, as if they were enduring unspeakable torment. With the appearance of the black sail, the surrounding air grew chillingly frigid, evoking a sense of dread. Although Su Jiugao could not discern the origin of the sail, an ominous premonition settled within him. Upon witnessing the emergence of the black banner, Yi Teng gasped in astonishment. The 10,000 Spirits Summoning Banner. As the leader of the Yuntian sect and a formidable harmonization realm expert, it was hardly surprising that he could identify the origins of the black banner. As a demonic sect, the Holy Demon sect naturally possessed such sinister artifacts. However, the banner specifically referred to as the 10,000 Spirits Summoning Banner was exceedingly rare. To forge such a banner, one must seal away no less than 10,000 vengeful souls within it. It is imperative to understand that vengeful souls are not mere spirits. They are the souls of those who have met their demise under wrongful circumstances, laden with profound resentment. Practitioners of the dark arts, in their pursuit of these souls, would not take their time in search. Instead, they would massacre entire cities to generate vengeful spirits en masse. Typically, the slaughter of 100 individuals would yield a single vengeful soul. Yet within Ye Zhao's banner, there resided nearly 10,000 such souls. In other words, to have forged this banner, he must have extinguished the lives of at least 1,000,000 souls. Yi Zhongzhu was indeed correct. This treasure is genuinely the 10,000 spirits summoning banner. Ye Xiao turned his gaze toward Yi Teng and the others outside the barrier, smiling as he declared, "Moreover, this treasure is my life-bound artifact." The burly man with the dragon-like beard gasped in disbelief. "What? You have actually refined such a wicked artifact into your life-bound treasure?" A life-bound artifact is a unique treasure intrinsically linked to the practitioner's life. Should the artifact be destroyed, the practitioner would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. However, correspondingly, the power of a life-bound artifact significantly surpasses that of ordinary treasures. Thus, a life-bound artifact typically serves as the practitioner's greatest trump card. Yi Teng, fully aware of the potency of a life-bound artifact, grew increasingly pallid. He turned to the scholarly Elder Feng Yuan and implored, "Elder Feng, please, hasten to dispel the barrier." Feng Yuan immediately directed his companions to begin dismantling the barrier. Ye Xiao withdrew his gaze, paying no further heed to Yi Teng and the others. He turned to Su Jiuge, smiling as he remarked, "It seems we must act swiftly." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured with his hands, and countless vengeful souls surged forth from the black banner, charging towards Su Jiuge. Naturally, Su Jiuge could not remain passive. He too moved his hands in a complex gesture and unleashed the 10,000 fire melding divine technique. A violet fireball materialized out of thin air. With a swift change of gesture, the fireball shot forth, successfully striking one vengeful soul and obliterating it completely. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Su Jiuge's eyes. Ye Xiao scoffed derisively, "Boy, I possess countless vengeful souls, while your fireball can only unleash one at a time. Let us see how long you can hold out." Yet before he could finish his taunt, he was astounded to see violet flames erupting around Su Jiuge. Nearly 100 violet fireballs simultaneously manifested around him. Su Jiuge smirked coldly. "Who says I can only control one fireball at a time?" With that, he commanded the 100 fireballs to soar towards the surrounding vengeful souls, instantly scattering large swathes of them. Some vengeful souls merely grazed by the fireballs and ignited, emitting anguished cries. Ye Xiao stood frozen, dumbfounded. He was horrified to realize that although these vengeful souls ignited by the violet flames had not perished outright, they had severed their connection to the summoning banner and could no longer be commanded by him. What kind of flame is this that can ignite vengeful souls? He gazed at Su Jiuge, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Su Jiuge did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she continued to manipulate the violet fireballs, relentlessly hurling them towards the vengeful spirits. Ye Xiao, witnessing this, clenched his teeth, his expression darkening ominously. Yet, he dared not allow the remaining spirits to come into contact with the violet flames. These spirits were intricately linked to his life-bound treasure. The destruction of even one would inflict harm upon him as well. He hastily maneuvered the remaining spirits, dodging the oncoming violet fireballs. Observing this, Su Jiuge had no intention of acquiescing to his wishes and immediately summoned nearly 100 violet fireballs to encircle him. Outside the barrier, Yi Teng and the others were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Initially, they were concerned that Su Jiuge might fall prey to Ye Xiao. However, with the emergence of the violet fire, the tides had abruptly turned. What kind of flame possesses such formidable power? Yi Teng exclaimed in astonishment. It was crucial to note that Su Jiuge was merely a spirit platform cultivator, while Ye Xiao was a formidable demon cultivator of the law avatar realm. Yet, faced with the violet fire, Ye Xiao found himself helpless, passively enduring the assault. The crowd fell silent. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Qiao Feihua's expression. Though he spoke with uncertainty, "This appears to be the violet Shaoshan fire." The others turned their attention to him. "Elder Qiao, what is this violet Shaoshan fire? Have you heard of the spirit fire record?" Qiao Feihua inquired of Yi Teng. Yi Teng's face reflected contemplation, as it seemed he had not encountered such a term before. At that moment, a red-faced elder's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. "Are you suggesting that the violet fire is the 7th-ranked divine fire from the spirit fire record?" "Indeed, the violet fire wielded by my junior uncle is identical to the description of the violet Shaoshan fire recorded therein," Qiao Feihua stated gravely. "However, spirit fires are exceedingly rare. Encountering one requires immense fortune. To refine it is an arduous task, fraught with peril. Moreover, as I have never witnessed this fire before, I cannot definitively ascertain whether it is indeed the violet Shaoshan fire." The red-faced elder pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the barrier, observing intently. After a brief while, he confidently declared, "Elder Chao must be correct. This is undoubtedly the violet Shaoshan fire." The elder pointed towards the vengeful spirits being ignited by the violet flames within the barrier. According to the spirit fire record, the violet Shaoshan fire possesses tremendous restraining power over all malevolent entities. This suggests that with the violet Shaoshan fire to protect her, my junior uncle need not fear the minions of the demon sect. Yi Ting's face brightened with elation. "Everyone, hasten and intensify your efforts to breach the barrier and vanquish this demonic force." Inside the barrier, Yi Xiao found himself in a dire predicament. He gazed at the violet flames enveloping Su Jiuge, daring not to approach even a fraction closer. Even the spirits he could command were nearly all but lost. "Su Jiuge, do not push me too far." Yi Xiao glared at her, gritting his teeth. Su Jiuge responded with a cold laugh. "I shall indeed push you. What will you do about it? As a demon cultivator, if you possessed any means to counter the violet flames, you would have deployed them already, rather than cowering in such disarray." This led Su Jiuge to conclude that he had no means to counter the violet Shaoshan fire. However, vigilance was not entirely abandoned. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet found himself helpless, forced to evade incessantly. Just as he narrowly dodged a violet fireball, a colossal ethereal hand materialized behind him, reaching out with intent to seize. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily unresponsive, and he was captured by the ethereal hand in an instant. The immense pressure from the grip overwhelmed him. Despite his attempts to break free, he was crushed on the spot. Bang! The vessel he had possessed was no more. Yi Xiao's body was merely that of a spirit platform cultivator, already greatly depleted. How could he muster the strength to withstand the might of this ethereal giant hand? Su Jiuge, too, was momentarily taken aback by the outcome. He had not anticipated that, with his current strength, the manifestation of the celestial hand would wield such formidable power. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, once again commanding the violet fireball to encircle the now bodiless Yi Xiao. As an infant soul, Yi Xiao was utterly powerless against the violet flames, ensnared by dozens of fireballs, unable to escape. Having lost his physical form, the instant his infant soul made contact with the violet fire, it was ignited. A chilling scream escaped Yi Xiao's lips, as if he were enduring excruciating torment. For one of the demonic path, Su Jiuge bore no compassion, unwilling to halt his assault. The divine needle technique was unleashed once more, piercing directly through the opponent's infant soul. Under the dual assault of the celestial fire and divine needle technique, in mere moments, the opponent's aura dissipated entirely. With the loss of its master's control, the soul-summoning banner posed no threat to Su Jiuge either. As it succumbed to the violet flames, the soul-summoning banner was swiftly reduced to ashes. Chapter 48. The astonished onlookers and the scheme of the holy demon sect outside the barrier, Yi Feng and the others, who were in the midst of breaking the formation, suddenly halted their actions, rendered dumbfounded. Their gazes were fixed on the inner sanctum of the barrier, precisely where Yi Xiao had last stood. Had Yi Xiao truly perished? Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "It appears so," came the dazed response from the burly man. Indeed, he had been slain by the little master uncle, his soul extinguished, dead beyond resurrection. The crowd was well aware that Yi Xiao's true strength was that of a Dharma aspect cultivator. Yet now, such a formidable individual had been utterly vanquished by a spirit platform cultivator. How could this not astonish them? In the distance, the onlooking disciples were equally shocked into silence. Although they did not fully grasp Yi Xiao's true prowess, they had witnessed his displayed realm during the arena battle, which had reached the golden core level. He had also mastered a powerful sword intent, even besting the previous intersect champion, Shaoxi. Yet he was obliterated by Su Jiuge. What level of strength must Su Jiuge possess? Among the crowd, Shaoxi, having battled Yi Xiao, understood the latter's might far better than the average disciple. With his own strength, even employing his trump cards, he certainly would not stand a chance. Yet this formidable opponent, who had seemed so strong in his eyes, was defeated at the hands of Su Jiuge. Suddenly, the voice of the master echoed once more within his consciousness. This youth is truly extraordinary, capable of slaying a manifestation of the law with mere cultivation at the spiritual platform. What? That Yi Xiao is a formidable manifestation expert, Shaoxi exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he had assumed that Yi Xiao was merely a golden elixir practitioner. Little did he anticipate that his master would declare him a manifestation powerhouse. Impossible. How could a manifestation expert fall so easily? Shaoxi immediately dismissed the notion. No matter how powerful Su Jiuge might be, he is still merely at the spiritual platform, incapable of vanquishing a manifestation. It is no wonder he disbelieved his master's words. The situation was simply too outrageous. It is merely a reflection of your limited perspective. The spirit of the remnants elucidated. Did you not notice the violet flames he employed earlier? That is a celestial fire specifically designed to counteract malevolent entities. The manifestation practitioner, having occupied Ye Zhao's body, was already diminished to a fraction of his former strength. Furthermore, his innate treasure was compromised by Su Jiuge's divine fire, further weakening the manifestation expert's prowess. Ultimately, Su Jiuge unleashed a colossal hand, reminiscent of ancient divine techniques, obliterating the corporeal form. And with the combination of the violet celestial fire and a soul attack, it was only natural that he would be slain. Upon hearing his master's explanation, Xiaoxi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at Su Jiuge within the barrier, his eyes filled with trepidation, coupled with a tinge of envy. He could not fathom how the other possessed such extraordinary fortune and an array of powerful abilities. At the VIP platform, the Dao-robed elder and a multitude of external sect individuals were equally astonished. As manifestation experts, they had discerned Ye Zhao's strength when he summoned the soul-hunting banner, recognizing him to be of the same manifestation realm as themselves. Yet, such a practitioner was eradicated by Su Jiuge. This youth is undeniably formidable, if allowed to grow. Our sect may indeed find itself subservient to the Yuntian sect. The Dao-robed elder cast a glance toward the middle-aged man with a goatee at the Bai High Tower, conveying his thoughts through sound transmission. Friend Gong Yuan, what are your thoughts? The middle-aged man, sensing the murderous intent in the elder's tone, remained silent for a moment before replying. This youth is indeed too extraordinary. However, with our current strength, attempting to act against him in the Yuntian sect would be tantamount to courting death. Upon my return, I shall report this matter to the sect leader, and I believe he will soon pay a visit to your esteemed establishment. The Dao-robed elder understood the implication of his words. He nodded slightly, refraining from further comments. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Su Jiuge within the barrier, his eyes glinting with cold light once more. Just then, a series of thunderous booms echoed from outside the Yuntian sect, drawing everyone's attention anew. At that moment, outside the Yuntian sect, a young man clad in a red robe, whose delicate features resembled those of a woman, surveyed the black-clad individuals before him, their faces marked with terror. You must be the last one. As the gentle youth's words fell, he swiftly ended the life of his adversary. Subsequently, he scanned the numerous fallen black-clad figures around him. Once he confirmed that there were no survivors, he retrieved a sound transmission jade slip. Junior brother Qing Xian, I have resolved matters on my end. How fares the situation on your side? The sound transmission jade slip is a long-range communication treasure, exceedingly convenient. The voice of the venerable Qing Xian resonated from the transmission jade slip. I have resolved everything on my end. These wretches from the sacred demon sect are truly weak. I haven't even warmed up, and they are all dispatched. After a pause, he expressed his confusion. Senior brother, do you not think the individuals sent by the sacred demon sect are rather feeble? Xiao Hongqian replied with a smile. They are merely cannon fodder sent by the sacred demon sect. Their strength is naturally lacking. Cannon fodder? Qing Xian inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Xiao Hongqian elucidated. These individuals are simply sacrificial pawns intended to lure us away, sent to their demise. The true objective of the sacred demon sect's visit is to pilfer a treasured artifact from our ancestor, he continued. To seize our ancestor's treasure? Qing Xian's confusion deepened. They first arranged for a powerful entity to possess Ye Xiao, aiming to attract attention during the inter-sect competition while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to eliminate our sect's prodigious disciple, Xiao Hongqian elaborated. Subsequently, they dispatched these pawns to assail our sect and divert our attention. In reality, they have already sent powerful individuals to infiltrate our ranks, waiting for us to depart the sect, at which point they will seize the ancestor's treasure. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian was taken aback. Then why did you allow me to accompany you? Would that not mean falling into the enemy's trap? Do not fret, junior brother. The sacred demon sect scheme has long been unraveled by Uncle Su, which is why I conferred with Aunt Mingwei and devised a counter-strategy, Xiao Hongqian reassured with a smile. I suspect that by now, the formidable beings of the sacred demon sect have already been apprehended by Uncle. With this revelation, Qing Xian finally felt a sense of relief, yet soon voiced another query. You claim that their plan was discovered by Uncle Su? But how is that possible? Uncle Su is merely at the spiritual platform realm. How could he unearth such a plot from the sacred demon sect? Without directly answering, Xiao Hongqian reminded him. Do you recall the incident involving Linglong a few days ago, when she was beset by bandits? Qing Xian was indeed aware of this matter. At that time, Yi Linglong had been pursued by bandits outside the market and fortuitously rescued by an inner-sect disciple, who then brought her to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion for treatment. Later, Yiting dispatched numerous disciples to investigate the incident. Are you suggesting that the inner-sect disciple who saved Linglong was Uncle Su? Qing Xian suddenly stood frozen, incredulous. And those bandits were actually members of the sacred demon sect? Indeed, that is the case, Xiao Hongqian affirmed with a nod. It was through that incident that we became aware of the sacred demon sect's machinations, and I subsequently informed Ancestor Mingwei of the matter through secret methods. As for what transpired afterward, I trust you are already aware. Thus, it is truly thanks to Uncle Su that we uncovered the sacred demon sect's plan. Qing Xian realized with clarity. In that case, we must promptly return to report to Aunt Mingwei. Xiao Hongqian acknowledged with a nod, then stowed away the transmission stone before vanishing from sight. At Yuntian sect, before a thatched cottage on the back mountain of Tianyan Peak, a slender black-robed cultivator gazed at the white-clad woman before him, his eyes filled with dread. You have actually attained the Emperor realm. The white-clad woman did not spare him a glance. She fixated instead on the broken jade sword in her grasp, recalling fragments of memories from the past. She recalled that this object was acquired by her father from a market many years ago. At that time, Yuntian Shangren believed that this broken jade sword was a treasure. He brought it back and studied it for several days, yet he could not comprehend its significance. He only knew that it was exceptionally hard, and thus casually discarded it in the house. Later, Yuntian Shangren vanished without a trace. While organizing her father's belongings, Ye Mingwei discovered the broken jade sword tucked away in a corner, and she decided to display it within the thatched cottage. Little did she expect that the people from the Holy Demon sect had come specifically for this object. Regaining her focus, she redirected her gaze to the black-robed cultivator, raising her hand to point at his forehead. What are you planning? Wait, you intend to search my soul? The black-robed cultivator exclaimed in terror. Stop. Please stop. The soul-searching technique is a method employed by cultivators that allows them to directly read another's memories through their spiritual awareness. However, this technique poses significant harm to the one being subjected to it. In mild cases, it may cause mental damage, rendering one a fool. In severe cases, it could lead to complete annihilation of the soul, resulting in death. Therefore, such methods are generally avoided by cultivators. Yet, for this black-robed demonic cultivator, Mingwei Laozu would show no mercy. Moments later, the esteemed ancestor of the Holy Demon sect found himself ensnared by a soul-binding curse. Mingwei Laozu furrowed her brow slightly as she glanced at the fallen black-robed cultivator. What a pity. It seems a visit to the Holy Demon sect is inevitable. Just as her words fell, two streaks of light, one blue and one red, rapidly approached the thatched cottage from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, the two lights descended before Ye Mingwei. Greetings, Master Mingwei. Greetings, Master Mingwei. The newcomers were none other than Qing Xian Laozu and Hongqian Laozu from Yuntian sect. Ye Mingwei regarded her two disciples with a slightly gentler expression. Have you resolved everything? Hongqian replied, Yes, Master. We dealt with all the visitors from the Holy Demon sect. None escaped. Ye Mingwei nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck her. After defeating the individuals from the Holy Demon sect, her attention had been drawn to the broken jade sword, causing her to momentarily forget to monitor Su Jiuge. She was well aware that he was currently engaged in combat on the arena against a formidable opponent from the Holy Demon sect. A moment of inattention could lead to his demise. She hastily released her spiritual awareness to observe the situation on the intersect plaza once more. However, when her awareness settled upon the arena, she was left utterly stunned. Had Su Shidi truly slain that practitioner from the Holy Demon sect? Chapter 49. The Traitor of the Sect, the first of the intersect before the thatched cottage. Ye Mingwei's spiritual awareness swept across the intersect plaza, leaving her in shock. Xiao Hongqian and Mo Qingxian immediately noticed the change in their master. They feared that there might still be some undiscovered scheme from the Holy Demon sect, their hearts sinking. Xiao Hongqian quickly asked, Master, has something gone awry? Ye Mingwei regained her composure, still finding it hard to believe. Su Shidi has slain Ye Xiao. What? Su Shidi actually killed Ye Xiao? Xiao Hongqian's face revealed astonishment, thinking he had misheard. He had long been aware of the Holy Demon sect's scheme and was naturally cognizant of Ye Xiao's true identity and strength, an authentic practitioner of the law manifestation realm. Initially, he refrained from striking him down immediately so as not to alert the enemy. After all, such power was insignificant before him. He could easily eliminate Ye Xiao at any moment. However, to his astonishment, before he could make a move, Uncle Su had already vanquished him. Yet, wasn't Uncle Su merely at the spirit platform realm? How could he possibly slay a formidable opponent of the law manifestation realm? He exchanged glances with Mo Qingxian, and they promptly extended their spiritual senses to investigate the situation on the intersect plaza. On the arena within the plaza, a spatial barrier had inexplicably materialized, containing only Su Jiuge inside. Meanwhile, Yi Teng and others were attempting to breach the barrier from the outside. The gathered disciples of the Yuntian sect engaged in fervent discussions. Su Jiuge is astonishingly powerful. He actually defeated Ye Xiao. What Ye Xiao? Didn't the sect leader just say that Ye Xiao has long been dead? Su Jiugong has slain a practitioner of the holy demon sect. That demon's strength is extraordinary. I wonder what realm he truly belongs to. I believe I overheard the sect leader mention that this demon was a law manifestation realm expert. What? Are you suggesting that senior brother Su could slay a law manifestation expert? Surely you jest. Perhaps I misheard. But it seems that senior brother Su is destined to claim first place in this intersect competition. I had placed my bets on Ye Xiao winning first. This will be a tremendous loss for me. At least I wagered on Su Jiugong as well, though I regret not betting more. As the voices of the disciples echoed in their ears, Xiao Hongquan and Mo Qingxian were left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. After a significant pause, they regained their composure. Uncle Su truly managed to slay a law manifestation expert solely with his spirit platform cultivation. Mo Qingxian exclaimed. Such an achievement may well be unprecedented. Xiao Hongquan added. Yi Mingwei had also returned to her senses, reluctantly accepting the staggering revelation of Su Jiugong slaying a demonic practitioner of the law manifestation realm. You too. Go to the outer sect and keep watch, ensuring Su Shidi's safety, Yi Mingwei instructed. Once the inner sect competition concludes and we reclaim our sect's honor, bring Su Shidi to the back mountain. With that, she stepped into the thatched cottage. Xiao Hongquan and Mo Qingxian acknowledged her command and prepared to depart when the voice of the esteemed elder Mingwei resounded once more from within the cottage. Remember to deal with Song Zhe. Understood. Xiao Hongquan replied again. Subsequently, he and Mo Qingxian transformed into a flash of red and blue light, vanishing from their location. In the void, Mo Qingxian questioned, what does it mean to deal with Song Zhe? Isn't he the grand elder of our sect? He looked at Xiao Hongquan. Curiosity etched on his face. Why do you think a powerful member of the holy demon sect could infiltrate our sect unnoticed by Yi Teng and the others? Xiao Hongquan retorted, his words laden with implication. Mo Qingxian instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it be that this treacherous wretch has betrayed our sect? Xiao Hongquan offered no reply but simply stated, you go protect Uncle Su. I will handle him. Upon finishing his words, two streams of light, one azure and the other crimson, swiftly diverged, soaring towards distinct directions. In the inner courtyard, upon the arena, after Su Jiugao had vanquished Ye Xiao, the spatial banner lost its master-esque control. Fang Yuan, the array master of the Yuntian sect, effortlessly dismantled the barrier. Little master uncle, are you unharmed? Yi Teng and others hurriedly flew forward, expressing their concern. With the prowess Su Jiugao had just displayed, as long as he did not perish, he was destined to become a renowned figure across the 9 provinces. At that time, the Yuntian sect would ascend to even greater heights due to Su Jiugao's presence. To speak bluntly, Su Jiugao's future was inextricably linked to the future of the Yuntian sect. As members of this sect, Yi Teng and the others naturally wished to see Su Jiugao face no troubles. Feeling the warmth of their concern, Su Jiugao smiled and shook his head. I am fine. It is merely a considerable drain. A brief recovery will suffice. A red-faced elder pushed through the crowd, approaching Su Jiugao and presenting a white jade porcelain vial. Little master uncle, this is a 5th-grade spirit gathering pill, especially suited for restoring spiritual energy in the spirit platform realm. Su Jiugao recognized the elder immediately. They had met at a banquet previously. This elder was Zhao, a senior from the Dan Hall of the Yuntian sect, and one of the 10 esteemed elders of the sect. The distinctive red face had left a lasting impression on Su Jiugao. Not wishing to appear impolite, Su Jiugao graciously accepted the vial with a smile. Thank you, Elder Zhao. At that moment, Fang Yuan approached, holding a black flagpole and a jade slip. Little master uncle, these are your spoils. He presented the spatial banner and the jade slip to Su Jiugao, stating, the soul imprint on the banner has been entirely removed. You merely need to inscribe your own seal to utilize it. This jade slip contains the instructions for employing the banner. Su Jiugao's eyes gleamed with excitement. He recognized the black flagpole as the very artifact Ye Xiao had used to establish the spatial barrier. He was well aware of the banner's formidable power. Thank you, Elder Fang, he exclaimed, his face lighting up as he accepted the items and inscribed his spiritual imprint on the banner. Then, surrounded by the sect leader and elders, Su Jiugao descended from the arena. The disciples around him gazed upon him with envy and admiration. At present, during the inner sect competition, Xiao Shi and the female disciple had already clashed. Only the matches between Su Jiugao and the two remained to determine the final top 3 rankings. With the aid of the 5th-grade spirit gathering pill, Su Jiugao quickly regained his strength and ascended the arena once more. The female disciple, as expected, was defeated in less than 2 exchanges. As for Xiao Shi, despite having hidden cards, he recognized he was no match for Su Jiugao after witnessing the battle with Ye Xiao and refrained from using them. After several exchanges, he resigned in defeat. Ultimately, Su Jiugao effortlessly secured the first place in the intersect competition. Xiao Shi, the child of fortune, fell to second place, while the fortunate female disciple earned the third position. As for the fourth position, it will be filled by the disciples ranked subsequently. The event transitioned into the segment for summarizing the intersect competition and distributing rewards. Su Jiugong, having secured the first place in the intersect, triumphantly received the sword embryo reward originally meant for Xiao Shi. As he beheld the sword embryo in his possession, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his heart. Simultaneously, a notification materialized before his eyes. Congratulations on acquiring the sword embryo, successfully plundering Xiao Shi's fortune, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. You have obtained the Chaos Sword Embryo. Chaos Sword Embryo, one of the top 10 sword embryos in existence. Cultivators can use this to nurture the Chaos Sword Body. Would you like to refine the Chaos Sword Embryo now? Chapter 50, Chaos Sword Embryo, Longfeng Chamber of Commerce, Intersect Plaza. Gazing at the notification on the panel, Su Jiugong felt a wave of excitement swell within him. It was, after all, the Chaos Sword Body. Listed among the top 10 sword bodies, he had previously perused ancient texts on cultivator physiques and was well aware of the existence of the Chaos Sword Body. This was indeed the supreme sword body among the top 10. Those who possess this sword body can amplify the efficacy of their sword techniques manifold. Should the sword body reach full maturity, its power would be boundless, capable of shattering stars with a mere swing. Su Jiugong mused that perhaps the ancient texts had exaggerated the capabilities of the Chaos Sword Body, yet it nonetheless indicated that this sword body was extraordinary. Suppressing his joy, he refrained from refining it immediately, deciding it would be best to wait until he returned to his cave dwelling. Furthermore, having attained the first position in the intersect, he was now qualified to enter the Yuanling secret realm in 2 months. It appeared that he needed to prepare promptly. While Su Jiugong was lost in thought, Luo Yuniao approached him excitedly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Senior brother Su, you are incredible. You actually seized the first place in the intersect. It was merely good fortune, Su Jiugong replied, redirecting his attention to her with a smile. Come, I shall take you to the outer sect market to collect our winnings. He had not forgotten the substantial wager of several 100,000 spirit stones placed at the Song family shop in the outer sect market. Based on the odds he had wagered, the payout was a staggering 14 million spirit stones. This sum far exceeded the resources allocated to him by Yuntian sect for an entire year. Moreover, with this influx of spirit stones, he anticipated that, with his cultivation speed, he could potentially achieve the peak of the Golden Core stage before the opening of the Yuanling secret realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuniao paused momentarily. She had been so focused on Su Jiugong's competition that she had completely overlooked the previous wager made in the outer sect market. Now, reminded by Su Jiugong, she recalled that she had sold the 3 cleansing bone and marrow pills he had given her and wagered 210,000 spirit stones at a 50-to-1 ratio at the Song family shop. Did this not mean that she would profit a staggering 10,050,000 spirit stones? Realizing this, she was utterly exhilarated. Su Jiugong donned a mask and summoned his flying sword, swiftly taking Luo Yuniao to the market. It is worth mentioning that his previous wind manipulation technique had been destroyed during his confrontation with Ye Xiao, and the current flying sword was a gift from Elder Chao Feihua. At this moment, the market was bustling with activity. During the recent intersect competition of the Cloud Sky sect, numerous disciples and elders placed their bets in the outer sect marketplace. Now that the results of the competition have been revealed, those who won are naturally flocking to redeem their prizes. Su Jiugong and Luo Yuniao made their way directly to the Song family shop within the marketplace. Upon arriving, they noticed a long queue of disciples eagerly waiting to collect their rewards, each radiating joy. Among them, several displayed expressions of regret for not betting more. Fortunately, Su Jiugong and his companion did not arrive too late, and the line was manageable. In no time, they reached the counter. To redeem your prize, please present your ticket, the shopkeeper said, displaying a hint of impatience. Upon looking up at the newcomers, he was taken aback to recognize the masked Su Jiugong. It's you, the shopkeeper exclaimed in astonishment. Despite the mask, Su Jiugong's extraordinary aura was unmistakable, especially since he was the first to wager 280,000 spirit stones on himself to secure the top position in the intersect. The shopkeeper certainly remembered him well. You are truly fortunate. Who would have thought your bet would pay off? Su Jiugong was equally surprised that the shopkeeper recalled him. With a smile, he replied, it's merely good luck. He then produced his ticket, successfully exchanging it for 14 million spirit stones. Following that, he handed over Luo Yuniao's ticket, redeeming an additional 10,050,000 spirit stones. As Luo Yuniao was still merely a body refining realm cultivator, She was unable to use spatial treasures like storage bags, so Jiuge kindly collected the spirit stones for her. Having completed the exchange, Jiuge's spirits were evidently high, and their transaction did not go unnoticed by those still waiting in line. Envious glances were cast in their direction. 2,450,000 spirit stones. This brother has struck it rich. One murmured. I was there when he placed his bet. Why didn't Ti follow suit? Another lamented. I remember you mocking him for betting on Jiuge, calling it foolish. Someone else chimed in. Who could have anticipated Jiuge's capabilities? He has only just been promoted to the inner sect, and yet he has claimed the top position, as the crowd buzzed with admiration and regret. Jiuge and Luo Yunyao exited the Song family shop. However, as soon as they stepped outside, a wave of unease washed over him. It seemed he had attracted unwanted attention. Yet, it was not surprising considering he was adorned in the inner sect attire while possessing such a wealth of spirit stones. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned, for there were several elders of the Cloud Sky sect present in the marketplace, including a number of the top 10 elders. He was well aware that many had previously placed substantial bets at places like the Beihai Tower, predicting his victory. Now that he had indeed secured first place, it was only natural for these elders to come to the marketplace to claim their prizes. Brother Su, where shall we go next? Asked Luo Yunyao, her face alight with excitement. First, we must visit the Heavenly Dan Pavilion to repurchase the 3 essence cleansing pills you sold earlier. And I also need to acquire some items, Jiuge replied with a smile. Though he was capable of refining such pills himself, the process was quite time-consuming. He now needed to cultivate diligently, striving to enhance his strength swiftly in anticipation of the forthcoming journey to the Yuanling's secret realm, hoping to garner greater rewards. Jiuge took out the communication jade slip that Qianda had entrusted to him previously and reached out to the other party in advance. Subsequently, he accompanied Luo Yunxiao to the Tiandan Pavilion. To his surprise, as soon as they entered, he encountered the familiar enchanting woman from before. At this moment, a distinguished young man stood beside her. Jiyan, do you still not comprehend my intentions? The young man proclaimed. Should our union transpire, the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce will wholeheartedly support the development of your Tiandan Pavilion. Upon hearing the name Longfeng Chamber of Commerce, the patrons present, who had come to purchase medicinal pills, displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce held considerable influence. Third young master, I already have someone in my heart. I must ask you to behave with decorum. The woman's demeanor turned frigid. Moreover, I am awaiting a very important esteemed guest. I kindly request you to depart immediately. Esteemed guest? What guest could possibly rival my standing? The young man scoffed. Although this locale was the outer market of Yuntian's sect, where significant figures from the sect occasionally appeared, it was evident that the Tiandan Pavilion did not recognize such a personage. Otherwise, in times of difficulty, why would they need to seek assistance from the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce? However, before he could finish his words, he noticed the enchanting woman's face suddenly adorned with a smile as she approached an exceptionally refined young man. Young master, you have finally arrived, she exclaimed warmly. The medicinal pills you requested are ready. Please, follow me. Jiuge instantly recognized this enchanting woman as Master Jiyan, whom he had encountered previously. She had even gifted him a golden VIP card, leaving a favorable impression. Yet, was she not the chief alchemist of the Tiandan Pavilion? Why was she now engaged in the task of receiving guests? Nevertheless, Jiuge did not dwell on it, and politely remarked, I appreciate your assistance, Master Jiyan. The enchanting woman cast not a single glance at the distinguished young man and directly led Jiuge and Luo Yunxiao to the second floor. The onlookers were astonished. Who was that young man? How could he warrant the personal attention of Master Jiyan? Was he perhaps the offspring of some prominent figure from the Yuntian sect? That seemed unlikely. The descendants of those significant figures were generally well known, and there had been no mention of such an individual. As he heard the murmurs surrounding him, the distinguished young man fixed his gaze on the staircase where the enchanting woman had vanished, his expression darkening. Damnable wretch! How dare she act so intimately with another man before my eyes? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to thrash the young man. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse and instead suppressed his anger, stating in a low voice, Huashu, investigate that young man's background at once. Yes, young master, replied the middle-aged man beside him, his tone subdued. Yet, as soon as he acknowledged the command, he suddenly tensed, cold sweat pouring down his brow, terror evident in his eyes. Noticing the shift in the middle-aged man's demeanor, the distinguished young man furrowed his brow. Huashu, what troubles you? The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, his face a mask of fear. Young master, we must leave at once. We should not linger here. Moments later, the distinguished young man followed the middle-aged man out of the Tiandan Pavilion and into a nearby tavern. The middle-aged man suddenly gulped down a mouthful of tea, panting heavily. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. "Uncle Hua, what is the matter?" inquired the young man, puzzled. "Young master, I was just targeted by a formidable individual." The middle-aged man's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. "I suspect that the person in question is likely a transcendent being of the tribulation stage." "A transcendent being of the tribulation stage," the young man exclaimed in shock. "How could that be possible? If they truly were a being of such caliber, how could we possibly escape?" The middle-aged man pondered aloud. "It seems that the powerful individual was merely issuing a warning to me." "A warning?" The young man furrowed his brow. Uncle Hua nodded, responding solemnly. "If I am not mistaken, that individual was cautioning us not to provoke the young man we encountered earlier." The young man contemplated this, recalling the earlier events at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. It was he who had instructed Uncle Hua to investigate the individual, only to receive a warning shortly thereafter. Suddenly, he gazed at Uncle Hua, his expression one of astonishment. Could it be that the young man earlier is the renowned prodigy from the Cloud Sky sect who is currently in the limelight? Chapter 51, A Fortuitous Windfall. The 9-yang golden pill in the outer sect marketplace at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Jiuge followed Master Rian to a private room on the second floor. Master Rian first poured a cup of spirit tea for both him and Luo Yunyao before retrieving a jade vial. "Young master, this is the marrow-cleansing pill you previously mentioned while contacting Qianda." To Jiuge's surprise, it was already prepared. He took the jade vial, scanning it with his consciousness to confirm the contents were indeed correct, before inquiring, "What is the value of this vial of pills?" Previously, when he attempted to sell them, they were priced at 70,000 spirit stones each, yet the Heavenly Dan Pavilion would undoubtedly not sell them for that amount. "This vial of pills is complimentary," the elegant woman replied, handing him a storage ring with a smile. "Additionally, it contains 1 million high-grade spirit stones, also for you." 1 million high-grade spirit stones equated to at least 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, which astonished Jiuge. This woman is quite generous. He observed the storage ring, but refrained from accepting it. After all, it is often said that when one receives undue favors without cause, it could be a guise for ulterior motives. "Master Rian, what does this mean?" Jiuge asked the elegant woman, his tone serious. Upon seeing his expression, she hurriedly recounted the events of her earlier betting and the 3-year agreement. She also hoped that he might support the operations of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion in the future. After listening, Jiuge understood her intentions clearly. The reasons for her offering the spirit stones were straightforward. First, to express her gratitude for the substantial profits he had helped her earn, thereby resolving the complications of their 3-year agreement. Second, to forge a closer relationship with Jiuge, effectively securing a protector for the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. As the pavilion sought to conduct business in the outer sect marketplace of the Cloud Sky sect, it would inevitably encounter challenges. By befriending this prodigious figure, who was suspected to be a disciple of the sect's ancient ancestors, it would surely alleviate many troubles for the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Currently, the identity of Jiuge, the junior master, remains undisclosed, with only a few privy to his true nature. The third aspect lies in the investment made in Jiuge, recognizing his potential. After all, Jiuge possesses an extraordinary talent, destined to become a formidable figure, provided he does not falter. Such powerful individuals, if allowed to ascend unchecked, would render the Tiandan Pavilion unable to forge a connection with them. Upon grasping the intentions of his benefactor, Jiuge's gaze shifted to the storage ring containing the spiritual stones. Confronted with the prospect of 100 million spiritual stones, it would be disingenuous to claim indifference. However, accepting this fortune would imply acquiescence to the terms set forth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuge decided to accept the offer. Firstly, given his current standing, ensuring the operation of a shop within the Yuntian sect's outer market was merely a matter of words. Secondly, 100 million spiritual stones represented a significant sum for him at present. With such a vast reservoir of resources, Jiuge could procure numerous necessities. Having secured the first position in the inner sect, he had already attained qualification to enter the Yuan Ling secret realm in 2 months. This realm is known to attract golden core and even condensation embryo disciples, as he still only possessed the cultivation of the spirit platform realm. Venturing into the Yuan Ling secret realm carried certain risks. Nevertheless, armed with this considerable wealth, coupled with his existing resources, Jiuge felt confident that he could elevate his cultivation to the golden core pinnacle and perhaps even break through to the condensation embryo stage within 2 months. At that point, he would seize greater opportunities within the Yuan Ling secret realm. Thus, he had no intention of refusing the 100 million spiritual stones. Observing Jiuge accept the spiritual stones, the beautiful woman felt a surge of joy. This ensured the survival of the Tiandan Pavilion in the market while also cultivating a relationship with a future titan. In her eyes, The investment of 100 million spiritual stones was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Nearby, Luo Yuanyao shared a similar excitement upon witnessing her senior brother accept the stones. Although the stones were not intended for her, the exhilaration was palpable. After securing the spiritual stones, Su Jiugong inquired, "Might I ask, Master Rian, does your pavilion have any 9-yang golden pills for sale?" The 9-yang golden pill is a crucial elixir for breaking through to the golden core realm and is the sole requirement Su Jiugong currently lacks for his advancement. The 9-yang golden pill? The beautiful woman looked at Su Jiugong in surprise. Young master seeks the 9-yang golden pill to transcend to the golden core realm? Beside her, Luo Yuanyao was astonished, recalling that when she had accompanied her senior brother, he was merely at the early stages of the spirit platform realm. How much time had passed? Now, he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core? Su Jiugong nodded with a smile. Indeed. I have reached the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm and am ready to pursue the golden core breakthrough. The pinnacle of the spirit platform realm. Master Rian exclaimed in astonishment. Young master has attained such a level. Observing the shock on the beautiful woman's face, Luo Yuanyao expressed her confusion. Master Rian, what is the pinnacle? Is it truly remarkable? The pinnacle is the fabled fifth realm in the hierarchy of cultivators. The beautiful woman explained to Luo Yuanyao. You should be aware that we ordinary cultivators possess 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and perfection within each major realm, aside from the body refinement stage. However, some exceptionally gifted cultivators can transcend these 4 realms, achieving a 5th realm and reaching the pinnacle of their respective realms. This is what is referred to as the ultimate realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanyao instinctively inquired, does this mean that cultivators of the ultimate realm possess an additional realm beyond us ordinary cultivators? Indeed, you are correct, Master Ruyan nodded. Consequently, every cultivator of the ultimate realm stands as an invincible entity among their peers. Yet, she added, the path to attaining the ultimate realm is immensely arduous. Even during the ancient era, when spiritual energy abounded, those who reached the ultimate realm were exceedingly rare. Anyone who achieves this realm, as long as they do not fall, is destined to become a formidable force in the future. At this juncture, she could not help but glance at Su Jiugong, her gaze filled with newfound respect. Simultaneously, her resolve to cultivate a favorable relationship with him strengthened. After listening to the beautiful woman's explanation, Luo Yuanyao grasped the magnitude of the ultimate realm and was once again astonished. However, she soon deemed this understanding as a matter of course. For her senior brother Su was indeed a prodigious talent. Such aptitude naturally made reaching the ultimate realm a foregone conclusion. With this thought, admiration for Su Jiugong blossomed further in her eyes. The beautiful woman, having regained her composure from the shock, recalled Su Jiugong's request and hastily replied, Young Master Su, I happen to have a 9-yang golden pill available. Please wait here. I shall fetch it for you. Su Jiugong's heart leapt with joy. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed master. Master Ru Yen rose and departed, returning shortly with a jade vial in hand. Young Master Su, here is the 9-yang golden pill you requested. Please take a look. Su Jiugong accepted the vial and, with a sweep of his consciousness, confirmed the authenticity of the pill before inquiring, May I ask, esteemed master, what is the price of this pill? The beautiful woman promptly replied, Since this is for young Master Su, I shall gift it to you. Esteemed master, while I appreciate the 9-yang golden pill, I also require a considerable amount of other cultivation resources. Su Jiugong shook his head. Thus, it would be prudent to discuss the price, as I may need to seek other shops otherwise. Upon hearing this, Master Ru Yen internally lamented the situation but proceeded to disclose the price of the 9-yang golden pill honestly. Su Jiugong nodded in satisfaction and subsequently listed several other pills he required. Among these were those needed for his cultivation post-golden core breakthrough, as well as some suitable for strengthening the bodies of mortals and eliminating ailments, which he intended for his family. Now that the inter-sect competition had concluded, it would not be long before the Yan Wang mansion sent someone to retrieve him from the Yuntian sect. With his newfound abilities, he naturally wished to consider the well-being of his loved ones. After careful calculations, he realized that this substantial order of pills and spiritual herbs would amount to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Su Jiugong felt no sense of injustice. After all, the cost of an ordinary 4th-tier pill was around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among the several hundred he requested, some were indeed high-value 4th-tier pills. Thus, 500,000 spirit stones represented a fair price. However, Su Jiugong possessed a golden VIP card, which entitled him to a 20% discount. Consequently, the various elixirs and spiritual herbs were ultimately acquired at the price of 4 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 52. Refining the sword embryo, the body surges. After procuring the necessary cultivation resources, Su Jiugong departed from the Tiandan Pavilion. He intended to seek out the elders of the Yuntian sect, planning to return to the sect with them shortly. After all, he had felt a lingering gaze upon him ever since leaving the Song family's shop. If he were to return to the sect alone with Luo Yunyao, danger might ensue. Su Jiugong took out a transmission jade slip to contact Elder Qian Yud of the Golden Hall of Yuntian sect. However, the elder was still at the Beihai Tower's shop, awaiting the arrival of spirit stones to settle the transaction, which would take some time, making a return impossible for now. Fortunately, several elders had accompanied him on this trip, including Elder Chao Feihua. Young Master Uncle, I have already sent Elder Chao over to escort you back to the sect. Elder Qian Yud's voice emanated from the jade slip. Please hold on for a moment. He has some items to pass on to you. Su Jiugong responded with a smile. Just as he stored the jade slip away, he noticed a commotion not far ahead, seemingly a dispute unfolding. Su Jiugong and Luo Yunyao raised their eyes to see the scene at the Song family shop. However, the crowd was too dense to discern what was occurring inside. He released his spiritual sense to probe the situation and gasped in astonishment. Songze was actually dead. Luo Yunyao's expression mirrored his shock. Senior brother, are you saying that the Grand Elder has died? As a disciple of the Yuntian sect, she was well aware of who Songze was. Yes, upon hearing of Songze's demise, the cultivators who had placed bets grew anxious, fearing the Song family would default, and thus rushed to exchange their spirit stones, Su Jiugong explained, regaining his composure. With so many people, chaos is bound to ensue. Luo Yunyao nodded and withdrew her gaze. After waiting a moment longer, Elder Chao Feihua hurried over, his face alight with joy. Observing his expression, Su Jiugong surmised that the Yuntian sect had made a considerable profit this time. Subsequently, the two were safely escorted back to the sect's cave dwelling by Elder Chao Feihua. Along the way, he inquired about the cause of Songze's death. It turned out that Songze had colluded with the sacred demon sect and was discovered by the ancestor, who personally executed him. Currently, only a few were privy to the details of this affair. Upon learning this, Su Jiugong felt a twinge of surprise but refrained from further questioning. Upon reaching the entrance of the Bai Huiyuan cave dwelling, Su Jiugong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Chao, for the escort. Young Master Uncle, there is no need for such formality," Chao Feihua replied, retrieving a storage ring from his robes and presenting it to Su Jiugong with a smile. "Here are some defensive treasures prepared for you by the sect. Inside, you will find jade slips detailing the treasure's effects and usage methods, along with your new attire and identity token. Remember to wear it during the upcoming disciple initiation ceremony in a few days." Su Jiugong accepted the storage ring, puzzled. Have I not already become a disciple? Why is there still an initiation ceremony? Although you have been honored as the sect's young master uncle and have already pledged yourself to the master, it is still necessary to announce your status to the entire sect. Chao Feihua explained with a smile, for many disciples still remain unaware of your true identity. Su Jiugao, realizing this, expressed his gratitude once more, thanking Elder Chao sincerely. Following this, Chao Feihua took his leave, as he had to return to the outer sect's market to await the arrival of spirit stones from various sects for the settlement of rewards. After bidding farewell, Su Jiugao escorted Luo Yunyao back to their cave dwelling. He first presented her with the substantial reward of 10 million spirit stones she had acquired through her contributions, along with the cleansing pills he had previously purchased from the Tiandan Pavilion. However, since she was currently unable to utilize a storage ring, Su Jiugao stored the spirit stones in a box and placed it in her room. He then retreated to his own meditation chamber. Su Jiugao first retrieved the storage ring that Chao Feihua had entrusted to him before departing. Upon scanning its contents with his divine sense, he noted that it contained few items, a new identity token, the attire of an ancestor, and 4 additional objects, a ghostly mask, a crimson sword gourd, a bronze bell, and several talismans. After a brief inspection, he returned the storage ring to its place, deciding to study its contents later, for his immediate goal was to refine the sword embryo and subsequently break through to the golden core stage. With that in mind, he reopened the notification regarding the chaotic sword embryo. Would you like to refine the chaotic sword embryo now? Without hesitation, he initiated the refinement. In an instant, Su Jiugao felt his bones and flesh becoming uncontrollably agitated. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, triggering a transformation within his physique. The process was excruciating, yet Su Jiugao could distinctly sense his body growing stronger. In this agonizing state, time lost all meaning until he gradually acclimated to the pain, which seemed to subside. Just as he believed the transformation was nearing its conclusion, the spiritual liquid in his dantian surged once more into his limbs and bones. The pain, which had just begun to ease, returned with a vengeance, as if a new round of metamorphosis had commenced. It was not over yet. Gritting his teeth, Su Jiuge pressed on. After an indeterminate span, he discovered that the spiritual energy within him had been utterly depleted, and his flesh began to wither. Realizing the peril of his situation, he swiftly retrieved 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, desperately absorbing their spiritual essence to replenish his own. Fortunately, due to the existence of the devouring spirit technique, he absorbed the energy at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, he had consumed all the spiritual energy contained within the 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. What Su Jiuge had not anticipated was that the energy entering his body was depleted almost instantaneously. This realization cast a shadow over his expression. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. He hastily extracted another 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones and resumed his absorption. Once again, the spiritual energy surged into his body, only to be consumed in the blink of an eye. This time, Su Jiuge did not hesitate. He directly retrieved hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones and unleashed his full power to perform the spirit communication technique, beginning to absorb fervently. An immense wave of pure spiritual energy surged into his bones and flesh, nourishing his body. Time passed. Though he could not discern how long it had been or how much energy he had absorbed from the high-grade spirit stones, his transformation approached its culmination. At the moment the metamorphosis concluded, he collapsed within the cultivation chamber, falling into a deep slumber. As time quietly slipped away, Su Jiuge gradually awakened once more. He swiftly released his divine sense to examine the changes in his body, his expression one of astonishment. He discovered that the strength of his physical form had increased nearly tenfold compared to before. Although Su Jiuge was not a body-refining cultivator, with his innate talent of having all 7 meridians and 8 veins opened, he was certainly not inferior to other body-refining cultivators of the same tier. Yet now, his physical prowess had remarkably surged by nearly tenfold. Such strength was akin to that of a humanoid beast, truly terrifying. With my current physique, I could likely rival cultivators in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm, Su Jiuge marveled. However, this was not the most significant change. After all, let us not forget that he now possessed the Chaos Sword body, a physique aligned with the sword path. The enhancement of his physical form was merely a consequence of the attributes conferred by the Chaos Sword body. With this thought in mind, Su Jiuge was eager to test the extent of his prowess when employing the sword control technique. He lightly tapped his storage bag, summoning his flying sword. With a mere thought, the sword danced gracefully within the cultivation chamber. Compared to before, Su Jiuge's control over the flying sword had ascended to an entirely new level. After retracting the sword, he prepared to head to the training ground to assess the might of his sword techniques. Yet as he rose, Su Jiuge felt a sticky sensation on his body. Looking down, he realized it was the sweat and blood expelled from his body during the previous sword embryo refinement and physical transformation. Thus, he exited the cultivation chamber to take a bath, retrieving the garments previously gifted by Elder Chao to change out of his blood-stained white robes. The moment he donned the new attire, he felt a distinct difference. This clothing could actively gather spiritual energy. Su Jiuge gazed at the white robes in astonishment. He took out the jade slip from his storage ring, which contained a detailed description of this garment. As his divine sense swept over it, he understood the reason behind the robe's ability to gather spiritual energy. It turned out that this seemingly ordinary attire housed a miniature spirit-gathering formation. Furthermore, it served as an excellent defensive treasure. According to the slip's description, it could withstand full-force attacks from a condensation realm cultivator without faltering. Su Jiuge was astounded. He had never imagined that a simple piece of clothing could achieve such a level of capability. Regaining his composure, he exited the cave dwelling, took to the skies on his flying sword, and soared toward the training ground. He was intent on renting a puppet there to test the enhancement of his sword techniques after acquiring the sword body. As Su Jiuge flew, his speed had increased several-fold compared to before. Sensing his current speed while flying on his sword, he speculated that his velocity might rival that of a perfected Golden Core cultivator or even a nascent infant stage practitioner. Chapter 53, A Sword to Slay the Nascent Infant. Shao Shi's new opportunity. In the training arena, following the conclusion of the intersect competition, many disciples had resumed their usual cultivation practices. A significant number of disciples had come to the arena for duels and to rent puppets, far more than in the preceding days. The overseers of the training arena were exceedingly busy, finally finding a moment to rest. Yet, their faces did not betray fatigue. Rather, they radiated excitement. The reason was simple. Prior to the intersect competition, Su Jiuge had come to the arena to rent puppets for testing, allowing the overseers to gauge his strength in advance. Consequently, they had placed bets in the outer sect market and profited handsomely in spirit stones, which naturally brought them joy. At this moment, the overseers who had just taken a break were engaged in pleasant conversation. Old Tian, are you free tomorrow to go to the drunken immortal pavilion for a couple of pots? One of the overseers inquired. Of course not, responded the overseer known as Old Tian with a smile. It is truly thanks to our little granduncle's fortune, otherwise I would not dare to spend there. Indeed, replied the one who had posed the question. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly paused. A look of delight spreading across his face as he quickly rose to greet someone at the entrance of the arena. Overseer Tian looked up and saw an extraordinary young man approaching on a sword, landing gracefully at the entrance. It was none other than their little granduncle, Jiuge, who had previously visited the arena and brought them substantial profits in the outer sect market. Overseer Tian hurriedly got to his feet and approached. I am Tian Liang, overseer of the training hall, honored to meet you, little granduncle. I am Mao Hu, overseer of the training hall, honored to meet you, little granduncle. Several overseers greeted the newcomer, their faces filled with respect. Jiuge was taken aback by the warm reception. He smiled and exchanged pleasantries, explaining his purpose. You wish to use a nascent infant puppet this time? Tian Liang inquired, astonished. Jiuge nodded. He had previously managed to obliterate a mid-golden core puppet, and after a significant boost in strength, he feared that using a late golden core or perfected puppet would result in a similar outcome. Thus, he opted to rent a nascent infant stage puppet for testing. Soon, under Tian Liang's guidance, Jiuge arrived at a testing area designated for nascent infant stage puppets. Furthermore, due to Jiuge's status as a granduncle, the use of the nascent infant puppet was complimentary. Although this amount of spirit stones was not particularly concerning for Jiuge at this stage, such a privilege was indeed quite advantageous. Just as Tian Liang was about to exit the testing area, Jiuge could not help but ask, by the way, if I were to destroy the testing puppet, I wouldn't need to compensate, would I? Tian Liang chuckled. What are you saying? Testing puppets are meant to endure punishment. If they break, there is no need for you to compensate. Jiuge nodded in satisfaction. For this test, Tian Liang did not leave, but instead remained outside the formation to observe. During the previous intersect competition, he had stood guard at the martial arts arena and had not witnessed Jiuge's prowess firsthand. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, he was determined not to miss it. Many disciples who had come to the arena had also noticed Jiuge's arrival and were keenly interested in the abilities of this top intersect disciple, gathering to observe. Simultaneously, in the void above, Honkin, tasked with ensuring Jiuge's safety, was attentively monitoring the situation through his divine sense. Within the testing arena, Jiuge gazed at the puppet before him, feeling the powerful aura emanating from it, characteristic of a condensed infant realm expert. A smile appeared on his face. Instead of summoning his flying sword, he raised his right hand into a fist and struck the puppet with a powerful blow. The punch landed against the puppet's protective formation with a resounding bang, yet the testing puppet sustained no damage. However, Jiuge distinctly sensed the formidable strength behind his punch, sufficient to easily annihilate a perfected spirit platform realm cultivator. It was worth noting that he had not utilized any martial techniques, merely delivering an ordinary punch. Jiuge estimated that if he employed a suitable martial arts technique, a single punch against a nascent golden core realm cultivator would either severely injure or even kill them. In the void above, Honkin observed the scene unfolding in the testing arena, his expression one of astonishment. Master Su is merely at the spirit platform realm, yet his physical strength is astonishing. As a tribulation transcender, Honkin could discern the general strength of Jiuge's physical form the moment he struck. Had he not confirmed Jiuge's lineage as a pure human, he might have suspected this young master was an ancient beast in human form. After thoroughly testing his physical strength, Jiuge subsequently retrieved his flying sword and executed a strike towards the puppet. The sword collided with the condensed infant puppet, producing a resonant clang that forced it to stagger back a step. Jiuge was taken aback by the outcome of this strike. Was this the enhancement in swordsmanship granted by the chaotic sword body? Previously, his series of punches had not budged the puppet an inch. Yet this casual sword strike had succeeded in pushing it back. One could only imagine the sheer power of this sword strike. Outside the testing arena, when Jiuge had tested his physical form, the condensed infant puppet had remained unmoved, and the gathered disciples, including Tian Liang, had felt no significant shift. However, witnessing the puppet retreat a step after his sword strike, they were utterly astounded. What? How could this be possible? Is Master Su not a spirit platform realm cultivator? How could he force a puppet, comparable to a condensed infant realm expert, to retreat with a single sword strike? Is this truly the strength of a prodigy? He surpasses even us core disciples at the Golden Core realm. Tian Liang, observing Jiuge's effortless demeanor with the sword, recalled the earlier incident where he had shattered a mid-golden core puppet. Could Master Su really be intending to obliterate a condensed infant puppet while being at the spirit platform realm? He anxiously glanced towards the testing arena. Although it had been previously stated that there would be no compensation required if the puppet were destroyed, the cost of a condensed infant puppet was not insignificant. Its destruction would indeed result in a considerable loss. Su Jiuge cast his gaze towards the distant Ningyin puppet and once again wielded his sword. With each strike, the power of his blade intensified. Finally, he unleashed his full strength, commanding the flying sword with formidable swordsmanship, transforming it into a radiant arc that incessantly darted around the Ningyin puppet. This experience granted him a clearer understanding of his own swordsmanship prowess. However, within moments, Su Jiuge was drenched in sweat and halted this trial, primarily to avoid the puppet's destruction. In the void above, Xiao Hongchun was rendered speechless in astonishment. He had anticipated Su Jiuge's strength to be formidable, yet he never imagined it would reach such extraordinary heights. Even without the use of the heavenly spiritual fire, he could obliterate the Ningyin puppet at the spirit platform realm. Although it was not uncommon for prodigious talents to engage in battles across tiers, the sheer audacity of defeating an opponent 2 major realms above was utterly outrageous. Even if the defeated was merely a puppet, its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary Ningyin cultivator. Gazing at the puppet he had just shattered, Su Jiuge harbored a clear acknowledgement of his current capabilities. He was thoroughly satisfied with the results of this test. With his comprehensive strength now, once he broke through to the Golden Core realm, he believed he could achieve an invincible status within that realm. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiuge retracted his thoughts and exited the testing ground. Upon emerging, he encountered the astonished Tian Liang and a group of disciples. He greeted Tian Liang, who then snapped back to reality. Following the registration, Su Jiuge prepared to leave the martial arena and return to his cave dwelling to break through to the Golden Core. However, just as he stepped out of the martial arena's gates, he spotted Xiao Shi approaching on his sword. His gaze fell upon Xiao Shi's profile and noted a new opportunity indicator had appeared. Name, Xiao Shi, Realm, Early Golden Core, Recent Opportunity. In order to enhance his strength before entering the Yuanling's secret realm, he accepted the suggestion of the remnant soul master and embarked on a journey beyond the sect. In the Hellion Mountains, he received a legacy from a formation master. Chapter 54, Breaking Through to Golden Core. Senior Sister astonished. The intersect competition concluded, and with the rewards garnered from the contest, Xiao Shi successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm. Now, he arrived at the martial arena to test the extent of his current strength. Yet, he was unprepared for the encounter with Su Jiuge, whom he had known from his outer sect days. Reminded of his past actions towards Su Jiuge, he quickly lowered his head, daring not to meet his gaze, fearful of attracting trouble. Fortunately, Su Jiuge only paused at the entrance of the martial arena before soaring away on his sword. Seeing him depart, Xiao Shi visibly exhaled in relief while internally regretting having offended Su Jiuge in the past. Gathering his thoughts, he proceeded towards the martial arena. Nevertheless, upon entering, he was met with a shocking revelation. Su Jiuge had obliterated a Ningyin realm puppet with a single strike. How could this be possible? He could hardly believe the news he had just heard. Yet, the surrounding disciples and the overseer were discussing the matter, leaving no room for doubt. The fact that he could defeat a condensation embryo at the spirit platform level was astonishing. How formidable would he become once he broke through to the Golden Core stage? With this thought, the joy of potential advancement within Xiao Shi's heart dissipated once more. In the 100 Flowers Garden, Su Jiuge returned to his cave dwelling and immediately proceeded to the cultivation chamber. He first adjusted his condition to perfection before retrieving the 9-yang golden pill he had previously acquired, preparing to break through his current realm. As the pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, it flowed into his dantian. The spiritual liquid within his dantian became agitated the moment it encountered the properties of the medicine. Even the rotation speed of the spiritual energy vortex within his dantian increased significantly in an instant. Soon, the spiritual liquid began to thicken. Under the influence of the spiritual energy vortex, it gradually spun and coalesced, ultimately solidifying into a golden sphere the size of a thumb. This golden sphere was enveloped in the viscous spiritual liquid, as if forming its own meridians that connected to the entire dantian. The spiritual liquid produced by the energy vortex was immediately absorbed as it dripped. Through his divine sense, Su Jiuge discovered that this golden sphere was continuously enhancing everything within his body, including his soul. The process was incredibly lengthy, and it was difficult to gauge how much time had passed before it finally concluded. He had achieved a breakthrough. Releasing his divine sense, Su Jiuge began to carefully perceive the changes in his body. The first noticeable enhancement was the fortification of his physical body. Compared to the spirit platform extreme level, his physical strength had increased several-fold. If previously, a full-force punch could only potentially kill an early-stage Golden Core practitioner, now it was a certainty. Next was the amplification of his divine sense. With merely a thought, his divine sense expanded to encompass a radius of 30 miles. By comparison, the radius of his divine sense at the spirit platform extreme was merely 800 zhong, approximately 6 miles. Now, however, his divine sense radius had astonishingly reached 30 miles. A five-fold increase. Such strength of divine sense was not far from that of an average perfected golden core. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his divine sense, Jiuge discovered an even more significant point. His lifespan had inadvertently reached an impressive 500 years. For an ordinary mortal, living beyond 100 years could be considered longevity. Yet, he now possessed a lifespan of 500 years. Feeling the changes within him, Jiuge was filled with excitement. For cultivators, striving against the heavens to enhance their power was ultimately to extend their lifespan and achieve immortality. Now, as an 18-year-old young cultivator with a lifespan of 500 years, and with his current aptitude for cultivation and ability to discern others' fortunes, the future looked promising. And immortality was within reach. Filled with joy, Jiuge stood in the 100 Flowers garden. Meanwhile, outside in the void, Xiao Hongqian awaited his junior uncle's breakthrough, ready to take him to the back mountain to meet Uncle Mingyue. Suddenly, a surge of divine sense emanated from within the 100 Flowers garden, immediately capturing his attention. He understood that his junior uncle was undergoing a breakthrough and was currently testing the strength of his divine sense post-advancement. However, this consciousness unexpectedly enveloped a radius of 30 miles. While a 30-mile range may be trivial for him, is it not somewhat excessive for a nascent gold core cultivator? Nevertheless, upon recalling that the owner of this consciousness is none other than Master Su, he reluctantly accepted the situation. After a brief moment, he transmitted a message to his junior disciple, preparing to lead him to Master Mingyue's thatched cottage. Within the 100 Flowers garden, Jiuge, immersed in the joy of his recent breakthrough, suddenly received a transmission. Master Su, I am here to escort you to the back mountain. It was the voice of Xiao Hongqian. Jiuge immediately recognized the visitor. He also recalled that Master Mingyue had previously instructed him to seek her out after the intersect competition concluded, suggesting it pertained to a matter of imparting teachings. Regaining his focus, Jiuge responded affirmatively and exited his meditation, following Xiao Hongqian to the thatched cottage on the back mountain of Tianyan Peak. After delivering Jiuge to the cottage, Xiao Hongqian transformed into a streak of light and departed. The matter of imparting teachings is profoundly private for anyone. Standing at the door, Jiuge bowed respectfully. Senior sister, I have arrived. Originally, he was about to address her as ancestor, but recalling his current status as a disciple of Yuntian Shangren, he promptly corrected himself. Come in. Came the voice of Ye Mingyue from within the cottage, as the door opened automatically. Jiuge stepped inside. The interior remained unchanged from his last visit, adorned with simple furnishings, various jars, and a large bronze alchemical furnace. Clad in white, Ye Mingyue sat cross-legged, facing a painting that hung on the wall. Jiuge's gaze fell upon the painting, where he beheld the distinguished middle-aged figure in a white robe, his current master. As he admired the painting, Ye Mingyue suddenly spoke. The reason for your visit is to convey some of my father's secret techniques. Jiuge refocused his attention and listened intently. My father, like you, is a prodigious talent. His cultivation methods should be highly suitable for you. With that, Ye Mingyue rose and turned to Jiuge, pausing momentarily before furrowing her brow and asking, have you refined the sword embryo? Jiuge was not surprised that his senior sister could discern he now possessed a sword body. Yes, I refined it upon receiving the sword embryo reward and returning to my cave abode, he replied honestly. What type of sword body do you possess now? Has there been any transformation? Ye Mingyue inquired. Typically, a cultivator's sword body mirrors the sword embryo they refined. However, exceptional circumstances may occasionally lead to the acquisition of a different sword body, a phenomenon known as a transformation. Such transformations are inherently uncontrollable, and in most cases, after refining a high-quality sword embryo, one typically ends up with an ordinary sword body. Of course, with a stroke of good fortune, one might also attain a more powerful sword body. In response, senior sister, I did experience a transformation during the refinement of my sword body. Jiuge understood her senior sister's concerns and quickly smiled, saying, however, this recent anomaly has granted me the chaos sword body, one of the 10 sword bodies. Ye Mingyue displayed an expression of incredulity and asked in astonishment, are you saying you refined the sword embryo, and it transformed into the chaos sword body? Chapter 55, Imperial Realm, 5th rank alchemist. After a long silence, Ye Mingyue finally accepted the fact that Jiuge possessed the chaos sword body. Your talent and fortune are indeed remarkable. She regained her composure and looked at Jiuge earnestly, stating, in that case, I shall bestow upon you my father's Yuntian sword technique as well. With that, she raised her fingertip and gently tapped Jiuge's brow. A flash of spiritual light surged forth. Su Jiuge felt a powerful sword technique and several secret arts manifest within his sea of consciousness, accompanied by numerous annotations. All that I know of my father's teachings has now been imparted to you. I hope you will study diligently and not disappoint my expectations of you. Ye Mingyue withdrew her finger and continued, however, you must be cautious. The sword techniques and secret arts I have transmitted to you are bound by restrictions. Do not share them with others. No one else can forcibly probe them unless their strength surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuge curiously inquired, Senior Sister, what is your current realm? Though he had witnessed her overpowering Shao Hongqian and another during the talent assessment, he was unaware of her exact level. Early imperial realm. Ye Mingyue replied calmly. Su Jiuge was astounded. Having cultivated for a considerable time, he possessed a clear understanding of the realms of cultivation, beginning with the body refinement realm, followed by the spirit guidance realm, the spiritual platform realm, and the golden core realm. He himself was currently at the golden core stage. After the golden core, the realms continued with the nascent soul realm, dharma manifestation realm, Dao fusion realm, and tribulation crossing realm. The sect leader Yi Teng and the 10 elders, including Feng Yuan, were powerful figures residing between the dharma manifestation and Dao fusion realms. As for the two ancestral figures, Mo Qingxian and Shao Hongqian, they were cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage, already considered formidable beings within the cultivation world. The imperial realm, however, existed beyond the tribulation crossing stage. Such realms represent the pinnacle for cultivators in the mortal realm, capable of contending even against celestial beings. It was astonishing that his senior sister was a fearsome powerhouse of such caliber. No wonder Yuntian sect could dominate a state and become the foremost sect in Qingzhou. As he pondered, Ye Mingyue's voice once again broke through his thoughts. In addition to this, I have some other items to entrust to you. Ye Mingyue retrieved 3 jade slips from her storage ring and handed the first 2 to Su Jiuge, introducing. These 2 jade slips each contain a portion of my spiritual energy doppelganger. Although they possess only 70% of my strength, they should be able to protect you adequately during critical moments. A doppelganger with 70% of your strength. Su Jiuge exclaimed with delight as he eagerly accepted them. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, senior sister. He was well aware that his senior sister was a powerhouse of the imperial realm, even at 70% strength. The doppelganger contained within the jade slips would undeniably surpass those at the tribulation crossing stage. With these 2 jade slips, he would undoubtedly feel considerably safer during his future excursions. After scrutinizing Su Jiuge, she carefully placed him into her storage pouch. Upon witnessing him secure the jade slip, Ye Mingyue presented the 3rd jade slip. This particular slip contained numerous alchemical formulas gathered by her father, along with some of her own experiences in alchemy. If you can become an alchemist using this, I believe my father would be immensely pleased. Su Jiuge inquired in confusion, is my master also an alchemist? The record of Yuntian Shangren in the ancestral log of Yuntian sect describes him as a prodigious talent of unparalleled swordsmanship. But it makes no mention of his identity as an alchemist. Ye Mingyue did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she replied calmly, my father is a 3rd-tier alchemist. He understood then that while his master enjoyed alchemy, he lacked the innate talent for it. Thus, his senior sister hoped he could become an alchemist to perpetuate his master's passion. Sister, I am already an alchemist, Su Jiuge declared. You are already an alchemist? Ye Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you a 1st-tier or 2nd-tier? It was exceedingly time-consuming for cultivators to become alchemists. At Su Jiuge's age, achieving the status of an alchemist would typically mean he was at most a 2nd-tier. I should be considered a 5th-tier alchemist, Su Jiuge responded truthfully. He had only concocted the 5th-tier muscle cleansing pill once. He had not yet attempted any other elixirs. According to the classification of alchemists, he could indeed claim the title of a 5th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, Ye Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, questioning if she had misheard. As a 7th-tier alchemist, she understood that both alchemy and cultivation required innate talent. She had confirmed this long ago through her father. She scrutinized Su Jiuge once more. You claim to be a 5th-tier alchemist? Su Jiuge nodded. To be frank, Ye Mingyue had never heard of anyone reaching 5th-tier alchemist status at such a young age, especially considering he was also a remarkable cultivator. What 5th-tier elixirs can you concoct? She inquired. I have only crafted the muscle cleansing pill, Su Jiuge replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Ye Mingyue utilized her communication technique to summon Elder Zhao from the alchemy hall, who brought forth a cauldron and the necessary materials for crafting the muscle cleansing pill. All the materials for concocting the muscle cleansing pill are here. You shall now produce it. Is this a test for me? Su Jiuge realized internally. Without further ado, he proceeded to commence the alchemical process. Several hours later, 8 fresh muscle cleansing pills emerged. Ye Mingyue observed the entire process intently. She gazed at Su Jiuge, her eyes filled with incredulity. Even as a formidable practitioner at the imperial realm, the talent displayed by her junior brother was truly astonishing. Not only did his talent reach the pinnacle, but he also became a fifth-tier alchemist before the age of 20. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have thought him jesting. After a prolonged silence, she retrieved her thoughts. At this moment, Ye Mingyue was thoroughly impressed with her junior brother. After a round of earnest admonitions, Su Jiuge was allowed to depart. As he left, he was instructed to take with him the 8 essence cleansing pills he had refined. Naturally, Su Jiuge did not decline, for selling them at the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would yield a handsome sum of 560,000 spirit stones. Once he exited his senior sister's humble abode, he made his way directly back to the 100 Flowers Garden. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, he was immediately struck by the sight of countless spirit stones that had been drained of their vitality. It suddenly dawned on him that the extensive consumption of high-grade spirit stones during the refinement of the sword embryo had taken a toll. A sweep of his divine sense over the depleted stones revealed a staggering realization. He had expended over 800,000 high-grade spirit stones merely for the refinement of a single sword embryo. The 1 million high-grade spirit stones initially bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had dwindled to less than 200,000, including his original supply. His storage bag now contained approximately 26,000 high-grade spirit stones and 14 million low-grade spirit stones. Su Jiuge felt that the consumption for refining the sword embryo was indeed excessive. However, considering the benefits derived from the refinement, he found it quite justifiable. Then, he recalled the storage ring that Elder Chao Feihua had entrusted to him. Aside from his identity token and the ancestral attire, there were several treasures yet to be examined. Now that he had broken through to the golden core stage, he was not in a rush to cultivate. It was only fitting that he thoroughly investigate the contents. Chapter 56. Magical Artifacts. Personal artifacts. Su Jiuge began to extract the treasures from the storage ring one by one. There were not many items, only 3 magical artifacts and a few talismans. He cast his gaze upon the artifacts retrieved from the storage ring: a ghostly mask, a fiery red sword gourd, a bronze bell, and a jade slip containing information about these treasures. His attention first fell upon the jade slip. Delving into its contents, he discovered that the first item described was the ghostly mask before him. According to the jade slip, this mask was named the 1000 Mirage Mask, crafted from the materials of the 1000 Mirage Demon Spider. Upon wearing this artifact, one could freely alter their appearance, physique, and even gender, remaining undetectable under the tribulation. Undetectable even under tribulation. Su Jiuge marveled at the ghostly mask, exclaiming in awe. This was far superior to the ghostly mask he had purchased at the outer sect market. With that, he lifted the 1000 Mirage Mask, inscribed it with his divine sense, and tested it. Indeed, as the jade slip had indicated, after donning the mask, he could whimsically change his visage, physique, and even gender. The sole drawback was the significant energy consumption upon each use. Su Jiuge estimated that, with his early golden core cultivation, he could manage to use this artifact at most 10 times before becoming utterly drained, assuming he did not utilize spirit stones to replenish his energy swiftly. Fortunately, as long as he did not remove the mask, he could maintain his current appearance indefinitely. Although the artifact was costly to use, its effectiveness was undeniably remarkable. Su Jiuge contentedly stored the item away and then turned his attention to the second treasure before him: a crimson sword gourd intricately engraved with 9 soaring dragons. According to the jade slip's description, this sword gourd was named the 9-Dragon Sword Gourd. Within it lay 100 flying swords, and upon invoking this treasure, one could directly form the 9-Dragon Sword Array, an immensely powerful formation. Even a practitioner lacking proficiency in formations could wield the 9-Dragon Sword Array to effortlessly slay ordinary infant condensation cultivators. If manipulated by a master of formations, the sword array's potency could be further enhanced, capable of vanquishing even those of the Dharma aspect. What a formidable treasure! It can even slay formidable Dharma aspect cultivators. Su Jiuge exclaimed in astonishment as he perused the jade slip's introduction. He then recalled the earlier encounter at the martial arts arena, where he saw a hint on Shao Shi's panel regarding the inheritance of a formation master. It seemed he would need to venture to the Hellion mountain range. However, despite the sword gourd's immense power, its consumption was equally substantial. Each time this treasure was utilized to invoke the sword array, it required the expenditure of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, for every breath the array persisted, an additional 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be consumed. The greater the number and strength of enemies within the array, the more significant the consumption. In other words, to activate the sword gourd, at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be needed. Given Su Jiuge's current dwindling supply of spirit stones, he could only afford to use it a few times. Clearly, he would have to devise ways to acquire more spirit stones in the future. Fortunately, the The flying swords within the gourd could also be summoned individually for use as ordinary flying swords, without consuming any spirit stones. Having grasped the fundamental information about the sword gourd, Su Jiuge once again inscribed his spiritual mark upon it and stored it away. Next, his gaze fell upon a bronze bell, another treasure. According to the jade slip, this was a confinement-type artifact. When employed against foes, it could immobilize them, rendering them unable to move. The effectiveness of its confinement was contingent upon the strength of the user's consciousness. The stronger the consciousness, the more potent the confinement. Additionally, this artifact also served as an offensive weapon. Due to the bell's robust material, it could be wielded like a heavy hammer in combat. Su Jiuge felt immense satisfaction with this artifact. Given the strength of his current consciousness, it was perfectly suited for him. He inscribed his spiritual mark upon it and stored it away as well. Subsequently, he discovered a collection of high-grade talismans. Among them were nearly 30 pieces, including array-breaking talismans, sword talismans, and 1,000-mile travel talismans, all of which were 5th grade, sufficient for countering infant condensation cultivators. After gathering the treasures and talismans, Su Jiuge's expression turned contemplative. He realized that having broken through to the golden core stage, he was now capable of refining a personal lifebound artifact, much like Yi Zhao's myriad soul-retrieving banner. However, while lifebound artifacts could significantly enhance power compared to ordinary treasures, they were intrinsically linked to the practitioner's life. Should the lifebound artifact sustain damage, the practitioner would be adversely affected as well. It appeared that to refine a lifebound artifact, one would need to employ exceptional materials. Su Jiuge's expression reflected deep contemplation, and he noted that a lifebound artifact could not be crafted as a flying sword or armor. This type of treasure, when wielded in combat by cultivators, frequently collides with the opponent's artifacts, rendering it susceptible to damage. It appears that my innate treasure should preferably be of an auxiliary nature. However, there exists a plethora of auxiliary treasures, such as those for treasure detection, confinement, and temporary enhancement of spell potency, all of which fall under the category of auxiliary artifacts. The bronze bell that Su Jiuge previously secured serves as an example of an offensive and auxiliary treasure. Thus, which type of auxiliary effect should I choose as my innate treasure? After contemplating for quite some time, Su Jiuge found himself at an impasse. Then, he recalled Elder Chao Feihua, a master of artifact forging, who could undoubtedly offer him sound advice. With this thought in mind, he retrieved Elder Chao's communication jade slip to pose his inquiry. Ultimately, Elder Chao provided him with 2 recommendations tailored to his circumstances and aspirations. The first suggestion was an auxiliary treasure that enhances spell potency. Su Jiuge possesses the heavenly spirit fire, and if paired with such an artifact, the power of his spiritual flames would undoubtedly reach terrifying heights. The second suggestion was a confinement artifact, with a consciousness far surpassing that of cultivators of the same realm. Utilizing such a treasure would enable him to easily subdue his foes. After a moment of reflection, he decided to opt for an auxiliary treasure that enhances spell potency as his innate artifact. Given his current strength, he had already become invincible among cultivators of his level, rendering confinement unnecessary for vanquishing his enemies. As for those at higher realms, he mused that the success rate of confining them would be minimal. Thus, it was far more pragmatic to enhance the power of his spiritual flames. However, in order to forge his innate treasure, he would need to seek a rare celestial material as the primary ingredient. Although there were numerous suitable spiritual materials within the artifact forging hall, they were rather commonplace. Elder Chao assured him that he would keep a watchful eye and would personally assist him in forging the treasure once appropriate materials were acquired. After expressing his gratitude, Su Jiuge concluded the communication. It seemed that the forging of his innate treasure would have to wait until he gathered some spiritual materials. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to his cultivation. During this period, the sect held a grand ceremony to celebrate his apprenticeship, officially announcing his current identity, thus informing the disciples of the sect of the addition of a new junior elder. One day, while diligently cultivating in his chamber, he unexpectedly received a communication from Luo Yinxiao. Senior Brother Su, just now, someone from the outer sect delivered a letter, claiming it was sent from your home. Although Luo Yinxiao had yet to reach the spirit platform and could not use direct communication, she was able to achieve the same effect using a communication jade slip. A letter from home? Su Jiuge's expression turned to one of curiosity. He then recalled the previously seen opportunity hint on Bai Ruoxue's panel, leading him to speculate about the content of the letter. It was likely related to the news that the King of Yin had become aware of the schemes of the Emperor of Daliang. Please deliver the letter to my cultivation chamber. Moments later, Luo Yinxiao presented the letter before Su Jiuge. Upon opening it, he confirmed his suspicions. The letter stated that this year, no one would be sent to escort him and Bai Ruoxue back home, advising both to remain at the sect for the time being. It appears that the Emperor of Daliang is poised to take action, and I must return home swiftly. With this thought in mind, Su Jiuge sent a message to his senior sister regarding his plans to return. Ye Mingwei casually inquired about his intentions for the trip. Su Jiuge then truthfully conveyed the situation to her. To his surprise, upon learning of his plans, Ye Mingwei expressed her desire to accompany him, claiming it was fortuitous as she had some errands to attend to along the way. Naturally, Su Jiuge did not decline her company. After concluding the message, he turned his attention to Luo Yunyao, intending to encourage her to focus on her training within the cave dwelling. However, to his astonishment, a new opportunity prompt appeared on her interface. Chapter 57, Luo Yunyao's New Opportunity. The Peril of the Yin Wang Mansion. Name, Luo Yunyao. Realm, Body Refinement Stage, 5th level. Recent opportunity, a few days after Su Jiuge's departure. She received a message from home indicating that her mother was gravely ill. Consequently, Luo Yunyao went to the outer sect market to procure some healing elixirs and returned to her village. Unexpectedly, she was targeted by bandits who pursued her, causing her to fall off a cliff. Beneath the cliff, she discovered a piece of ancient cold iron. Ancient cold iron? Is this not a material used for crafting magical artifacts? Although Su Jiuge is not a blacksmith, he is familiar with several commonly used crafting materials. Cold iron is indeed a prevalent material for the creation of magical treasures. He then realized that he was currently in need of materials to forge his own lifebound artifact. Perhaps acquiring this would yield unexpected gains due to the fortuitous opportunity. It seems I must venture to this cliff. Returning to his thoughts, he addressed Luo Yunyao. Yunyao, there has been an issue at home that necessitates my return. As he spoke, he retrieved a communication jade slip from his storage ring and offered it to her. This is a communication jade slip from Ye Feng. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact him directly. Afterward, he sent a message to Ye Feng to inform him of the situation. He readily agreed, assuring Su Jiuge that he would take good care of Luo Yunyao. In light of Su Jiuge's concern, Luo Yunyao silently acknowledged his kindness, cherishing it in her heart. Once everything was arranged, Ye Mingwei arrived and promptly escorted Su Jiuge towards the direction of the Daliang dynasty. Daliang, Yin Wang Mansion. In the main hall, a middle-aged man exuding an air of severity sat in the principal seat. Yin Wang Suzhen had been silent for quite some time, contemplating the imperial edict in his hand. The contents of the edict were straightforward. A young master from a prominent cultivation family had expressed interest in the Su family's heirloom jade pendant, requesting that the Yin Wang surrender it. Flanking Su Zhen were two individuals, one stout and one lean. The lean youth appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a black robe, with a resolute countenance. The other, a corpulent middle-aged man dressed in opulent attire, was continually dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe away perspiration. Although the trio bore distinct physiques, a closer inspection revealed that the two men bore a resemblance to Su Zhen. Brother, is that ancestral jade pendant truly of such significance? The black-robed youth was the first to break the silence. Since His Majesty desires it, we should simply acquiesce. The slender man speaking is named Su Sun, the fifth son of the Su family in the Yin Wang Mansion. Fifth brother, you are indeed quite naive, remarked a corpulent figure adorned in luxurious attire, who is none other than Su Wan, the third son of the Su family. Do you truly believe that what the Emperor desires is merely our ancestral jade? What do you mean, third brother? Inquired the black-robed youth, Su Sun, with a hint of confusion. The Emperor's interest is but a pretext, Su Wan elucidated. Our family presently holds 70% of the military power in the Great Liang and has achieved numerous merits. The Emperor fears that our accomplishments may overshadow his authority and seeks to exploit this opportunity to diminish our military strength. Su Sun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Are you suggesting that even if we surrender this jade pendant, the Emperor would concoct other reasons to deal with our family? Precisely. Su Wan's face bore a worried expression as he turned to their elder brother, Su Zhen. Eldest brother, are you truly certain you will not relinquish the jade pendant? This pendant is the sole token through which our family can acknowledge our ancestral roots. Su Zhen's voice was deep and resolute. If we were to part with it now, how could we fulfill our ancestors' last wishes? Upon hearing this, Su Wan fell silent. The Su family's lineage is one steeped in cultivation, with many formidable individuals emerging from their ranks. However, following the demise of their ancestral patriarch, old enemies had come to exact vengeance. The direct descendants of the Su family were separated and ultimately found refuge in the Great Liang, rising to prominence as local lords. Yet, they have never relinquished their desire to reconnect with their roots. Thus, on his deathbed, the ancestral patriarch entrusted a message to his descendants, urging them to utilize the token to rediscover their main lineage and reclaim their heritage. This knowledge was shared among all direct descendants of the Su family. In that moment, the three brothers lapsed into silence. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the hall, panic-stricken and wide-eyed. "Master, it is grave news. Lord Lin has stormed in with his men." Before he could finish, a figure was hurled through the entrance, crashing onto the ground and bleeding out. Su Jun glanced down, recognizing the deceased as a guard who had faithfully served him for a decade. Yet, before his anger could boil over, an arrogant voice echoed from outside the hall. "A mere fifth-level body cultivator dares to impede my path? Such folly." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jun's fury ignited. "Who dares to commit such an outrage in my Yanwang mansion?" No sooner had he spoken than a palm strike imbued with spiritual energy hurtled toward him from beyond the hall. Su Jun's countenance changed as he attempted to raise his hand in defense, only to be sent flying against the wall with a resounding crash, before collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. Though he had not perished on the spot, he had sustained significant injuries. Had it not been for his years of military service, robust physique, and unyielding spirit, this blow may well have rendered him unconscious. Su Wen and Su Sun cried out in alarm, "Eldest brother." With remarkable agility, Su Sun sprang from his seat and rushed to support Su Jun. As Su Jun coughed violently, blood gushing forth, he uttered, "You, a mere mortal, survived a strike from me?" The previous sound echoed once more, drawing the attention of Su Sun and his companions. The trio turned their gazes towards the entrance of the hall, where a young nobleman entered, embracing a strikingly beautiful woman, idly toying with her. Su Sun instantly recognized her as the beloved third princess of the great Liang dynasty. It was unexpected to see her reduced to a mere plaything in the arms of this newcomer, indicating that he must possess a remarkable status. Following them were several guards, two of whom exuded a terrifying aura. Among them was the steward, Lin Gonggong, mentioned earlier. "Rogue, who are you to dare come to my Yanwang residence and harm my elder brother?" Su Sun directed his ire at the intruder, unafraid. The young nobleman frowned, his gaze turning icy. "A mere mortal dares to shout before me?" With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm of spiritual energy, inflicting severe injury upon Su Sun. "Consider this a lesson. Were it not for your Su family's treasured relic, I would have annihilated your clan long ago." As it stood, among the three brothers of the Su family, only Su Wen remained uninjured, while the other two lay grievously wounded. Su Wen's expression darkened, refraining from acting impulsively. If the adversary could effortlessly incapacitate both his elder brother and fifth brother, he, a novice in martial arts, stood no chance. He then recalled the contents of the earlier imperial edict and turned to the young nobleman, inquiring solemnly, "Are you the one from the esteemed cultivation family who covets my family's ancestral jade pendant?" "Oh, you recognized my identity?" The young nobleman replied, taken aback. "In that case, I shall not mince words. Quickly hand over the precious jade, and I might spare your family from annihilation. The emperor has already issued a decree for your Yanwang residents to surrender the jade, yet you have failed to comply." Lin Gonggong interjected, his voice sharp and conceited. "Now that young Master Su has personally arrived, do you still refuse to yield?" The three men of the Su family ignored the eunuch entirely, their focus fixated on the mention of young Master Su. They understood that if they did not surrender the jade pendant today, calamity would surely befall the Su family. The only solace was that the direct descendants of the Su family were currently absent from the estate, and they had already dispatched messages instructing them to refrain from returning. Even if the three of them were to perish, the family would not be entirely extinguished. Thus, despite their fury, Su Jun and the others felt no fear. As Lin Gonggong prepared to assert his authority yet again, he was abruptly silenced. Before he could utter a word, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing his head from his body. Chapter 58. The senior sister strikes, astonishing Su Fu and his sons with Lin Gonggong's head rolling to the ground. A figure clad in white entered the hall. The newcomer was a young man, dressed in flowing white garments, exuding an extraordinary aura. His striking features were complemented by sword-like brows and starry eyes. However, his handsome visage was marred by expressions of anger and concern. Approaching the gravely injured Su Jun and others, he raised his hand and retrieved 2 pills from his storage ring, placing them into their mouths. As the medicinal essence took effect, the pallor of Su Jun and Su Sun's faces transformed, regaining a healthy flush. "Father, fifth uncle, how do you feel?" Su Jiuge inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing his voice, Su Jun and the others finally came to their senses. "Jiuge, how have you returned?" Su Jun inquired with a grim expression. "Did you not receive the message I sent you?" "It was only upon receiving it that I hurried back." Su Jiuge, seeing that her father and the others had consumed the elixirs and were no longer in danger, felt a wave of relief wash over her. The expressions of Su Jun and the others shifted to concern upon hearing her words. Su Jiuge was well aware of their worries. "Father, third uncle, fifth uncle, do not fret, I can resolve this matter." Before she could continue reminiscing, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Are you the heir of the Su family from the outer sect of Yintian sect? As he spoke, a woman dressed in white entered the hall with a graceful demeanor. She was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in ethereal white gauze, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Her mere presence captivated everyone in the room, particularly the young man from the Su family, whose eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed at her. Suddenly, he felt a lightness beneath him, as though he were floating. Instinctively, he looked down, only to find his body lying lifeless in a pool of blood, devoid of vitality. A chilling thought raced through his mind. My soul has been severed. Indeed, this was the harsh reality. The two guards accompanying young Master Su quickly reacted, attempting to reclaim his soul. How dare mere nascent cultivators act against me? With just a glance from Ye Mingyue, the two nascent realm experts were instantly reduced to bloody mist, their souls obliterated. Su Zhen and the others watched in astonishment, struggling to believe that the seemingly invincible young Master Su and his entourage had been so effortlessly dealt with. Su Jiuge introduced, "Father, third uncle, fifth uncle. This is my senior sister." The revelation left Su Zhen and the others in shock. They had never anticipated Su Jiuge's senior sister to be so formidable. Ye Mingyue acknowledged their gazes with a subtle nod. In truth, Su Jiuge was also taken aback by her senior sister's decisive action. Such a powerful being would not waste time on trifles. After all, what would your junior brother like to do with this person? Ye Mingyue inquired, gesturing towards young Master Su's severed soul. Please, senior sister, entrust him to me. Su Jiuge responded, possessing the void god technique. She could devour souls to enhance her consciousness. Acquiring this soul would be immensely beneficial. Ye Mingyue nodded lightly, casting a seal before handing it over to Su Jiuge. Let us proceed. I will lead you to annihilate the great Liang royal family, after which I shall take my leave. Su Jiuge was taken aback. Isn't there a rule that cultivators should not interfere in mundane dynasties? What about them? Ye Mingyue's gaze fell upon the pools of blood in the hall, and she asked calmly, what about them? After a brief contemplation, Su Jiuge grasped her senior sister's meaning. Rules are merely constraints imposed by the powerful upon the weak. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they are free to act without such limitations. At that moment, the yearning within him to grow stronger intensified. Coming back to his senses, Su Jiuge nodded, and then turned to Su Zhen and the others. Father, I shall accompany my senior sister and return shortly. Watching the departing figures of Su Jiuge and his companion, Su Zhen and the others remained in stunned silence for a long while, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Perhaps the wishes of our ancestors are to be fulfilled by Jiuge. Half a day later, Su Jiuge returned to the Yan Wangfu, only to find that Ye Mingyue was absent. He arrived at the main hall of the palace and once again encountered Su Zhen and the others. Su Jiuge briefly conveyed the news of the annihilation of the De Liang royal family, and then inquired, Father, now that the De Liang royal family has fallen, what are your plans? Before Su Zhen could respond, Su Sun interjected eagerly, what other plans could there be? Naturally, it is for elder brother to ascend as emperor. His uncle, Su Wen, chimed in, indeed, with our Su family commanding 70% of De Liang's military, no one would dare oppose elder brother's claim to the throne. Upon hearing this, Su Zhen felt a flicker of interest, but refrained from making an immediate statement. He turned to Su Jiuge and asked, Jiuge, what are your thoughts? Instead of answering, Su Jiuge posed another question. May I ask, Father, Uncle San, and Uncle Wu, do you wish to embark on the path of cultivation? Certainly. That is our desire, Su Zhen replied. Although we are esteemed among mortals, we understand that in the presence of those powerful cultivators, we are but ants. Much like young Master Su from earlier. He sighed. Regrettably, our talents for cultivation are insufficient, and in this lifetime, we may only remain as we are. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in the eyes of all three. If your talents were to be enhanced, would you be willing to forsake all worldly ties and pursue cultivation? Su Jiuge inquired. Enhancing one's talents? While it is true that there are rare elixirs capable of augmenting one's cultivation abilities, they are exceedingly precious and beyond our means. Su Zhen lamented. Just as he finished speaking, Su Jiuge produced a vial of elixirs and presented it to Su Zhen. What is this elixir? Su Zhen asked. Curiosity etched upon his face. This contains the 5th grade elixir, the Shijing Feisai Dan, Su Jiuge explained, adding, it is a potion that can enhance one's talents. What? This is the elixir capable of enhancing talents? Su Zhen exclaimed in astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and returned the vial to Su Jiuge. You should keep it. It would be of greater benefit to you than to us. Father, you may not yet know, but I possess a talent of the 10th rank, rendering this elixir ineffective for me, Su Jiuge said with a smile. Although Su Zhen and the others did not fully grasp the implications of a 10th rank talent, they understood that Su Jiuge had indeed transformed into someone extraordinary. Very well, since that is the case, I shall accept it, Su Jin finally conceded. Father, since you wish to embark on the path of cultivation, you can no longer remain in the mortal realm. You must journey to a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate effectively, Su Jiugao continued. By chance, there is a peak outside Yuntian sect, known as Wangtian Peak. It is abundant in spiritual energy and could serve as a new residence for our Su family. What are your thoughts, Father, Uncle San, and Uncle Wu? Su Jun pondered for a moment, a look of concern crossing his face as he began to speak. If one could attain such a celestial paradise for cultivation, it would indeed be splendid. However, would the Yuntian sect acquiesce? Although Su Jiugao's prowess today far surpassed the expectations of the three, they were acutely aware that the Yuntian sect was the true sovereign of the entire Qingzhou with numerous disciples. It was unlikely they would bestow a celestial peak upon a mere disciple without due cause. Rest assured, Father, I have already conversed with my senior sister, and she has granted her consent, Su Jiugao replied with a smile. Senior sister? Su Jin inquired, puzzled. Indeed, she is the very one you encountered earlier, Su Jiugao elaborated. Not only is she my senior sister, but she also holds the title of the strongest ancestor of the Yuntian sect. Upon hearing this, Su Jun and the others gasped in astonishment. What? Your senior sister is the most formidable ancestor of the Yuntian sect? After introducing Yi Mingyue's identity, Su Jiugao further clarified his own standing within the Yuntian sect. Su Jun and the others were momentarily stunned, struggling to accept that Su Jiugao was indeed a junior ancestor of the sect. Subsequently, the Su family convened a family assembly. Upon learning of the opportunity to journey to a celestial paradise and embark on cultivation, the clan members displayed joyful expressions and unanimously agreed. Naturally, a small faction remained enamored with the mortal realm, reluctant to depart. Su Jiugao and the others did not press the issue. Once the trivial matters were arranged, the entirety of the Yan Wang mansion was entrusted to the remaining clan members for management. Su Jiugao also left them a token, allowing any family member wishing to cultivate in the future to seek him out at the Yuntian sect. As for Su Jun and the others, under Su Jiugao's guidance, they boarded a flying vessel bound for the Yuntian sect. The vessel had been entrusted to him by Yi Mingyue upon her departure. After several days of travel, the Su family finally arrived at the Yuntian sect. Su Jiugao first sought out Yi Feng to inform him, successfully securing the right for the Su family to reside at the Wangtian Peak. He also learned that Luo Yunyao had temporarily returned home. Yi Feng had arranged for 2 Yuanying realm stewards to accompany them, ensuring that no further mishaps would occur. Subsequently, Yi Feng contacted Elder Fang Yuan via a communication jade slip, summoning him to join Su Jiugao at Wangtian Peak to establish a protective mountain formation for the Su family. Naturally, upon hearing it was the junior ancestor's family in need of assistance, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He swiftly arrived on his sword and met with Su Jiugao and the others. Moreover, Yi Feng summoned several ordinary elders and core disciples to accompany the Su family to Wangtian Peak, tasked with assisting in the excavation of caves. Given that all members of the Su family were mere mortals, they were unaware of the time required for such endeavors. However, with the aid of the Yuntian sect's elders and disciples, the work was completed in less than half a day. Su Jiugao did not refuse their goodwill, silently appreciating their kindness. Upon arriving at Wangtian Peak, the Su family immediately sensed the stark contrast between the celestial paradise and the mortal realm. Truly, it was a celestial haven. If one could reside here long-term, extending one's lifespan would be a mere formality. Su Jin exclaimed in admiration. The rest of the Su family shared in his delight, nodding in agreement. Furthermore, witnessing the reverence shown to Su Jiugao by the members of the Yuntian sect, they began to grasp the extraordinary nature of his current status. In a subtle manner, Su Jiugong has already become the backbone of the Su family. Upon arriving at Tianyan Peak, Su Jiugong felt immensely pleased as he sensed the abundant spiritual energy emanating from Wangtian Peak. Soon after, the crowd began to bustle with activity. After half a day had passed, dozens of caves suddenly manifested atop Yuntian Peak, complete with pavilions and towers, their intricate beams and painted eaves fully realized. The formations surrounding the caves were also present, without exception. Once Fang Yuan and the others had completed their tasks, they did not linger and took their leave. After their departure, Su Jiugong instructed his father to arrange accommodation for the clan members while he ventured to the outer gate market to procure some spiritual herbs for the refinement of the muscle cleansing and bone forging pill. Although alchemy is a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor, it can save a considerable amount of spirit stones. In addition to the herbs, he also acquired a variety of cultivation techniques from the market. Although Yuntian sect possesses numerous techniques, the members of the Su family are not disciples of Yuntian sect, and thus cannot borrow or access them for study. As for the techniques Su Jiugong practiced, They either demanded excessively high requirements or were bound by restrictions, making them unable to be imparted. Consequently, he resorted to purchasing techniques to enable the Su family members to embark upon their cultivation journey. In the following days, Su Jiuge devoted himself to alchemy. With his current foundational cultivation at the early golden core stage, coupled with the experience and skill of a 9th-tier alchemist, his success rate in refining the muscle cleansing and bone forging pill was exceptionally high. Before long, he ensured that each member of the Su family received 3 muscle cleansing and bone forging pills to enhance their innate talents. After completing these tasks, Su Jiuge also acquired a substantial amount of cultivation resources and various daily necessities for the Su family. While the prices were not exorbitant, the sheer quantity had significantly depleted his already limited supply of spirit stones. Presently, he found himself with just over 10 million spirit stones remaining. During this time, Su Jin inquired about the situation concerning Bai Ruoxue. The engagement termination had been proposed not long ago, and the Su family members were still unaware. Believing her relationship with Su Jiuge remained unchanged, Su Jiuge did not conceal the truth and candidly shared the details regarding the engagement termination, though he refrained from mentioning the subsequent attempt on his life. Upon hearing of Bai Ruoxue's decision to withdraw from the engagement, Su Jin was filled with both ire and indignation. After all, he had regarded her as a daughter-in-law since childhood and had treated her with great affection. Su Jiuge possessed everything she lacked, yet the outcome was unexpected. Ultimately, he sighed and chose not to elaborate further. Once everything for the family was settled, Su Jiuge inquired about the ancestral jade. After learning its origins and significance, he decided against claiming it. He then returned to his 100 Flowers garden to enter a brief seclusion. He aimed to refine the soul of the young master from the Su family. Upon successfully refining the soul, Su Jiuge experienced a slight enhancement in his spiritual consciousness. Although the effect was not markedly pronounced, it was indeed an improvement. He speculated that this might be attributed to the overwhelming strength of his current spiritual consciousness. After exiting his seclusion, Su Jiuge sought out Ye Feng and acquired the location of the entrance to the Yuanling secret realm. He prepared to leave the sect to seek out the opportunities he had previously noted, intending to rendezvous with the members of Yuntian's sect at the site of the Yuanling secret realm's opening. However, just as he was about to take his leave, Ye Feng delivered some astonishing news to him. The Su family, a prominent sect near the Daliang dynasty, had been annihilated by her senior sister. Subsequently, she made her way to the headquarters of the Sacred Demon sect, where she subdued 2 of its ancestors on the spot. As a result, many disciples of the Sacred Demon sect have since gone into hiding. Upon hearing this news, Su Jiuge recalled the earlier incident during the inter-sect competition of the Yuntian sect, when members of the Sacred Demon sect had disrupted the proceedings. He immediately understood the reason behind it. At the same time, he marveled at his senior sister's formidable nature. Indeed, the facts were as such. Therefore, dear junior uncle, if you are out training alone, it would be prudent not to reveal your identity, Ye Feng advised with a smile. Otherwise, should you be discovered by the disciples of the Sacred Demon sect, it would likely drive them to madness. Su Jiuge was well aware of this and agreed with a smile. After bidding farewell to Ye Feng, he found an isolated corner, retrieved 1,000 illusions mask, and donned it. In a mere moment, the originally handsome youth had vanished entirely, replaced by an unremarkable young cultivator, indistinguishable in a crowd. Arriving by the stream and gazing at his reflection, Su Jiuge nodded in satisfaction. He then took out his flying sword and departed. After half a day's journey on his sword, Su Jiuge reached the edge of a precipice. He first surveyed his surroundings to ensure his location matched the one indicated by Luo Yunyao's hint, and then he soared downwards. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, Su Jiuge recalled the route from the hint and soon discovered a cave. The treasure should be within. As he extended his consciousness, it wasn't long before he located the fabled 10,000-year cold iron indicated in the hint. Retrieving the cold iron, a prompt immediately appeared. Congratulations! You have acquired the 10,000-year cold iron, successfully plundering Luo Yunyao's fortune, triggering a 2,700-fold critical hit. You have obtained a Yuan Spirit Crystal. Yuan Spirit Crystal, a material for refining weapons, usable in crafting magical treasures and spiritual artifacts. While Su Jiuge was unfamiliar with this material, he recognized the rarity of 10,000-year cold iron. Given that the Yuan Spirit Crystal was produced through a 2,700-fold critical hit from the cold iron, it must undoubtedly be an exceedingly valuable item. It seems he would have to wait until he returned to the sect to consult Elder Chao. Su Jiuge stored the Yuan Spirit Crystal and prepared to depart the precipice. However, he was taken aback to encounter a familiar figure at the bottom of the cliff. Bai Ruoxue? What brings her here? Initially perplexed, Su Jiuge soon wore a cold smile. Previously, in the sect, she had made it onto his list of targets. But amid the throngs of people, he had not found the opportunity to eliminate her. Now, finding himself outside the sect, in such a desolate and uninhabited place, he certainly did not wish to let this golden opportunity slip away. It seemed that today would yield double blessings. Chapter 60, Bai Ruoxue's Fortune. Pursuit of the Empress. After being thoroughly defeated by Su Jiuge in the inter-sect competition, Bai Ruoxue returned to her cave and dedicated herself to rigorous training. Thanks to the abundant resources provided by her newly appointed master, elderly Lan, she made significant breakthroughs within just a few days, gradually regaining some of her lost memories. The restoration of her memories not only rekindled some esoteric techniques from her past life, but also revealed to her that within the Su family lay a treasured jade, a remarkable protective talisman. She had intended to retrieve it, but unexpectedly, Su Jiuge had acted first and returned home, bringing the Su family to Yuntian sect and disclosing the matter of her previous broken engagement. This revelation rendered the Su family unwelcoming towards her, depriving Bai Ruoxue of the opportunity to obtain the jade, forcing her to relinquish her desire. Fortunately, through this memory recovery, she learned of a secret technique that allowed her to swiftly enhance her strength by devouring the cultivation of others. This technique was acquired from slaying a formidable demonic cultivator in her past life. It was precisely through this method that she had swiftly risen to prominence and reached the imperial realm with her innate talent of 7 resonances. Yet, she never anticipated that in this lifetime, she would comprehend this technique while still at the spirit platform stage. Thus, Bai Ruoxue ventured to the outer sect market, intentionally flaunting her wealth to attract numerous robbers, whom she promptly devoured. In a remarkably short span of time, her cultivation experienced another surge, concurrently restoring many memories from her previous life. This invigorated Bai Ruoxue, prompting her resolution to consume more cultivators to enhance her strength. Once her prowess surpassed Su Jiuge's, she would trample him beneath her feet, compelling him to surrender his soul and become her servant. The mere thought of a prodigious talent of 10 resonances becoming her subordinate filled her heart with a sense of satisfaction. As for her previous regrets, they had long been cast aside. Even if they resurfaced, she would hardly pay them any heed. In the memories she recovered, Bai Ruoxue not only learned new secret techniques, but also uncovered the existence of 2 fortuitous opportunities. One lay at the bottom of the cliff valley she was soon to reach, where a high-quality 10,000-year cold iron resided, an excellent material for refining weapons. If sold in the market, it could fetch several million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a sum might have seemed trivial in her past life, but for her current self, it represented a significant resource. The other opportunity was found in the Hellion mountain range. In her previous life, Xiaoxi had obtained a legacy from a 6th-grade formation master in the Hellion mountain range, allowing him to dominate the Yuanling's secret realm and acquire abundant resources. What he did not anticipate was that beneath that legacy lay a 7th-grade formation-breaking pearl. According to Bai Ruoxue's understanding, possessing the formation-breaking pearl would enable even those unfamiliar with formations to effortlessly dismantle formations of a corresponding grade. If wielded by a formation master, its destructive potential would be even greater. While she did not claim to be a formation expert, acquiring this treasure would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After securing the 10,000-year cold iron, she intended to proceed to the Hellion mountain range to claim both the legacy of the 6th-grade formation master and the formation-breaking pearl. As her thoughts meandered, she had already arrived at the base of the cliff. Yet, no sooner had she landed than a streak of sword light sliced through the air. An overwhelming sense of danger surged forth, jolting her from her reverie. Bai Ruoxue reacted swiftly, summoning her magical artifact in an attempt to defend herself. But it was a moment too late. The sword light had already lunged toward her brow, just as the lethal strike closed in within a meter of her. A barrier of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air, intercepting the deadly blow. Bai Ruoxue seized the fleeting opportunity to retreat abruptly, simultaneously invoking her protective talisman, her icy gaze flickering with a mix of astonishment and fury. Had it not been for the protective artifacts bestowed upon her by Li Lan prior to her departure from the sect, she would surely have met her demise with that last strike. It was evident that her assailant was intent on taking her life. Judging by the potency of the previous attack, it was clear that the individual was at least of the full golden core realm. Given her current cultivation level, she was no match for such an opponent. After evading the deadly strike, Bai Ruoxue did not look back. She turned on her heel and fled. At the same time, she retrieved a transmission jade slip to send out a distress signal to the nearest Yuntian sect city. As one of the 8 prodigies of the Yuntian sect, she was afforded means of summoning aid. Just then, the sword light surged towards her once more, even more formidable than before. Fortunately, she had already activated her talisman, remaining vigilant against the threat. At the cost of one of her artifacts, she successfully deflected the oncoming attack. However, Bai Ruoxue's expression darkened considerably. As she soared through the air on her sword, she cried out, "Senior, who are you, and why do you seek to kill me without cause? Are you perhaps an envoy of the mortal realm?" The mortal realm was an organization that dealt in intelligence and provided guardianship services. And they would also take on escort missions if one could afford the spirit stones. The relentless figure in black behind her offered no reply. Instead, their offensive intensified. Gritting her teeth, Bai Ruoxue employed a secret technique, enhancing her speed as she fled desperately, though she still sustained numerous cuts from the sword strikes. Were it not for her mastery of various secret arts, she would have surely been slain by the pursuer in black today. Behind her, the black-clad Jiuge, pursuing on his sword, wore a similarly troubled expression. Initially, he believed that with his current cultivation, he could easily dispatch her with a surprise attack. Yet, he was astonished by the numerous life-preserving measures Bai Ruoxue possessed, even with his strength sufficient to slay those in the embryonic breeding stage. He found it difficult to eliminate her with ease. More importantly, her cultivation level had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm. Jiuge distinctly remembered that during the intersect competition, Bai Ruoxue was merely at the early stages of the spirit platform realm. Yet now, only a few days had passed, and not only had she reached the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm, but her arsenal of techniques had also expanded, rendering her increasingly formidable. What kind of fortuitous encounter has this woman experienced? The competition concluded just days ago, and she has achieved such progress. Jiuge's expression grew serious. If he were not concerned about killing her and having the footage of this incident leak, he would not have concealed his identity and pursued her in such a manner. As a prodigy of the Yuntian sect, he was certain that the soul jade she left behind at the Soul Palace possessed the same recording capabilities as his own, capable of transmitting her final moments back to the sect. Were it not for this apprehension, Jiuge would have unleashed his full power and subdued her long ago. Additionally, he had taken note of her earlier distress signal. The distance to the nearest Yuntian sect city was less than an hour's journey, and by the time assistance arrived, it was likely that he would become the one being hunted. It appears that I must eliminate Bai Ruoxue within half an hour, otherwise, I shall have to relinquish this opportunity. With this thought in mind, he quickened the pace of his flying sword. Under immense pressure, Bai Ruoxue continuously summoned various magical artifacts and employed diverse techniques to fend off the relentless assaults of the figure in black behind her. If she could endure for just half an hour longer, the reinforcements from the Yuntian sect would arrive, and she would be saved. After nearly half an hour of pursuit, Bai Ruoxue was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the black-clad figure abruptly departed moments before. Yet, she dared not pause. Remaining vigilant and running with fervor, after another stretch of flight, she finally encountered the formidable rescuers from the Yuntian sect and was successfully saved. Meanwhile, Jiuge had transformed his appearance anew. He felt a tinge of disappointment within. He had been so close to slaying Bai Ruoxue. What a pity. Then, he recalled the chance prompt he had seen on Bai Ruoxue's panel and conceived a new idea. Since she was also heading to the Hellion Mountain range to seize the opportunities of Shaoxi, could he not exploit this to instigate a conflict between the two? At that moment, he could seek the opportunity to strike her down. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuge had already devised a plan. He promptly soared into the air on his sword, heading towards the Hellion Mountain range. Chapter 61. Familiar faces in the Black Market Hellion City, a settlement nestled against the Hellion Mountain range. Initially just a desolate land, it had attracted numerous cultivators seeking to hunt the myriad of beasts within the mountains for resources. Over time, many cultivators settled here, leading to the establishment of the city, hence its name, Hellion City. At this moment, Shaoxi, or rather the transformed Jiuge, was entering the city through the gates. The streets within the city were bustling with diverse passers-by, children, women, robust middle-aged men, and elderly folk. Clad in a black robe that obscured half of his visage, Jiuge navigated the streets with caution, blending in inconspicuously. On either side of the street, the sounds of vendors echoed. Come and take a look. Freshly hunted magical beasts, skins, and blood, all available. Don't miss out. Master Jia's talismans are now on clearance. Friends, wait. I have numerous ancient secret techniques for sale, just one spirit stone for a book. Occasionally, shouts of reprimand could be heard. You half-demons, behave yourselves. Otherwise, with just one lash from my whip, you'll regret it. Jiuge turned his gaze towards the sound. He beheld a group of humans bearing beastly traits, adorned with chains on their hands and feet, being herded along by several burly men. With every step they took, the chains clanked against one another, creating a dissonant symphony. Not overly concerned, Jiuge continued on his way. His purpose for this journey was to procure a map of the Hellion Mountain range. After a brief search, he finally located a shop that might sell such a map. Habitually glancing up, he read the shop's name, Hellion Study. With that, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings. Inside the establishment, a few bookshelves were adorned with an array of blue-covered tomes and numerous jade slips. Aside from that, an elderly man was seated at the counter, engrossed in his task, wielding a spiritual brush to inscribe something upon a piece of beast hide, seemingly a map. The old man appeared to sense Su Jiuge's gaze and nonchalantly remarked, "Feel free to browse. Each jade slip has a description beneath it. Find what you need on your own." Su Jiuge, undeterred, began his search among the surrounding shelves. In a mere moment, he discovered a jade slip map detailing the Hellion mountain range. As he held the map slip and attempted to probe into it with his divine sense to verify its authenticity, he found himself thwarted by a barrier that prevented his spirit from entering. The old man's voice resonated at just the right moment, stating, "To access the contents of the jade slip, you must first pay in spirit stones." It was evident that although the old man was preoccupied with his work, he had been closely observing Su Jiuge's movements. Realizing this, Su Jiuge turned towards him with a smile and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed shopkeeper, what is the price of this jade slip map?" 200 medium-grade spirit stones, the old man replied casually. "Is it truly so inexpensive?" Su Jiuge expressed his astonishment. Fully aware of the multitude of ferocious beasts and the numerous dangers that lurked within the Hellion mountain range, the effort involved in charting a map of such perilous terrain would be immense, and thus, it was reasonable to expect a significant cost. Yet, the price of this map slip was surprisingly modest. The old man seemed to read his thoughts and added, "It is merely a rough map, lacking markings for hazardous areas." Understanding dawned on Su Jiuge as he raised his gaze to the old man and asked, "Might I inquire if you have any detailed maps for sale?" A detailed map would not only provide routes, but also indicate various danger zones, which cultivators sought to be aware of when traversing treacherous landscapes. The old man paused his work, lifted his eyes to appraise Su Jiuge, then returned to his task without a word. "The detailed maps are controlled by the city lord's manor. I am unable to sell them here," he stated. Controlled by the city lord's manor? Su Jiuge felt a pang of frustration. Was he truly expected to reveal his identity and request the city lord to personally provide a map? Yet, if he were to do so, his whereabouts would undoubtedly become known. As he pondered this predicament, the old man's voice broke through his thoughts once more. "If you genuinely desire a map, you may venture to the black market at Yuntian Tower, where detailed maps of the Hellion mountain range are sometimes available for sale." The black market at Yuntian Tower? Su Jiuge looked at the old man, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it is the tavern just ahead," the old man replied. Retrieving a black token and saying, "Take this with you," they will understand. Whether you can procure a map depends on your luck. As Su Jiuge set down the jade slip map and stepped forward to grasp the token, the old man raised his hand to press it down, stating, 100 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Su Jiuge felt as though he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. However, 100 spirit stones are not considered a substantial amount. He casually took out the spirit stones, exchanged them for a token, and then exited the shop. After leaving the study, Su Jiuge walked for a short while and soon encountered a tavern named Yuntian Tower, where he promptly stepped inside. The establishment was bustling with business. Yet the waiter, upon seeing his entrance, hurried over to offer a warm welcome. "Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or a room?" Su Jiuge produced the black token he had received from the elderly man in the study and presented it. The waiter swiftly accepted it and said, "Please follow me." With that, he led Su Jiuge to a back door, arriving at a courtyard. He opened a door within the courtyard, gesturing for him to enter. "The entrance to the black market is right here. Please proceed inside, and someone will attend to you." Su Jiuge felt no apprehension and stepped through the door. The waiter closed it behind him. As Su Jiuge walked a few steps into the room, a woman clad in revealing attire approached him, holding a black mask. "Esteemed guest, please wear this. It will protect your identity." The woman extended the mask toward him, and he accepted it and put it on. Under her guidance, he arrived at an underground plaza, or rather, an underground city. After leading him there, the woman departed. Su Jiuge surveyed his surroundings and noticed that apart from everyone wearing bronze masks, it bore little difference from the outside world. Just as he was observing, someone brushed past him, and a sense of familiarity immediately caught his attention. He glanced at the individual's profile. Name, Song Qing. Realm, spiritual stage, late phase. Recent opportunity, after the exposure of his father Song Zhe's collusion with the sacred demon sect. Song Qing fled from Yuntian sect. He arrived at the black market of Hellion Mountain, purchased a ticket for a flying boat to Jiuge, intending to meet with the sacred demon sect personnel before heading to Jiuge. Unexpectedly, he acquired a fragmented map leading to the location of the glazed sacred fire at the black market auction. Song Qing. What a coincidence. Su Jiuge was astonished to encounter Song Qing in such a place. He had not forgotten the earlier incident when someone sent by Song Qing attempted to assassinate him. It seemed the opportunity for revenge was at hand. Chapter 62. Black market auction, slaying Song Qing upon sighting Song Qing. Su Jiuge decisively abandoned his plan to seek the map of Hellion Mountain, preparing instead to eliminate him first before making any purchases. Xiaoxi's arrival in Hellion City would take some time. As for Bai Ruoxue, he had already severely injured her. She would need to recuperate before attempting to seize any opportunities. During this interval, Su Jiuge could easily slay Song Qing and then pursue the opportunities within Hellion Mountain. He did not follow Song Qing, but instead proceeded directly to the black market auction. From the hints regarding Song Qing's opportunities, he understood that the latter would eventually arrive at the auction. Upon arriving at the entrance of the black market auction, a rather attractive female cultivator approached him. Esteemed guest, are you interested in participating in the black market auction? Su Jiuge nodded. Do you prefer a private room or a hall? The female cultivator inquired with a smile. What difference does it make? Su Jiuge questioned, perplexed. The private room offers superior privacy compared to the hall, along with additional services, the female cultivator explained, occasionally casting flirtatious glances his way. In that moment, Su Jiuge comprehended the nature of the so-called additional services. I require a private room, he declared. His choice was not motivated by the allure of these services, but rather by the coveted privacy a private room would provide. Very well. A private room costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the female cultivator responded, her eyes gleaming with delight. That is indeed quite expensive, Su Jiuge remarked, casually producing 1,000 spirit stones to pay the entrance fee. Following her guidance, he entered and settled into a private room. Esteemed guest, should you have a shop in mind, you may simply press the button beside you and enter your desired bidding price to complete the offer. She poured him a cup of spirit tea, smiling as she elaborated. Moreover, our private rooms are fortified with protective formations, shielding you from any probing of divine consciousness. Is there anything else you require? By the end of her statement, she exhibited a demeanor of eager submission. Currently, I do not require anything else. You may leave. I will summon you if needed, Su Jiuge replied. The female cultivator felt a wave of surprise wash over her. She had not anticipated that her charms would be utterly ineffective before this young man. Immediately, she retracted her allure and respectfully exited the room. At last, Su Jiuge turned his attention to the auction stage through the crystal of the private room. At that moment, a sword used by a nascent soul cultivator was being auctioned, drawing numerous bids from fellow cultivators. Ultimately, the sword was claimed by a cultivator for 93,000 mid-grade spirit stones after several rounds of bidding. Following this, several other items were auctioned off, including various elixirs, magical treasures, puppets, and more. None of these piqued Su Jiuge's interest. His primary purpose for attending was to acquire the fragment of the map that indicated the location of the glazed sacred fire. Just as he began to grow weary from waiting, an item suddenly captured his attention. Four burly men approached the auction stage, bearing a square box, which was obscured by a red cloth, concealing its contents. Ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention to the next item up for bid, the auctioneer proclaimed, swiftly tearing the red cloth from the box. Beneath it lay an iron cage. Within the cage was a stunning woman, bound by several iron chains inscribed with numerous talismans. Her face bore a beguiling charm, with exquisite features and dark red eyes resembling precious rubies. An aura of irresistible allure surrounded her, capable of ensnaring any ordinary man with just a glance. Most strikingly, she possessed a pair of fox ears, revealing her heritage as a half-demon of the Fox clan. Half-demons are the progeny of humans and shape-shifting demon clans. The moment the fox-eared maiden made her appearance, she immediately captivated the attention of all the male cultivators present, including Su Jiuge. However, he quickly regained his composure. This woman, surrounded by numerous iron chains and talismans, clearly possessed a significant background, far beyond what he could provoke at this moment. Yet, upon glimpsing her attributes, he was taken aback. Name, Tu Shui, Realm, Dharma Manifestation Realm, Mid-Stage. Recent fortune, captured and brought back to the Jiuge headquarters by members of the Holy Demon Sect at the black market, unexpectedly acquiring the illusory pearl at their headquarters. The Holy Demon Sect. There were actually members of the Holy Demon Sect within this auction house. Su Jiuge felt a wave of relief for having chosen a private box. Had he been in the main hall, he might have inadvertently attracted the attention of these disciples of the Holy Demon Sect. He did not believe that the bronze mass provided by the black market could withstand the probing of such formidable beings. Soon, the auction for the half-demon of the Fox clan commenced. Su Jiuge refrained from participating in the bidding. After several cultivators placed their bids, the half-demon was ultimately claimed by a slender figure, evidently a member of the Holy Demon Sect. Su Jiuge took out a communication jade slip from Ye Feng to inform them of this development, then ceased to concern himself further. Time passed. and through the panels of the cultivators entering and exiting the auction house, Su Jiuge finally detected the arrival of Song Qing. It seemed the incomplete map leading to the Lioli sacred fire was about to be presented. No sooner had he thought this than a jade slip appeared on the auction stage. Esteemed friends, please pay attention. This jade slip contains a map indicating the location of the celestial spiritual fire, the auctioneer announced. Celestial spiritual fire. Instantly, many cultivators perked up. Their gazes fixated on the jade slip, astonished. A map to the celestial spiritual fire? It must fetch billions of high-grade spirit stones. Who could possibly afford that? Impossible. The celestial spiritual fire is exceedingly precious. If your auction house truly possessed such a map, would you be willing to auction it? Indeed, if I had this map, I would never part with it. The auctioneer chuckled. You are all correct. If it were a complete map to the celestial spiritual fire, our auction house would certainly not sell it. At this point, some in the crowd began to catch on. Are you implying that this is an incomplete map? Precisely. The auctioneer confirmed with a smile. Upon realizing it was an incomplete map, the interest of the cultivators waned. Nevertheless, the auctioneer, unfazed, proceeded with the regular bidding process. Esteemed cultivators, the starting bid for this jade slip map regarding the celestial spiritual fire is merely 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As the auctioneer's voice faded, bids began to trickle in. Su Jiuge did not place a bid. Rather, he had no intention of doing so. He planned to eliminate Song Qing later, at which point the jade slip would naturally belong to him, rendering any expenditure of spirit stones unnecessary. After a brief bidding war, Song Qing ultimately secured the map for 900,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Su Jiuge was taken aback. To his astonishment, this individual possessed an astonishing quantity of spirit stones. However, upon considering that the other party might be in possession of a significant portion of Song Zhe's fortune, it became less surprising. After acquiring the map, Song Qing bid on several more items before departing from the auction house, making his way out of the black market. His objective was to venture beyond the city, where he would await the arrival of the Holy Demon sect members, preparing to leave Qingzhou for Yuzhou. Upon exiting Hellion City, Song Qing proceeded southeast, winding through numerous turns until he arrived at a secluded valley, where he finally halted. Turning to glance back, he let out a cold chuckle. Come out. As soon as his words fell, a figure emerged from behind a massive rock. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Xiaoxi, is that you? Xiaoxi was someone his father had once deemed worthy of becoming a direct disciple. Naturally, Song Qing felt a sense of familiarity, and his hostility diminished considerably. What brings you here? Are you here to capture me and claim a reward? Brother Song, you misunderstand. The Grand Elder treated me well. Why would I come to apprehend you? Su Jiuge approached Song Qing with a smile. Moreover, if I truly intended to capture you, I would have informed the city lord in Hellion City to seize you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Qing found himself somewhat persuaded by Su Jiuge's words, and his vigilance eased significantly. He looked at the other curiously. Then why did you follow me out of the city? At this moment, Su Jiuge had reached him and replied with a grin. Naturally, I came to escort Brother Song on his journey. Song Qing felt a flicker of gratitude. Junior Brother Xiao, you are thoughtful. My father indeed did not misjudge you. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly paused. Looking down, he noticed a long sword had been plunged into his chest without his awareness. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Su Jiuge executed a technique that shattered his sea of consciousness and extracted his soul, sealing it away. Subsequently, he collected the storage ring and other treasures from Song Qing's person as a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of the map Jade Slip. Successfully plundering Song Qing's fortune has triggered a 50-fold critical hit, granting you the complete map Jade Slip. Complete map Jade Slip. This Jade Slip records the precise location of the glazed sacred fire. Su Jiuge paid little mind to the notification. Instead, his gaze settled on Song Qing's lifeless body. After pouring corpse-dissolving liquid to erase any traces, he departed swiftly on his sword. Chapter 63, Gains, Murder, and Plunder. Upon returning to Hellion City, Su Jiuge made his way back to Yuntian Building and rented a room. First, he meticulously inspected the room to ensure there were no hidden compartments or eavesdroppers before feeling reassured. He then retrieved the storage ring he had acquired from Song Qing, dedicating an hour to erasing the spiritual imprint within. After branding it with his own spiritual imprint, he probed inside, and his face lit up with joy. Within the storage ring, there were over 10 million high-grade spirit stones alone. As for the mid-grade spirit stones, the quantity was even more staggering, amounting to nearly 90 million. When converted to high-grade spirit stones, that totaled over 9 million. The combined total amounts to approximately 21 million superior spirit stones. With these stones, my 9 Dragon's sword formation will unleash considerable power. Subsequently, He turned his gaze to the other items within the storage ring. Aside from the spirit stones, the ring also contained numerous elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, as well as various jade slips and a ticket for a voyage to Jiuge. Indeed, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Jiuge sighed. Even in the wake of the elder's demise, Song Qing could still abscond with such an abundance of items. However, now these treasures belong to me. With these resources in hand, I believe my father and the others will no longer worry about cultivation materials in the near future. Filled with joy, Jiuge gathered all the spoils and resolved to deliver this batch of resources to the Su family once the expedition to the primordial spirit secret realm concluded. Afterward, Jiuge retrieved the jade slip map he had acquired through a stroke of fortune. Delving his consciousness into it, he immediately discerned the location of the glazed sacred fire. It turned out to be in Jiuge. Jiuge pondered, as he practiced the 10,000 fires fusion technique. He only needed to master more of the earthly spiritual fires to enhance its might. It seems that a trip to Jiuge will be necessary once the primordial spirit secret realm concludes. With the jade slip secured, Jiuge donned his black robe and ventured to the black market. His purpose this time was to procure a detailed map of the Hellion mountain range, intending to seize the opportunities of Shaoxi and Bai Ruoxue in advance. However, after wandering the black market for half a day, he found no one selling maps. It appeared he would have to set up a stall to purchase one instead. Having roamed the black market for quite some time, Jiuge was well aware that the cultivators here could not only sell treasures through stalls, but could also acquire goods in the same manner. However, to set up a stall, one must pay a certain fee. He approached the market manager, paid 30 spirit stones for the stall fee, and obtained half a day's rights to a stall. At his rented stall, Jiuge erected a sign indicating his desire to purchase a detailed map of the Hellion mountain range. He waited for an hour without receiving any maps. During this time, he did acquire a set of formations capable of ensnaring initial stage condensation embryo cultivators, which he planned to use against Bai Ruoxue later. After another hour of patient waiting, someone finally approached to inquire about the formations. "Friend, do you seek a detailed map of the Hellion mountain range?" Jiuge looked up at the newcomer. Although the individual wore a bronze mask, he could still ascertain the person's identity through their panel. Name, Ye Feng. Realm, mid-gold core. Recent opportunities, none indeed. "Do you possess the map?" Jiuge inquired with a smile. "And how many spirit stones do you wish for in exchange?" Ye Feng replied, "I do not require spirit stones. I only need you to assist me with a matter." "A matter?" Jiuge furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ye Feng from head to toe. "What is it that you require my assistance with? Please, do share, and I shall consider your request." "Of course," Ye Feng nodded, glancing around before finally transmitting his voice. "In the Hellion mountain range, I have set my sights on a rare spiritual herb, yet it is guarded by a mid-stage golden core beast. My companion, all I require is your assistance in distracting the beast for a brief incense stick's duration. Regardless of the outcome, I shall present you with the map of the Hellion mountains." Jiuge narrowed his eyes. Such a task could easily be accomplished by employing a fellow golden core cultivator with a few spiritual stones. A mid-stage golden core beast holds little threat in his view. However, the detailed map of the Hellion mountains is a rare treasure, seldom offered for sale by ordinary cultivators. That someone would present it solely to enlist the aid of a single golden core cultivator raises suspicion. Moreover, there are no indications of fortune on the other party's opportunity panel. This suggests either a lack of opportunity on their journey or an attempt to deceive me. Ye Feng smiled and explained, "I regret not introducing myself earlier. I am indeed a Turing master." Jiuge's expression shifted to one of understanding. Turing masters are a rare breed, possessing the ability to transcribe with remarkable skill. While crafting maps from jade slips is challenging for ordinary cultivators, it is a simple task for a Turing master. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuge agreed. "Very well, but I require the map first." Ye Feng readily complied. Tossing a jade slip towards him, Jiuge's spiritual sense probed within, confirming the authenticity of the detailed map of the Hellion mountains. Stowing the jade slip away, he turned to Ye Feng and inquired, "When shall we set forth?" Ye Feng was taken aback, surprised by Jiuge's eagerness for action. "We may depart at once," he replied with a smile. Subsequently, Jiuge dismantled his stall, and the two exited the black market. Upon leaving, Jiuge finally discerned Ye Feng's features. Despite his amiable demeanor, an underlying aura of ruthlessness was unmistakable, prompting Jiuge to remain vigilant. However, he felt no undue concern, given his current prowess. He could contend with not just a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator, but even a nascent soul expert. Under Ye Feng's guidance, they swiftly left Hellion City, heading towards the Hellion mountains. After an hour of travel, fatigue began to set in. Ye Feng retrieved a flask of spiritual wine from his storage ring. taking a hearty swig before offering it to Su Jiuge. Friend, would you care for a sip? This spiritual wine can swiftly replenish your spiritual energy. Su Jiuge smiled and declined. Even in his previous life, he understood the wisdom of avoiding food from strangers, particularly in a world where treachery and greed were commonplace. Are you concerned about my having tasted it? Ye Feng queried, producing another unopened bottle of spiritual wine from his storage ring. Here, this one is still sealed. As he spoke, he tossed the bottle towards Su Jiuge. Upon catching it, Su Jiuge opened the flask, inhaling deeply. With the discernment of a ninth-grade alchemist, he immediately recognized the presence of additives, a cold smile forming within. He lifted the flask to his lips, only to suddenly halt, directing his gaze into the distance. Friend, do you see that? As Ye Feng instinctively turned his head, he beheld nothing. Fellow Taoist, there is nothing over there, he began, but before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed. Su Jiuge swiftly invoked the Tai Su divine art, sealing away his soul and securing it. Subsequently, he removed the storage ring from Ye Feng's possession, scattered corpse-dissolving liquid, and meticulously cleared the scene before hastily departing. Chapter 64. Two Fortunes, the Pursuit of the Holy Demon Sect after vanquishing Ye Feng. Su Jiuge did not return to Hellion City, but instead ventured deeper into the Hellion mountain range. His objective was to seize the fortunes of Shaoxi and Bai Ruoxue. Guided by the detailed map in his possession and the hints of fortune, Su Jiuge soon arrived at an inconspicuous foothill. He surveyed his surroundings, assessing the environment for any dangers. Once assured of safety, he approached a cave obscured by overgrown weeds. Upon entering the cave and following the prompts of fortune, Su Jiuge quickly made a significant discovery. A prompt indicating a critical fortune flashed before him. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance of a 6th-grade formation master, successfully plundering Shaoxi's fortune, triggering a 3 for 100-fold critical hit. You have acquired the inheritance of a 9th-grade formation master. 9th-grade formation master's inheritance. Upon acceptance, one may master the lifelong teachings of a 9th-grade formation master. Would you like to accept the inheritance now? Naturally, Su Jiuge would not accept the inheritance at that moment. Based on past experiences, accepting such inheritances required a considerable amount of time, and he dared not let down his guard in such a location. Moreover, Bai Ruoxue's fortune lay beneath this very spot, awaiting his retrieval. Moments later, another prompt indicating a critical fortune appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained a 7th-grade formation breaking pearl. Successfully plundering Bai Ruoxue's fortune, triggering a 6,000-fold critical hit. You have acquired a 7th-grade boundary breaking pearl. 7th-grade boundary breaking pearl possesses the effect of breaking formations and can also dispel barriers. What a splendid treasure. Su Jiuge's eyes sparkled with delight. After securing the fortune, he did not depart. Instead, he retrieved the trapping formation he had previously acquired from the black market and set it up around the cave. He intended to lay in wait for his prey. If this formation could eliminate Bai Ruoxue directly, it would save him considerable trouble. Even if she managed to escape, he could ambush her under the guise of Shaoxi, launching another attack. Should he fail once more, he could feign the exposure of his identity, forcing her to confront Shaoxi. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to slay one or even both of them. Just as Su Jiuge contemplated his subsequent plans, an unsettling feeling coursed through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Danger lurked. A robbery? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiuge sprang into action, leaping away from his previous position. Simultaneously, he unleashed the wand Huo Rong Shinju, summoning a fiery shield around himself. He then witnessed a massive boulder behind where he had just stood being cleaved in two by a streak of sword light. A wave of fear washed over Su Jiuge. Had he been a fraction slower, he might have met the same fate as that boulder, split asunder. His consciousness expanded instantaneously, swiftly locating two figures racing toward him. A sinister aura emanated from the two individuals before her, unmistakably marking them as disciples of the Holy Demon Sect. Su Jiuge's expression darkened. He was perplexed as to why they had set their sights on him. Was it merely a coincidence, or were they indeed targeting him? How swift their reactions were. No wonder one of them had secured second place in the inter-sect competition of the Yuntian sect. Among the pair, a pale-faced youth sneered, acknowledging their intent despite failing to recognize his identity. Realization dawned upon Su Jiuge as he scrutinized the profiles of his adversaries. Name: In Shurchio. Cultivation level: embryonic stage, early. Recent fortunes: acquired a half-demon from the Fox clan at the black market in Hellion City, which was sent back to Jiuge by his subordinates. Upon returning to Jiuge, In Shurchio utilized a secret technique to seize the opponent's primordial in, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation. Name: Wu He. Cultivation level: Dharma aspect stage, early. Recent fortunes: none Dharma aspect stage. The moment Su Jiugao discerned their capabilities, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Currently, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the golden core. Even if he could battle above his level, he could manage to contend with only one at the embryonic stage. To confront both simultaneously, especially with a formidable Dharma aspect cultivator among them, was tantamount to courting death with his present strength. Unless he resorted to the avatar jade slip bestowed upon him by his senior sister, yet even then, it would be a tremendous loss to face one Dharma aspect and one embryonic stage opponent. Flee. He had to escape. As for eliminating Bai Ruoxue, that could wait until he ensured his own survival. Resolute in his decision, Su Jiugao turned on his heel and fled without a backward glance. Do you truly believe a mere golden core cultivator can escape my grasp? Inshurchio scoffed coldly. Even if you are a genius of the Yuntian sect, you shall not evade me. With these words, he gestured with his hands to activate a spell, but his incantation was abruptly interrupted. Soul attack. Inshurchio's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his opponent would dare to counterattack while fleeing. Wu He, witnessing this, acted decisively. Su Jiugao sensed the imminent danger once more and swiftly retrieved a talisman from his storage ring, casting it behind him. A spiritual sword, comparable to that of the late embryonic stage, cleaved through the air, intercepting Wu He's spellcasting. Simultaneously, he activated a 1,000-mile swift travel talisman, propelling his sword flight speed to extraordinary heights. In but a moment, he had distanced himself significantly. Wu He's face twisted with anger. How dare a mere early golden core wretch dream of escaping my clutches? With that, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Su Jiugao's retreating form. Inshurchio, unwilling to lag behind, also activated a 1,000-mile swift travel talisman and pursued. In a certain part of the Hellion Mountains, Bai Ruoxue soared through the low skies on her sword, her objective clear, to seize the two opportunities she had gleaned from her memories. Following her harrowing escape from the cloaked pursuer, she fortuitously encountered elder Li Lan, who had learned of her plight and hastened to check on her injuries. Seeing that she was largely unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief, then produced healing elixirs to tend to her wounds personally. With the aid of elixirs and her master, Bai Ruoxue swiftly regained her strength. Thus, she prepared to bid farewell and journey to the Hellion mountain range, ostensibly to cultivate and seize opportunities. Li Lan, sensing her determination, bestowed upon her numerous treasures, including a jade slip for creating a spiritual avatar. Bai Ruoxue graciously accepted these gifts. After securing her belongings, she hastened towards the Hellion mountain range. Utilizing her status as a disciple of the Yuntian sect, she procured a detailed map of the region from the Lord's mansion in Hellion City. Upon acquiring the map, Bai Ruoxue swiftly identified the location of the inheritance left by a 6th-grade formation master, guided by her recollections from her past life. She promptly set off for the site of the legacy. However, halfway there, she encountered a familiar figure, Xiaoxi, who approached from the opposite direction. A wave of unease washed over her. Could it be that he had already obtained the opportunity meant for a 6th-grade alchemist? Her expression darkened. It was one thing for Su Jiuge to snatch her chance, but now this insufferable Xiaoxi was also here to claim it. Such audacity. Surveying her surroundings, a desolate wilderness ideal for treachery, a cold smirk crept onto Bai Ruoxue's lips. Yet, to her bewilderment, upon noticing her, the other party's face lit up with joy. Su Jiuge, having sprinted tirelessly, was on the verge of using the avatar jade slip gifted by his sister to eliminate the two pursuers behind him when he spotted the familiar figure, Bai Ruoxue. Glancing back at the encroaching figures from the Holy Demon sect, he immediately formulated a plan and soared toward her position. Chapter 65. Diverging the calamity. Allowing Bai Ruoxue to endure pressure, just as Bai Ruoxue contemplated feigning conversation with Xiaoxi before launching a surprise attack. Su Jiuge had already reached her side and brushed past her, cheerfully uttering a thank you as he glanced her way. Bai Ruoxue, taken aback, was utterly perplexed by the situation. At that moment, however, she sensed a menacing aura approaching, instantly heightening her vigilance. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed two figures rapidly approaching from the direction Xiaoxi had come. Recognizing the terrifyingly sinister presence emanating from them, she quickly discerned their identities and strength. They were formidable avatars from the Holy Demon sect. Her expression shifted dramatically as the realization dawned on her regarding Xiaoxi's earlier gratitude. He was diverting the calamity towards her. Fury ignited within her, but she understood that this was not the time for rage. Without hesitation, she employed a defensive spell and turned to flee. Not far behind, the two pursuers from the Inshurchio recognized her immediately upon seeing the fleeing figure ahead. It was Bai Ruoxue, the prodigy of the Yuntian sect. Wu He's face lit up with elation. Holy Son, we've stumbled upon a big catch. The Yuntian sect and the Holy Demon sect were archenemies, representing righteousness and evil, respectively. If they could slay the genius of the opposing sect, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Shurjiu also displayed a delighted expression, marveling at his extraordinary fortune. Not only did he acquire a premier furnace cauldron in the black market of Hellion City, but he also encountered the solitary prodigies of the Yuntian sect amidst the Hellion mountain range. Uncle Wu, you shall slay Bai Ruoxue, while I pursue Shaoxi. Wu Yi did not refuse Shurjiu's proposal. He was confident that, with the son's prowess, dealing with a nascent golden core genius would be a mere child's play. However, he did caution, certainly, but the son must remember, should the adversary's reinforcements arrive, one must flee swiftly. Shurjiu chuckled, rest assured, Uncle Wu. I am well aware of this. With that, he invoked a secret technique and hastened in the direction where Su Jiuge had fled. As Su Jiuge soared through the skies on his sword, he suddenly sensed the presence behind him diminishing considerably. Realizing that the disciples of the sacred demon sect had split into two factions, he deduced from the aura emanating from his pursuer that it must be the demonic cultivator Shurjiu, who had reached the nurturing embryo realm. The audacity of this mere nurturing embryo to pursue him alone was laughable. Su Jiuge sneered, if I do not slay you, it would be a disservice to your determination to seek death. With this thought, he retrieved a jade slip containing the map of the Hellion mountain range and swiftly pinpointed an N-shaped valley. This location was blocked on 3 sides, maximizing the chances of preventing any escape. Although Su Jiuge was confident in his ability to eliminate his pursuer, he lacked absolute certainty that he could retain him if the latter were intent on fleeing. Thus, to achieve the kill, he first needed to devise a means to ensnare him. After selecting a suitable burial ground for his foe, Su Jiuge pivoted and flew toward the identified valley. During his flight, he frequently glanced back to ascertain if he was being followed. To avoid raising any suspicion, he continuously consumed spirit stones to replenish his energy. Feigning excessive fatigue, Shurjiu did not disappoint. He relentlessly pursued, progressively closing the gap between them. Shaoxi, halt at once. Shurjiu called out. If you are willing to forsake the Yuntian sect and submit to my sacred demon sect, I can spare your life. Capturing a 7-resonance genius like Shaoxi would be a significant achievement. However, he did not truly intend to show mercy. It was far more prudent to eliminate him and bring back his head as a token of merit than to invite a rival into the sect. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Su Jiuge retorted at an opportune moment. Shurjiu's expression remained unchanged, but internally he scoffed. This lad was quite clever, not falling for the ruse. Yet, even so, what could it matter? Given the current state of affairs, it would take but a few breaths for him to close the distance. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, he noticed that Shaoxi had come to a halt, and his heart surged with caution, fearing that reinforcements from the Yuntian sect had arrived. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he could not help but laugh. This place was a gorge, with the entire terrain exhibiting an N shape. To escape this place, one must either soar over the high mountains or depart through the solitary exit. However, given the current state of the other party, the prospect of soaring over the mountains with a sword is virtually impossible. Moreover, this sole exit has been obstructed by oneself. The adversary is now akin to a fish trapped in a barrel. It seems that fate has truly conspired against him. It is thus not my fault. How could this be? How could this place turn into a dead end? Su Jiuge glanced around, murmuring to himself, his expression grim. He turned to face the approaching Shurjiu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Wait, does the statement you made earlier still hold? I said many things. Which one are you referring to? Shurjiu, unhurried, continued to advance, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is the one where I expressed my desire to leave Yunshanzong and submit to Shingmazong, in exchange for sparing my life. Su Jiuge quickly replied. Oh, you mean that one? A playful expression crossed Shurjiu's face. Initially, I would have refused your request, but if you can demonstrate sincerity, I might consider acquiescing. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Su Jiuge's vigilant gaze. Sincerity? What sort of sincerity do you require? Naturally, a fragment of your soul. Shurjiu grinned malevolently. If you are willing to relinquish a fragment of your soul, I shall spare your life. The soul is the most vital aspect of a cultivator. If a fragment is surrendered and falls into the hands of others, they could manipulate the lives and deaths of others through it. Su Jiuge's expression soured, revealing his inner turmoil, yet he eventually nodded in agreement. Very well. I hope you keep your word. Shurjiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would genuinely agree. If so, it would certainly save him considerable effort. Although this holy son belongs to the demonic path, he values promises above all. Rest assured, you may safely relinquish your soul fragment. Su Jiuge looked at him and managed a reluctant nod. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. The sect is initiating an attack. Shurjiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned sharply, only to find himself alone. In the next moment, a wave of murderous intent descended upon him. He quickly reacted, conjuring a blood-red shield to deflect the incoming flying sword. Is this the extent of Yenshenzong's genius? Inshurcho scoffed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that a black hemispherical barrier had inexplicably risen around him. With a single glance, he recognized its origins and exclaimed in astonishment. The spatial boundary flag. You have actually mastered the spatial boundary flag. When he looked towards Xiaoxi, he found the latter now appeared calm and composed, devoid of any signs of weakness. Chapter 66. The Holy Son of the Demon-Slaying Sect and the Pursued Empress Within the Barrier. Inshurcho gazed at Su Jiuge, his brow furrowing as he solemnly inquired. Everything you just displayed was an act? Su Jiuge did not respond to his question. Instead, he summoned his flying sword, directing it toward his opponent. Sensing the overwhelming sword intent bearing down on him, Inshurcho invoked a secret technique, summoning the blood shield to counter the assault. Sword intent of the unity of will realm. He looked on in astonishment, then praised. I never imagined you could master such sword intent at the early stage of the Golden Core. It appears you are indeed a remarkable talent. The Holy Sun grants you another chance. Surrender your soul and yield to our sect, and I may spare your life. This time, he genuinely intended to recruit Su Jiuge under his banner. Should he successfully acquire such a prodigy, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage in his pursuit of the position of sect leader. Upon hearing the self-referential title from his adversary, Su Jiuge displayed a look of astonishment. You are the Holy Son of the Sacred Demon Sect? Indeed. Inshurcho's demeanor exuded pride. Now that you are aware of my identity, do you wish to submit to me? Upon affirming his opponent's identity, Su Jiuge felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated encountering such a substantial figure. However, this realization made him cautious. If he were merely facing an ordinary infant manifestation cultivator, he would have been confident in his ability to vanquish them effortlessly. Yet, as the Holy Son of the Demon Sect, the opponent's capabilities were undoubtedly formidable, and he could not be regarded as an ordinary practitioner. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise. Su Jiuge gently patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a crimson gourd appeared in his hand. As he executed a series of hand seals, 100 flying swords erupted from the gourd, forming the 9-dragon sword array that surged directly towards Inshurcho. He responded to the challenge with decisive action. Is this your choice? Inshurcho surveyed the surrounding sword array, his expression darkening. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, he summoned a treasure that resembled a gelatinous crimson liquid. Under Inshurcho's manipulation, the liquid morphed into a red mist, enveloping his body like a suit of misty armor. As Su Jiuge commanded the sword array to launch a probing attack, he discovered that the swords passed directly through Inshurcho's form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. I possess a congenital spiritual treasure for protection. Your meager sword array cannot harm me. Inshurcho scoffed, then continued, since you have made your move, it is now my turn. With that, he summoned another artifact, a black banner. The soul-summoning banner? Su Jiuge recalled witnessing its appearance during the inter-sect competition against Ye Xiao and immediately recognized the origin of the black banner, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Inshurcho executed his spell, and from the soul-summoning banner, countless wraiths surged forth. These spectral entities, lacking physical form, could bypass the 9-dragon sword array and charged towards Su Jiuge. Unfazed, Su Jiuge conjured a violet flame that enveloped him entirely. As the wraiths made contact with the purple fire, they were instantly reduced to ashes, obliterated on the spot. Inshurcho, witnessing this, was struck with astonishment. He then recalled the news from the previous intersect competition. The purple Shaoxin fire. He gazed at Su Jiuge in terror. You are not Xiaoxi. You are the renowned prodigy Su Jiuge of Yintian sect. Su Jiuge, taken aback, did not expect his identity to be recognized so swiftly. He chose not to conceal it any longer and withdrew his illusionary disguise. Indeed, it is you. Inshurcho's expression darkened once more. Su Jiuge paid him no heed, instead utilizing the 10,000 Flames fusion divine art to command the violet flames to descend upon the sword array. In an instant, the entire sword formation was enveloped in a layer of violet flames. The souls yet to escape were swiftly diminished under the dual onslaught of the violet fire sword array. In but a moment, the soul-summoning banner was utterly destroyed by the assault of the violet fire sword formation. Inshurcho's expression darkened considerably. He understood that the Zixiao divine fire had a restraining effect on malevolent entities, but he never anticipated its potency to be so formidable. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Jiuge relentlessly manipulated the sword formation, launching a fierce attack against him. Inshurcho was left with no choice but to summon his magical treasures in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault. However, All of his artifacts possessed malevolent attributes and were utterly incapable of withstanding the enhanced strikes of the violet fire sword array. In mere moments, 90% of his treasures were destroyed. Were it not for the crimson mist armor he wore, he would likely have perished by now. This cannot continue. I will undoubtedly perish. Inshurchio's expression was grim. He immediately retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, activating it to summon the spiritual avatar of the ancestral master of the sacred demon sect. The moment the ancestral master appeared, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted within the nine-dragon sword array. This is bad. It's the aura of a tribulation-level demon cultivator. Upon sensing this horrific presence, Jiuge's countenance changed drastically. However, before he could utter another word, a tremendous explosion resounded. The nine-dragon sword array was shattered. At the same moment, in addition to Inshurchio, a figure clad in black robes now stood where the sword array had once been. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the tribulation-level expert swept over them in an instant. Jiuge dared not hesitate. He promptly retrieved the jade slip for his avatar bestowed by his senior sister and activated it. Initially, he had intended to conserve this opportunity, yet he found himself compelled to use it, even at the cost of a sword formation. Just as the avatar jade slip activated, Ye Mingyue's spiritual avatar manifested, effortlessly blocking the incoming pressure from the tribulation-level cultivator. Then, with a swift strike, she suppressed both Inshurchio and the black-robed elder's spiritual avatar in one fell swoop. Jiuge observed in astonishment as the once indomitable crimson mist armor on Inshurchio, which had previously withstood all his efforts, was shattered to pieces with a single strike from his sister's avatar. His infant soul was unable to escape in time, disintegrating into ashes. As the crisis abated, Jiuge breathed a sigh of relief, though he was profoundly astonished by the strength of his sister's avatar. A being comparable to a tribulation-level expert was easily subdued in her hands within mere moments. Was there truly such a vast chasm between tribulation and imperial realms? Meanwhile, on Bai Ruoxue's side, she was in a dire state, her complexion pale as she fled desperately, despite exhausting all her means. She had yet to escape the relentless pursuit of the powerful figure behind her. Previously, she had nearly fallen victim to her assailant. Fortunately, she still possessed the avatar jade slip given by Lilan. After summoning the avatar, it afforded her a brief reprieve. However, to her dismay, Lilan's spiritual avatar could not endure for long, and her pursuers soon closed in again. Once again sensing the overwhelming intent to kill closing in, Bai Ruoxue had no choice but to continuously employ secret techniques, combining them with talismans as she fled frantically. Simultaneously, one hopes that the formidable experts of Yuntian's sect from Hellion City can arrive before their adversaries catch up. Otherwise, she fears she may truly perish here. Behind her, the formidable figure of the holy demon sect, Wu He, bore an equally grim expression. It is indeed disheartening for a dignified figure of the Dharma aspect to have pursued for so long without managing to subdue a mere junior from Lingtai. This woman possesses truly extraordinary abilities. If she is not eliminated now, she is bound to become the second illustrious ancestor of Yuntian's sect. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several silhouettes approaching from ahead, flying towards the location of their opponent. This is bad. Reinforcements from Yuntian's sect have arrived. Wu He's countenance darkened. Resolutely, he decided to expend his vital blood to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Ruoxue. He formed a hand seal, forcing out a strand of vital blood from within his body, and unleashed the arcane technique of the demonic path, the blood arrow technique. The vital blood transformed into a blood arrow, soaring forth in an instant towards Bai Ruoxue. Chapter 67. The Resentful Shaoxi. In the face of the Dharma aspect outside Hellion City, the city lord Gu Chuanyu was hastening deep into the Hellion mountain range with several fully realized nascent soul cultivators. Not long ago, he received a direct plea for help from Yuntian's sect, stating that Bai Ruoxue was being pursued by a powerful figure of the holy demon sect. Initially, upon receiving this news, he found it hard to believe. He had previously encountered Bai Ruoxue. While she possessed extraordinary talent, she was merely a Lingtai realm cultivator. If she were truly being hunted by someone of the Dharma aspect, it would be impossible for her to have sent out a distress signal or to have survived long enough for him to render assistance. However, as the elder tasked with safeguarding Hellion City, he felt compelled to investigate the plea for help. Failing to do so would result in severe punishment from the sect for neglecting a direct call for aid. Thus, after receiving the message, he gathered his men and set forth towards the location indicated in the plea. As he soared through the skies on his sword, he finally caught sight of Bai Ruoxue and, simultaneously, the holy demon sect's pursuer closing in behind her. Gu Chuanyu was taken aback. She truly was being hunted by a figure of the Dharma aspect. The realization that several hours had elapsed since he first received her plea for help left him increasingly astonished. Is this the prodigy of the Eight Sounds? Indeed. She is astonishingly resilient, managing to survive under the pursuit of a Dharma aspect for such an extended period. Yet, as he marveled, he saw the Holy Demon Sect's figure executing a hand seal, releasing a crimson beam of light. This is dire. It is the blood arrow technique of the Holy Demon Sect. Gu Chuanyu was horrified. If such a monstrous figure were to kill her before his very eyes, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the sect. Regaining his composure, he decisively summoned his life treasure, channeling all his strength. In a critical moment, he managed to rescue Bai Ruoxue, but his life treasure sustained some damage in the process. Seeing his attack fail, Wu He's face twisted with unwillingness as he turned to flee. Gu Chuanyu, however, could not allow him to escape so easily. He retaliated with a secret technique, sending forth a beam of sword light. Wu He let out a wretched cry as he fled in a disarrayed manner deeper into the Hellion mountain range. Gu Chuanyu refrained from ordering a pursuit. As an experienced monk, recklessly pursuing an opponent without certainty of their companions can lead to significant misfortune. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Yuntian sect, Bai Ruoxue managed to drive them back, her face finally reflecting a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Regaining her composure, she contemplated the source of her dire predicament. That detestable Xiaoxi, not only seizing my opportunity, but also diverting disaster towards me, forcing me to flee from the pursuit of the powerful beings of the Holy Demon Sect. When next we meet, I shall rend him into pieces to alleviate the hatred in my heart. The scene shifts. Su Jiuge snaps back to reality from his astonishment, then turns to Ye Mingwei and inquires, "Sister, how long can your doppelganger sustain itself?" Ye Mingwei, without reservation, replies, "Currently, the spiritual energy within me can allow me to act once more, or after 3 days, my energy will be depleted, and this doppelganger will dissipate on its own. Is there something else you require assistance with?" Su Jiuge waves his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I merely fear the sudden arrival of another powerful being from the Holy Demon Sect. If you were to vanish unexpectedly, I would waste yet another fragment of doppelganger jade." He recalls that the Holy Son of the Demon Sect had a companion with him, a formidable being indeed. Although that companion had been lured away by Bai Ruoxue. Given her cultivation at the spiritual platform stage, she likely could not hold out for long. Once they eliminated Bai Ruoxue, they would undoubtedly return. "I have already checked. There is no one nearby," Ye Mingwei began, then suddenly paused. "You are correct. There is indeed another practitioner of the Holy Demon Sect nearby. How did they arrive so swiftly?" A surge of joy filled Su Jiuge's heart. It seemed Bai Ruoxue had met her end. As for the approaching powerful being from the Holy Demon Sect, he felt no fear. With his sister's doppelganger present, the arrival of the foe was merely a matter of serving them up on a platter. "Let us proceed. I will lead you to slay him as well," Ye Mingwei declared. Su Jiuge naturally did not refuse. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly called out, "Sister, wait." With those words, Su Jiuge ascended on his sword toward the location where the corpse of the Shadow Realm was situated. Amongst a pile of dismembered flesh, he discovered a storage ring. Fortunately, the items remained intact. He stowed the belongings away and then sprinkled corpse-dissolving water to erase any traces of the deceased. Only then did he return to Ye Mingwei's side, smiling as he said, "All done, sister. Let us be on our way." Ye Mingwei glanced at him, saying nothing further. Taking Su Jiuge along, she soared toward the direction of the law manifestation demon cultivator. At that moment, Wu He, having expended his blood essence to execute the blood arrow technique, and subsequently receiving a blow from a powerful being of the Yuntian sect, appeared exceedingly pale. After fleeing for a while, and sensing no pursuers, he finally relaxed. It seemed the Yuntian sect's members were wary of ambushes and dared not pursue. It was a pity, however, that he had failed to slay Bai Ruoxue. He wondered how things fared with the Holy Son, whether he had succeeded in killing Xiaoxi. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed 2 figures emerging ahead. Focusing, he discerned a man and a woman. Both individuals were clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an extraordinary aura. However, upon discerning the visage of the man before him, he was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming elation. Su Jiuge. Was this not the prodigious genius of Yuntian sect, renowned for his 10 resonances? Just moments ago, he lamented the failure to vanquish the 8 resonance talent, Bai Ruoxue. Little did he anticipate that fate would lead him to encounter Su Jiuge, a prodigy of even more formidable talent. If he could slay him, Yuntian sect would undoubtedly suffer immense anguish. In that moment, Wu He felt remarkably fortunate. As for the white-clad woman beside him, he chose to disregard her entirely. He had never seen her name on the list of the sect's extraordinary talents, nor was there any record of her among the elders, suggesting she was merely an ordinary disciple. Thus, She was not worthy of his attention. While he reveled in his joy, the white-clad woman made her move. With a mere lift of her hand, Wu He felt the chilling breath of death. Bang! In an instant, under the immense pressure, his body shattered, leaving even his soul no time to escape. Until his last breath, he could not fathom how an ordinary female disciple of Yuntian's sect could possess such strength. After dispatching Wu He, Yi Mingyue gently waved her hand, causing a forsaken storage ring to drift towards Su Jiuge. Collect the item, her voice echoed, and the suspended storage ring promptly descended. Su Jiuge reached out and caught the falling ring. He witnessed his senior sister's spiritual avatar dissipate into ethereal light. In a heartbeat, only Su Jiuge remained at the scene. He glanced at the storage ring in his hand before securing it. Then he retrieved the Thousand Illusions mask and donned it once more. However, this time he did not transform into the appearance of Shaoxi. Instead, he assumed a more commonplace visage. Given his previous encounter with the Saint Devil Sect's pursuit, becoming a figure like Shaoxi was undeniably too conspicuous and prone to attracting attention. This was not his desire. After altering his appearance, he took out the jade slip of the Hellion Mountain Range map, confirmed his bearings, and then set off towards Hellion City. Chapter 68. The Capturing Plan of the Saint Devil Sect and Inventory of Gains Yuzhou. Saint Devil Sect. Sect Hall. The sect leader, Xia Weiyue, surveyed the assembly of elders. His countenance darkened. Not long ago, upon learning that Yuntian's sect possessed the jade sword capable of opening the celestial path, he had intended to dispatch someone to steal it back. Yet, he never anticipated that the meticulously crafted plan would not only fail to secure the treasure, but also provoke the ancestors of Yuntian's sect to come knocking. They had slain 2 of his sect's ancestors on the spot before gracefully departing to pursue the last remaining ancestor of the Saint Devil Sect. Currently, the last ancestor was hiding, too fearful to return to the sect. Should the final tribulation ancestor of their sect meet the same fate, there would be no need for Yuntian's sect to act. The other top demonic sects of Yuzhou would launch an assault first. At that juncture, the Saint Devil Sect, bereft of a tribulation ancestor, would surely be engulfed by the rival sections. Furthermore, it would incite former enemies to come knocking. For the leaders and elders of the Saint Devil Sect, without their sect as a bastion, the impending consequences would be dire indeed. To preserve the integrity of the sect, the sect leader, Xia Weiyue, summoned a gathering of elders to deliberate on a strategy. However, after extensive discussions, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as the atmosphere thickened with silence, a disciple burst into the hall, visibly agitated. The assembled elders turned their gazes towards the newcomer, curious about the cause of such distress. What troubles you so greatly? Xia Weiyue asked, suppressing the urge to strike the disciple. Reporting to the sect leader. While patrolling the Soul Hall, I discovered that Elder Wu He and the Soul Jade of Yin Shurqiu have both been shattered, the disciple replied. At this revelation, the elders displayed expressions of shock. They were well aware that Wu He was a formidable figure of the law manifestation, and Yin Shurqiu was a prodigy capable of battling beyond his rank. How could both of them have perished simultaneously? Had they encountered an ancient master from another sect? Xia Weiyue furrowed his brow deeply upon receiving this news. Was there any footage returned after their demise? He inquired, directing his gaze at the disciple who had rushed in. Yes, the disciple quickly presented a recording stone. This stone, a special type of jade, could capture images. Xia Weiyue took the recording stone, probing it with his consciousness, and swiftly discerned the circumstances leading to the deaths of the 2. Subsequently, he tossed the stone to the other elders for their viewing. After watching the footage, the elders gasped in astonishment. It's that vile enchantress again. First, she slaughtered 2 of our ancestors, and now she has slain our holy son. This is an egregious affront. But that was merely her spiritual doppelganger. The real threat lies with Su Jiuge. One elder interjected. Indeed, although he is merely at the golden core level, he managed to dominate the holy sun throughout the encounter. Such combat prowess is utterly terrifying. If he continues to grow, he may surpass even that white-clad enchantress by several folds. Listening to the elder's exclamations of awe, Xia Weiyue's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, one elder's eyes lit up as he turned to Xia Weiyue and spoke. Sect leader, I have a plan to rescue our ancestor. At this declaration, the room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. Elder Lin, what strategy do you propose? Xia Weiyue inquired, gazing at the elder who had spoken. Given Su Jiuge's remarkable talent, he must hold significant importance within the Yuntian sect. Why not capture him in exchange for the safety of our ancestor? Elder Lin suggested. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces brightened with intrigue. Elder Lin's idea was astute. The fact that the Yuntian sect's ancestor entrusted his spiritual doppelganger to Su Jiuge indicated the latter's crucial standing in their eyes. Precisely. If we can secure Su Jiuge, the Yuntian sect's ancestor will surely refrain from pursuing ours. The proposal garnered widespread approval among the elders. Xia Weiyue's expression shifted from intrigue to concern. This is indeed a viable plan, but the mask worn by the individual appears to be a high-grade treasure, expertly concealing their identity. How shall our agents discern who he is? Fear not. This young man's mask resembles that of Shaoxi. Another elder interjected. It is likely that the Cloud Sky sect has orchestrated this charade to conceal Su Jiugong's whereabouts, compelling him to masquerade as Shaoxi. Hence, our task is to capture Shaoxi. After hearing this, Xia Weiyue found the elders' reasoning quite compelling. Following a discussion with the other elders, they promptly agreed to the plan of apprehending Su Jiugong. However, recalling the terrifying prowess of the sect's ancestor, Xia Weiyue added, while capturing Su Jiugong is permissible, we must instruct our subordinates to exercise utmost caution and avoid inflicting harm, for any transgression will be met with severe repercussions. In Hellion City, upon returning, Su Jiugong made his way back to the Cloud Sky building and secured a room. He initially inspected the chamber thoroughly, ensuring its safety before allowing himself to relax. He began to assess the toll of the recent battle. Firstly, he had expended several talismans while fleeing. Subsequently, he accounted for the spirit stones consumed from his sword gourd. After a rough calculation, he found that from the initial sum of over 90 million mid-grade spirit stones acquired from Song Qing's storage ring, only a mere 40 million remained. Moreover, nearly 90% of the flying swords contained within the gourd had been destroyed. The toll of this high-stakes duel was indeed significant. Not only had he depleted over 40 million mid-grade spirit stones, but he had also lost a vast majority of his flying swords. Su Jiugong felt a pang of regret. Although the activation of the 9-dragon sword formation required merely 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, its sustained operation demanded an additional 10,000 per breath. However, as the strength of the cultivators trapped within increased, so too did the consumption. This highlighted the terrifying nature of Enlightenment's power, were it not for his demonic cultivation, which fortuitously countered the purple sky divine fire. Su Jiugong feared that their confrontation would have been a grueling struggle. The prowess of the holy demon sect's heir was indeed formidable. Fortunately, the sword gourd remained unscathed, and with the replenishment of flying swords, the 9-dragon sword formation could continue to be employed. Had he known, he would have extracted his senior sister's identity jade slip beforehand. After tallying his losses, he proceeded to examine his gains, retrieving 2 storage rings. Firstly, the spirit stones within these rings were not inferior to those obtained from Song Qing's storage. When converted to high-grade spirit stones, they totaled approximately 37 million. Of these, 31 million high-grade spirit stones came from Enlightenment's storage ring, while the storage ring of Wu He, a formidable figure in the law phase, contained a mere 6 million stones. It was rather disheartening that a law phase expert's ring yielded fewer stones than that of a nascent soul cultivator, revealing his impoverished state. Su Jiugong expressed his disdain. Yet upon reflection, he understood. As the heir of the holy demon sect, Enlightenment naturally possessed considerable wealth, while Wu He, merely an elder, could hardly be compared to a sect heir. Following the acquisition of spirit stones, Su Jiugong now commanded a total of 54 million spirit stones, of which 5 million were mid-grade stones. After securing the spirit stones, he then retrieved other treasures from within the storage rings. Most of these were heavily tainted demonic artifacts that he could not utilize. He collected these artifacts, intending to seek an opportunity in the future to exchange them for spirit stones. Afterward, he finally took out the remaining usable treasures and materials, meticulously cataloging and categorizing them. He broadly classified these items into 3 categories. The first comprised those that could be utilized by the Su family or himself, which he decided to keep. The second category consisted of mundane items that he deemed unworthy, which he planned to sell at the black market soon. The final category encompassed treasures whose significance eluded him. For these, Su Jiugong intended to seek Elder Chao Feihua's assistance after concluding his expedition to the Yuanling's secret realm. Upon completing the organization of the treasures, he activated the system's prompt panel, preparing to accept the inheritance of the 9th rank array master acquired through fortuitous encounters. Chapter 69. The 9th rank array master and the sale of stolen goods. Su Jiugong opened the earlier opportunity prompt panel and began to receive the inheritance of the 9th rank array master. In an instant, a torrent of array knowledge inundated his consciousness, encompassing array runes, formation techniques, and a wealth of practical experiences in array deployment. As the knowledge flowed in, Su Jiugong became wholly absorbed in the assimilation of this heritage. The room fell into utter silence. Time slipped away, and eventually, he completed the acceptance of the 9th rank array master's inheritance and gradually awakened. Now, once he attains the requisite cultivation level, he will naturally ascend to the status of a 9th rank array master. It seems that I can now inscribe some array flags to prepare for the upcoming journey to the Yuanling's secret realm, Su Jiugong mused, a smile gracing his features. He then donned a black robe and made his way back to the black market beneath Yintian Tower. His intention was to sell the various items he had previously cataloged and subsequently procure some flying swords to replenish the depleting supply in his sword gourd. Additionally, he sought materials for crafting array chess pieces and boards. Originally, he could have sold the items directly within Hellion City. However, considering his current status as merely a golden core cultivator and the sheer number of items he possessed, he feared attracting unwanted attention, prompting his decision to visit the black market instead. In the black market, identities remain confidential, providing a significantly safer environment compared to the outside world. Su Jiuge arrived at the auction house within the black market. During his last visit, he had learned that not only did they conduct auctions, but they also engaged in acquisition services. As a powerful entity within the black market, the auction house would hardly be interested in his modest possessions. Upon entering the auction hall, a female cultivator approached him. "Esteemed guest, would you like to participate in the black market auction?" she inquired with a smile. Su Jiuge regarded the female cultivator with surprise, recognizing her as the same one from his previous visit, though she seemed unaware of his identity. The last time he had come, he bore the visage of Xiao Shi. This time, having assumed a different appearance, it was natural for her not to recognize him. "I believe you have an acquisition service here. I need to sell some items," Su Jiuge stated. "May I inquire about the caliber of treasures you wish to sell?" The black market auction house, while offering acquisition services, did not accept just anything. At the very least, they would not acquire treasures meant for cultivators below the spirit platform realm. After all, treasures beneath the Lingtai realm, even if successfully transacted, yield little profit. Thus, when guests arrive to sell their wares, the receptionists invariably inquire for specifics. These are items and materials requisite for the cultivation of the Ningying and Feng practitioners, remarked Su Jiuge. The items and materials essential for Ningying and Feng cultivators represent a lucrative trade. The receptionist's eyes sparkled with delight. For them, if the guests can finalize a transaction at the auction house, a commission awaits. Moreover, the materials used by Ningying and Feng practitioners are of considerable value. If a deal is struck, the commission will undoubtedly be substantial. "Please, this way." Su Jiuge followed the receptionist into an elegantly appointed room. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what treasures you wish to sell?" The receptionist poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Jiuge, her gaze enchanting and her smile inviting. However, Su Jiuge disregarded her allure and directly retrieved the treasures he intended to sell from his storage ring. The items were numerous, amounting to several pieces, all utilized by the powerful Ningying and Feng cultivators. Although the receptionist was mentally prepared, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the quantity. "Are all these treasures for sale?" Su Jiuge nodded. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the appraiser to estimate the price," she replied, turning swiftly to depart. In a short while, she returned with an elderly gentleman in tow. "Esteemed guest, this is our auction house's appraiser, Elder Su," she introduced, casting a glance at Su Jiuge. She then produced a recording stone to document the forthcoming appraisal process, adhering to the auction house's regulations to prevent errant pricing by attendants, which could lead to losses. "Elder Su, I appreciate your assistance," the receptionist said, looking to the elder. Su nodded slightly, refraining from further comments as he commenced the appraisal of the treasures. He first picked up a crimson wristband, examining it meticulously. Crafted from Qi Yin stone, this Ningying artifact is of average quality and is missing a piece. However, given the rarity of Qi Yin stone, even a solitary piece can fetch approximately 360,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After appraising the wristband, he proceeded to examine another item. This is a saber used by Feng realm cultivators, composed of fine materials, but regrettably, it suffers significant damage. Valued around 4,700,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As he continued with the next item, the appraisal process extended for half an hour. Upon completing his task, the elder departed without lingering. The receptionist stored away the recording stone that documented the entire appraisal. "Esteemed guest, the estimated value of your items has been calculated, totaling 87 million mid-grade spirit stones," she announced, her heart racing with excitement as she gazed at Su Jiuge, her voice coy. "Of course, this is merely a preliminary estimate. We can negotiate the final price at our leisure." As she spoke, she deliberately adjusted her attire, revealing a hint of porcelain skin, employing her charms once more. Su Jiuge's expression remained unchanged. "This price is too low. The valuation at the black market auction house tends to be rather low, which is quite customary." The female cultivator, noticing that Su Jiuge was not particularly enthusiastic about this matter, felt a pang of disappointment. "What price do you consider appropriate?" she inquired. 12 million high-quality spirit stones," Su Jiuge stated, presenting his price. This figure was approximately in line with the normal market rate. "Impossible." The female cultivator immediately dismissed it. The auction house acquires treasures with the intent of profit. If they were to purchase at market value, where would their earnings lie? Jiuge was well aware of this fact. He proposed this price primarily to allow more room for negotiation. Ultimately, after a series of haggling between him and the female cultivator, who repeatedly sought confirmation from the manager, they settled on a transaction price of 930,000 high-quality spirit stones. Consequently, the total value of the spirit stones in Jiuge's possession surged to 63 million high-quality spirit stones. This led him to reflect on why so many cultivators favored becoming bandits. It was akin to a sudden windfall. Although Jiuge's initial intention in slaying Enlightenment and his companion was not to plunder, the end result was rather similar. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Not all demon cultivators possess wealth akin to that of Enlightenment. After completing the transaction, Jiuge departed from the black market. He still needed to procure several flying swords to replenish the consumption of the swords in his sword gourd, as well as materials for crafting formation flags. Yet, the flying swords utilized in his gourd were specially made and required custom orders. Of course, he could return to his sect and request assistance from the artifact hall in forging them, but that would indeed waste considerable time. Upon leaving the black market, he spent quite a while searching in the market of Hellion City before finally locating a relatively large establishment selling magical artifacts, and he stepped inside. Chapter 70. Customized Flying Swords. A dangerous hint: customized flying swords for the condensation stage? The shopkeeper looked at Jiuge and inquired, "May I ask what kind of flying sword you wish to order? Do you have any blueprints for reference?" "While I do not possess blueprints, I do have a physical object," Jiuge replied, promptly retrieving a crimson flying sword from his sword gourd and presenting it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the sword and examined it carefully. After Jiuge had left the black market, he had searched for quite some time in Hellion City before finding this shop. He first glanced at the magical artifacts and treasures on display, most of which were of high quality, before approaching the shopkeeper to inquire about custom orders. This type of flying sword is composed entirely of high-quality materials, which notably includes several pieces of meteorite iron, the shopkeeper remarked, scrutinizing the crimson flying sword and furrowing his brow. Such materials require a powerful earth fire or celestial spirit fire to be melted. Jiuge frowned. "What? Is it impossible to forge?" "Forging is indeed possible," the shopkeeper replied, returning the sword to Jiuge with an apologetic expression, "but it will require some time." "Why is that?" Jiuge asked, perplexed. He had chosen not to return to Yuntian's sect precisely to avoid wasting time, and now he was faced with the prospect of waiting. How could that be? Recently, the chief craftsman of this establishment ventured into the Hellion Mountains in search of fire crystals, only to inadvertently suffer injuries from fire poison, explained the shopkeeper. At present, the poison has severely affected his body, rendering him incapable of forging. Jiuge understood the implications of fire poison. Those afflicted by such poison experience excruciating pain when near flames. Realizing this, Jiuge inquired further. If he is afflicted by fire poison, could he not seek the assistance of an alchemist to remedy his condition? Fire poison is not an insurmountable ailment. Any alchemist of 5th rank or higher should be able to assist. Jiuge was incredulous that in the vast Hellion City, there was not a single 5th rank alchemist available. The shopkeeper clarified. "What you may not be aware of is that all the high-ranking alchemists in this city have traveled to the central continent to participate in an alchemical exchange organized by the Alchemist Guild, and they are not expected to return for about 2 months. 2 months. Jiuge did not have the luxury of such time. He needed to journey to the Yuanling secret realm in 2 months to seize his opportunity. How could he afford to languish and wait for over 2 months? "Might I ask the shopkeeper to accompany me to visit this alchemist?" Jiuge turned his gaze towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper scrutinized Jiuge and suddenly asked, "Might I inquire if you are an alchemist?" Jiuge nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am a 5th rank alchemist. I have only concocted 5th rank elixirs. Hence I refer to myself as such." Upon hearing that this young man was indeed a 5th rank alchemist, the shopkeeper was elated. Recently, due to the chief craftsman's inability to forge, their business had suffered considerably. If this young practitioner could assist in healing the chief craftsman, it would be a tremendous boon. However, the youth appeared rather youthful. Could he truly be a 5th rank alchemist? Jiuge sensed the shopkeeper's skepticism. He promptly raised his hand, conjuring flames to demonstrate his mastery of fire control. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in realization. Typically, such exquisite control of fire would indicate either a craftsman or an alchemist. This bolstered his belief in Jiuge's credentials as an alchemist. Without delay, he led Jiuge to the craftsman's dwelling. Lao Su quickly opened the formation. "I have brought an alchemist for you." In a brief moment, the formation to the dwelling was activated, and the shopkeeper ushered Jiuge inside. Upon entering, Jiuge beheld a robust middle-aged man with a simple, honest demeanor. Simultaneously, the man's profile appeared before Su Jiuge's eyes. Name: Su Liang. Realm: complete nascent stage. Recent opportunity: during Su Jiuge's assistance in removing the fire poison, Su Liang witnessed the extraordinary celestial flames he commanded. As a craftsman, Su Liang knew of a secret technique to seize such flames. Driven by a fervent desire for the celestial fire, he lured Su Jiuge into the Hellion Mountains under the pretense of needing assistance. Utilizing his seemingly innocuous appearance, he successfully disarmed Su Jiuge's suspicions and launched a surprise attack, ultimately obtaining the Zhixiao divine fire through his secret technique. Cursed. Upon realizing the man's ulterior motives, Su Jiuge felt a chill seep into his very core. The individual, seemingly simple and honest, turned out to be a treacherous soul who repays kindness with malice. Had it not been for the panel notification, I would have truly fallen for his guileful facade. A wave of apprehension washed over Su Jiuge. Yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of his inner turmoil. The opponent's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the embryonic stage, and revealing any hostility at this juncture would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Moreover, he still required the other's assistance in forging a flying sword. However, now that he was aware of the impending threat from this person, he did not mind employing subtle tactics during the healing process, just to be on the safe side. With Su Jiuge's prowess and experience as a ninth-grade alchemist, it would be a trivial matter to leave a hidden mark while administering treatment. As he pondered, Su Liang approached. Master Feng, Haven T, all the high-ranking alchemists in the city gone to Zhongzhou to participate in the alchemical exchange hosted by the Dan Tower? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Jiuge, revealing a hint of confusion. And who might this be? This is the alchemist I found for you. Master Feng quickly interjected with a smile. Brother Su, do not be deceived by my friend's youth. He is indeed a fifth-grade alchemist. A fifth-grade alchemist? Su Liang exclaimed in surprise. He scrutinized Su Jiuge once more, harboring a tinge of disbelief. Could such a young practitioner truly be a fifth-grade alchemist? However, since he was brought in by the shopkeeper, he refrained from questioning directly and instead opted to inquire about his background for further assessment. Friend, at such a young age, you have become a fifth-grade alchemist. Your talent must be extraordinary. Might I inquire if you are a disciple of the Medicine King Valley? Su Jiuge shook his head. I am merely a wandering practitioner, not affiliated with the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, Su Liang understood that the other was evasively sidestepping his inquiry. After all, nurturing an alchemist requires substantial resources, and an ordinary wandering practitioner clearly did not meet such criteria. Immediately, he contemplated declining the offer of treatment. However, just then, the fire poison within him flared up once more, inflicting unbearable agony, compelling him to hastily request Su Jiuge's assistance. Su Jiuge did not refuse, stating, Friend, I intend to employ the method of using poison to counteract poison in order to purge the fire poison from your body. Please bear with me for a moment. With that, he summoned the purple cloud divine fire and began the detoxification process. Heaven and earth spiritual fire. Master Feng gasped in astonishment. As the proprietor of a magical artifact shop, he was undoubtedly familiar with the heaven and earth spiritual fire. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's exclamation, Su Liang too turned his gaze toward the flame in Su Jiuge's hand, momentarily entranced, forgetting the pain that racked his body. His eyes glimmered with intense desire, and a fleeting glimpse of greed passed through them. Although this greed was but a momentary flicker, it did not escape Su Jiuge's notice. Please endure for just a moment longer, he coldly thought to himself, before speaking aloud. Before Su Liang could react, a sudden wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. The clash between the flames within him and the fire poison elicited a series of agonized screams. Master Feng, help me restrain him, Su Jiuge suddenly called out. Without hesitation, Master Feng stepped forward, firmly holding Su Liang in place. Ideally, he could have first numbed the other's pain before proceeding to eliminate the fire poison. However, given that the other party is an ungrateful person, Su Jiuge naturally does not mind letting him experience some hardship beforehand. After a thorough treatment, Su Liang's internal fire poison has been completely eradicated. At the same time, Su Jiuge successfully left a hidden hand within him. Now, should Su Liang dare to make a move against him, Su Jiuge would not hesitate to ensure his immediate downfall. Chapter 71. Crafting the Formation Chessboard. Xiao Shi's fortuitous encounter. Once the fire poison was removed, Su Liang immediately felt considerably relieved. Brother Su, how do you feel? Inquired the attentive manager Feng. I feel much improved, Su Liang replied with a hearty smile. He then turned to Su Jiuge, his expression filled with gratitude. Thank you, dear friend, for assisting me in removing the fire poison. There is no need for formalities, my friend. I merely hope you can assist me in forging the flying sword promptly, Su Jiuge said, observing the honest visage of Su Liang, a smile playing on his lips, though internally, he could not help but scoff. Had it not been for his ability to perceive Su Liang's recent fortune, Su Jiuge felt he might have been deceived by that earnest smile. Of course. Su Liang thumped his chest, his sincerity apparent. Rest assured, my friend, once I have recuperated, I will immediately forge your flying sword. That is splendid, Su Jiuge responded. Turning to Manager Feng. Let us depart and discuss the pricing for the forging of the flying sword, allowing Brother Su to recuperate properly. Manager Feng did not object to this proposal, and Su Liang assured them that he would come to the shop once he had finished his recuperation. Subsequently, Su Jiuge and Manager Feng turned to leave. Once the two had departed, the sincerity on Su Liang's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance filled with greed. This fellow, merely a golden core cultivator, possesses the ethereal flame. If I could seize it, my forging skills would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. His eyes gleamed with ambition. Thoughts racing through his mind. Perhaps when I deliver the flying sword, I could invite him to the Hellion Mountains under the pretense of collecting fire crystals, offering him a generous reward. At that time, I could subdue him and claim his flames through secret methods. With this resolve taking root in his heart, he began to recuperate, preparing for the forging of the flying sword. Upon their return to the shop, Manager Feng, wishing to express his gratitude for Su Jiuge's successful treatment of Su Liang, decided to waive the forging fees, only charging him for the cost of materials. Are you truly not charging for the forging? Su Jiuge inquired with a smile. I intend to forge more than one sword. If you waive the fee, it would result in a significant loss of spirit stones. You jest, my friend. You have helped heal Su Liang, allowing my business to flourish. How could I possibly charge you for the forging? Manager Feng waved his hand grandly. What does it matter if I forge a few more swords? Just cover the material costs. My esteemed manager, you misunderstand. I am not merely looking to forge 2 or 3 swords, Su Jiuge clarified. It is at least 100. Upon hearing this, Manager Feng's previously jovial expression froze, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. How about contributing some forging fees? After a thorough negotiation, Su Jiuge ultimately commissioned 100 flying swords, designed for the use of the condensed infant cultivators, at the price of 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones each. This purchase directly cost him a staggering sum of 130 million mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 13 million high-grade spirit stones. Naturally, only a 10% deposit was required up front. Subsequently, Su Jiuge acquired various materials for crafting array chess pieces, intending to forge some for future contingencies. This endeavor cost him an additional 17 million mid-grade spirit stones, or 170,000 high-grade spirit stones. Having procured the necessary materials for the array chess pieces, Su Jiuge returned to the Yuntian Tower to commence the crafting process. He meticulously laid out the materials before him, preparing to forge 5th-tier confinement arrays, killing arrays, and illusion arrays, to equip himself for the impending journey into the Yuanling's secret realm. After half a day's labor, Su Jiuge successfully completed the crafting of an illusion array chess piece and array plate. Finally, the endeavor had borne fruit. After inspecting it to ensure everything was in order, he proceeded to craft the second set of array chess pieces and plates. Days later, at the entrance of Hellion City, Xiao Shi, clad in a black robe, blended seamlessly into the crowd. Since that day at the training grounds, upon hearing of Su Jiuge's prowess, he could no longer focus on his cultivation. Thus, the remnant soul of his master within the ring suggested that he venture out for practical experience, which would facilitate a rapid breakthrough. After careful consideration, he accepted his master's proposal and made his way to Hellion City. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from the tales of numerous demon beasts inhabiting the Hellion mountain range. He thought to use them as targets for his training while also earning some spirit stones. Upon entering the city, Xiao Shi first replenished his supplies of medicinal pills and talismans. He then proceeded to a tavern named Yuntian Tower, intending to partake in spiritual food and wine to adjust his state before embarking on his training in the Hellion mountain range. After several days of crafting array chess pieces, Su Jiuge finally felt the weight of fatigue. Thus, he concluded his work and prepared to descend for some spiritual sustenance and wine to unwind. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, Xiao Shi. A spark of joy ignited within Su Jiuge. He had finally arrived. His gaze then fell upon Xiao Shi's status panel. Name, Xiao Shi. Realm, Golden Core, Early Stage. Recent opportunities, venturing into the Hellion mountain range for training. He stumbled upon a desolate cave dwelling, inadvertently triggering an array trap set by Su Jiuge. The subsequent arrival of a formidable presence from the Holy Demon sect led to an abrupt assault, aiming to capture him for their sect. Faced with 2 avatar-level cultivators, Xiao Shi was swiftly apprehended. The remnant soul of his master took control of Xiao Shi's body, unleashing extraordinary combat prowess to engage in fierce battle with the 2 avatar-level cultivators. Ultimately, they were left mutually injured, with the holy demon sect cultivators incapacitated and grievously wounded. The remnant soul, having expended tremendous energy, fell into slumber. Xiaoxi regained control of his body, having slain both avatar-level cultivators, thus acquiring their storage rings. Had he been pursued by the holy demon sect? Su Jiugong pondered in astonishment, surveying the surroundings but finding no trace of their presence. It appears that Xiaoxi was only later encountered by the disciples of the sacred demon sect. However, upon observing the opportunity prompt on the interface before him, Su Jiugao already conceived a notion. It seems that he might be able to reap the benefits as a bystander. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiaoxi adjusted his state and exited Hellion City, making his way deep into the Hellion mountain range. This time, he intended to undergo rigorous training, striving to elevate his strength to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm before participating in the Yuanling secret domain. Just as Xiaoxi stepped out of Hellion City, a figure at the city gate, displaying a look of joy, retreated to a corner, producing a communication jade slip to report Xiaoxi's whereabouts. Upon entering the Hellion mountain range, Xiaoxi engaged in relentless battles with demonic beasts, rapidly enhancing his abilities. Simultaneously, he amassed numerous demonic beast corpses, awaiting his return to Hellion City to sell them for more cultivation resources. As another day of combat came to a close, Xiaoxi gazed upon the fallen corpse of a late-stage Golden Core demonic beast, a smile gracing his face. Who would have thought that through these skirmishes, my strength could increase so swiftly? With that, he began to collect the demonic beast's remains and started searching for a place to rest for the night. Expanding his consciousness, he quickly located an abandoned cave dwelling nearby. It seemed he would not have to sleep in a tree tonight. Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy as he hurried towards the cave. However, the moment he stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him, causing his expression to change drastically. Oh no, it's a trap formation. Chapter 73, The Clam and the Heron Fight. The fisherman gained. Xiaoxi abruptly retreated, attempting to escape the formation's grasp, but it was too late. The formation had activated, ensnaring him within its confines, and the only way to escape was to dismantle the formation. Yet, he was not skilled in such matters. Xiaoxi's face darkened with dread. This location lay deep within the Hellion mountain range, a prime spot for murder and treasure theft. Encountering marauding cultivators alone was a common occurrence. Were it not for the protection of his master, he would never dare to venture into such perilous territory. With this thought, Xiaoxi hastily awakened his slumbering master, the remnant soul. Upon awakening, the master immediately sensed the surrounding circumstances and asked in astonishment, "Disciple, how did you become trapped in a 5th-grade formation?" Xiaoxi quickly recounted the situation. After listening, the remnant soul master pondered briefly before responding, "You only have 2 options to escape. The first is to locate the formation's core and destroy it, thereby dispelling the formation. The second method is simpler, and that is to break through with sheer force." Hearing this, Xiaoxi could not help but smile wryly. "Master, this is a 5th-grade formation. Given my current strength, the second method is out of the question. So, it seems I can only rely on the first option?" The remnant soul master sighed in exasperation. "Wait a moment, let me see where the formation's core is." He then released his consciousness, quickly identifying its location. "Ah, it's right here. But there are also 2 Dharma Manifestation Realm cultivators outside." Dharma Manifestation Realm cultivators? A shock coursed through Xiaoxi. Had he attracted the attention of such powerful beings? However, before he could contemplate further, a deep voice resonated from beyond the formation. Was this place truly ensnared by a formation? Remarkable. It certainly saves us considerable effort. Xiaoxi gazed at the newcomers through the array, observing 2 figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured. Yet, the voice of one revealed him to be a middle-aged man, while the other, possessing a slender build yet ample bosom, was presumably a woman. "Who are you?" Xiaoxi inquired, his expression darkening. "How dare you set a trap here, ambushing me?" "My dear young man, you have misunderstood. We did not establish this formation," the black-robed woman replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Though you may possess some strength, it pales in comparison to that of my brother and me. We need not resort to such elaborate measures to deal with you." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxi's countenance further soured. He found their argument compelling. Although he was a prodigy of the 7 resonances, he was merely in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Even a cultivator at the embryonic breathing stage would be a challenge, let alone 2 formidable beings of the Dharma phase. It was indeed unnecessary for them to go to such lengths to confront him. He could not shake the suspicion that perhaps he was simply unfortunate, having stumbled into another's trap. However, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he heard the voice of his master resonating within his consciousness. Both of their auras carry a sinister essence, akin to that of Ye Xiao. The realization struck him. The source of the 2 figures outside the formation was the holy demon sect. Instantly, His expression darkened further. The Holy Demon Sect and the Cloud Heaven Sect were sworn enemies. Now, as a genius of the Cloud Heaven Sect, finding himself face to face with two powerful adversaries from the opposing sect, the consequences were dire. No, this formation cannot be broken. Despite the inherent dangers within, he felt he could manage. However, should he step outside the formation, he would undoubtedly fall before the two Dharma phase demon cultivators. Xiaoxi resolved to utilize the formation to buy time while sending a distress signal towards Hellion City. Currently, a late Dharma phase elder from the Cloud Heaven sect was stationed there. If he could summon assistance, salvation was within reach. With this thought, he discreetly retrieved a sound-transmitting jade slip to send his plea for help. Although his movements were subtle, they did not escape the notice of the two figures outside. "Brother, the lad has already sent a distress signal. We must act swiftly," the black-robed woman communicated. The man nodded and immediately took action, using brute force to shatter the formation. With the might of two Dharma phase cultivators, breaking a mere 5th-grade formation was a trivial task. Xiaoxi's expression shifted dramatically. He surmised that his identity was likely already discerned. Flee. This was his immediate instinct. In the instant the formation was breached, Xiaoxi soared into the air on his sword, attempting to escape. Yet, as a mere golden core cultivator, how could he evade the interception of two Dharma phase powerhouses? "Flee," the black-robed woman scoffed, summoning a magical artifact to bind him. Had it not been for the sect master's orders to avoid inflicting harm, she would have surely inflicted severe injury upon him. "Brother, were we not told that Su Jiuge could battle above his rank? How is it he possesses such limited strength?" The woman queried, perplexed. Although he possesses an extraordinary talent, he is merely a golden core cultivator, his strength at most comparable to that of a nascent soul practitioner. The man replied in a deep voice, "In the presence of us siblings, such prowess is indeed insignificant." The woman in the black robe nodded in agreement with her brother's assertion. At this moment, Xiaoxi's expression was exceedingly grim. Despite employing various methods, he found himself unable to break free from his restraints. "Master, what should I do?" Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Given the relationship between the Yuntian sect and the Holy Demon sect, they would undoubtedly execute me. "Entrust your body to me for control." The remnant soul of his master replied solemnly. The demon sect cultivators possess numerous techniques for devouring souls, should they discover his existence. The profound benefits derived from the remnants of an immortal soul would surely attract countless demonic cultivators. In such a state, he would inevitably be unable to evade the pursuit of the demon sect's powerful figures. Therefore, he must save Xiaoxi. He absolutely cannot allow him to fall into the hands of the Holy Demon sect. Xiaoxi initially contemplated refusal. After all, this would grant them the opportunity to seize his body, even if it was his master. He could not easily relinquish his body to anyone. Yet, the dire circumstances left him little time for further thought. He had no choice but to place his trust in his master. Thus, he surrendered control of his body entirely to the remnant soul of his master. The instant the remnant soul took command of his form, Xiaoxi's aura surged dramatically, emanating a terrifying presence rivaling that of a Dharma manifestation expert. With a swift incantation, he broke free from the binding artifact and turned to flee. "This is bad," he asked, trying to escape. The woman in the black robe exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. The man reacted swiftly, pursuing him and summoning an artifact to block his path once more. The woman in black, equally quick to respond, charged forward. Truly, as expected of the prodigy specifically targeted by the sect leader, even as a golden core cultivator, he could escape my artifact's confinement. She communicated telepathically to the man. "Elder brother, use all your strength to capture him." With that, both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. The remnant soul of the master wore a grim expression. The two opponents coordinated seamlessly, possessing numerical superiority and the advantage of their artifacts. He was currently controlling Xiaoxi's body, limited to the golden core cultivation level, rendering many secret techniques inaccessible, resulting in him being thoroughly suppressed by the black-robed siblings. It seemed necessary to employ soul secret techniques. With a heavy heart, the remnant soul transmitted to Xiaoxi, "Disciple, once I severely injure these two, you must eliminate them." With that, he executed a secret technique, sacrificing a portion of his soul to unleash an even more formidable power. The black-robed siblings changed countenance, hastily summoning several artifacts for defense. Ultimately, at the cost of all their artifacts being destroyed, they barely managed to withstand Xiaoxi's strike. Nevertheless, even so, their souls were gravely injured, causing them both to lose consciousness. The remnant soul, having expended tremendous energy, fell into a deep slumber. Xiaoxi regained control of his body. After this battle, all the spiritual energy within him had been depleted. He cast his gaze upon the two unconscious Dharma manifestation experts in the distance. He must slay them before they regain consciousness. Otherwise, when the two awaken, it will be my demise. With such thoughts, he braced himself and rose to his feet, advancing towards the two figures in black robes, intent on slaying them. However, at that moment, another figure cloaked in black emerged. Chapter 73, Decapitating the Law Manifestation. The thief of elixirs, as he beheld the sudden arrival of the black-clad figure, Xiao Shi's heart plummeted, with his master ensnared in slumber and his own spiritual energy dwindling. Should this newcomer belong to the sacred demon sect, he would be utterly defenseless. Yet, as he scrutinized the new arrival, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. The figure was slender, exuding an aura of chilling aloofness. Who could she be? In the midst of Xiao Shi's bewilderment, the newly arrived figure wielded a flying sword, swiftly dispatching the two fallen members of the sacred demon sect. Simultaneously, she extracted their souls, employing some arcane technique to seal and preserve them. Following this, she searched their bodies, retrieving 2 storage rings. Her gaze then settled upon him, seemingly deliberating whether to strike him down as well. Panic gripped Xiao Shi's heart. Surely, she does not intend to slay me too. Just as this thought crossed his mind, she had already approached him, demanding, "Surrender your storage ring, and I shall spare your life." Beneath the black robe, a woman's icy voice resonated. A woman? Xiao Shi's expression darkened. From her earlier actions, he had discerned the extent of her power. She was a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. In his current state, he stood no chance against her. "May your words ring true," he replied, reluctantly retrieving one of his storage rings and handing it over. "Do you take me for a fool?" The woman retorted, her frigid tone returning. "Hand over the storage ring you conceal within your grasp." Xiao Shi's complexion changed drastically. He possessed 3 storage rings. One contained everyday items used by initial stage Golden Core practitioners, and relinquishing it caused him little grief. The second, however, held his cherished possessions, filled with numerous valuable items. As for the last ring, it was a soul ring, the sanctuary for his master's soul, his greatest opportunity. This ring, he could never part with. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sword was suddenly pressed against his neck, its coldness seeping through him. "Wait, I will comply." Xiao Shi's face contorted with distress as he handed over another storage ring, his second one. Yet, upon receiving the ring, the woman did not depart. "More." Her chilling voice commanded once more. That voice belonged to Bai Ruoxue. Upon hearing it again, Xiao Shi finally recognized the identity of the black-robed figure before him. He took a moment to further attune himself to the cold aura she emitted, solidifying his suspicion. However, this revelation also ignited a surge of anger within him. As fellow disciples of the Cloud Sky sect, encountering a powerful adversary from the Holy Demon sect, you would have done well to assist me rather than attempt to seize my belongings. Though he had discerned the identity of his opponent, he dared not voice his thoughts. In such dire circumstances, should the other party become aware of his insight into her true nature, she would undoubtedly seek to silence him to conceal the truth. Given his current state, he stood no chance against her. Xiao Shi vowed that once he had regained his strength, he would seek retribution for this affront. With this thought, he resolutely employed the life-preserving blood shield technique taught by his master, vanishing in an instant. The only sound that lingered was his voice echoing, "Bai Ruoxue, wait for me. I shall not forget this transgression." Upon sensing the complete dissipating of Xiao Shi's aura, Jiuge felt no surprise. Just moments ago, after vanquishing 2 formidable avatars of the Holy Demon sect, he had intended to eliminate Xiao Shi as well. However, an unsettling feeling gripped him whenever he turned his gaze upon Xiao Shi. Jiuge surmised that this was undoubtedly a safeguard left by the remnants of his opponent's master, compelling him to abandon the thought of executing Xiao Shi. Of course, should he desire to force the issue, it was within his capability to do so. Yet, this would necessitate the use of his last remaining precious talisman, a life-saving artifact, which he could not afford to deploy lightly. Moreover, this action would inevitably be reported to his sister, further dissuading him from pursuing such a course. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to sparing his opponent, though he found it unsatisfactory. Thus, he resolved to strip Xiao Shi of his resources entirely, which set the stage for the subsequent events. Regrettably, the inability to slay Xiao Shi was indeed a pity. Jiuge altered Bai Ruoxue's appearance, transforming her visage into that of an ordinary youth. Fortunately, he had gained 2 substantial storage rings from the slain avatar strongholds and acquired a significant portion of Xiao Shi's wealth, marking his endeavors as fruitful. It was now time to earnestly enhance his capabilities. With this in mind, Jiuge prepared to return to Hellion City. However, upon encountering the corpses of the 2 Holy Demon sect avatars, he produced a substance to erase all traces of his presence. Following this, he took flight, directing his sword toward Hellion City. After employing the life-preserving technique imparted by his master, Xiao Shi successfully escaped, preserving his life. Yet, The exertion had drained him significantly, leaving his complexion ghastly pale. Had it not been for the dire need for survival, he would never have resorted to such measures. That detestable Bai Ruoxue. I harbor no grievances against you. How dare you rob me? A scowl of rage crossed Xiaoxi's face. Once I have recuperated, I will see you slain to alleviate the hatred festering within my heart. As he spoke, he coughed up blood, his condition utterly dire. With his master in a deep slumber, his treasures pilfered by Bai Ruoxue, and his body grievously wounded, he feared that the road to recovery would be protracted. He wondered if he would make it in time for the expedition to the Yuanling's secret realm. Yet, soon he sensed something amiss in his surroundings. The air was not only saturated with spiritual energy, but also imbued with a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. It was only then that he regained his bearings and surveyed his environment, realizing that he had been transported to an exceptionally vibrant cave rich in spiritual energy. Within the cave, there lay an expansive field of medicinal herbs, teeming with a myriad of spiritual plants, including a considerable number of millennium-old elixirs. Among these were the bloodvine fruit, which aided in the restoration of vitality, and the soul-nurturing grass, capable of nourishing the spirit, both of which were of utmost necessity to him at this moment. Xiaoxi was first taken aback, but soon elated. Truly, heaven does not forsake those in need. With these spiritual herbs and the unique attributes of my medicinal combat body, the prior depletion would surely be replenished swiftly, and advancing in cultivation would be well within reach. Even my revered master could rapidly recover with the aid of the soul-nurturing grass. The remnant soul of my master was his greatest trump card, and it was imperative that he not remain in slumber indefinitely. Contemplating this, Xiaoxi hesitated no longer. He dashed towards the medicinal field, gathered all the herbs, and departed swiftly, intent on finding a secure location to mend his injuries. Half a day later, an elderly man, sipping wine and humming a tune, ambled along. However, upon witnessing the disarray of the herb field, he was instantly jolted into clarity, standing frozen in place, unable to process the scene before him. Who could be so audacious as to desecrate the old man's precious herbs? A thunderous roar erupted from the rear mountain of the Medicine King Valley. After venting his fury, the elder retrieved a communication jade slip, summoning a young scholar-like man. Disciple Yaoxin pays respects to the master. The scholarly youth bowed respectfully upon seeing the elder. Take a look for yourself, the elder exclaimed, pointing angrily at the ravaged herb field. Yaoxin turned his gaze towards the field, and after a mere glance, he was left speechless in shock. This is how you manage the Medicine King Valley, after I entrusted it to you? The elder's voice was grave. Now, thieves have infiltrated my domain and stolen the herbs. And you, as the valley master, remain oblivious. Please calm your anger, master. Grant me some time, and I shall uncover the culprits and provide you with an explanation. The scholarly youth replied solemnly. After enduring the elder's wrath, he finally managed to extricate himself from the situation. Shortly thereafter, the Medicine King Valley issued a pursuit order, searching for the whereabouts of the herb thief throughout its entire territory. Chapter 74. The reaction of the Holy Demon Sect, Power Surge in Jiuge. At the Holy Demon Sect's Grand Hall, the sect leader, Ye sat in his seat with a grim expression. Not long ago, shortly after issuing an order to capture Su Jiuge, word arrived from disciples hiding in Hellion City that they had spotted Su Jiuge disguised as Xiaoxi. He was elated, instructing those nearby to inform 2 elder law enforcers in hiding to secretly bring the individual back. Ye had assumed that with the 2 elder law enforcers on the case, the matter would be handled securely. However, to his astonishment, a disciple from the Soul Hall reported again moments ago, stating that the 2 elder law enforcers he had dispatched to apprehend Xiaoxi had perished. His initial reaction was disbelief. After all, these were 2 adept law enforcers who coordinated seamlessly. Yet, upon viewing the images transmitted by the law enforcers before their demise, he lost his composure entirely. It was astonishing that 2 formidable law enforcers had indeed fallen to the hands of a mere golden core cultivator. Though these 2 elders ultimately met their demise at the hands of a woman clad in black robes, it was Xiaoxi who had grievously injured them, rendering them unconscious. Master, shall we continue to send people forth? One elder inquired softly. Send? What nonsense? Ye retorted angrily. With the fate of the 3 ancestors still unknown, and the Blood Demon Sect, and several other sects watching us like hawks, how can we afford to dispatch any more of our elite? Or do you wish for me to send more Dharma manifestation elders to their deaths? The images transmitted by the elders before their passing clearly indicated that Xiaoxi possessed the means to contend with Dharma manifestation experts. If we were to send anyone, it could only be harmonious path experts. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, our sacred demon sect is currently under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous demon sects. Should we dispatch harmonious path experts, they would undoubtedly be ambushed. At that point, Even if our ancestor has not perished, our sacred demon sect might face annihilation. The elder who had spoken dared not utter another word. Master, are we to let the deaths of the two southern elders go unpunished? At this moment, another elder asked in a solemn tone. Xiao Weiwei, feeling irritated, was inclined to erupt in anger. However, upon recognizing that the speaker was the grand elder of the sacred demon sect, who was of equal standing to himself, he refrained from expressing his wrath. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke once more. It is, of course, inconceivable to let this pass. How could we simply overlook the murder of our elders? However, the current situation is well understood by all. Su Jiugao is temporarily incapacitated, yet that woman in black cannot be spared. The grand elder turned to the master. Brow furrowed as he asked, does the master intend to act against that woman? But we do not even know her identity. How shall we seek vengeance? I have discerned the origins of that woman from the transmitted images, Xiao Weiwei replied with a cold smile. If I am not mistaken, she should be the renowned eight-strike prodigy of the Cloud Heaven sect, Bai Ruoxue. With that, he surveyed the gathered elders and continued. You may recollect the images you just witnessed. Does the figure and demeanor of that woman not bear an uncanny resemblance to Bai Ruoxue of the Cloud Heaven sect? Upon hearing this, the elders within the hall furrowed their brows, reflecting on the images they had just seen. Soon, several elders' eyes brightened in realization. Indeed, it does resemble her. I can see the likeness. Before long, the assembly reached a consensus regarding the identity of the woman in black. Since we have confirmed her identity, let us instruct our disciples hidden in Qingzhou to keep a vigilant watch. Should they catch sight of Bai Ruoxue, they must report immediately. In Hellion City, at the Cloud Heaven Tower, Su Jiugao returned promptly after cleaning up the scene. He set up several formations within his chamber, finally feeling at ease. Subsequently, he began to assess the spoils of his recent endeavors. First were the spirit stones. Through a fortunate strike, he had acquired an astonishing total of 370 million high-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones obtained from Shaoxi were utterly negligible in comparison. With these spirit stones, combined with my original 39 million, my total now exceeds 400 million. Su Jiugao made a rough estimation of his current high-grade spirit stone count. His heart filled with elation. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the other treasures that had emerged from the two storage rings, discovering various elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. These precious items, having undergone a critical enhancement, had ascended to an exceptionally high caliber, with numerous vials of 8th-grade elixirs among them. Notably, 2 artifacts had even achieved the status of innate spiritual treasures, which are esteemed relics surpassing ordinary magical artifacts in value. He carefully stowed away all the items he could utilize into his own storage pouch. With these invaluable resources, it was certain that the members of the Su family could rise to prominence in a remarkably short span of time. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, Su Jiuge then turned his attention to the remaining high-quality demonic treasures. As these items were primarily from the demon sect, acquired from the clutches of a formidable practitioner, they consisted chiefly of demonic artifacts. While these items were undeniably exquisite, he lamented that he could not employ them himself. With a sigh, he acknowledged that these treasures would have to wait for a more opportune moment for processing. After organizing the resources obtained from the critical enhancement of the formidable practitioner of the holy demon sect, he then retrieved Shaoxi's storage ring. However, as he prepared to probe within, he discovered a protective soul mark guarding it. It dawned on him that Shaoxi had not yet perished, and thus the soul imprint on the storage ring remained intact. It appeared that accessing the treasures within would require some time to dispel the soul mark. Just as Su Jiuge was about to take action, he abruptly paused. He resolved to wait until his own strength had advanced before attempting to open this storage ring. For the higher his cultivation, the easier such endeavors would be. He promptly secured Shaoxi's ring. Subsequently, Su Jiuge departed the inn and made his way to the market, seeking a shop that sold elixirs. There, he procured a multitude of exquisite elixirs intended for golden core cultivators to enhance their prowess. In comparison to ordinary elixirs, the impurities in these superior elixirs were minimal, significantly accelerating the refinement process for cultivators. For instance, refining a common elixir typically required 3 hours. However, the superior elixirs could be consumed in under half an hour. Consequently, the price of superior elixirs was several times higher than that of ordinary ones. Nevertheless, Su Jiuge was not constrained by finances. Rather, he was pressed for time. Thus, he naturally opted for the superior elixirs, to avoid drawing attention. He even altered his identity several times during his purchases. Despite these precautions, he ultimately spent 6 million high-grade spirit stones on the superior elixirs. Having acquired the elixirs, he returned to the inn to commence his seclusion. A week later, Su Jiuge emerged once more from the inn and ventured to the elixir shop. What had originally sufficed for several months of cultivation was rapidly consumed within a week due to his insatiable devouring technique, propelling his strength to the late stage of golden core. He needed only one more breakthrough to attain the consummate stage of golden core. This time, while in the market, he procured an even greater quantity of superior elixirs, yet he still felt it insufficient. Thus, he resolved to venture into the black market for additional acquisitions. Under the substantial enhancement of abundant spirit stones, he swiftly acquired a sufficient quantity of exquisite elixirs. This time, Jiuge expended over 10 million top-grade spirit stones on his purchases. Upon returning to the tavern, he resumed his seclusion. This period of retreat extended somewhat longer than usual, lasting a full half-month before the elixirs he had procured were entirely consumed. Consequently, his cultivation level successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Chapter 75. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Su Liang's demise at last. He had achieved the perfected state of the Golden Core realm. A surge of joy filled Su Jiuge's heart. With still over a month until the opening of the Yuanling's secret realm, he estimated that at his current pace of cultivation, he could likely break through to the extreme state of the Golden Core in about 10 days. Contemplating this, he resolved to purchase additional exquisite elixirs necessary for his training. Furthermore, Su Jiuge reflected upon his sword body. Previously, during the internal sect competition, he had triumphed, earning the first place in the inner sect and receiving the reward of the sword embryo, which allowed him to refine the chaotic sword body, significantly enhancing his strength. To deepen his understanding of his physique, he took the time to peruse descriptions regarding the sword body. It was then he learned about the classification of cultivation realms pertaining to one's physique. His current physique, having just been attained, was merely at the entry level. Following the entry level of the sword body, there existed stages of minor achievement, major achievement, and even ascension to the king body, culminating in the legendary emperor body. With my entry-level chaotic sword body, when employing sword techniques, I could unleash power tenfold greater than before. I wonder how much my strength would amplify once I advanced to the minor achievement stage of the sword body and wield my flying sword. Anticipation flickered in Su Jiuge's eyes. He speculated that once the chaotic sword body transitioned into minor achievement, combined with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, his combat prowess would surely rival that of a perfected condensation embryo realm cultivator. If this were indeed the case, then during his forthcoming expedition into the Yuanling's secret realm, he would possess an absolute capacity for self-preservation, even in encounters with other sects geniuses of the condensation embryo realm. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jiuge resolved to meticulously organize the remaining time. He planned to dedicate 10 days to breaking through his realm, and then another 10 days to fortifying his sword body. After all, he needed to allow time to visit Shangyuan City to attend the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce's auction, where he intended to acquire the Jiuge alchemy furnace. He hadn't forgotten the opportunity he had glimpsed on the panel of Elder Wan Gonyuan at the Bai Pavilion during the internal sect competition. As an alchemist, possessing a fine alchemy furnace was indispensable. Having made up his mind, Su Jiuge rose and departed, replenishing his stock with nearly 20 million top-grade spirit stones worth of exquisite elixirs. Following this, another 10 days of cultivation passed. It was on the 10th day that Su Jiuge successfully broke through to the extreme state of the Golden Core realm, exactly as he had anticipated. At last, he had reached the pinnacle. A smile of delight graced Su Jiuge's face. He then began to sense the transformations in his current strength. Compared to before, the intensity of his spiritual awareness had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Initially, after breaking through to the Golden Core, the range of his spiritual awareness had already enveloped a terrifying area of 30 miles. Yet now, his spiritual awareness extended to an astonishing 300 miles. If I recall correctly, the range of divine consciousness enveloped by a typical late-stage condensation realm practitioner extends merely to about 250 to 60 miles. Su Jiuge remarked with astonishment. Given the current strength of my divine consciousness, while it may not rival that of a perfected condensation realm, the difference is negligible. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 souls of the formidable Dharma practitioners from the sacred demon sect that he had previously sealed. Without hesitation, he extracted the 2 souls and consumed them using the void divine art. After expending a full day and night, his spiritual strength surged once more. Su Jiuge discovered that the range of his divine consciousness had astonishingly expanded to 350 miles. Such a breadth of awareness could indeed rival that of a perfected condensation realm practitioner. Next, he noted the transformation of his internal spiritual energy. Compared to the early stages of the Golden Core, the spiritual energy within him had multiplied tenfold. Su Jiuge surmised that the spiritual energy he now harbored could easily compare to that of several mid-stage condensation realm practitioners. After a thorough examination, he finally grasped the extent of his current prowess. In the absence of a flying sword, he could effortlessly slay any typical late-stage condensation realm practitioner. Should he employ his flying sword, he could also vanquish those at the perfected condensation realm. Feeling the intensity of his newfound strength, Su Jiuge was elated once more. However, he swiftly tempered his excitement, recognizing that it was now time to enhance his sword body. Elevating the sword body required a vast amount of spiritual energy. With billions of high-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he was certainly not lacking in this regard. He promptly retrieved 10 million high-grade spirit stones and began to voraciously absorb them to enhance his sword body. This endeavor consumed 10 days. By now, Su Jiuge had expended nearly 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Although he could distinctly feel the terrifying augmentation of his physique, he had yet to perceive any signs of a breakthrough in his sword body. It was still lacking a little. Su Jiuge's expression grew serious. If I practice for another day and still fail to achieve a breakthrough, I shall have to concede for now. Another day passed, and after consuming an additional 20 million high-grade spirit stones, he finally succeeded in breaking through his chaotic sword body to a minor completion stage. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. Su Jiuge immediately released his divine consciousness, meticulously assessing his physical form. He realized that his already formidable physique, comparable to that of an early-stage condensation realm practitioner, had now increased in strength by tenfold. With his current physical prowess, he was now on par with late-stage condensation realm practitioners. Coupled with his other abilities, he could effortlessly slay ordinary perfected condensation realm practitioners without the use of a flying sword. Should he wield his flying sword, he possessed the confidence to defeat even the most talented practitioners at the perfected condensation realm. With a clear understanding of his capabilities, Su Jiuge felt a surge of joy within him. It seems this expedition into the primordial spirit secret realm is secure. He then took stock of the spiritual stones expended during this enhancement, discovering that he had indeed utilized a staggering 56 million high-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, even after such expenditure, he still retained a substantial sum of 250 million high-grade spirit stones. Although a significant amount of premium spirit stones was expended to enhance my capabilities in a short span, and I invested heavily in exquisite elixirs and the augmentation of my physique, every effort was indeed worthwhile. Just as Su Jiuge was tallying his expenditures, he suddenly received a transmission. It was from Manager Feng, who recalled the order of numerous flying swords he had placed earlier. It appeared that the swords I had commissioned were now completed. Su Jiuge confirmed his suspicions through the transmission and promptly exited his seclusion, making his way to Manager Feng's shop. At last, you have arrived, my friend, Manager Feng exclaimed upon seeing Su Jiuge's figure, hastily welcoming him and leading him to a private chamber. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he produced a storage ring, stating, "Please take a look. The batch of flying swords you ordered is all contained here." Su Jiuge accepted the storage ring, scanning its contents with his spiritual sense to verify the quantity and quality of the swords before finally storing it away. He then retrieved the spirit stones he had prepared in advance and handed them over to Manager Feng. Once the transaction was complete, Su Liang hurriedly arrived. Expressing his gratitude for the assistance Su Jiuge had previously rendered in dispelling the fire poison. Subsequently, he mentioned his intention to hire Su Jiuge for an expedition to the Hellion Mountains, aiming to leverage his spiritual fire to fend off the fire poison and harvest fire crystals. Su Jiuge, already aware of Su Liang's motives through the opportunity prompts on his panel, realized he needed to head to Shangyuan City to attend the Dragonfeng Chamber of Commerce's auction, leaving him no time to waste in the Hellion Mountains. Thus, he declined Su Liang's offer and took his leave. However, to his surprise, as he exited the shop, Su Liang followed closely behind. With Su Jiuge's current level of spiritual perception, he swiftly detected Su Liang's presence. Drawing upon the insights gleaned from Su Liang's panel, he could easily surmise the latter's intentions. A cold smirk curled upon Su Jiuge's lips. "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me for what follows." Chapter 76. Decapitating Su Liang and arriving at Shangyuan City after bidding farewell to Manager Feng and leaving Hellion City, Su Jiuge soared towards Shangyuan City on his sword. Yet, after flying nearly 200 miles, a voice called out from behind, "Su Daoist, please hold on." It was Su Liang's voice. Su Jiuge halted his flight, standing in the void, and regarded the approaching figure with an impassive expression. As Su Liang drew near, Su Jiuge greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Su Daoist. I was unaware you had pursued me. What is the matter?" Su Liang, with a silent scoff, thought to himself that the other was oblivious to his imminent peril. He planned to first lower Su Jiuge's guard before capturing him, for as an alchemist, Su Jiuge was undoubtedly valuable and likely possessed numerous means of self-preservation. It would be ideal to seize him effortlessly. Just as Su Liang was about to speak, he noticed Su Jiuge's gaze shift behind him, suddenly exclaiming, Oh, Manager Feng. You have come too? Instinctively, Su Liang turned to look, but found no sign of Manager Feng. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flying sword had already sliced through his neck, severing his head from his body. Su Liang's infant soul lingered in the void, dumbfounded. You are not a golden core cultivator. You are a nascent soul practitioner. He exclaimed in disbelief, glaring at Su Jiuge with fury. What is the meaning of this? My friend, isn't Su Daoyu attempting to seize my spirit fire? Su Jiuge remarked with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing her lips. In light of this, I shall take the initiative. What harm could there be? Su Liang, now reduced to a mere infant soul, exhibited a look of astonishment. How do you know this? That is not for you to concern yourself with, Su Jiuge replied, deftly forming a spell to seal the infant soul. Not good. The diminutive Su Liang's countenance shifted dramatically as he sought to flee. However, Su Jiuge had anticipated this, employing the Taishu divine art to subdue him and apply a sealing technique. It was only then that Su Liang thought to plead for mercy. Please spare me. I beg you. I was merely momentarily bewitched. Su Jiuge paid no heed to his entreaties. Since the other party had harbored malicious intentions, he could not afford to show leniency. He retrieved a jade box, placing the sealed infant soul within and applying several layers of seals before securing it. Subsequently, he gathered Su Liang's storage ring and produced corpse-dissolving water to cleanse the traces of the scene. It seems that Master Feng's business will suffer for a while longer, Su Jiuge murmured, before taking to the skies on his sword towards Shangyuan City. Several days later, in Shangyuan City, Su Jiuge strolled through the bustling streets. He casually inquired of a passerby, soon learning the location of the Dragon Phone Commerce Auction House. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the next auction would not be held for another 3 days. I arrived too early, he mused, promptly deciding to leave. He sought refuge in a lavish inn within the city, preparing to wait for the auction to commence in 3 days. After settling in, he refrained from further cultivation. His prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and to break through to the infant condensation stage, he required further preparations. Yet, there was no urgency. Having traveled for several days, he felt a sense of fatigue and resolved to relax before proceeding. Su Jiuge made his way to the inn's hall, selecting a window-side table and ordering some spiritual delicacies and wines to savor leisurely. The conversations of nearby cultivators, however, piqued his interest. Have you heard? Shaoxi from Yuntian sect is currently being hunted by the people of Yawang Valley. Indeed, I have heard. It is said that he stole a spiritual herb from the old valley master of Yawang Valley. It remains a mystery how he managed to infiltrate their medicinal fields. He truly is audacious. But what of it? I have also heard that Bai Ruoxue is pursuing him. Bai Ruoxue? Isn't she from Yuntian sect? Why would she hunt down Shaoxi? Bai Ruoxue has not perished. Su Jiuge's heart raced in astonishment. She had escaped from that formidable being known as Wu He. The fact that she was chasing Shaoxi indicated that she had not realized the earlier encounter was with me. And then there was Shaoxi. Su Jiuge recalled his previous disguise as Bai Ruoxue in an attempt to ambush him. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Initially, his intention in masquerading as Bai Ruoxue was to place the blame on her, ensuring a lack of witnesses. Little did he expect this twist of fate. What delightful news. A fortunate heir adorned with a ring and a reincarnated empress. I sincerely hope you both do not disappoint me. As he pondered, he overheard a conversation nearby that unexpectedly revolved around him. Have you heard? Su Jiuge has arrived in Shangyuan City. Su Jiuge? Is he not the prodigious young master of Yunshinzong, the newly appointed little granduncle? Indeed, that is him. It is said that he has disguised his identity, but was recognized by the second son of the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce, who is now trying to establish a connection with him. But it's not just the Longfeng Chamber. Numerous noble families in Shangyuan City are also seeking to associate with him, lavishing him with grand gifts. Is that true? Didn't Su Jiuge disguise himself? How could he be seen through so easily? Would I lie to you? The Longfeng Chamber possesses numerous treasures. Having items that can see through disguises is nothing extraordinary. Initially startled by the discussions, Su Jiuge feared that his whereabouts had been discovered. However, as he continued to listen, he realized that someone was impersonating him. This thought left him feeling rather vexed. Just then, the atmosphere outside the tavern grew tumultuous. Su Jiuge lifted his gaze to see a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of arrogance, entering the establishment. Following him was an ordinary-looking woman. As the two stepped into the tavern, several figures entered behind them, all of whom were golden core cultivators. Look, that is Su Jiuge. Someone at a nearby table whispered. The woman behind him is his personal maid, said to be named Luo Yunyao. Su Jiuge regarded the young couple. Is this the person impersonating me? Were it not for his desire to keep his identity concealed, he would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. At that moment, another individual entered the tavern. catching Su Jiuge's attention with a hint of opportunity displayed above his head. Name: Lu Xiong. Realm: Golden Core, Perfection. Recent opportunity: encountering Su Jiuge in Shangyuan City. He intended to stealthily infiltrate the other's residence at night to gauge his depth. Unexpectedly, with just a slight move, he managed to slay the opponent. Upon unmasking the individual, he discovered that this person was merely an imposter, and thus casually claimed the other's storage ring. Lu Xiong? Su Jiuge felt a sense of familiarity with the name. After a moment of reflection, he recalled having seen this person at the VIP platform of Beihai Tower during the intersect competition. At that time, Lu Xiong had still been in the late stages of Golden Core. Now, he had reached perfection. This implies that the people from Beihai Tower have arrived, and they seek to kill me. A sense of alarm surged within Su Jiuge, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. He planned to leave as soon as the auction concluded. However, just as he was lost in thought, a haughty voice interrupted him. Friend, I have taken a liking to your seat. Would you mind moving? Chapter 77. The imposter Su Jiuge. Lu Xiong's invitation. Su Jiuge lifted his gaze. The speaker was none other than the young man impersonating him. Get lost. Upon recognizing the intruder, Su Jiuge replied coldly. It was one thing for this person to deceive and feed off him. To think they would still attempt to seize their own seats is utterly reckless. Were it not to avoid drawing the attention of Lu Xiong, he would have readily dispatched the two of them on the spot. What is the meaning of your actions? The imposter, Luo Yunyao, stepped forward to reprimand. My lord has taken an interest in your position, and you should be grateful. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Jiuge's gaze, filled with murderous intent, had already settled upon the two of them, sending a chill through their spines. In the distance, Lu Xiong observed the scene with palpable intrigue. He had witnessed Su Jiuge's prowess in combat at the Yuntian sect and was well aware of his formidable strength. Yet, the absence of any powerful aura emanating from Su Jiuge now led him to question the authenticity of the individual before him. Nevertheless, should Su Jiuge take action, he would be able to ascertain the truth of the matter. At that moment, the imposter felt a surge of fear, realizing he had encountered a formidable obstacle. If this situation were mishandled, his true identity would surely be exposed. If the noble families were to discover this, there would be no mercy for him. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a late-stage condensation realm cultivator suddenly approached, slamming his palm onto the table. Young man, how dare you speak in such a manner? The condensation realm cultivator glared at Su Jiuge, admonishing him. This young master has requested you to relinquish your seat, yet you still have so much to say. With that, he prepared to take action and throw Su Jiuge out of the establishment. The imposter, of course, could not allow a conflict to arise, fearing it would escalate. After all, he had sensed the terrifying aura of the young man before him. If a confrontation occurred and attracted the attention of senior elders from the Yuntian sect, his identity would be easily compromised. Since my friend is unwilling to yield his seat, then so be it. The imposter feigned magnanimity, addressing the condensation realm cultivator. We can sit over there instead. Would you care to join us? The condensation realm cultivator was elated. He had not anticipated that by stepping forward, he would align himself with this young master from the Yuntian sect. He instantly agreed with a smile, which elicited envy from those around them. Su Jiuge had no intention of taking action. He was too indifferent to waste his anger on those destined to perish. Lu Xiong, disappointed by Su Jiuge's inaction, found himself intrigued by the audacious young man who dared to challenge him. He approached, carrying a wine jug, and sat directly across from him, downing a cup of wine in one gulp. My friend, you truly possess remarkable courage. Lu Xiong scanned the surrounding golden core and condensation realm cultivators with a smile. Do you not fear that they will seek retribution? Su Jiuge disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of the cultivators and focused on Lu Xiong, feeling troubled. He had just dealt with one imposter, and now another had appeared with intentions to harm him. The most perplexing part was that the latter appeared eager to befriend him. It was merely a matter of reluctance to change his seat. Sipping his spiritual wine, Su Jiuge lamented, "You are indeed quite bold, offending a junior from the Yuntian sect while remaining so composed." Lu Xiong downed another cup of spiritual wine, a satisfied expression on his face. Could it be that you, too, possess a remarkable background and are unafraid of the Yuntian sect? I am but a mere scattered cultivator. Su Jiuge picked up a piece of spiritual beast meat and placed it into his mouth before responding. I presume that the esteemed members of the Yuntian sect are magnanimous enough not to trouble me over such trivial matters. A scattered cultivator? Lu Xiong suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Jiuge, his expression sharpening. He lightly tapped the table, causing a drop of spiritual wine to rise from his cup, which he then flicked towards the young man opposite him like a dart. Su Jiuge reacted swiftly, effortlessly deflecting it with a wave of his hand. What is the meaning of this, my friend? He inquired, his face displaying anger. Lu Xiong, unfazed by the confrontation, instead wore a look of delight. Although this strike was not particularly formidable, even a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner would find it difficult to block so easily. It appears this individual is at least a late-stage nascent soul, if not fully perfected. Do not take offense, my friend. I merely wish to test your strength. He raised his hand to create a soundproof barrier, continuing, please provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise, this matter may not end well. Su Jiuge's expression remained cold. Having previously been impersonated, he was already irked. Now, provoked by Lu Xiong, he felt that if the latter did not provide a satisfactory explanation, even if it stirred the Bai Tower, he would still eliminate him. This indeed is a fortuitous opportunity for you, my friend, Lu Xiong remarked, gazing at Su Jiuge with a smile. Are you familiar with the Yuanling secret realm? The Yuanling secret realm? Who does not know of it? Su Jiuge replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. The Yuanling secret realm opens once every 100 years, filled with countless treasures and opportunities. Yet only cultivators below the Dharma realm may enter. However, it is controlled by the major sects, so what concern is it of scattered cultivators like us? Since you are aware of the Yuanling secret realm, then it is good. Lu Xiong smiled and asked, do you wish to venture into the Yuanling secret realm? Naturally. I desire to. Su Jiuge's face lit up with yearning. Who, as a cultivator, would not wish to enter such a secret realm in search of opportunities? At this point, he suddenly realized and turned to Lu Xiong, asking, do you possess a means to grant me entry into the Yuanling secret realm? Indeed, I can indeed facilitate your entry. Lu Xiong replied confidently. My earlier strike was merely to gauge your strength and determine if you were worthy of being taken inside. Clearly, your capabilities have met my criteria. Su Jiuge contemplated. The Yuanling secret realm is jointly controlled by the major sections. Yet, each time it opens, their quota is limited. How could one possibly bring an outsider in? Unless, are you jesting, my friend? Su Jiuge looked at Lu Xiong, his voice turning cold. The Yuanling secret realm is under the control of the major sects. How could you possibly take me in? Lu Xiong laughed heartily. My friend, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Xiong, a direct disciple of the esteemed Bai Tower's master. He looked at Su Jiuge with a smile. Do you think my identity grants me the ability to take you with me? Su Jiuge scrutinized him closely, pondering, and then his expression softened slightly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He turned to Lu Xiong and asked, may I inquire, dear Lu, what price must I pay to gain entry? Lu Xiong was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the astuteness of his interlocutor. Fear not, my friend, he replied with a smile. Upon entering the secret realm, you need only to meet with me, and together we shall eliminate a certain individual. Rest assured, all spoils you acquire within the realm will belong solely to you. Furthermore, once our task is complete, I can recommend you for membership in my esteemed Bai Tower, granting you the status of a direct disciple. Lu Xiong presented his terms, confident that his counterpart would be swayed. Given the youth's age and remarkable cultivation, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. Securing such a talent for the sect would be a significant achievement. To kill? Su Jiuge furrowed his brow. Might I inquire as to the identity of this target? Such details are not necessary for you to know at this moment, Lu Xiong replied, unwilling to elaborate further. You need only respond with your agreement or disagreement. However, if you remain unaware of the target, the risks are excessively high. Su Jiuge frowned. To attain substantial rewards, one must embrace risk. I trust you understand this principle. Lu Xiong took another sip of spiritual wine and assured him, I can guarantee that the individual's cultivation has yet to reach the embryonic stage. Not at the embryonic stage? Su Jiuge's expression grew contemplative, and he began to form a hypothesis. Very well, I accept this endeavor. Lu Xiong was not surprised by his decision. Following a lively exchange of drinks and conversation, Lu Xiong intended to leave with Su Jiuge. However, Su Jiuge had plans to attend an auction and compete with Wang Gonyuan for treasures, so he politely declined the invitation. Citing other matters to attend to, Lu Xiong did not press further, leaving behind a communication jade slip for Su Jiuge to contact him once he had concluded his affairs. After Lu Xiong departed, Su Jiuge's heart grew heavy. Through their earlier conversation, he had learned that several major sects, including Bai Tower, had secretly allied to encircle Yun Tianzong within the Yuanling secret realm, with the intent to eliminate him. Su Jiuge scoffed coldly to himself. I harbor no grievances against you. Simply because my innate talent is formidable and my potential immense, you seek my life? If that is the case, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre within the secret realm. Chapter 78. Auction. Opportunities. Days later, at the Dragon Feng Trading Company's auction venue, Su Jiuge paid the entrance fee and entered the grand hall. To avoid drawing Lu Xiong's attention, he had intentionally altered his appearance to seem older. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the entirety of the auction house. The venue was a vast circular arena, with a raised platform at its center designated for showcasing items for bid. Surrounding the platform were seats for the attending guests, along with a series of private boxes encircling the hall. Initially, Jiuge had hoped to secure a private box. However, they had all been reserved by various powerful factions, leaving none available. He was left with no choice but to select a seat within the main hall. As he settled in, he overheard numerous attendees discussing the events of the past few days. Do you know who was responsible for slaying that imposter Jiuge? I have heard that the individuals associated with the Azure Sea Tower are involved, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. It is said that previously, the Long Feng Chamber of Commerce and several prominent families bestowed numerous treasures upon the counterfeit Jiuge in hopes of establishing a connection with the Yuntian sect. Yet the whereabouts of those valuables remain a mystery. Where else could they have gone? Surely, they were appropriated by the perpetrator. Thus, the Long Feng Chamber of Commerce and the noble families must have suffered significant losses. Jiuge, having listened for a brief moment, chose not to continue eavesdropping. He had already gleaned this information through Lu Xiong's chance panel. He began to scrutinize the individuals surrounding him, seeking to uncover opportunities within their panels. Since Wang Gonyuan had been able to acquire fortune at the auction, it was likely that others possessed chances as well. Indeed, after only a cursory glance, he discerned several individuals with opportunities. Name: Jiuge, realm, mid-gold core, recent opportunity, acquired a 4th grade elixir, Yulu pill, at the auction in Shangyuan City, only to discover that one of them was of exceptional quality. Name: Tang Han, realm, late embryonic transformation, recent opportunity, secured a piece of millennium cold iron at the auction in Shangyuan City, only to find that it contained a fragment of meteorite iron within. In addition to these ordinary cultivators, Jiuge also noted the arrival of individuals from the Azure Sea Tower. Name: Wang Gonyuan, realm, late law manifestation, recent opportunity, while escorting disciples to the Yuanling secret realm. He passed through Shangyuan City and participated in the auction held by the Longfeng Chamber of Commerce, spending 760,000 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire a replica of the Jiuge alchemy furnace. To his astonishment, upon refinement, it turned out to be the genuine article. Name: Lu Xiong, realm, perfect embryonic transformation, recent opportunity, obtained a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron at a stream within the Yuanling secret realm. Observing the multitude of opportunities present, Jiuge's countenance brightened. Initially, he had intended merely to acquire the Jiuge alchemy furnace and depart swiftly, but he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of opportunities at the auction. With this in mind, he resolved to seize the moment. As he continued to survey the opportunities around him, the auction hall quickly filled to capacity. With the announcer's declaration, the auction commenced in earnest. The initial items presented were of modest value, primarily suited for spirit platform cultivators. Jiuge did not perceive any opportunities among them, and thus refrained from bidding. Once the resources for spirit platform cultivators were auctioned off, items for gold core cultivators began to be brought forth. Jiuge participated in the bidding for gold core resources 3 times. Among them was the previously noted opportunity regarding the 4th grade elixir, Yulu pill, which triggered an astounding 123-fold critical hit. However, to Jiuge's astonishment, this critical hit did not enhance the quality of the elixir, but rather resulted in him receiving 123 bottles of Yulu pill. In essence, he had spent the price of 1 and acquired 123 elixirs. The 4th grade elixir is primarily utilized by gold core cultivators to enhance their foundational abilities. Given Jiuge's own foundation, he had no use for such elixirs. However, they would serve well for the members of the Su family, making them quite valuable nonetheless. As for the other 2 items, they were also acquired by Jiuge for the Su family. Once the resource auction for the Golden Core realm concluded, the focus would shift to items suitable for cultivators at the embryonic breathing stage. Jiuge has now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and is on the verge of a breakthrough into the embryonic breathing stage. Thus, he possesses a keen interest in treasures meant for that stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the first treasure for the embryonic breathing stage is a 5th grade fire spirit pearl. As the host spoke, a crimson orb was brought forth by an attendant. Should one possess this treasure, its enhancement would significantly amplify the power of flame-based techniques by 50%. Captivated by the allure of the red pearl, Jiuge contemplated its potential. His cultivation method, the 10,000 fires convergence technique, is indeed a fire-based practice. Acquiring this fire spirit pearl would undoubtedly elevate the potency of his technique considerably. As Jiuge pondered, the host announced the starting bid for the item. The initial price was set at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for each subsequent bid. Almost immediately, several cultivators began to place their bids. 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This treasure greatly enhances fire-based techniques. I bid 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I offer 250,000. As each bid was shouted, the price of the fire spirit pearl rapidly escalated to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Su Jiuge remained unhurried in placing his bid. Typically, a decent treasure for the embryonic breathing stage would cost around 4 to 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, since the price had yet to reach its peak. He felt no urgency. After a brief interval, the price of the fire spirit pearl had climbed to 4 million mid-grade spirit stones, with only 3 cultivators remaining in contention. Just as the bidding war intensified among the three, Su Jiuge suddenly interjected with a bid of 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. At the sound of his voice, all 3 competitors turned to look at him. 2 of them, after a moment's consideration, chose to forfeit their bids. Only a rough-looking middle-aged man remained, undeterred. 5,100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. Su Jiuge countered with another bid. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before responding with a bid of 6,100,000. However, as soon as he concluded his bid, he sent a message to Su Jiuge, suggesting, "My friend, this item holds great significance for me. If you could allow me to have it, I would owe you a favor." Su Jiuge disregarded the proposition and raised his bid once more. 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. With this new price, the man had no choice but to concede, though a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. After successfully acquiring the fire spirit pearl, Su Jiuge promptly settled the payment in spirit stones and secured the pearl in his possession. He subsequently won several more items suitable for the embryonic breathing stage, attracting the attention of many onlookers. However, Su Jiuge remained unfazed, as the one purchasing these items was an elderly cultivator, not himself. After a lengthy auction, Su Jiuge finally awaited his target, the 9th Alchemy Furnace. Chapter 79, The Alchemy Furnace in Hand, A New Identity. On the auction platform, 2 attendants carried a Dan furnace onto the stage, instantly capturing the attention of numerous guests. Among them, several recognized the origin of the furnace and gasped in astonishment. Is that not the Jiuge Alchemy Furnace? Indeed, it is the Jiuge Alchemy Furnace. The Longfeng Chamber of Commerce has truly made a significant investment to acquire such a treasure. However, it appears that this furnace is somewhat damaged. Yet, if it were genuine, it could easily fetch several 100 million spirit stones. As the crowd continued to exclaim in excitement, the atmosphere in the hall was reignited. Before the auctioneer could commence the introduction, some guests began urging for the bidding to start promptly. "Please, do not rush. Allow me to introduce the details of this treasure." The auctioneer quickly interjected. This item is a replica of the Jiuge Alchemy Furnace, with several areas of damage. Upon hearing that it was a replica, the crowd's interest waned considerably. Nonetheless, a number of alchemists and blacksmiths still found the furnace intriguing. After a thorough introduction, the auctioneer finally announced the starting bid for the furnace. Although it is a damaged replica, it possesses substantial research value. Thus, the starting price is set at 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. With the auctioneer's low starting price, many who had previously shown interest began to withdraw. She could not help but smile wryly at this. However, this price was set by the auction house, and she felt quite helpless about it. Fortunately, there remained a portion of attendees still interested. 510,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The first bid came from a woman. Following her bid, a second and then a third bid emerged. Though the pace of bidding was notably slow, soon, the price of the furnace reached 760,000, but no further bids were made. Su Jiuge knew it was time for him to make his move. 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. He did not raise the price too steeply at once, wary of drawing too much attention to himself. At that moment, in a private booth within the auction house, Wang Gonyuan wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that a damaged Dan furnace would reach such a price, let alone attract bids. After a moment of silence, he chose not to place another bid. "Master, are you not going to continue bidding?" inquired a graceful female disciple beside him, her figure alluring. "This treasure is merely a broken replica. Exceeding 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones is indeed excessive," Wang Gonyuan explained, before turning to Lu Xiong and asking, "By the way, you mentioned earlier that you found a talented cultivator in the late embryonic stage. Has he indicated when he will join us?" "Elder, I inquired yesterday. He said he would finalize matters today and would contact the disciple by tomorrow at the latest," Lu Xiong replied with a smile. "I have tested his strength. He will undoubtedly meet our requirements." Wang Gonyuan nodded, holding a degree of trust in Lu Xiong. "If this individual is indeed as you describe, once we have dealt with Su Jiuge in the Yuanling secret realm, invite him to join our sect." "Master, what if he declines?" the alluring female cultivator asked. According to junior brother Lu, since he is a genius and a loose cultivator, he likely seeks freedom from sect constraints. If he is unwilling to enter my Azure Sea Tower, then like the other rogue cultivators, he shall be dealt with. Wang Gonyuan remarked casually. The major sects had previously reached an agreement that after slaying Su Jiugao, they would also eliminate these rogue cultivators within the secret realm. As righteous sects, they were quite concerned about their reputation and naturally did not wish for the news of the major sects uniting against the disciples of Yuntian's sect to spread. Master, why must we go to such lengths to deal with a mere Su Jiugao? The female cultivator questioned again, perplexed. Isn't it sufficient that we, the disciples of Azure Sea Tower and Qingfeng Temple, are strong enough? Why involve so many rogue cultivators? Wang Gonyuan recalled the day Su Jiugao used the Lingtai slashing method and, after a moment of silence, replied gravely, "This individual is excessively defiant. If we do not eliminate him, he will surely become a formidable enemy for our sect in the future." After the auction concluded, Su Jiugao exited the venue and immediately sensed several auras trailing him from behind. Fortunately, they were in the city, and the individuals behind him did not dare to act recklessly. However, once he left the city, he would undoubtedly be besieged. Thus, he returned to the inn, activated a formation to completely conceal his aura, and then employed the 1,000 illusions mask to alter his appearance. Subsequently, he changed locations and transformed his visage once more. After several iterations, he no longer sensed any pursuers, and only then did Su Jiugao revert to his original appearance. Finally, he retrieved a communication jade slip to contact Lu Xiong. After inquiring about his location, he prepared to meet with him. Half an hour later, at the city gate of Shangyuan City, "Junior brother, is that Su Liang truly as formidable as you claim?" The graceful female cultivator inquired of Lu Xiong. "Sister Yao Yao, I assure you, his strength is undoubtedly on par with mine." Lu Xiong replied with a smile. "He informed me earlier that the task is complete and that he is on his way to join us." As he spoke, he suddenly paused, pointing into the distance. "Look, there is Su Liang." Lu Xiong waved to the young man approaching them. "Brother Su Liang, over here." Su Jiugao glanced at Lu Xiong and waved back in acknowledgement. Having altered his appearance, he had also adopted a new identity, assuming the name of Su Liang, the very individual he had slain. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant and prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Although the 1,000 illusions mask could prevent scrutiny from those below the tribulation level, if any of the individuals from Azure Sea Tower possessed special artifacts or unique ocular techniques capable of seeing through his disguise, it would spell disaster. After all, while he possessed the strength to slay perfected condensation realm cultivators, facing dozens of them simultaneously, especially with one being a law avatar expert, would still lead to his defeat. Su Jiugao approached and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Xiong before Lu Xiong introduced him to Wang Gonyuan. "Elder, this is the Su Liang brother I mentioned." Wang Gonyuan scrutinized the young cultivator before him, furrowing his brow. He turned to Lu Xiong and inquired, "Did you not claim he was a nascent soul cultivator? How can he merely possess golden core cultivation?" Golden core? Lu Xiong was taken aback. On that day, he had personally engaged and tested the opponent's prowess. The ability to effortlessly withstand 30% of his strength unequivocally indicated a cultivation level at the later stages of nascent soul, or at the very least, the mid-phase. Yet now, the elder asserts he is merely a golden core cultivator? How could this be possible? He turned to Su Liang, awaiting an explanation. "Lu Xiong, I truly am a golden core cultivator," Su Jiugao stated candidly. Given that Wang Gonyuan had discerned his cultivation level, there was no longer any need for concealment. Moreover, this indirectly indicated that the other party had not seen through his disguise. Otherwise, they would not have raised such doubts, but rather taken him to a secluded location to launch a surprise attack. Wang Gonyuan regarded Su Jiugao thoughtfully, then suddenly raised his hand to strike him. Chapter 80, A Strike? Disciple? A terrifying palm descended upon Su Jiugao. The abrupt turn of events left the gathered crowd momentarily stunned. Su Jiugao reacted swiftly, using his sword to deflect the attack and retreating sharply. "What is the meaning of this, senior?" he inquired, his expression grim. Wang Gonyuan did not respond to his question, but pursued him once more. Reaching out to grasp the young rogue, named Su Liang. "Had my identity been uncovered?" Su Jiuge's expression darkened further, but then he noticed a crucial detail. No. His intent lacked malice. He was testing my strength. Realizing this, Su Jiuge's previously panicked heart calmed considerably, though his countenance remained unchanged, still exceedingly grim. "Since you choose not to speak, do not blame me for being impolite," Su Jiugao declared in a low voice. He then began to counterattack with his sword, displaying power formidable enough to rival that of the later stages of nascent soul cultivation. Seeing this, Wang Gonyuan's heart surged with delight. This youth could wield the strength comparable to that of the later stages of nascent soul cultivation despite being merely a golden core cultivator. His talent must surely be at least of the 8th or even 9th resonance level. "It seems fortune truly smiled upon me," Should I take this youth as my disciple? The future of our Bai Tower would surely gain a substantial pillar of support. As these thoughts unfolded in his mind, Lu Xiong and the others came to their senses. Observing the youth, who was continuously engaged in combat with Elder Wan, someone exclaimed in astonishment, Su Liang can withstand several rounds against Elder Wan with his golden core cultivation? Could it be that he is a prodigy from another sect? Impossible. If he were such a prodigy from another sect, possessing such strength, how could we remain unaware of him? Listening to the discussions among his fellow disciples, the voluptuous Tao Yao Yao also voiced her admiration. Indeed, Su Liang's prowess is remarkable. As a disciple of Wan Gonyuan, she could discern that her master was merely testing the opponent's strength. Nevertheless, given that Wan Gonyuan was a powerful figure at the late stage of physical manifestation, even a casual strike from him was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. The fact that Su Liang could retaliate against his onslaught indicated the terror of his innate talent. Glancing at the expression on Wan Gongyuan's face, Lin Yao Yao recognized that her master had developed an affection for exceptional talent. She turned to Lu Xiong, smiling as she spoke. Disciple, it seems you may have once again achieved a remarkable feat. To introduce such a prodigious talent capable of transcending ranks into our sect is indeed a significant accomplishment. Upon hearing this from my senior sister, Lu Xiong began to grasp the current circumstances, yet his eyes remained wide with astonishment. I had not anticipated that this esteemed friend Su was merely at the golden core stage. In this day and age, a young individual possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage could be deemed exceptionally gifted. However, if a young golden core cultivator possesses strength comparable to that of a late nascent soul adept, then they are undoubtedly a genius. Such cultivators, even among the prestigious sects like the Bai Tower, are exceedingly rare. Should Su Liang join the Bai Tower, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a direct disciple. As the members of Bai Tower marveled at this revelation, Su Liang gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Wan Gonyuan did not feel disheartened. On the contrary, his satisfaction only grew. Presently, he had exerted a mere 30% of his strength to gain the upper hand. It is worth noting that he was a late-stage practitioner of the Dharma aspect. Even with 30% of his strength, he could easily defeat some fully realized nascent soul practitioners. Yet, facing a golden core cultivator, he merely held the advantage and had not yet vanquished him. This clearly illustrates the prodigious talent of this golden core cultivator. At this juncture, Wan Gonyuan was ready to cease hostilities and take Su Liang under his wing. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the young man's background and whether it posed any potential issues. With a shift of his hand, he captured Su Liang and employed a secret technique. Su Jiuge suddenly felt his mind clouded, a surge of fear washing over him once more. Just then, a stream of clarity surged from his sea of consciousness, dispelling the fog in his heart and restoring his awareness. Fortunately, my spiritual essence is robust, and my cultivation of the great void divine art has enabled me to withstand this illusionary assault. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his consciousness. What is your name? The unexpected voice startled Su Jiuge once again, yet he quickly regained his composure and deduced the identity of the voice's owner. Wan Gonyuan. He seeks to investigate my origins using a soul's secret technique. In light of this, Su Jiuge's heart harbored a sardonic smile as he replied, My name is Su Liang. Which sect do you belong to? I am a loose practitioner, without a sect. After a brief exchange of numerous inquiries, Wan Gonyuan finally became convinced that he had stumbled upon a treasure. He gazed at the still dazed Su Liang, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Turning to Lin Yao Yao, he instructed, Yao Yao, bring your junior disciple. We shall depart for the Yuanling's secret realm. Half a day later, aboard a vessel bound for the Yuanling's secret realm, Su Jiuge gradually emerged from his stupor. At this moment, he was assured that Wan Gonyuan had not discerned the disguise of the Thousand Illusions mask. Otherwise, he would not have brought him aboard the Bai Tower's flying ship and accommodated him in such a lavish cabin. Now that he felt completely secure, Su Jiuge began to contemplate his subsequent plans. Having gained Wan Gonyuan's trust, and considering his earlier demeanor, it seemed he wished to accept him as a disciple. In that case, I can agree to this arrangement and then devise a means to uncover the plans of the Bai Tower, ensuring I can outwit them splendidly. As he pondered, the door to the chamber was pushed open. Entering was a graceful female cultivator. Su Jiuge, having eavesdropped for quite some time, was already aware of her identity as Lin Yao Yao, a disciple of Wan Gonyuan. However, he feigned a vigilant demeanor upon her arrival. May I inquire who you are? And what place is this? He asked cautiously. You're awake, Lin Yao Yao exclaimed with delight. Our master has utilized a secret soul technique to ascertain your identity and confirm your innocence. Furthermore, it has been decided that you shall be accepted as a disciple. In other words, you shall henceforth be my junior brother. This is the flying vessel of our Bai Tower, and we are en route to the Yuanling's secret realm. She continued, her tone warm towards her future junior. As for my name, I am Lin Yaoyao, and you will likely need to address me as senior sister from now on. Senior sister? Su Jiuge replied, his expression one of confusion. Indeed. Lin Yaoyao nodded. My master recognizes your considerable talent and has resolved to take you under her wing. In her view, Master Wang Gongyuan, a venerable elder of Beihai Tower and a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the law manifestation, would undoubtedly be able to accept the golden core cultivator as a disciple. May I ask, who is your master? Su Jiuge feigned ignorance in his inquiry. My master is an elder of Beihai Tower and a powerful practitioner at the late stage of the law manifestation, Lin Yaoyao explained with a smile. Su Jiuge remained perplexed, prompting her to elaborate. She is the very same formidable practitioner with whom you practiced earlier. The prospect of becoming Wang Gongyuan's disciple stirred no emotions within Su Jiuge, though he appropriately displayed a semblance of surprise, which greatly pleased Lin Yaoyao. However, my master is currently in seclusion, so it will be some time before you can meet her, she lamented. At that point, you will officially take on the role of my junior brother. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation. Through subtle inquiries, Su Jiuge gleaned insights into the schemes of Beihai Tower and several other major sections. With his own conjectures, he had come to understand these plans in considerable depth. Shortly after Lin Yaoyao departed, Lu Xiong arrived. Now that Wang Gongyuan had confirmed Su Jiuge's identity, he was even more cordial than before. Upon witnessing Su Jiuge's recovery, he promptly introduced him to many core disciples of Beihai Tower. Through discussions with them, Su Jiuge acquired a comprehensive understanding of the strategies that Beihai Tower and other major sects had devised regarding the Yuntian sect within the Yuanling's secret realm. In the days that followed, Su Jiuge spent his time on the flying vessel in peace. During this period, Wang Gongyuan summoned him and expressed the desire to take him as a disciple. However, Su Jiuge did not immediately acquiesce, indicating that he needed time to contemplate. Such a decision as taking a master is a momentous affair, and it was only natural for him to deliberate. Wang Gongyuan did not harbor any suspicions and readily consented. Over the following days, Lin Yaoyao visited him daily, attempting to persuade him. Ultimately, after much earnest entreaty, Su Jiuge agreed to become Wang Gongyuan's disciple, bringing great joy to Wang Gongyuan, who promptly rewarded him with numerous treasures as a token of apprenticeship. During this time, he also communicated via a sound transmission jade slip to Ye Feng, informing him that he would participate in the Yuanling's secret realm through other sections. He should arrange for someone else to take his place. Thus, after several days, Bai Lu and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the Yuanling's secret realm, successfully reuniting with several prominent sects, including Qing Fengguan.